Chapter 1. Traversing the world of martial arts, a heaven-defying talent. In the realm of martial arts, the Song Dynasty. This can't possibly be a dream, can it? Qianli, a paragon of elegance and charm, beloved by all, have somehow ended up as a beggar. How ironic for one so dashing. Beside the crumbling wall of an ancient building, a small beggar lounged in the sun, lazily chewing on a blade of grass, his legs stretched out before him. This individual, known as Qianli, is a transmigrator who has found himself in a world woven together by the likes of demigods and semi-devils, the smiling, proud wanderer, and the heaven sword and dragon saber. In his previous life, Qianli had spent his days in idle repose. While playing the mobile game Martial Arts Compendium, he unexpectedly arrived in this martial realm. Regrettably, he is not a heroic figure within the game, but rather a mere foot soldier. His background is painfully simplistic. He is but a lowly minion of the Beggars Sect. Although the Beggars Sect claims to be the greatest gang in the Song Dynasty, boasting numerous disciples, he is merely a small Fryan errand runner, responsible for gathering intelligence, devoid of any martial talent. In fact, Qianli isn't even the lowest tier of martial artist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met his unfortunate end on the streets. In this martial world, danger lurks everywhere, with the six great dynasties Qin, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dominating the land, alongside hundreds of smaller kingdoms and dynasties, all vying for power amidst constant conflict. Though the Beggars Sect is touted as the #1 gang in the world, its involvement in the Songliao conflict could lead to dire consequences. Who wouldn't aspire to become a revered hero, a master of martial arts, and compete for the title of the world's greatest? What meaning would there be in arriving in this world otherwise? Interestingly, according to the memories stored in his mind, Qianli knows that the current leader of the Beggars Sect is Qiao Feng, who is investigating the death of the 8th leader, Wang Jiantong. Based on the storyline he is aware of, it won't be long before Qiao Feng faces the battle at Xingzi Forest and departs from the Beggars Sect. Beep. Detected host meets system activation criteria. System binding and activation in progress. Please wait patiently. A cold voice echoed in Qianli's mind. System binding and activation? Qianli removed the grass from his mouth, sitting up straight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The benefits of being a transmigrator have finally arrived. Heaven-defying talent system. By observing masterful duels, one can receive system rewards and enhance their strength. As Qianli read the system interface and its introduction, he was utterly bewildered. Why does this system seem somewhat useless? Observing masterful duels to gain rewards and improve strength given his meager abilities. Wouldn't that be akin to courting death? Lowly minions often perish from their desire to watch the spectacle. His original self was merely a small minion of the Beggars Sect who died of illness on the streets. Had he not transmigrated, he would have been unceremoniously wrapped in a tattered mat and discarded in a pauper's grave, his life concluded. It appears he has yet to escape the fate of being a pitiful beggar. Beep. Congratulations, host. System activation and binding successful. Isn't there a beginner's gift pack to encourage me? That would at least provide some means of self-preservation. Qianli couldn't help but grumble at the chilling system prompt. Clang, clang, clang. Hey. At that moment, rhythmic clanging sounds from the street caught Qianli's attention. Across the street, the blacksmith was busy at work. No longer basking in the sun, a customer had arrived. A burly blacksmith was vigorously hammering a glowing piece of iron. Sparks flew as he worked, immediately captivating Qianli's gaze. Having lived in the city in his past life, this was his first encounter with a genuine ancient blacksmith at work. Beep. Congratulations, host, for observing the blacksmith's craft. You have comprehended the wind-whirling hammer technique, and your strength has improved. At that moment, a cold system notification resonated in Qianli's mind. A wondrous image materialized in his Minda figure hammering iron, wielding a massive hammer, rhythmically striking the anvil. The motions were strikingly graceful, each blow more powerful than the last, reminiscent of a whirlwind, continuing for an impressive 81 cycles. Only when the figure completed its demonstration did Qianli open his eyes, which had been tightly shut. This system is astonishing. Just by watching the blacksmith, I've grasped a powerful hammer technique. With this technique, I could forge legendary weapons. Who needs to remain a mere disciple of the Beggars Sect? Su Qianli exclaimed, astonished. This talent truly is heaven-defying. The ability to grow stronger simply by observing masterful duels is a delightful surprise. What thrilled Su Qianli even more was the warm sensation coursing through his body, akin to an electric shock, invigorating him. His previously numb left leg now possessed a hint of feeling. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The crucial point was that his strength had indeed increased. Host, Su Qianli. Age, 18. Physique, ordinary, disabled, purely weak. Cultivation, none. 3 months of martial arts cultivation. Martial talent, none. Martial skills, wind-whirling hammer technique. Previously, Su Qianli had been so weak that he appeared on the verge of death. Now, after simply observing the blacksmith, he had comprehended the wind-whirling hammer technique, and his physical condition had improved. There is a fundamental difference between being weak and being purely weak. If he were to witness a duel between masters, perhaps he could become stronger with the help of his heaven-defying talent system. For now, Su Qianli's priority is to familiarize himself with this world. In the storyline of demigods and semi-devils, the battle at Xingzi Forest is the perfect opportunity to meet the sect leader, Qiao Feng. If he could observe Qiao Feng in action, perhaps he too could grow stronger. Unfortunately, with his crippled leg, how could he possibly meet a great hero like Qiao Feng? Rumor has it that Qiao Feng is the most likely candidate to reach the legendary realm of the immortal on Earth. What would it be like to witness him in battle? My leg is crippled. I wonder if it can be healed? Su Qianli's eyes sparkled with determination. By observing the blacksmith's craft, he had grasped the wind-whirling hammer technique and improved his strength. If he were to witness ancient medical practitioners tending to patients, wouldn't he be able to glean extraordinary medical knowledge? Most importantly, Su Qianli did not aspire to become a renowned physician. He simply wished to acquire medical skills to heal his own leg. Su Qianli, with his dashing looks and graceful demeanor, could not possibly allow a crippled leg to diminish his charm. With this thought in mind, he picked up his makeshift crutch and sought out a medical clinic, hoping that with his extraordinary talent, he could master the art of healing. Huichuntang. Surely the physicians here possess commendable skills. Su Qianli arrived at a nearby medical establishment. Go away, you filthy little beggar. Scram. This is not a place for you. As Su Qianli approached the clinic, the attendant wrinkled his nose in disdain, dismissing him. Su Qianli looked at the snobbish attendant, filled with indignation. I am here to seek medical attention. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Huh, seeking treatment, are you? Get lost, you have no silver to pay. The attendant sneered, mocking the idea of a beggar affording medical care. Only the privileged could afford to seek treatment. At Huichuntang, ordinary folks had no right to enter. What business did a filthy beggar have here? Get out of here. We'll make sure to break your other leg. The attendant spat venomously. Chapter 2. The Epiphany of the Dual Proficiency Technique. How much silver do you desire? Su Qianli furrowed his brow, casting a cold glare at the other party. Do you even have any money? The attendant from the rejuvenation hall frowned. He merely looked down upon the filthy beggar before him, whose entire being was sullied, a stark contrast to the esteemed guests who frequented their establishment for treatment. You want money? I'll give you some. Su Qianli, with a flash of temper, directly tossed the few copper coins he had received from begging onto the other's face. The bright copper coins clattered against the ground. Producing a crisp sound, the attendant from the rejuvenation hall turned a deep shade of purple, and then, in a fit of rage, shouted at Su Qianli, "You filthy beggar! Get out! Come and see, this is the doctor from the rejuvenation hall, who claims to possess the benevolence of a healer. Yet here he is, telling me to leave, that I came with silver for treatment, and I'm told to roll away. What kind of physician is this? They're nothing more than a bunch of well-dressed brutes." Yu Qianli shouted to the surrounding crowd. His voice resonated, instantly attracting the attention of the doctors within the rejuvenation hall. The attending physician peered out, curiously examining Su Qianli. These doctors regarded Su Qianli Their eyes were tinged with a hint of disdain at a filthy beggar seeking treatment. He was a disgrace to their profession, especially in the Rejuvenation Hall, a renowned medical establishment in the Great Song, where the clientele consisted of the city's elite. There was no way they would allow a single rat droppings to spoil their fine broth. However, a physician's reputation was paramount. If that were tarnished, who would still seek their care? Despite Su Qianli's commotion, the attendants of the hall did not rush him out, but rather chose to ignore him, deliberately sidelining him. You wish to be treated? I shall ensure you do not receive treatment. If you have the gall, just wait. As Su Qianli approached the attending physician, he was immediately rebuffed, told to wait in line. Su Qianli wandered restlessly within the hall, glancing at the physician for a moment before shifting his focus elsewhere, giving the impression of impatience. Little did they know, Su Qianli's observations of the doctors attending to patients were not mere distractions. They were a form of study. The doctors at the Rejuvenation Hall were reluctant to treat him, but his presence was undeniably bothersome. Fortunately, the patients that day were all common folk. Otherwise, Su Qianli's wandering would have certainly led to his expulsion. Their intent was to dissuade him from persisting. Su Qianli, however, was patient, observing for a considerable time. Waves of patients came and went, yet he stubbornly refrained from seeking any attending physician for treatment. What is this fellow up to? Is he deliberately trying to provoke? Someone should have Dr. Liu take a look at him. He is disrupting our business here. One of the managers at the Rejuvenation Hall frowned as he observed Su Qianli and instructed an attendant to relay a message. Ding! Congratulations, host, for observing the doctors at the Rejuvenation Hall and gaining insight into the rudimentary form of the dual proficiency technique. Just then, a chilling notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind. Dual proficiency technique? A broad grin spread across Su Qianli's face, quickly followed by an expression of ecstatic joy. The dual proficiency technique is one of the top-tier skills among the 8 extraordinary techniques. To claim it can raise the dead from their graves would not be an exaggeration. Mastering this skill means that not only can Su Qianli overcome his lameness, but even a severed limb could potentially be regrown. However, Su Qianli was puzzled that his understanding of this dual proficiency technique was merely a rudimentary form, not the true technique, leaving him uncertain of its applicability to his disability. Yet, it mattered little. If the quacks at the Rejuvenation Hall had allowed him to grasp the rudimentary form, then surely, if he were to observe a true divine healer in action, he would be able to comprehend the complete dual proficiency technique. The Great Song is a world reminiscent of the Heavenly Dragon in 8 parts, where renowned healers like Shui exist. If he could witness how they treat and save lives, would he not be able to master the full dual proficiency technique? While Su Qianli indulged in these thoughts, an attendant from the Rejuvenation Hall approached him with a face of disdain. Dr. Liu will attend to you. Follow me, that I don't need your treatment. You're all just a bunch of quacks. Su Qianli replied, his face adorned with mockery. What? Quacks? You filthy beggar. Our doctors at the Rejuvenation Hall treating you is a stroke of fortune. How dare you be ungrateful? The attendant's eyes widened in outrage as he glared at Su Qianli. Had a glance the power to kill, Su Qianli would have been dead countless times over. Boss, this filthy beggar is causing a ruckus in our establishment. Su Qianli, having grasped the rudimentary form of the dual proficiency technique, though still in its infancy, possessed medical knowledge far superior to the quacks at the Rejuvenation Hall. Someone, throw this filthy beggar out. He shall never step foot in the Rejuvenation Hall again. The young master of the Rejuvenation Hall's face contorted with fury. He had tolerated this beggar for far too long. Are the doctors at the Rejuvenation Hall really quacks? Patients can be cured without medicine or remedies, yet you prescribe countless drugs, delaying their condition and treating them as mere sheep to be slaughtered. To call you quacks is truly flattering. Su Qianli spoke coldly, unperturbed. The Rejuvenation Hall is a fine establishment, and he intended to rise through its ranks to, what did I just hear? You claim that diagnosing and treating patients does not require medicine or remedies. Are you speaking of normal people or patients? The doctors and attendants at the Rejuvenation Hall regarded Su Qianli as if he were a fool at that moment. Su Qianli appeared to them as a madman, rambling nonsensically. Surely sent by a rival to discredit them. Oh, you not believe me? If so, shall we have a contest? Su Qianli said coldly. He merely wished to ascertain whether the dual proficiency technique was as miraculous as rumored, capable of healing all ailments with a mere touch. Even if he failed, it mattered not. He was but a beggar, and his reputation held no weight in his eyes. Who would recognize him once he left the rejuvenation hall? However, should he succeed, he would stride confidently through this martial world without a contest. How shall we contest? Guofanshun glared coldly at Su Qianli. Contest what? Naturally, we shall contest medical skills, Su Qianli replied with a faint smile. What? Did I hear you correctly? A beggar wishes to compete in medical skills with the doctors of the rejuvenation hall. Has this fellow been sent by a monkey to amuse us? This little beggar is filthy and repulsive. How could he possibly possess any medical knowledge? As Su Qianli's words fell, the doctors at the rejuvenation hall fell silent, while the patients present began to jeer and hurl verbal insults at Su Qianli. Chapter 3. Healing Others. What? Afraid to compete. Su Qianli regarded the comments of these onlookers as mere wind, choosing to ignore them entirely. Compete? How do you wish to compete? Guofanshun suppressed his rising anger and inquired. If he were to have this little beggar thrown out now, outsiders might genuinely believe that the medical skills of the rejuvenation hall were inferior, overshadowed by a filthy beggar. You may send me any patients diagnosed with ailments requiring medicine or remedies. I shall see if I can cure them without such means. As Su Qianli spoke calmly, is this truly happening? Such a request left the surrounding onlookers in shock. This fellow is indeed not of sound mind, daring to propose such conditions. Not only the patients here, but even the doctors at the rejuvenation hall and the young Master Guofanshun were left bewildered. Su Qianli's proposition seemed utterly absurd. Boss, is this fellow insane? How could he make such a request? Guofanshun's underling asked cautiously. This filthy beggar does not appear brainless. He must be instigated by someone to stir trouble at the rejuvenation hall. Yet, Su Qianli's actions were perplexing. Regardless of whether he was genuinely mad or feigning it, he was clearly stalling for time, seeking a patient to treat that if he fails, he would be thrown out, and then they could dispose of him elsewhere. How dare he tarnish the reputation of the rejuvenation hall? Guofanshun's expression darkened with malice. You prescribed medicine earlier, but have yet to dispense it. Go find that patient and see. Guofanshun's underling pointed to a patient in the hall. I refuse to seek treatment from this filthy beggar. He is nothing but a fraud, utterly revolting. The patient cast a disdainful glance at Su Qianli. The so-called contest was merely a setup to mock Su Qianli to a beggar, especially one who is lame. As a doctor, that would truly be a disgrace. If a filthy beggar could treat others, then would not everyone be capable of becoming a doctor? The physicians of Huichuntang observed the expressions and utterances of the patient, their lips curling ever so slightly in amusement, regarding Su Qianli as if he were a simpleton. Even the patient himself could not believe that Su Qianli was a doctor capable of treating ailments. He appeared to be nothing more than a jester. The doctors at Huichuntang proceeded to summon several more patients, hoping to conduct experiments with Su Qianli, but these patients met their requests with ruthless refusals. Even when Huichuntang offered to treat Su Qianli free of charge, only requesting payment for medicinal ingredients, no one was willing to oblige. The notion that a beggar could learn to heal without the use of medicine and could cure ailments was utterly ludicrous. In this era, no one was a fool, and those who sought treatment at Huichuntang were certainly not naive. They came to Huichuntang out of necessity. They would never act in a manner that would offend the establishment. Su Qianli took in the expressions of these patients, noting their ignorance, truly a testament to their folly. You filthy beggar, it is not that Huichuntang refuses your challenge, but rather that no one believes your claims. You are merely here to cause a scene. The staff of Huichuntang glared coldly at Su Qianli. If they did not expel this beggar now, would they allow him to linger through the new year? Someone, throw this filthy beggar out. Just then, a somewhat feeble voice echoed within the room. Many turned to see a tall and robust man. Yet he appeared somewhat weakened as he spoke. Upon hearing this man, Su Qianli's face brightened momentarily, only for his brow to furrow again. The reason was clear. He perceived the fearful expressions of the staff and patients of Huichuntang as they regarded the imposing figure. This man was a martial artist, marked by a grotesque scar along his arm. In this world of martial arts, Practitioners were categorized into tiers: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, and a legendary transcendent being, akin to a terrestrial deity. Although this martial artist was of the third rate, to the eyes of mundane merchants, he was a figure of considerable significance. The clientele of Huichuntang consisted of affluent merchants, and they treated those from the martial world with utmost caution, as a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Well, since this valiant warrior is willing to test the waters, let us see what he can do, Guo Fanchun spoke with a hint of indifference. Even if someone was willing to let this beggar demonstrate his skills, he could see that the individual was a martial artist suffering from both internal and external injuries. Without the use of medicine, he could not possibly heal. Even if the beggar sought a ruse, he could not tarnish the reputation of Huichuntang. Very well. Su Qianli remained unfazed, confident in his system. Though merely a nascent form of the dual healing technique, he understood its potential. It was a transcendent ability among the 8 extraordinary techniques. Today, he would allow these quacks to witness something extraordinary. Clearing his throat, Su Qianli prepared to unveil a miracle. You are a martial artist, and you have sustained both internal and external injuries. According to the methods of Huichuntang, you require both topical ointments and internal decoctions to achieve recovery, Su Qianli stated, gazing at the martial artist. Indeed, the doctors of Huichuntang have just assessed that this ailment will cost 100 taels of silver to treat, requiring precious herbs such as ginseng and huangjing. The martial artist replied angrily. If he had 100 taels of silver, he would undoubtedly seek treatment from Huichuntang's doctors rather than risk it all with a beggar. Extend your hand, Su Qianli instructed the martial artist. To continue speaking at this juncture would be mere bluster. Once he healed the injured warrior, he would have the opportunity to slap the faces of those who doubted him. As Su Qianli grasped the warrior's hand, he immediately sensed a tingling sensation akin to an electric current coursing through his limbs. The martial artist felt a wave of comfort at Su Qianli's touch, while Su Qianli sensed an extraordinary shift within the warrior's body. A remarkable force emanated from his right hand, amplifying his mental acuity. In that instant, Su Qianli felt as though he held the power of life and death over the martial artist. You believe this beggar can heal the warrior? Murmurs of skepticism arose from the onlookers. Are you dreaming? To heal without medicine is impossible. Others chimed in. Unless he is a divine healer or a celestial being, does he appear as such? They scoffed. This man was a martial artist. Should he discover he had been deceived, the consequences would be dire. Let us see how this unfolds. The whispers of derision echoed around the room, with the staff of Huichuntang regarding Su Qianli with mockery. The spectacle promised to be entertaining. Chapter 4. Astonishment. He is truly a divine healer. Continue. Doctor, do not stop. The martial artist, finding comfort in Su Qianli's ministrations, grew anxious as Su Qianli paused. Has your external injury healed? Su Qianli smiled lightly. As for the internal injuries, multiple treatments will be necessary for complete recovery. Su Qianli was no fool. He would not cure the martial artist in one go. What? The external injury has healed. The onlookers at Huichuntang gasped in disbelief that he merely touched the arm, and the injury has healed. Do they take us for fools? The wound is already scabbed. The martial artist shot a cold glance at the crowd. His warning clear. Those jesters dared to question the capabilities of a divine healer at their peril. Su Qianli had now ascended to the status of a divine healer, while the practitioners of Huichuntang were mere quacks, unworthy even to serve him. Heavens, the scab is real. In a few days it will fall away, and the injury will be fully healed. Guo Fanchun, astute as ever, noted the difference between the martial artist's wound now and when he first arrived. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. Who is this beggar? Could he truly be a divine healer? Yet doubts lingered. If he were indeed a divine healer, why would he seek treatment at Huichuntang? Was he here to disrupt their establishment? Guo Fanchun's exclamations stirred a wave of astonishment within Huichuntang. Many regarded Su Qianli with newfound trepidation. He truly is a divine healer, able to heal wounds without medicine. Such an ability can only be described as divine intervention. Su Qianli felt the shift in the gazes of those around him. The hostility had dissipated, replaced by a sense of reverence. It was no wonder that in various tales and cinematic portrayals, divine healers were among the most revered professions. Whether commoners or lofty martial artists, as long as one could not escape the cycle of life and death, they were bound to seek the assistance of a healer. Cultivating a good relationship with a healer could mean the difference between life and death, especially one capable of restoring life from the brink. And now, Qianli found himself embodying that very role. This humble individual acknowledges their folly in failing to recognize greatness. "I beseech the divine healer for forgiveness," Guofanshun said humbly, his demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Qianli, appearing as a beggar, was in truth a seasoned expert traversing the mundane world. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and apologize to this esteemed healer." Soon, the doctors at Huichuntang were all bustling to offer their apologies to Qianli, their faces contorted with obsequiousness. "Divine healer Su, if there is anything I can do to serve you, please do not hesitate to command." The martial artist, upon learning Qianli's surname, spoke with an undertone of flattery. A glimpse into the truth revealed that Qianli's ability to heal without medicine indicated he possessed genuine skill. "You are a martial artist. Surely Huichuntang has martial guards. Let them engage in a sparring match for me to witness." Qianli suddenly suggested Tio spar with the guards of Huichuntang. Mao Budong appeared perplexed. Was this an opportunity for him to reprimand those who had disrespected them? The faces of Guofanshun and the others at Huichuntang turned pale at the suggestion. "Divine healer Su, of course. Those base souls who dare to offend you will receive their due punishment," Mao Budong exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. Mao Budong had long held disdain for the doctors at Huichuntang. Had it not been for his need for their services, he would not have tolerated their arrogance. With Qianli's healing abilities, he would no longer have to rely on the doctors of Huichuntang. "What do you intend to do? Do not approach me." Mao Budong currently finds himself in a rather favorable state, despite his injuries not having fully healed, with his skills nearing those of a mediocre martial artist. Dealing with these small fry is akin to child's play for him. The members of the Huichuntang cast fearful glances at Mao Budong. This little beggar indeed harbors a vengeful spirit, regardless of how fiercely these doctors resist. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Qianli is met with a severe beating. Some of them are left with bruised faces, while others suffer broken limbs, as long as Qianli does not intervene. Mao Budong continues unabated, but in a short time, the Huichuntang echoes with the pitiful cries of those begging for mercy. They lament their foolishness in looking down upon this divine healer beggar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing the combat of the mediocre martial artist Mao Budong, from which you have gained insights into the art of boxing, achieving the skill striking from afar. Your strength has consequently increased. Just as Mao Budong knocks down the guards of Huichuntang, and after a few slaps are dealt to those arrogant doctors, a chilling system notification reverberates in his mind. While observing the combat of a mediocre martial artist, he has acquired the striking from afar technique, along with a boost in strength. Qianli's surprise. His observation of Mao Budong's fight has unexpectedly granted him an entire year's worth of martial arts cultivation. This experience surpasses even watching a blacksmith at work. It is clear that to enhance one's strength, one must witness martial artists in battle. Mao Budong's forte lies in boxing, and from him, Qianli has acquired the striking from afar technique. Upon receiving his reward, Qianli feels a warm sensation enveloping his body, particularly in his injured leg, where a soothing current flows that if he continues to observe martial artists in combat, his leg will surely heal. The healer cannot heal himself, as Qianli's attempts to treat his own limb have yielded no results. It appears that only through enhancing his martial arts cultivation can he remedy his condition. The doctors of Huichuntang have been beaten, yet they dare not voice their anger. Neither Qianli nor Mao Budong are individuals they can afford to offend. Witnessing commoners brawl is of little use. Only by observing the duels of experts can one maximize their gains. Who injured you? Do you seek vengeance? Qianli inquires of Mao Budong. The realm of martial artists is distinct from that of ordinary people. Only through experience can one truly integrate into this world. Is it possible for me to seek vengeance? Mao Budong's face is alight with hope. Severely wounded, he yearns for retribution, yet his current strength renders such a pursuit impossible. His adversary is Yun Zhonghe, one of the four notorious villains, who is responsible for his injuries. Yun Zhonghe excels in lightness skills and is notorious throughout the Song dynasty, embodying malevolence that a common person would naturally shun him. Fearing to cross paths with such a foe, Mao Budong hesitates, reluctant to disclose the identity of his enemy. However, under Su Qianli's coercion and persuasion, he reluctantly reveals that Yun Zhonghe is indeed his foe. Your enemy is Yun Zhonghe, that scoundrel. Su Qianli furrows his brow. The reputation of individuals often precedes them. With Mao Budong's adversary being Yun Zhonghe, the latter's mediocre martial prowess means that surviving an encounter would be akin to a miracle. Seeking revenge against him would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, this presents Su Qianli with an opportunity to engage with a first-rate expert, and he is determined not to let it slip away. Moreover, by merely observing Yun Zhonghe in battle, he might acquire his lightness skills. Su Qianli is not foolish enough to engage Yun Zhonghe directly, thus he deems the risk to be minimal at this moment. Su Qianli has another task at hand, to continue observing the city's doctors as they treat patients, as this will enhance his skills as a healer. The stronger his abilities as a healer, the closer he is to becoming a true divine doctor. Chapter 5. Elder Cheng Gaian of the Beggars Sect enters the fray. Divine Dr. Su, what shall we do next? Mao Budong inquires, turning to Su Qianli. Accompany me as we stroll through the city. Once your injuries have healed, we shall seek out Yun Zhonghe. Su Qianli replies with a calm demeanor. Very well, I shall heed your guidance, divine doctor. Mao Budong exhales in relief. He dreads the thought of confronting Yun Zhonghe at this moment. That Su Qianli is not truly naive. He is hardly qualified to confront a scoundrel of Yun Zhonghe's caliber. That would be akin to inviting disaster. In this martial world, martial artists hold an elevated status. Su Qianli, dressed like a beggar, had previously faced disdain while seeking treatment at Huichuntang. However, now, with Mao Budong as his companion, the situation has changed. He has visited all the medical establishments in the city, observing the local doctors as they treat patients. Through his extraordinary comprehension system, his skills as a healer have improved, albeit not as dramatically as before. That Su Qianli suspects that the practitioners he has observed are merely quacks, lacking genuine expertise. In the Song dynasty, the most renowned medical sect is likely the Qiao sect. However, Su Qianli feels unqualified to approach them. During the battle at Jushin Villa, Qiao Feng had sought the aid of Shueshini for treatment. Had Su Qianli been present, he would have undoubtedly gained invaluable knowledge. As a disciple of the Beggars Sect, Su Qianli has access to a vast network of information. His mind races with possibilities. Whether it be the battle at Jushin Villa, the events in Xingzi Forest, or the upcoming martial arts conference hosted by the Beggars Sect, these locales are bound to be rife with activity. Where there are people, there is the martial world. And where there is the martial world, conflict is inevitable. By observing the duels of experts, he can glean insights into their techniques and enhance his own strength. The martial arts conference is approaching. Who will be present from the Beggars Sect? Su Qianli asks Mao Budong. Having spent several days in close quarters with Su Qianli, Mao Budong's injuries have completely healed under the care of the divine healer, transforming him into Su Qianli's most devoted follower. Su Qianli has also changed into clean attire. Were it not for his dire circumstances, he would never have resorted to begging. With his elegant demeanor and striking handsomeness, he embodies the protagonist of this martial world. Divine Dr. Su, aside from the sect leader Qiao Feng, several notable elders have arrived. Mao Budong replies cautiously that as for Qiao Feng, he likely has not yet arrived. The Beggars Sect is probably in disarray at this moment. Su Qianli muses aloud. Divine Dr. Su, you are indeed remarkable. With the death of sect leader Wang, the Beggars Sect is in turmoil. Mao Budong gazes at Su Qianli with admiration. Su Qianli chuckles, anticipating even greater chaos once the martial arts conference concludes. With Ma Dayuan's demise, Qiao Feng will unjustly bear the blame for the incident. The treachery of women knows no bounds. Su Qianli recalls the tale of Ma Ning, who was murdered by his wife in collusion with the Beggars Sect's law enforcement elder, by Shi Jing, prompting a sigh of exasperation. Lady Ma, or Kongmin, embodies the archetype of a treacherous femme fatale. It is absurd that such a woman would attempt to seduce Qiao Feng. Her jealousy has driven her to ruin him, as she cannot possess him herself. Inform the members of the Beggars Sect that sect leader Wang left behind a secret letter upon his death. Su Qianli believes it is necessary to take action. Though the elders of the Beggars Sect may not possess exceptional strength, they have achieved a first-rate level of skill. Observing their confrontations would undoubtedly enhance his own prowess. While he may not reach the third-tier realm, achieving a level of competence would grant him some measure of self-defense. In recent days, Su Qianli has set up a stand to treat patients. Thanks to Mao Budong's promotion, martial artists have begun seeking his services. He instructs these martial artists to demonstrate their unique skills, only to discover a troubling issue. His extraordinary comprehension system appears to be malfunctioning. Despite the martial artists practicing their techniques, he gains no insights that it is only through witnessing combat that one's martial arts cultivation can advance. Su Qianli's reputation as a divine healer has spread, yet his peculiar predilection has also become known. The divine Dr. Su disdains wealth and treasures, viewing them as mere refuse. His singular passion lies in observing combat. In bustling locales, Su Qianli's presence is always felt. Are you the divine Dr. Su? Elder Chen Gaian, one of the 4 elders of the Beggars Sect, rushes to meet him upon receiving reports from his subordinates. Following the death of sect leader Wang, he is privy to certain insider information and wishes to ascertain whether Su Qianli possesses genuine knowledge or is merely spouting nonsense. Upon laying eyes on Su Qianli, Chen Gaian perceives him to be a mere boy, unworthy of his attention, and dismisses him as a charlatan. You recognize me? Su Qianli inquires, casting a sidelong glance at the elder. Chen Gaian concealed his disdain and began to scrutinize the young man before him, who still bore the scent of youth. Chen Gaian possessed a delicate and effeminate demeanor, embodying a cunning and manipulative nature. The elders of the Beggars Sect remained divided and unable to unite, largely due to insidious individuals like Chen Gaian who sowed discord from the shadows. Su Qianli disseminated information suggesting that a secret letter had been left behind following the death of the sect leader, Wang Jiantong, and he had the audacity to seek him out at the earliest opportunity. This clearly illustrated the man's grand ambitions. You wish to uncover the secret letter left by your leader Wang? You are undoubtedly aware of my rules, are you not? Su Qianli remarked, his gaze steady upon Chen Gaian. Your rules? Chen Gaian replied with a look of bewilderment. Rules? What rules? He spoke coldly. Name your price. Su Qianli continued, his tone indifferent. It seems you are not well acquainted with me. Mao Budong engaged with Elder Chen for a few exchanges. Su Qianli gestured towards his companion. Mao Budong, you wish to contend with me, Elder? Chen Gaian scoffed dismissively at Mao Budong by Su Qianli's side. The few disciples accompanying Chen Gaian glared at Su Qianli with hostility. Very well. In light of your Elder Chen's standing, I shall give you a hint. This matter pertains to your leader Qiao Feng's lineage and serves as a potent tool to counterbalance him. Su Qianli said with a nonchalant tone. This issue involves many parties. It is best you remain uninformed, he added, surveying the nearby disciples of the Beggars Sect. Summon your leader Qiao Feng, he commanded. Who do you think you are? Demanding our leader's presence. A disciple of the Beggars Sect retorted, incredulous at the audacity of Su Qianli's request. Should you reveal what you know, you might find yourself silenced permanently. Are you certain you wish to hear this? Su Qianli replied, his demeanor unusually calm. Who are you trying to intimidate? Another disciple glared fiercely at Su Qianli. Elder Chen, I trust you can ascertain the truth for yourself. Su Qianli directed his gaze to Chen Gaian, who held the highest status among them. What do you mean by that? If you cannot substantiate your claims, even if you are a renowned healer, your fate will not be a pleasant one. Chen Gaian warned, his icy stare fixed on Su Qianli. Chen Gaian's words were merely for show. He had no intention of revealing his desire to eliminate Su Qianli. A healer of such renown should be treated with caution, as one never knows when they might require their assistance. Very well, since you are so intent on courting disaster, I shall oblige, Su Qianli said, shaking his head in resignation. The late leader Wang left behind a secret letter concerning Qiao Feng's identity, which is in the custody of your deputy leader, Ma Ping. Impossible. No secret letter was left behind by leader Wang. "You are slandering him," several disciples of the Beggars Sect exclaimed, their expressions twisted in disbelief. They were mid-level disciples and had heard no mention of any secret letter left for Deputy Leader Ma. They could not fathom how Su Qianli, an outsider, had come by such knowledge. Enraged, several disciples contemplated taking Su Qianli's life to vent their fury. Mao Butong, however, stood protectively in front of Su Qianli, knowing this was a moment to demonstrate loyalty. Yet, the stakes were alarmingly high. To slander the deputy leader of the most powerful sect could very well lead to their demise. Despite being a third-rate martial artist, Mao Butong was clearly no match for the second-rate Master Chen Gaiyan. The truth of the matter is not for you to determine. You may conduct your own inquiries. Su Qianli replied, a smile playing on his lips. Nonsense. We are leaving, Chen Gaiyan declared, his sleeves sweeping dramatically as he turned coldly away to die. Chun shall consider this a mere jest. Should you, young friend, maliciously defame our deputy leader and incite discord within our sect? Even if you're indeed a healer, our leader Qiao Feng will not spare you. Chen Gaiyan's heart seethed with murderous intent. He longed to eliminate Su Qianli, but the healer's esteemed reputation restrained him from acting rashly. No one would believe Su Qianli's words. Healer Su, is it true what you say? Is there a secret letter pertaining to Leader Wang's death concerning Qiao Feng's identity? Our leader is revered as a great hero by all. Mao Butong's heart raced, his back slick with perspiration, perplexed by Su Qianli's motives. What do you think? Su Qianli chuckled at Mao Butong, finding amusement in the situation. Now then, let's clear this scene. I am off to witness the unfolding drama, he declared, casting his gaze toward the direction in which Chen Gaiyan departed. That if fate allows, the disciples that accompanied Chen Gaiyan would soon meet their end. The other disciples of the Beggars Sect remained skeptical of Su Qianli's claims. Yet doubt had begun to creep into Chen Gaiyan's mind. The internal strife within the Beggars Sect, rife with intrigues and machinations, had not escaped his notice. Recently, Deputy Leader Minglin had indeed been acting strangely. Should there be any truth to Qiao Feng's lineage, it would send shockwaves through the Beggars Sect. Chen Gaiyan led his disciples away from the city, opting not to return to the sect's headquarters. Unbeknownst to them, Su Qianli trailed quietly behind, a smirk gracing his lips as he observed Chen Gaiyan's intent to leave the city with murderous intent, while Chen Gaiyan refrained from harming Su Qianli due to his status as a healer. The disciples who had learned too much would not be so fortunate. Outside the city, in the dense forest, some of the Beggars Sect's disciples began to sense that something was amiss. Elder Chun. Where are we headed? One inquired. See you off. Chen Gaiyan's face twisted into a sinister expression as he struck with lightning speed at the nearby disciples. Elder Chun, what are you doing? A disciple cried out. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, that a few disciples, realizing the peril, fled in panic, but their skills were woefully inadequate, and most were no match for Chen Gaiyan's prowess. In mere moments, they were dispatched without mercy. Hidden in the shadows, Su Qianli held his breath, not daring to exhale. Chen Gaiyan was indeed ruthless, eliminating those few accompanying disciples without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing Chen Gaiyan's battle, earning 10 years of martial prowess. Your cultivation has improved. At that moment, a chilling system notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind. His eyes lit up as he quickly absorbed the reward, a warm surge enveloping his body, bringing with it an indescribable comfort. Particularly, the ache in his injured leg began to itch intensely, as though something was growing anew, as Su Qianli swiftly accessed the system interface. Host, Su Qianli, age, 18. Physique, ordinary martial artist, disabled, curable. Cultivation, entry-level martial artist. Martial talent, none. Special ability, dual-handed, initial form, can evolve. Martial techniques, chaotic wind hammer technique, mountain punched as Su Qianli discovered that his system interface had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, he was an inconspicuous individual, even burdened by a disability. Yet now, having derived 10 years of martial prowess from Chen Gaiyan, he had ascended to the ranks of an entry-level martial artist. Presently, Su Qianli was indeed a martial artist, possessing a measure of self-defense in the martial world. If he were to stir up trouble, he must do so with purpose, as Su Qianli recognized a crucial point. Observing skilled duels, if approached merely for his status as a healer, would yield lackluster rewards. However, if chaos erupted due to his involvement, the rewards would be substantial. Indeed, he had directly gained 10 years of martial prowess, elevating him from an ordinary person to an entry-level martial artist. With further effort, it was entirely plausible he could ascend to the ranks of a third-rate, second-rate, or even first-rate martial artist. The path to advancement lay within the Beggars Sect. Yet he needed to seek out Jianghu. That scoundrel, whose lightness skills were commendable, Qianli recognized the necessity of strength. While one could gradually enhance their abilities, possessing life-preserving techniques was paramount. Whether it be Duan Yu's Lingbo Weibu or Jianghu's lightness skills. Both were coveted by Qianli at this moment. It was likely that Duan Yu had begun mastering Lingbo Weibu. Jianghu had presumably achieved substantial proficiency in his lightness skills, warranting further observation. However, confronting Jianghu now seemed impractical, requiring a strategic approach. I've got it, Qianli exclaimed, a new idea sparking in his mind. Utilizing the strengths of others, Qiao Feng's lightness skills were formidable as well. Why seek distant means? Furthermore, Jianghu was expected to appear in Xingzi Forest soon, following the Beggars Sect. This would undoubtedly allow him to achieve his objectives, due to the spoilers from Qianli. After Chen Gaiyan silenced a few witnesses, he returned to the Beggars Sect and sought out the deputy leader, Ma Ding. What are you saying? Some claim that after the death of Leader Wang, a secret letter was left behind. What utter nonsense! Ma Ding looked at Chen Gaiyan with a face full of suspicion, and then angrily rebuked him. It seemed this was merely a rumor circulating in the martial arts world, not to be taken seriously. Chen Gaiyan smiled faintly, hoping to glean some insight from the other's eyes. His disappointment. Ma Ding's gaze revealed no unusual signs. A sudden jolt of anxiety struck Ma Dayun, who feigned calmness. This matter must not reach Qiao Feng's ears. If he learned of it, the Beggars Sect would be doomed. Who could have leaked the information? Could it be Min Min? Both Chen Gaiyan and Ma Dayun harbored ulterior motives, testing each other cautiously. After dinner, a sense of unease lingered in Ma's heart. He had to speak with Kong Min if this situation escalated poorly. It could lead to fatalities in this moment of panic. Ma Dayun's greatest fear was that Qiao Feng would uncover his true origins, a revelation detrimental to both the Beggars Sect and the Song dynasty. Meanwhile, Qianli initiated his next move that he still needed to meet Qiao Feng to witness the clash of masters. With Qiao Feng absent from the Beggars Sect, the only way to incite chaos was to let the dogs turn on each other. Should the truth of Qiao Feng's lineage be exposed, he would undoubtedly seek out Qianli. Through Qianli's machinations, the sect's law elder, by Shijing, received a secret letter, which had traversed many hands before finally reaching him. How could Chen Gaiyan know of my relationship with Kong Min? Bai Shijing furrowed his brow upon reading the letter. If Ma Dayun were to find out, it would surely spell disaster. And no wonder Chen Gaiyan had come to test him just days prior. It seemed their affair with Kong Min had been revealed. How did Chen Gaiyan learn of this? Burning the letter, Bai Shijing set out to confront Kong Min. After a brief discussion, they resolved to eliminate Chen Gaiyan. Qianli had been closely monitoring Bai Shijing's every action, confident that he would find a way to dispose of Chen Gaiyan. As for the identity of the messenger, he no longer concerned himself. He was certain that this person would not expose the affair, that if they wished to see him dead, they would not have chosen such a method to convey the message, that by simply informing leader Qiao Feng or Ma Dayun. They could ensure his demise without a trace. That Qianli had healed several martial artists using his dual skill, further enhancing his reputation. These warriors, grateful for his aid, were eager to befriend and serve him. Qianli was well aware of the plot lines from demigods and semi-devils. Yet to strategize, he required assistance. Especially in scheming against Chen Gaiyan and Bai Shijing, he could not proceed without loyal subordinates. At present, Qianli was merely an entry-level martial artist, barely possessing enough strength for self-preservation, but that was insufficient. That he needed to continue to develop his skills discreetly. Shini, the law elder of the Beggars Sect, has left the sect, along with elder Chen Gaiyan. A sycophant looked at Qianli with utmost respect. Though their abilities were not particularly formidable, they were undeniably adept at gathering intelligence. That I hope this is true. Bai Shijing must confront Chen Gaiyan. Qianli murmured to himself. With his strength having increased, his actions became swifter. As for his limp, it remained untreated, causing minor issues while walking, but it certainly did not impede his movements. Moreover, his slight limp served as an excellent cover. Elder Bai, what do you mean by this? Chen Gaiyan furrowed his brows at the approaching Bai Shijing. What do you mean by this? That depends on you. How much do you know? Bai Shijing replied coldly. Indeed, this biting dog kept silent. Chen Gaiyan was, unexpectedly, a man of such cunning and calculation. Are you aware that Deputy Leader Ma possesses a secret letter from Leader Wang? Chen Gaiyan was taken aback. Realizing Bai Shijing's intentions that Su Shini's words were indeed truthful, at this point, you still wish to play innocent. Continue your act if you could. A murderous glint flashed in Bai Shijing's eyes as he launched an attack on Chen Gaiyan. Bai Shijing, being the law elder of the Beggars Sect, was stronger than Chen Gaiyan. Following Bai Shijing outside the city, Su Qianli could not detect his whereabouts until the sounds of an intense battle drew him closer. Watching the two engage in combat, Su Qianli couldn't help but lament his own weakness. Against such formidable masters, revealing himself would guarantee his demise. Strength was paramount. He must enhance his abilities. Ding, congratulations, host, for observing the battle between Chen Gaiyan and Bai Shijing. You have comprehended an upgraded version of the silk binding capture technique, earning a 10-year power reward, thus enhancing your strength. As Chen Gaiyan and Bai Shijing clashed fiercely, the cold notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind. This time, Su Qianli acquired an upgraded version of Bai Shijing's silk binding capture technique, its power surpassing that of Bai Shijing's original technique. Additionally, he received a 10-year power reward, elevating his strength to the 3rd tier. Achieving this level in the martial world granted him a measure of self-preservation. Now, Su Qianli had accumulated over 20 years of internal energy, making it quite substantial. In the distant forest, Chen Gaiyan, unable to withstand Bai Shijing's onslaught, could only defend himself, pleading for mercy. Elder Bai, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. If you spare my life, I shall follow you loyally in the Beggars Sect, supporting your rise to leader. I do not believe your words. There is no dead man who can keep a secret. Bai Shijing's eyes glimmered with cold light. He was clearly wavering, yet Chen Gaiyan's reasoning fell short. Elder Bai, I swear, if I reveal even the slightest of your secrets, let me die without a grave. Furthermore, I know who the leaker is. Should you kill me, this matter would still come to light. Chen Gaiyan, injured and spitting blood, became increasingly incoherent. And who is this person? Bai Shijing halted his attack, determined to uncover how many were aware of his affair with Kong. As long as you swear not to kill me, I will not only keep your secret, but also assist you in eliminating everyone who knows. Chen Gaiyan was solely focused on preserving his life. As for Su Qianli, whether he was a divine healer or not, his life was worth far less. That is still insufficient, Bai Shijing replied coldly, deeming his reasoning inadequate. Soon, Chen Gaiyan concocted a plan. Bai Shijing sought to kill him to maintain secrecy. If Chen Gaiyan possessed a lever against Bai Shijing, he would have no fear of him leaking information. Thus, Chen Gaiyan revealed to Bai Shijing one of his secrets. Are you serious? Bai Shijing's eyes lit up. If this reasoning held, it might indeed secure his life. Chapter 8. The Martial Arts Conference begins. This hypocrite, Bai Shijing, surprisingly did not eliminate Chen Gaiyan. What was this old man scheming? Su Qianli, hidden in the shadows, frowned. If Bai Shijing failed to dispose of Chen Gaiyan, the one left in peril would be him. Chen Gaiyan had undoubtedly shared something with Bai Shijing that Su Qianli suspected that Chen Gaiyan had betrayed him, and Bai Shijing, the hypocrite, would soon seek trouble from him. It was evident that Chen Gaiyan and Bai Shijing were now in collusion. Together, they posed a significant threat to Su Qianli's current strength. Bai Shijing's illicit relationship with Kong Min must not be allowed to leak. Chen Gaiyan was indeed insidious. How had he managed to survive? Over the next few days, Su Qianli maintained a low profile, biding his time for the martial arts conference to commence. The Western Xia Kingdom sought to annex the Song dynasty, with the Beggars Sect standing as the primary obstacle. Consequently, the Western Xia Kingdom had summoned the masters of the Yiping Hall to secretly infiltrate the Song dynasty, preparing to strike. This world differed somewhat from Su Qianli's memories of the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty was still quite powerful, one of the 6 great empires of the martial arts world, and the Western Xia Kingdom aimed to obliterate it and take its place. The Beggars Sect, being the foremost sect in the realm, would naturally not stand idly by during the Western Xia Kingdom's invasion. The Martial Arts Conference was convened to gather the martial artists of the Song dynasty to elect a leader to unite the martial world against the encroachment of the Western Xia nations. You must find a way to deliver this secret letter to Deputy Leader Ma Dun. Remember, you must hand it to him personally, Su Qianli instructed Mao Butong. Rest assured, I will deliver this letter to Ma Dayuan. Mao Butong replied, hurrying away with the letter. Now, the show is about to begin, Su Qianli mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Knowing the plot brought him great satisfaction. Everything was under his control, with the lives of the world's inhabitants as mere pawns. Su Qianli felt a surge of ambition that in the secret letter to mine. Su Qianli mentioned the matter of a green hat. Any normal man would never tolerate wearing a glaring green hat on his head. Who sent the letter? After reading the secret letter, Ma Dun rushed out of the room in haste. His expression was a tumultuous blend of emotions. His astonishment. The secret letter from Chief Wang had been compromised. And it even mentioned his wife, Kong Min. Who could this person be? They seemed to possess an intimate understanding of their Beggars Sect. Prompted by Su Qianli's reminder, Ma Dun began to observe discreetly. Indeed, he uncovered a troubling issue. His wife, Kong Min, had been behaving oddly, frequently whispering the name Qiao Feng in his ear. Instantly, suspicion took root in Ma Dayuan's heart. He feared that Qiao Feng was entangled with his wife. At nearly 30 years of age, Qiao Feng was vigorous and well-known, while Ma Dun, as the deputy chief of the Beggars Sect, was often preoccupied, neglecting his delicate wife. The thought ignited a furious blaze within him. You, Qiao Feng, a friend's wife is off limits, yet you dare to covet my spouse, with a tempest of rage brewing inside him. Ma Dun felt an overwhelming urge to confront Qiao Feng. However, reason cautioned against such a course of action. If he were to create a scene, the Beggars Sect would be jeopardized, betraying Chief Wang's trust. Moreover, to catch a thief, one must witness the crime firsthand. He needed to see Qiao Feng and Kong Min in a compromising position to bring this scoundrel to justice. Had he stumbled upon something significant, Kong Min, under by Shi Jing's influence, sought to pilfer the secret letter left by Chief Wang from Ma Dun, but when she attempted to be intimate with him, this old man unexpectedly rebuffed her. This instant dissuasion sparked a flicker of doubt in Kong Min's mind, and had been thoroughly enchanted by her, obeying her every whim. Yet he had managed to resist her allure this evening. Either her charm had waned, or Ma Dayuan's prowess had faltered. What did you say? It seems Ma Dun is onto us and is on guard against you. Have you failed? By Shi Jing, gazing at the delicate beauty before him. Swallowed hard, I am discussing serious matters. Swiftly rid yourself of that loathsome expression that we are here to address important business. Kong Min cast an irritated glance at the aged by Shi Jing. Were it not for the necessity of dealing with Qiao Feng, she would not have lowered herself to associate with such a man. Very well, let us proceed with serious matters. By Shi Jing chuckled lewdly. The enchanting maiden before him was akin to a ripe peach. In dire need of care, with this rare opportunity to be alone with her, he certainly would not let it slip away. Additionally, the return of Ma Dun exhilarated by Shi Jing. The thought of toying with his woman was thrilling. Rest assured, I will locate the secret letter left by Chief Wang in Ma Dayuan's possession as swiftly as possible. You must ensure that Qiao Feng ascends to the position of the Beggars Sect leader. Kong Min, with a flirtatious smile, gazed adoringly at Bai Shijing. She aspired to be the lady of the Beggars Sect leader. Yet Bai Shijing's expression turned troubled. Becoming the leader of the Beggars Sect was no trivial matter. With the escalating conflict between the Song and Liao, the Beggars Sect was at the forefront, and Chief Wang was a prime example of the dangers involved. Such a cowardly fool. I misjudged you. Kong Min fumed, seeing Bai Shijing's hesitance. This compelled her to prepare for contingencies, ensuring that not all her eggs were in one basket. However, Ma Dun had developed suspicions regarding Kong Min, and she had yet to obtain the secret letter left by Chief Wang to counterbalance Qiao Feng. She could not leverage this to coerce the man she so desperately desired at this moment. Kong Min was already fantasizing about acquiring the testament left by Wang Jiantong, envisioning Qiao Feng yearning to uncover the mysteries of his origins. Kneeling before her like a dog, begging for her favor. Humph. Despite your pretentiousness and disdain for me, you will ultimately find yourself kneeling before me, dutifully climbing into my bed. A smirk of satisfaction crossed Kongmin's face. Reveling in her scheming triumph, as the martial arts conference approached, Ma Dayuan intended to wait for Qiao Feng's return to confront him. But Qiao Feng's absence due to pressing matters left him with no choice but to lead the Beggars Sect disciples to Xingzi Forest for this year's conference. The purpose of the martial arts conference was to elect a leader to unite the martial artists of the Song dynasty against the encroaching Liao forces. Bai Shijing and Shan Gaian aimed to topple Qiao Feng. Yet they had been unable to locate the secret letter left by Chief Wang, and thus were compelled to accompany Ma Yuan to the conference. The disciples of the Beggars Sect had arrived, but each harbored ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Su Qianli disguised himself to evade the Beggars Sect's watchful eyes. Have we located that young man? At the conference venue, Shan Gaian persistently urged the Beggars Sect disciples to seek out the suddenly emerged Su Qianli. Though Bai Shijing had spared him trouble for the time being, Su Qianli's very existence was still a threat. Bai Shijing might seek vengeance should any matters regarding him come to light. Senior Chun, we have not discovered the physician you mentioned, a Beggars Sect disciple replied, confusion etched upon his face. And no matter what methods you employ, you must find this individual. Shan Gaian issued a stern order, emphasizing the necessity of locating Su Qianli. Once the martial arts conference commenced, confrontations were inevitable. Should any injuries occur, the divine physician could prove invaluable. This was Shan Gaian's explanation to the Beggars Sect disciples. Yet his true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Amidst the crowd, Man ascended the platform, surveying the assembly of martial artists below, proclaiming that the one with the greatest martial prowess will be declared the leader of the martial arts community. The Beggars Sect was resolute in their ambition to claim this title. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was met with ridicule from the martial artists below. What qualifications does the Beggars Sect possess to represent the martial artists of the Central Plains? After all, they have but one Qiao Feng. Among the assembled martial artists, some were aware that Qiao Feng had been injured and was thus ineligible for the title of martial arts leader. These unruly individuals held the Beggars Sect in contempt. Bai Shijing, the law enforcement elder, stood as the first challenger on the platform, his skills second only to Ma Dayuan's. Murong Fu should be making his appearance now. Su Qianli thought, excitement stirring within him. While Bai Shijing's skills were mediocre, Murong Fu's were commendable, possessing the renowned family technique of Dozhuan Xingyi, which was formidable. With this skill, he had made a name for himself. Known as the Southern Murong and Northern Qiao Feng, if Murong Fu were to enter the fray, it would undoubtedly yield excellent results. The rowdy disciples of the Beggars Sect, upon realizing that the challenger was indeed Southern Murong, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Bai Shijing was no match for Murong Fu's prowess. Only Qiao Feng, the current leader of the Beggars Sect, had the capability to contend with Murong Fu. Yet, due to a mishap during his training, Qiao Feng's strength had diminished, despite the intervention of a Shaolin monk. Murong Fu was now at his peak, making him a formidable opponent. The Beggars Sect had proposed that the ultimate victor would be the martial arts leader of the Song dynasty. Confident in Qiao Feng's abilities, however, with Qiao Feng injured and Murong Fu emerging as a challenger, their plans were thrown into disarray. Elder Chun, were you not mobilizing the Beggars Sect disciples to find that Su Qianli? Have we located him? Although Man harbored some disdain for Qiao Feng, he recognized the importance of national unity. The title of martial arts leader must not fall into the hands of Murong Fu, a cunning opportunist and a lackey of the Western Xia Kingdom. If Murong Fu were to ascend to the position of martial arts leader of the Central Plains, it would spell disaster. Thus, Ma Dayuan resolved to seek out Su Qianli for Qiao Feng's treatment. Shan Gaian, harboring ulterior motives, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing that the deputy chief was looking for Su Qianli. Did Ma Dayuan uncover something? Was he intending to consult Su Qianli for insights? Su Qianli was not only a divine physician, but also shrouded in mystery, particularly regarding the affairs of the Beggars Sect. Should he and Ma Dayuan meet, it was likely that secrets would be revealed, prompting Ma Dayuan to act against them. In an instant, Shan Gaian's heart was filled with murderous intent towards Ma Dayuan. No, I cannot allow Ma Dayuan to meet Su Qianli. He must be eliminated. Chen Gaian resolved to confer with by Shi Jing regarding how to dispose of Ma Dian at this moment. By Shi Jing was also aware that he was no match for Murong Fu. But he found himself in a precarious position, unable to retreat. He could only brace himself and step forward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for observing the battle between Bai Shijing and the postnatal master Murong Fu, gaining insights into the divine skill Dozhuan Xingyi, resulting in an enhancement of your abilities. A.S. Murong Fu sent Bai Shijing tumbling from the platform. A cold system notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind. Dozhuan Xingyi, a precious martial art from the Murong family. Su Qianli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Attending this martial arts conference had proven fortuitous, granting him such a valuable opportunity. Dozhuan Xingyi, using their own methods against them. From this day forth, it shall no longer be Murong Fu's exclusive technique. Host, Su Qianli, age, 18, physique, disabled, curable. Cultivation level, second-rate martial artist, martial arts talent. None special ability. Dual-handed, martial arts, chaotic wind hammer technique, mountain strike bull fist, silk entangling capture, celestial shifting. Yu Qianli opened the system interface and was pleasantly surprised to discover that his strength had indeed increased. He had acquired the ancestral divine skill, celestial shifting, from Murong Fu, elevating his martial cultivation to the realm of a second-rate warrior. However, to Su Qianli at this moment, his power still felt insufficiently feeble. Murong Fu was not merely a first-rate warrior, but a postnatal martial artist. This was Su Qianli's first encounter with a postnatal warrior. Unbeknownst to him, Murong Fu was no ordinary postnatal warrior. He was but a step away from breaking through to the innate realm. North Qiao Feng. South Murong was not just a saying, had it not been for Murong Fu's singular obsession with restoring his country. Neglecting his martial studies and immersing himself in the Western Xia Kingdom's first-class hall, he would have long since transcended to the innate realm that it was even possible for him to have broken through to the master realm. Yet in this world there are no what-ifs. With Murong Fu's postnatal strength, Qiao Feng, the leader of the Beggars Sect, along with the 4 elders and deputy leader Ma, were no match for him. Bai Shijing was easily defeated, and even Ma Dian, aware of his inferiority to Murong Fu, attempted to delay the confrontation by accusing Murong Fu of colluding with the barbaric Western intended to ridicule Murong Fu for his lack of discernment. Asserting that the Desong was the rightful sovereign, Murong Fu vehemently denied the allegations, which only served to provoke his ire. He ascended the platform to challenge Ma Fu, with no option to evade. Steeled himself to confront Murong Fu was only marginally stronger than Bai Shijing, enduring a little over 10 exchanges before being kicked off the stage by Murong Fu. The Beggars Sect dispatched 2 experts to face Murong Fu, both of whom suffered devastating defeats. This illuminated to the sect's disciples that South Murong was indeed a person of genuine talent, not merely a name without substance. This moment, the only one capable of subduing Murong Bo's arrogance was their leader, Qiao Feng. However, with Qiao Feng injured, he would likely not stand up to Murong Fu. Just as the Beggars Sect's experts found themselves at a loss, Su Qianli made his appearance. The sight of Su Qianli left Chen Gaian in a state of bewilderment. What was this person up to? Did he not know that Chen Gaian was searching the world for him with the intent to kill? How could he be so audacious as to show his face here? Did he not fear for his life? In truth, Su Qianli could have chosen to remain hidden. Yet his utmost respect for Qiao Feng compelled him to appear. He had not anticipated Qiao Feng to be such a tragic figure, and he wished to forge a bond with him. Furthermore, Su Qianli was deeply displeased by Murong Fu's ostentatious demeanor and felt it necessary for Qiao Feng to teach him a lesson. Chapter 10. Treating Qiao Feng. What? Someone wishes to see me, claiming to have the ability to heal my injuries. Qiao Feng's wounds had yet to heal, and the disciples of the Beggars Sect urged him to avoid the limelight. If someone could stabilize his condition at this moment, it would be quite beneficial. Qiao Feng, the leader of the Beggars Sect and a master of the innate realm, remained wary of South Murong, whose reputation was equally esteemed. According to the intelligence gathered by the Beggars Sect, Murong Fu had formed collusion with the Western Xiao barbarians, and the position of the Martial Arts Alliance leader could not fall into his hands. Thus, despite strong opposition from Chen Gaian and Bai Shijing, he resolved to meet this divine physician, Su Qianli. Elder Chen, is this person truly the divine physician you spoke of? Bai Shijing inquired, gazing at the elegantly handsome young man, who appeared even more charming than Murong Fu. He seemed nothing short of a pretty boy. How could he possibly be a divine physician? No, he was not merely a physician, but a mysterious figure privy to the many secrets of their sect. Elder Bai, I assure you every word I speak is true. If even one were false, I would welcome the wrath of heaven upon me. Do not let this young man's appearance deceive you. Chen Gaian quickly clarified, sensing Bai Shijing's misinterpretation. In truth, not only did Bai Shijing remain unconvinced, but even Chen Gaian himself had reservations. Come, let us go inside and see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Bai Shijing, though apprehensive, had no choice but to muster his courage as events had unfolded to this point. Leader Qiao, I have long admired you, Su Qianli remarked, observing Qiao Feng, whose thick eyebrows and large eyes, coupled with an extraordinary physique, exuded an aura of heroism. Only those of such noble character could truly be called heroes. You recognize me? Qiao Feng furrowed his brow, a look of skepticism etched upon his face. Your reputation has spread far and wide. I'm aware of your esteemed name, but you may not recognize me, Su Qianli replied with a smile. Earlier, having received the divine skill celestial shifting from Murong Fu, he hoped to learn the 18 dragon subduing palms from Qiao Feng. You are a divine physician. My injuries have been tended to by a high monk from Shaolin, and I only require some time to recuperate. Brother Ma and Brother Bai are also injured. As a physician, perhaps you could first attend to them, Qiao Feng said forthrightly, speaking with a degree of bluntness. Qiao Feng did not hold Su Qianli in high regard. Given that Ma Yuan and Bai Shijing were both injured, it stood to reason that they should be prioritized for treatment. Leader Qiao, do you underestimate me? How can you know my abilities without giving me a chance? As for the injuries of Deputy Leader Ma and Elder Bai, they are not dire. Let me examine you first, Su Qianli confidently asserted, fully aware of Qiao Feng's thoughts. Very well, let us give it a try. Whatever the fee, we will gladly pay. Qiao Feng laughed heartily. His approach was akin to treating a dead horse as a live one. Leader Qiao, please extend your hand so that I may take your pulse. In the face of such a heroic figure, Su Qianli knew he must adhere to the proper protocols. He could not allow Qiao Feng to perceive him as merely fooling around. As Su Qianli grasped Qiao Feng's wrist, employing his unique abilities, instantly, Qiao Feng felt a peculiar tingling sensation radiating from his wrist. Observing Su Qianli, he discerned not a flicker of emotion, which only heightened his curiosity, though doubt lingered in his heart. He could only wait in silence, as Su Qianli remained contemplative. The gathered high-ranking members of the Beggars Sect held their breath, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing Su Qianli's treatment of their leader. Among them, the most anxious were Bai Shijing and Chen Gaian. Their hearts raced, fearing that Su Qianli might inadvertently reveal secrets concerning them during the examination. If glances could kill, Su Qianli would have perished countless times beneath Chen Gaian's piercing gaze. Even Qiao Feng watched intently, eager to learn the fate of his injuries and whether they could be healed. Yet, much to his dismay, as he focused on Su Qianli, the latter appeared to be in a trance, eyes closed and silent. Remarkably, in that moment, Qiao Feng felt an unexpected warmth enveloping his body, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Previously, even speaking had caused him discomfort in his chest, making it ill-suited for any exertion. But now, that oppressive, stinging sensation had vanished. Unconsciously, Qiao Feng closed his eyes, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. What was he doing? Was he truly a divine physician? From where I stand, he seems like nothing more than a quack, taking an unusually long time just to feel a pulse. Indeed, what divine physician? It's nothing but a farce self-proclaimed, yet claiming to treat others. It's simply laughable. The disciples of the Beggars Sect, observing Su Qianli's actions, wore expressions of utter disbelief. Had it not been for their leader Qiao Feng also closing his eyes, they would have long since erupted in protest. Elder Chen, is this person genuinely a divine physician? Why is he not moving? Bai Shijing cautiously inquired of Chen Gaian. I have no idea. Chen Gaian rolled his eyes dismissively. He was not well acquainted with Su Qianli at this moment. He was far less concerned about whether Su Qianli could treat others than he was about the possibility of this fellow reporting back to their leader when he was least vigilant. As the leader Qiao Feng remained silent, none of the gathered disciples of the beggar clan dared to utter a word, merely observing in silence. Standing upon the arena, the ostentatious Murong Fu expressed his impatience, grumbling and urging Qiao Feng to engage in combat without delay. This time, should he manage to defeat Qiao Feng, he would claim the title of the martial arts leader in Central Plains, able to rally the martial artists of the region and thus restore the fallen Yin kingdom. Initially, he had worried that Su Qianli might indeed be a miraculous doctor capable of healing Qiao Feng, complicating his ambitions to vanquish him and seize the position of leader. However, now he regarded Su Qianli as nothing more than a fool. Murong Fu, being well-educated and knowledgeable, found Su Qianli's actions to be utterly ludicrous. He had taken Qiao Feng's pulse, but had spent an entire tea's worth of time without discerning the nature of his injuries. Such a quack was hardly fit to practice medicine. Of course, Murong Fu speculated that Su Qianli was no divine healer, but rather a mere delaying tactic employed by the beggar clan to buy time. Leader Qiao, will you fight or not? If you choose not to, then simply concede. There is no need for such clumsy tactics to prolong the inevitable and invite the scorn of heroes everywhere. He provocatively challenged Qiao Feng. He knew he must seize the opportunity while Qiao Feng was still injured, as delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Upon hearing Murong Fu's taunts, the disciples of the beggar clan could no longer contain their outrage, hurling curses at him for his despicable opportunism. Has he truly healed? Qiao Feng announced, preparing to take action. Murong Fu, you conspire with the barbaric Western Xia and dare to covet the position of leader in our Central Plains martial world. With me, Qiao Feng, present today. Your schemes shall not succeed, and the deputy leader of the beggar clan was resolute in ensuring that Murong Fu did not disturb Qiao Feng's recuperation, that he believed that as long as Qiao Feng did not engage in actions detrimental to the Central Plains martial arts community, the presence of an outsider could be tolerated. However, Murong Fu was a different matter entirely, having colluded with the Western Xia. Murong Fu's appearance at this martial arts gathering was solely to usurp the position of leader to aid in his quest for the restoration of his nation. Should his treachery succeed, the people of the Song dynasty would suffer greatly. Murong Fu, you are a base and shameless villain. Our leader is injured, and yet you seek to challenge him. This is nothing but cowardly exploitation of misfortune. Even if you were to triumph over Qiao Feng, you would still be unworthy of the title of leader in our Central Plains. One disciple declared with righteous indignation. You, Qiao Feng, are injured and could easily forfeit your turn, allowing another to take the stage. The one remaining on the platform shall be the new leader, as per the rules you established. I am merely acting according to your guidelines, Murong Fu retorted coldly. Were it not for Qiao Feng's injury, he would not dare to provoke the heroes of the Central Plains. Leader Qiao, your injuries have healed. You may ascend the stage to teach this cunning and treacherous Murong Fu a lesson. Su Qianli interjected at that moment, opening his eyes. Upon hearing Su Qianli's words, the beggar clan's higher-ups widened their eyes in disbelief. Has he truly healed? Are they seeing things, or are their eyes deceiving them? This quack, who merely took Qiao Feng's pulse for an extended period, now claims to have cured him. Are they treating them as fools? Leader, how do you feel? Bai Shijing, Chen Gaian, and others looked at Qiao Feng with eager anticipation. They could hardly believe Su Qianli's assertion. My injuries. Qiao Feng opened his eyes, initially preparing to speak, but a look of skepticism crossed his face. Just moments ago, he had felt as though he were in a deep slumber, enveloped in warmth and comfort, never having experienced such ease before. It was only upon Su Qianli's proclamation of his recovery that he chose to awaken. Qiao Feng intended to assert that his injuries were not severe enough to prevent him from battling Murong Fu. However, upon inspecting his own condition, he was astonished to discover that he had indeed fully recovered. This was nothing short of miraculous. He was momentarily taken aback. His expression conveyed a sense of having been toyed with by Su Qianli, as he simmered with unspoken anger. What are you doing? How dare you speak to Su the divine doctor in such a manner? I declare that my injuries have healed. Qiao Feng glared fiercely at the disrespectful disciples of the beggar clan. before turning his gaze gratefully towards Su Qianli. Today's turn of events was indeed fortuitous, as Su Qianli had truly proven himself to be a divine healer, mending his internal injuries without the aid of any medicinal substances. Such a feat could only be achieved by a genuine miracle worker, that it truly healed. Bai Shijing and Chen Gaian regarded Qiao Feng with skepticism, unable to accept that his ailments had vanished so effortlessly. They recalled that they had not observed any significant action on Su Qianli's part. He had merely held Qiao Feng's hand and taken his pulse for an extended period, claiming now that he was healed. Was this not an affront to their intelligence? Murong Fu, upon hearing of Qiao Feng's recovery, was equally taken aback. For what he understood, Qiao Feng had already transcended to the innate realm, and with his own peak postnatal strength, he was no match for Qiao Feng. Despite facing hostility from the higher-ups of the Beggar clan, Murong Fu remained focused on Qiao Feng. The so-called divine doctor had not performed any notable actions, which did not resemble the conduct of a healer. Thus, there was no way Qiao Feng's injuries could have been healed. This was likely a tactic employed by the other party to undermine his confidence. Yet Murong Fu remained oblivious to the fact that Qiao Feng's injuries had indeed been healed by Su Qianli's exceptional abilities. According to Su Qianli's recollections, Qiao Feng was a formidable force, highly esteemed in this martial arts gathering, and Murong Fu would find himself at a disadvantage. Now that Qiao Feng had recovered and was at his peak, Murong Fu posed an even lesser threat. Murong Fu, you are oblivious to the consequences. Since you seek death, come forth and meet your end. Qiao Feng declared boldly, no longer feeling the need to justify himself to others. For he had resolved to demonstrate through action that Su Qianli was indeed a divine healer who had restored his condition. With a leap, Qiao Feng ascended the arena, prompting raucous cheers from the Beggar clan's disciples below. Even the onlookers, having gathered to witness the spectacle, erupted in thunderous applause. The ascent of Qiao Feng to the position of martial arts leader was an event anticipated by all. The adage rang true. He who wins the hearts of the people holds the world. Qiao Feng's reputation was indeed unparalleled. Murong Fu's expression darkened ominously. Qiao Feng was undoubtedly his fiercest rival. Yes, as soon as Qiao Feng steadied himself, Murong Fu wasted no time launching an offensive. Victory would grant him the title of martial arts leader, and all other concerns would pale in comparison. Qiao Feng responded defensively, striking out with a palm imbued with formidable power, resembling a tempest as it surged toward Murong Fu. With a single blow, he effortlessly neutralized Murong Fu's onslaught. This was the strength of the Beggar clan leader, truly formidable. Murong Fu realized he could not match Qiao Feng's prowess and would need to rely on skill to counter strength. In just one move, Murong Fu discerned the disparity in their abilities. He was no match for Qiao Feng. Moreover, he noted that Qiao Feng showed no signs of injury. Had he misjudged the intelligence he had received? Alternatively, could it be that the so-called divine doctor was not merely a title, but a testament to genuine skill? The thought of Su Qianli healing Qiao Feng's injuries incited a deep-seated resentment within Murong Fu. This man had thwarted his plans. With Qiao Feng injured, Murong Fu had felt confident in his ability to defeat him and claim the title of martial arts leader. Now, however, with Qiao Feng fully recovered, he was no longer a contender. Murong Fu's trepidation only compounded his disadvantage against Qiao Feng. His family's martial arts technique, the star shift, emphasized using cunning to counter force. Even if he could not overpower Qiao Feng, he believed he could endure through a prolonged exchange. Yet, having succumbed to fear before the battle began, Murong Fu lost his resolve, rendering him even more vulnerable. In just 10 exchanges, Qiao Feng's overwhelming strength sent Murong Fu careening away. Earlier, Murong Fu had been boastful. Now he was left in disarray. Leader Qiao, beware of romantic entanglements. A sudden, chilling system prompt echoed in Su Qianli's mind. Congratulations, host, for witnessing the battle between the peak innate master Qiao Feng and the peak postnatal master Murong, earning 10 years of martial prowess. Your proficiency in the star shift technique has increased by 1 level, and your strength has seen an enhancement. Alas, merely 10 years of martial prowess gained, with no further rewards, Su Qianli mused. Slightly disappointed, Su Qianli was taken aback by the chilling sound of the system notification. his brow instinctively furrowing in concern. This time, it was none other than the peak expert of the innate realm, Qiao Feng, who had taken action. Yet he had failed to acquire Qiao Feng's 18 dragon subduing palms, receiving merely 10 years' worth of internal energy instead. However, this was not without its own rewards. His proficiency in the art of Dozhuan Xingyi had risen by a level, and the additional 10 years of internal energy significantly enhanced his strength. Presently, Su Qianli boasted over 30 years of internal energy, and whether it was his Dozhuan Xingyi, the technique of striking cattle across mountains, or the intricate silk entanglement capture, their potency had all risen substantially. Su Qianli pondered the reason he had not obtained Qiao Feng's 18 dragon subduing palms this time. Perhaps it was due to the fact that during this battle, Qiao Feng had not even employed the 18 palms to defeat Murong Fu. It seemed clear that to acquire the 18 palms, he would need to observe the battles between Qiao Feng and the heroes of the realm. Moreover, Su Qianli uncovered another intriguing detail. The divine skill Dozhuan Xingyi he had acquired from Murong Fu had a level of proficiency associated with it. However, upon reflection, Su Qianli found this entirely reasonable. The opponent had to toil for decades to master it, while he could enhance his skill merely by witnessing its might once. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky. All he needed to do was watch a few more times. This was quite simple for him, presenting little challenge at that moment. Murong Fu, disheveled and with blood at the corners of his mouth, emanated a venomous glare. His plan to restore the great Yin kingdom had once again faltered. When Murong Fu's gaze fell upon Su Qianli, it was filled with resentment. It was all Su Qianli's fault for healing Qiao Feng's internal injuries. Otherwise, with his Dozhuan Xingyi, he could have easily turned the tables on Qiao Feng, his nemesis. Noticing the animosity in Murong Fu's eyes, Su Qianli provocatively returned the gaze. Murong Fu was nothing but a villain, devoid of any noble principles, willing to resort to any means necessary for the restoration of the great Yin kingdom. Such a villain invoked a sense of shame in Su Qianli. Qiao Feng, having triumphed over Murong Fu, stood on the arena like a war god, surveying the surroundings with disdain. As Qiao Feng's gaze swept across the crowd, it was met with raucous cheers. Those who harbored ambitions toward the position of Wulin Alliance leader instinctively lowered their heads, for their strength paled in comparison to Murong Fu's, and stepping onto the stage would only bring humiliation. Amidst the cheers of the martial arts heroes, Qiao Feng, with his exceptional martial prowess, claimed the title of this generation's Wulin Alliance leader. At this moment, the most elated were the disciples of the Beggars Sect. Under Qiao Feng's leadership, the sect had reached unprecedented heights. Su Shini, your invaluable assistance has been pivotal in my securing the title of Wulin Alliance leader. Qiao Feng leaped down from the arena and rushed towards Su Qianli. Had it not been for Su Qianli's help, even if he managed to win, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. Murong Fu was not as weak as rumored. On the contrary, he was stronger than expected. It was merely a trivial effort. Qiao Bangzhu, Su Qianli replied with a smile and a slight bow. Su Shini, I implore you to join us in a gathering at the Beggars Sect. Qiao Feng extended an invitation. This grand victory called for a jubilant celebration within the sect. As for the Beggars Sect, I shall decline. Qiao Bangzhu. I sense a romantic entanglement in your fate. Do take heed. Su Qianli chuckled, turning to lead. If he accompanied Qiao Feng to the Beggars Sect, he would indeed get to know him. But he would miss out on the spectacle. Su Qianli intended to visit the Beggars Sect, but certainly not at this moment. Su Shini, please wait. Your medical skills are remarkable, both Ma Dan and by Shijing sustained injuries during the duel. I kindly request your assistance in tending to them. Qiao Feng called out, halting Su Qianli. Qiao Feng was genuinely concerned about the injuries sustained by Ma Diyuan and by Shijing, and Su Qianli's kind reminder went unheeded. Their injuries required medicinal intervention, and given the considerable energy expended while treating Qiao Feng, it would be better to postpone. Su Qianli smiled in response, and was on the verge of death. There was no reason for Su Qianli to squander his energy on him. For by Shijing, a duplicitous and hypocritical scoundrel, Su Qianli could not be bothered to treat him. Qiao Feng wished to say more, but Su Qianli had already made his stance clear, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Trusting Su Qianli's words, Qiao Feng understood that Su Qianli must have expended significant energy while treating him, and thus was not in a position to heal Ma Dongyan and Bai Shijing. Watching Su Qianli depart, Qiao Feng felt a pang of reluctance, but with the disciples of the Beggars Sect gathering to celebrate, he had no choice but to part ways with Su Qianli. After Su Qianli left, Chen Gaiyan stared longingly at the spot where he had vanished. Lost in thought, she needed to devise a way to eliminate Su Qianli. Yet at present, Su Qianli was considered a benefactor to the Beggars Sect, complicating her feelings. Following Su Qianli's departure, the disciples of the Beggars Sect returned to their headquarters to hold a banquet in celebration of Qiao Feng's ascension as Wulin Alliance leader. Upon returning to the sect, Ma Dongyan appeared burdened with thought as Su Qianli's comment about Qiao Feng's romantic prospects had lodged itself in his mind. While Qiao Feng dismissed it as inconsequential, Ma Dongyan could not shake it off. He had received a mysterious letter suggesting that he was the subject of an affair, and he contemplated whether to confront Qiao Feng about his wife, Kong Min now, with Qiao Feng returning in glory. Ma Dongyan was torn about whether to broach the subject. If Qiao Feng truly had an affair with Kong Min, what could he do? With his strength, he was no match for Qiao Feng. Ma Dongyan's troubled expression deepened when he returned home to find Kong Min dressed up alluringly, igniting his anger. What was this wretched woman plotting by adorning herself so beautifully at the banquet? Ma Dongyan noticed Kong Min glancing frequently at the elevated Qiao Feng, blatantly ignoring his presence. In that moment, Kong Min resembled a lovesick maiden, further solidifying Ma Dongyan's belief that his wife was entangled with Qiao Feng. This was a matter he could neither disclose nor dare to voice. He felt utterly stifled, resorting to solitary drinking to drown his sorrows. Kong Min, meanwhile, remained oblivious to Ma Dongyan's changing demeanor, her thoughts consumed by Qiao Feng. Ever since the demise of gang leader Wang, her heart had been set on Qiao Feng, even though he had treated her coldly and had been absent from the gang for an extended period. Now, upon seeing him, her joy knew no bounds as she contemplated how to win his affection. Chapter 13, Ma Dongyan's Misunderstanding. Qiao Feng and Kong Min. Ma Dage, what troubles you? Drinking alone in such a gloomy manner. We should raise a toast to our leader Qiao for his victory. Bai Shijing approached Ma Dongyan with a smile. No need. I have matters to attend to and wish to be alone. Ma Dongyan replied tersely, casting an irritated glance at Bai Shijing. Observing Ma Dongyan's unyielding demeanor, Bai Shijing's eyes flickered with a hint of malice. How ungrateful of Ma Dongyan to spurn his goodwill. Did he suspect something? Bai Shijing's expression darkened as a sense of unease settled within him, but he glanced at the direction Ma Dongyan had taken, then at the flirtatious Kong Min, feeling a surge of sinister desire. If Ma Dongyan was unworthy of such a lovely maiden, then he would gladly take his place. Shortly after Ma Dongyan's departure, a disciple of the Beggars Sect arrived with urgent news, delivering a secret letter intended for Vice Leader Ma. Ma Dongyan dismissed the disciple and opened the letter, which warned him to be cautious as someone was plotting his demise. Upon reading the letter, a wave of vigilance washed over him, and an unnameable fury ignited in his heart. Had Qiao Feng truly intended to kill him? Even if Qiao Feng were to eliminate him, would he truly be able to claim Kong Min for himself? If Qiao Feng were to commit such an atrocious act, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. No, Qiao Feng would not dare to engage in such an abhorrent deed. There was no honor in such actions. Qiao Feng should not think that with the title of Wulin Alliance leader, he could act with impunity. Though the letter contained only a few words, Ma Dongyan believed them to be largely true. Now, it seemed that Qiao Feng truly sought his life. Suddenly, Ma Dongyan rose from his seat, unwilling to endure any longer. The rage of a wronged husband was akin to that of a man whose parents had been slain. With determination, Ma Dongyan strode toward Qiao Feng's quarters, ready to confront him. He could not remain passive. He too possessed a trump card. Should Qiao Feng insist on pursuing his death, he would ensure that Qiao Feng would no longer hold the title of Beggars Sect leader. Strange, he is not here, Ma Dongyan remarked upon arriving at Qiao Feng's residence. Finding no sign of him or Kong Min engaging in illicit activities, Ma Dage, I just happen to have something to discuss with you. As Ma Dongyan exited the room of Qiao Feng, he chanced upon the latter. Recently, Qiao Feng had experienced a stroke of good fortune in matters of the heart, having just declined the fervent invitation of Madame Ma. Before seeking out Ma Dun, Qiao Feng held a considerable respect for the deputy leader, Ma Dun. Moreover, the principle of not coveting a friend's spouse weighed heavily on him. The improper advances made by Madame Ma were indeed unbecoming, and he felt compelled to have a serious discussion with Ma Dun at the tea that moment. Upon seeing Ma Dun in person, it struck Qiao Feng as if a lush green meadow were perched atop Ma Dayuan's head. The incident involving Kong Min's seduction was a family disgrace for Ma Dayuan, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Although Qiao Feng was somewhat awkward when it came to romantic entanglements, it did not imply that he was a fool. It would be inappropriate to confront Ma Dayuan with accusations such as, "Brother Ma, your wife has tried to seduce me. You ought to keep her in check." The hesitation evident in Qiao Feng's demeanor, however, was misinterpreted by Ma Dayuan that moment. Qiao Feng's image in Ma Dayuan's mind plummeted. The scent of alcohol clung to Qiao Feng. He seemed intent on leveraging his inebriation to confront Ma Dayuan. This thought only fueled Ma Dayuan's fury further. It was one thing for Qiao Feng to have an affair with his wife, but now he seemed intent on confronting him with violence. Ma Dayuan would not remain passive. He suddenly roared, "Qiao Feng, you have gone too far. I will fight you." Ma Dayuan was fully prepared to engage in a fierce battle with Qiao Feng, having consumed several large bowls of wine. The brothers of the Beggars Sect were exceedingly boisterous, and with his current state of intoxication, Ma Dayuan felt slightly disoriented. Upon seeing Ma Dayuan charge at him with an expression of rage, as if he wished to devour him whole, Qiao Feng felt a profound sense of grievance and misfortune. He was the victim. It had been Kong Min who sought to seduce him. Yet, the way Ma Dayuan looked at him made it seem as though he were the one entangled with Kong Min. Ma Dayuan took the initiative, while Qiao Feng was left to defend himself. The sounds of a scuffle erupted from the Beggars Sect, where Qiao Feng merely parried, not striking back, finding the situation somewhat arduous. What was happening? How could Qiao Feng and Ma Dayuan be fighting? Qianli had come to witness the spectacle. He anticipated a dramatic scene involving Bai Shijing and Kong Min conspiring to eliminate Ma Dayuan, which might enhance his own martial prowess, potentially allowing him to break through to a first-tier warrior. However, after calculating the timing, upon arriving at the Beggars Sect, he indeed found himself witnessing an intriguing performance. Yet it was not what he had envisioned. Qiao Feng was unexpectedly embroiled in a fight with Ma Dayuan, but then it was truly a simpleton, having misunderstood Qiao Feng's intentions regarding Kong Min. "Brother Ma, it's a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain." Qiao Feng genuinely feared that he might inadvertently harm Ma Dayuan, as he found himself fighting with great difficulty. The disciples of the Beggars Sect surrounding them were equally taken aback by the unfolding drama. How could the deputy leader be at odds with the leader? Particularly among the crowd, Bai Shijing and Kong Min wore expressions of bewilderment. Why were Qiao Feng and Ma Dayuan at each other's throats? Especially Kong Min, who felt a flicker of delight at the sight, and truly cares for me. Upon witnessing the altercation between Ma Dayuan and Qiao Feng, Kong Min's mind immediately recalled her recent humiliation at Qiao Feng's hands. She perceived Ma Dayuan's actions as a form of retribution on her behalf. But was the situation truly as she imagined? Ding! Congratulations to the host for witnessing the battle between Ma Dayuan and Qiao Feng. Earning 10 years of martial prowess, your cultivation has improved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the initial stage of the first-tier realm. The battle between Ma Dayuan and Qiao Feng continued, while a cold system notification echoed in Qianli's mind. This time, he had indeed reaped substantial rewards. He had thought it would take a long time to break through to the initial stage of the first-tier warrior realm. Yet unexpectedly, by observing the clash between Qiao Feng and Ma Dayuan, he achieved his breakthrough. Regrettably, Qiao Feng only focused on evasion, failing to engage Ma Dayuan directly. Otherwise, Ma Dayuan would have been no match for Qiao Feng. The day's spectacle had only just begun. The grand performance involving Ma Dayuan and Bai Shijing had yet to commence. Qianli felt it necessary to stoke the flames further. He understood that for a warrior to ascend from the second-tier realm to the first-tier realm, it required not only exceptional martial talent, but also relentless dedication to arduous training. Although Qianli had managed to advance from the second-tier to the first-tier realm in just a few days, the breakthrough itself was a culmination of over 20 years of effort that was akin to a second-tier warrior laboring for 2 decades to achieve the same. as one progressed in martial arts. The difficulty only escalated, becoming increasingly daunting at the acquired realm. Chapter 14. The Unaware Ma Dian. Take the Beggars Sect, for instance. True martial experts were few and far between. Individuals such as Ma Dian and Bai Shijing were merely first-tier experts in the martial world. Aside from Qiao Feng's exceptional talents, others were of mediocre skill. This was mainly due to the fact that many formidable martial geniuses had been recruited by various divine courts to serve the imperial government. The territories of the 6 divine courts were vast, resembling a parallel world. The 6 divine courts, Great Qin, Great Tang, Great Song, Great Yuan, Great Ming, and Great Qing, coexisted in a manner akin to a parallel universe. The rulers of these divine courts governed their respective realms. That it was said that within these divine courts resided masters of the celestial realm, also known as terrestrial immortals. Currently, Qiao Feng was likely in a stage of growth. Misunderstood by Ma Dian, Qiao Feng sought to clarify the situation, but his words fell on deaf ears and then afforded him no opportunity to explain that in an effort to prevent this farce from escalating. Qiao Feng suddenly struck with considerable force, seizing the moment to knock Ma Dian unconscious. "Someone, assist the deputy leader. He has had too much to drink. Please help him back to his quarters to rest." Qiao Feng gazed at the unconscious Ma Dian, furrowing his brow. The effects of the alcohol had worn off, leaving him in disarray. He and Kongmin truly had nothing between them. It appeared that Ma Dian had been misled. This misunderstanding was indeed quite profound. "How can you still find joy in this?" Bai Shijing remarked coldly, eyeing the smiling Kongmin with disdain. "What do you mean by that, Bai Shijing? Am I not deserving of your respect?" Kongmin retorted, her expression one of disgust at the sight of Bai Shijing, who was practically drooling. Once she and Qiao Feng became involved, she would be the first to ensure that Qiao Feng dealt with Bai Shijing. "This beast, in human guise. Kongmin, you are playing with fire. Do you still have the audacity to smile?" Bai Shijing sneered ominously, suppressing the lewd desires stirring within him at the sight of Kongmin's alluring form. This time, he was determined to eliminate both Ma Dian and Qiao Feng. Bai Shijing was uncertain why Ma Dian had engaged in a fight with Qiao Feng, nor did he understand the depths of Ma Dian's hatred for Qiao Feng. However, he recognized that this presented the perfect opportunity to rid himself of Ma Dian. Today, not only would they eliminate Ma Dian, but they would also acquire the letter left behind by the late leader Wang. With Qiao Feng and Ma Dian at odds, the entire Beggars Sect would be aware that should anything untoward happen to Ma Dian now, all suspicion could easily be cast upon Qiao Feng. It was a perfect scheme, achieving multiple objectives at once: to eliminate Ma Dian, to obtain Wang's letter, and to use it to keep Qiao Feng in check. Furthermore, Bai Shijing could continue his liaison with Kongmin. This was no longer merely a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Soon, Kongmin suppressed her impatience, casting a bewitching smile at Bai Shijing. This man, Bai Shijing, had a reasonably clever mind. Though he was a bit aged and could not hold a candle to a hero like Qiao Feng, in Qiao Feng's presence, Bai Shijing was at best akin to a large bear. Yet it was this very bear that had climbed into her bed. Kongmin had hoped to take advantage of Ma Dian's unconscious state to eliminate him. However, the presence of Beggars Sect disciples guarding Ma Dian's quarters left her with no opportunity to act. Lying on the rooftop and preparing to watch the unfolding drama, Su Qianli, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, felt a twinge of sorrow. It seemed that today's performance would inevitably fall through. When Ma Dian awoke, he was greeted with a throbbing headache. Reflecting on how Qiao Feng had just ascended to the position of martial alliance leader, he felt a pang of guilt for not supporting him adequately, instead choosing to engage in a brawl. Women, the source of all calamities. Ma Dian sighed heavenward. Since Qiao Feng had taken a liking to Kongmin, he could not allow this woman to jeopardize their brotherly bond. "Kongmin, do you harbor feelings for Qiao Feng?" Ma Dian approached Kongmin and directly posed the question, "What do you mean by that?" Kongmin was touched by Ma Dian's willingness to confront Qiao Feng on her behalf. However, upon hearing his question, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger. The humiliation she endured at Qiao Feng's hands the previous night made her tremble with rage. Now, Ma Dian's seemingly nonsensical inquiry regarding her feelings for Qiao Feng left her utterly bewildered. Simultaneously, she found herself uncertain of Ma Dian's intentions behind his words. What do I mean? You shameless adulterers. How dare you ask me that? Ma Yuan's retort ignited a fire within him, Tia's outburst. Kong Min was taken aback. Yuan, you've misunderstood. This is a misunderstanding. I am innocent in my dealings with the alliance leader. No, that wasn't right. Qiao Feng had attempted to take advantage of her under the influence of alcohol the night before. As she spoke, she struggled to hold back tears. What? Qiao Feng attempted to take advantage of you. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Qianli was engrossed in watching a performance when the chilling sound of a system notification echoed in his mind. This time, he had only gained 5 years of martial prowess from his observation. Qianli surmised that such a lackluster result was likely due to the relatively unremarkable confrontation between Bai Shijing and Master Ma, compounded by Shijing's ambush, which prevented either combatant from showcasing their true abilities. Consequently, Su Qianli did not reap substantial benefits from the encounter. The cultivation required to advance from the initial to the mid-stage of the first-tier realm was considerable. Despite acquiring 5 years of martial cultivation, he had not progressed to the mid-tier. His strength had merely seen an enhancement. As he continued on this path, the demands for cultivation would only increase. It was imperative for him to witness battles between more formidable masters. To his surprise, Su Qianli noticed movement outside Master Ma's residence. Concealed in the shadows, he spotted a figure flitting about, prompting him to hide once more. Could there be an unexpected twist today? The figure outside was none other than Chen Gaiyan. Bai Shijing, intent on eliminating Master Ma, believed that even with an ambush, success would be unlikely on his own. Hence he had enlisted Chen Gaiyan's aid. This maneuver served a dual purpose: to eliminate Master Ma, while simultaneously securing Chen Gaiyan's allegiance. As expected, Master Ma fought valiantly, fleeing from his home, only to encounter Chen Gaiyan upon bursting through a window. Elder Chen, please save me. Bai Shijing wants to kill me. Master Ma exclaimed, his voice tinged with desperation as he saw Chen Gaiyan, akin to a drowning man grasping at a straw. Chen Gaiyan, startled by Master Ma's plea, was taken aback. Bai Shijing had merely informed him that he had urgent matters to attend to at Master Ma's residence. He had not anticipated such a frenzied intention to kill the vice leader of the Beggars Sect. Upon hearing Master Ma's cries for help, Chen Gaiyan immediately assumed an offensive stance. Before Master Ma could sign relief, Bai Shijing emerged from the house in pursuit. Chen Gaiyan, quickly, dispatch Master Ma. He is gravely wounded and no match for us. Bai Shijing shouted, sending Master Ma into a panic, realizing that Bai Shijing was colluding with Chen Gaiyan within the Beggars Sect. With a sudden burst of resolve, Chen Gaiyan, who had hesitated to strike, recognized that failure to act would guarantee his own demise at Bai Shijing's hands. Without delay, he unleashed a powerful strike that sent Master Ma crashing backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell back into his home. Master Ma, truly, you have chosen the path to hell when heaven was open to you. This day next year will mark your death anniversary. Bai Shijing sneered as he observed Master Ma's pitiful state. Master Ma, bloodied and battered, could hardly believe that his illustrious life was coming to an end at the hands of these despicable wretches. Elder Chen, what are you waiting for? Now is your moment to shine. Bai Shijing urged, not immediately delivering the fatal blow to Master Ma, but rather directing his gaze at Chen Gaiyan. Today was the day for Chen Gaiyan to pledge his loyalty, aware that inaction would lead to his own downfall. Chen Gaiyan acted with lightning speed to eliminate Master Ma. Congratulations, host, for observing the battle between Chen Gaiyan and Master Ma, gaining 1 year of martial cultivation and enhancing your strength. A cold system notification resonated in Su Qianli's mind. He realized that his observation of Chen Gaiyan and Master Ma's confrontation had only yielded a single year of cultivation. Leave him alive. Do not kill him, Bai Shijing suddenly commanded, halting Chen Gaiyan's lethal intent. Bai Shijing's request for Chen Gaiyan to strike was merely a tactic to secure his loyalty, not a genuine desire for Master Ma's demise. If Master Ma were to be slain by Chen Gaiyan, it would create significant complications. Confused, Chen Gaiyan regarded Bai Shijing with suspicion, pondering the true nature of his intentions. Master Ma, do not glare at me. I intend to take your woman and place the green hat upon you. Bai Shijing taunted, grinning wickedly as he looked down at the fallen Master Ma. Master Ma's eyes, bloodshot and wide, brimmed with fury at Bai Shijing's audacious words. were it possible for a gaze to kill. Bai Shijing would have perished countless times over. Suddenly, Master Ma's eyes bulged as he witnessed Bai Shijing employing his signature move, the locked throat capture technique that, in a moment of utter disbelief, Bai Shijing executed the maneuver. Snapping Master Ma's neck with ruthless precision, Master Ma perished under the weight of Bai Shijing's infamous technique, thereby absolving both Bai Shijing and Chun Gaiyan of suspicion, as Master Ma's lifeless body lay before them. Chun Gaiyan swallowed hard, realizing the narrow escape he had just experienced. Had he not heeded Bai Shijing's orders, he too would have met a grim fate, potentially at the hands of his own technique. Congratulations, host, for observing the duel between Bai Shijing and Master Ma, mastering the locked throat capture technique, and receiving a reward of 5 years of martial cultivation, enhancing your strength. Another chilling notification rang in Su Qianli's mind. Just as Su Qianli thought this farce might conclude, yet another cold system notification echoed within his consciousness. I never anticipated such a turn of events today, acquiring Master Ma's signature technique, the locked throat capture technique. Su Qianli chuckled to himself that beyond merely watching a performance, he had amassed 11 years of martial cultivation and gleaned insights into Master Ma's renowned technique. With Master Ma's demise, Bai Shijing and Chun Gaiyan would not turn against one another, allowing Su Qianli to depart without a care. The death of Vice Master Ma had no bearing on him. He had fulfilled his obligation to warn, and it was Master Ma's own folly that led to his untimely fate. Enough with the tears. Once Elder Chun and I depart, you shall emerge and scream for help. As for everything else, you know nothing. Bai Shijing instructed Kong Min, preparing to erase any traces of his and Chun Gaiyan's involvement from the house. Chapter 17. The mysterious letter resurfaces. What do you mean? Vice Master Ma was killed by Master Qiao. That is impossible. How can it be impossible? Just the day before yesterday, we witnessed Vice Master Ma clashing with Master Qiao. But why would Master Qiao engage with Vice Master Ma? That question is rather naive. Surely, it was over a woman. The death of Vice Master Ma in his own home sent ripples through the Beggars Sect. Qiao Feng, the esteemed leader of the Beggars Sect, was held in high regard, particularly as he was currently the leader of the martial arts community in Central Plains, capable of commanding martial artists across the realm. However, in the wake of Master Ma's death, he found himself at the center of public scrutiny, with rumors swirling that he had murdered Vice Master Ma out of lust for his wife. Unknown to these martial artists, on the very night of Master Ma's death, Qiao Feng had left the Beggars Sect to attend to pressing matters. Thus, he was not responsible for Master Ma's demise. Many disciples of the Beggars Sect, aside from those under Bai Shijing and Chun Gaiyan, refused to believe that Qiao Feng would stoop to such treachery. Meanwhile, under Bai Shijing's instigation, Kong Min claimed that Master Ma had been slain by Murong Fu, given that Master Ma had died by the locked throat capture technique, stirring the disciples into a frenzy, demanding vengeance for Master Ma's death. Upon receiving news of Master Ma's passing, Qiao Feng returned to the Beggars Sect post-haste. In front of Master Ma's memorial, he vowed to uncover the identity of the murderer and avenge the Vice Master's death. Despite Qiao Feng possessing an alibi, another narrative emerged within the Beggars Sect, the claim that Vice Master Ma had been killed by Master Qiao. The root of this rumor lay in the past conflict between Vice Master Ma and Qiao Feng. Given Qiao Feng's strength, it was not inconceivable that he could return to the Beggars Sect and kill Master Ma. Even if he was away on duty at AS for Murong Fu, was he truly the murderer of Vice Master Ma? The matter is still under investigation. Due to Su Qianli's influence, Qiao Feng has developed a prejudice against Murong Fu, thus negating any possibility of Qiao Feng proving Murong Fu's innocence. After completing his duties at Master Ma Deyuan's funeral, Qiao Feng proceeded to the scene of the incident, observing the site where Ma Deyuan met his demise. An instinctual feeling informed him that the deputy leader's death stemmed from a different cause, one that starkly contrasted the rumors suggesting it was at the hands of Murong Fu in recent days. Qiao Feng has been investigating the spate of homicides emerging in the martial world, where the victims perished due to their renowned skills in the realm of martial arts. All accusations have been directed toward Murong Fu, for he is infamous for employing others' techniques against them. To Qiao Feng's astonishment, he has returned to the Beggars Sect. Su Qianli, who has been vigilantly monitoring the Beggars Sect, has noticed Qiao Feng's unexpected return. Qianli harbors a notion of enlisting Qiao Feng to deal with by Shi Jing and Chen Gaiyan. Given Qiao Feng's prowess, eliminating the two would be as effortless as crushing an ant. If Qianli were to proceed in such a manner, he would be unable to maximize his benefits. Qianli desires to observe these martial artists in combat, believing he could glean their secret techniques and enhance his own abilities. Thus, the more encounters these individuals have, the better. This secret letter, who delivered it? Bai Shijing furrowed his brow upon inspecting the missive in his hand. Ever since Qiao Feng's return to the Beggars Sect, they have been in a state of constant unease, particularly after witnessing Qiao Feng's oath at Master Ma's funeral, which has only heightened his anxiety. Should the truth come to light, Qiao Feng would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Now, with a secret letter delivered to him, his greatest fear is that it originates from the elusive figure lurking in the shadows. Bai Shijing, Chen Gaiyan, and Kong Min conspired to murder Ma Deyuan, executing their plan with meticulous precision. Yet, Bai Shijing still harbors concerns that others might become aware of their actions. Who the hell is this person? Upon reading the contents of the letter, Bai Shijing's expression contorted with rage. Indeed, his worst fears have come to pass. Their clandestine deeds have not gone unnoticed. Unseen eyes have been observing their every move, witnessing the entire sequence of events. Now, Bai Shijing's primary concern is whether the anonymous sender of the letter will divulge this information to Qiao Feng. Burning the letter, he promptly summoned Chen Gaiyan and Kong Min to discuss their course of action. Elder Bai, do you think this matter could involve that divine physician Su? Chen Gaiyan remarked, recalling Qianli's enigmatic nature. Elder Chen, what do you mean by that? Bai Shijing's interest was piqued at her words. Currently, they are most disadvantaged by their ignorance of the hidden enemy's identity. If they had even the slightest clue, they would not find themselves in such a passive position. What do you think the mysterious individual hopes to achieve by revealing this information to you? Kong Min inquired, her brows furrowed as she directed her question at the two. Indeed, every cause has its effect. The adversary must have ulterior motives for their actions. Why would they do this? Bai Shijing echoed, equally perplexed. At this juncture, they are uncertain of the mysterious figure's intentions. Furthermore, should this individual inform Qiao Feng, their fate would be sealed. Elder Bai, the letter merely informs us that Qiao Feng has learned the true cause of Ma Deyuan's death. Has he requested any action from us? We cannot remain idle. Chen Gaiyan interjected, a flicker of skepticism crossing her delicate features. Her reasoning was straightforward. To prevent exposure, they must eliminate Qiao Feng. That it seems unwise to allow Qiao Feng to retain the position of leader in the Beggars Sect. A cold glint flashed in Bai Shijing's eyes. Yet such thoughts are ones they dare not act upon. Qiao Feng's standing within the Beggars Sect is exceedingly high. Without substantial evidence, toppling him would be an insurmountable challenge. Given their capabilities, capturing Qiao Feng is nearly impossible. Kong Min, I believe it will be necessary for you to take the lead in this endeavor. Bai Shijing suddenly turned his gaze towards Kong Min. Throughout history, it has been notoriously difficult for heroes to resist the allure of beautiful women in this world. Kong Min is indeed a stunning beauty. Should she take action against Qiao Feng, it would undoubtedly be far simpler. What do you mean by that, Bai Shijing? Are you suggesting I confront Qiao Feng? Kong Min retorted fiercely upon hearing his words. Qiao Feng is indifferent to women, and recalling the humiliation she suffered in his presence caused her to tremble involuntarily. The very notion that Bai Shijing would contemplate having her seduce Qiao Feng is preposterous. Why, Kong Min, do you lack confidence in your own allure? Bai Shijing smirked at the beauty before him. Unable to suppress his disdainful laughter, he had been utterly captivated by Kong Min's charm. Qiao Feng is a revered hero, making it exceedingly difficult for him to resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Bai Shijing, the situation is far from as simple as you imagine. Qiao Feng is not merely human, Kong Min replied, her embarrassment rendering her desperate to find a crevice to escape into. If Qiao Feng truly harbored even a modicum of affection for her, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. Bai Shijing is unworthy of even being in Qiao Feng's presence. Had Qiao Feng ever glanced her way, she would not have entangled herself with Bai Shijing. The audacity of Bai Shijing to propose that she seduce Qiao Feng and employ the wiles of femme fatale is utterly impossible. Kong Min, while it is true that the Beggars Sect leader is indifferent to female beauty, You must understand that there is no cat that does not stray. I am confident that with your charm, you could certainly bring Qiao Feng to his knees before you, Bai Shijing stated coldly. Furthermore, I am not suggesting that you become involved with Qiao Feng. Rather, I seek to create a reason and an excuse for us to approach him. This way, we can act with greater ease. After perusing the secret letter gifted to him by Qianli, Bai Shijing realized that within the Beggars Sect, only one of them could coexist with Qiao Feng. There's an old saying, better a dead friend than a poor one. If Qiao Feng seeks vengeance for Ma Diyuan, he will undoubtedly come for them. They are merely striving for self-preservation. Yet, Kongmin opened her mouth as if to speak, but the words caught in her throat, for this topic is truly beyond discussion. These despicable men only covet her body, remaining oblivious to her true desires. All right then, this matter is settled. Kongmin, regardless of the cost, you must find an opportunity to get close to Qiao Feng. Only with a chance for solitude can we execute our plan. Bai Shijing's murderous intent towards Qiao Feng has solidified, and now they must seize every moment to bring him down before he uncovers their secrets. In recent times, Qianli has been wandering near the Beggars Sect. His enhanced abilities render him undetectable to ordinary disciples of the Beggars Sect. Qianli is aware that aside from himself, another individual is keeping an eye on the Beggars Sect. Qiao Feng's father, Xiao Yuanshan. Qianli's own strength is insufficient. Even if he senses Xiao Yuanshan making a move, he dares not pursue him. He knows that the hidden hand is targeting the events of 20 years ago at the Yanmingwen Pass, where those who acted back then will face retribution. The next victim will not be a mere minor player, but rather Master Xianbei of Shaolin, who is no ordinary individual but a martial arts expert of innate caliber. The death of such a master would undoubtedly stir a considerable upheaval within the martial world. Qiao Feng has significant ties to Shaolin. Upon learning that Master Xianbei died due to his signature technique, he immediately set out for Shaolin to investigate. Within the Beggars Sect, Bai Shijing and Kongmin are not sitting idly by. Instead, they are searching for the letter left behind by Master Wang. The ensuing plot will see the Beggars Sect convene a grand assembly, where Kongmin and Quan Qing will conspire to expose Qiao Feng's true identity. Should Qiao Feng's identity be revealed, he will find himself without a foothold within the Beggars Sect, and subsequently, his tragic life will unfold. Qianli is well-versed in the plot of Tianlong Babu and understands how events will evolve. He knows of Duan Yu's fortunate encounters and his entanglements with various beautiful women. However, due to his own limitations and the considerable distance from the Central Plains to Dali, although he is aware of these encounters, he cannot partake in them. Nevertheless, with Duan Yu's arrival in the Central Plains, he is certain there will be a connection with Qiao Feng. Once Duan Yu appears, a share of his fortunes will undoubtedly come to Qianli as well. For now, Qianli's objective is to navigate through the murky waters of the Beggars Sect. Time elapses swiftly, and it has been a while since Ma Diyuan's death. While sorting through Ma Diyuan's belongings, Kongmin discovers a secret letter left for him by Master Wang. Divine Physician Su, what a coincidence to encounter you here, that on his journey back to the Beggars Sect, Qiao Feng encountered Qianli. Leader Qiao, I have been waiting here specifically for you, Qianli remarked with a smile as he gazed at Qiao Feng. As you divine doctor, you have been waiting for me. What is the meaning of this? Qiao Feng inquired, somewhat perplexed. I foresaw that Leader Qiao would face a dilemma, so I came to assist you in overcoming this tribulation, Qianli replied, resembling a soothsayer at that moment. Oh, divine doctor, what do you mean by that? Qiao Feng's interest was piqued upon hearing Qianli's words. Recently, he had felt quite lost, since assuming the leadership of the Beggars Sect, although he achieved the title of Martial Arts Alliance leader and greatly enhanced the sect's prestige. Numerous events had transpired within both the sect and the entire martial arts world. Particularly, the death of Deputy Leader Ma and Master Xianbei from the Shaolin Temple had left him, the Alliance leader, feeling utterly powerless this day. He had yet to uncover the identity of the murderer. Leader Qiao, you are troubled by the recent events occurring within the martial world, aren't you? Qianli observed Qiao Feng's somewhat haggard appearance and smiled. Indeed, Qiao Feng nodded in agreement. Leader Qiao, now that you have encountered me, feel free to voice any questions you may have, Qianli said with a grin. You know the identity of the murderer who killed Deputy Leader Ma and Master Xianbei? Qiao Feng's curiosity was evident. I possess some knowledge regarding matters in this world, Su Qianli said, pretending to be profound as he calculated with his fingers. Is that so? Are you jesting with me? Su Qianli? Qiao Feng suspected. Of course not. Su Qianli chuckled. However, there are certain things that even if I were to reveal them, you might not believe me. What do you mean by that? Qiao Feng furrowed his brow at Su Qianli's words. Leader Qiao, your return to the Beggars Sect is to convene a sect meeting. This meeting poses a challenge for you, so you must exercise caution. Furthermore, the murderer of Deputy Leader Ma is both far and near. And as for the death of Master Xianbei, it is related to your origins that I suggest you refrain from further investigation on this matter, Su Qianli cryptically stated. S.U. Divine Doctor, what do you mean by that? I find your words rather perplexing. What do you mean by my origins? Qiao Feng was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp Su Qianli's statements. Chapter 19. Duanyu, you are fated to encounter a taboo. The information contained in Su Qianli's words was overwhelming, even for someone like Qiao Feng, the leader of a sect. Moreover, it seemed that Su Qianli was speaking in riddles. Qiao Feng was eager to hear something concrete, but was met with ambiguity. In the near future, hidden enemies will emerge, and they will use your origins to strike at you. Su Qianli wished to express himself more clearly, but refrained, knowing that such revelations might lead Qiao Feng to believe he was sowing discord. Su Divine Doctor, do you imply that you know my origins? Not only did Qiao Feng frown, but the disciples of the Beggars Sect who accompanied him also perked up, curious about their leader's true identity. Leader Qiao, I speak hypothetically. If you were not of Han descent, what would you do? Su Qianli countered with a question. What? If I were not Han, am I to be considered a foreigner? Qiao Feng's expression darkened. I am speaking hypothetically that I hope you will contemplate this matter, as it may aid you in overcoming your tribulation. Su Qianli concluded, choosing not to linger any longer and gracefully departing, having delivered his warning. Su Qianli knew it was now up to Qiao Feng to make his own choices, a matter beyond his control. How strange! What exactly does Su Divine Doctor wish to convey? Qiao Feng pondered. Someone, track Su Divine Doctor. Should he make any unusual moves, report immediately. Furthermore, investigate his background, he commanded, now suspicious of Su Qianli's identity and intent on uncovering the truth. After parting ways with Qiao Feng, Su Qianli was well aware that Qiao Feng would send someone to follow him. Rather than evading his pursuers, he settled in a nearby It was time for Duanyu to make his appearance in the Central Plains. Yu Qianli harbored a deep envy for Duanyu's lightness skill and the Northern Darkness divine art. His admiration extended not only to Duanyu's martial prowess, but also to his enchanting companions, who were undeniably stunning beauties in the realm of demigods and semi-demons. In this narrative world, many aspired to be heroes like Qiao Feng. Yet an even greater number envied Duanyu's fortunate encounters and romantic escapades. Duanyu, without arduous training, inadvertently mastered numerous divine skills through fortuitous circumstances, becoming one of the few top-tier experts in the world. The ethereal beauties Wang Yuyin, Mu Wanqing, Zhong Ling, a Zi, and a Zhu were all extraordinary in their own right. To possess even one of them would surely be a blessing from one's ancestors. What? Su Qianli actually met with Leader Qiao. Bai Shijing and others have been closely monitoring Qiao Feng's every move. Qiao Feng's investigation into Master Xuanbei's death left Bai Shijing and his companions at a loss. Now, with Qiao Feng preparing to return to the Beggars Sect for a meeting, the news of his encounter with Su Qianli reached their ears. After all, the Beggars Sect had numerous disciples and informants spread across the land. It was evident that Qiao Feng had yet to realize the implications of this meeting, and once he did, dire consequences would await them. This young man is remarkably handsome. While indulging in life at an inn, Su Qianli encountered a striking youth, exuding a unique charm. Young Master Duan. Su Qianli suddenly spoke, observing the handsome boy. Who are you? Duanyu asked, furrowing his brow upon seeing Su Qianli. I am Duanyu, the heir of the Dali Kingdom. Su Qianli replied with a hint of surprise. Who exactly are you? How do you know me? Duanyu regarded Su Qianli with suspicion. My surname is Su, and my given name is Qianli. You may call me Su Qianli or Brother Su. He introduced himself with a smile. You still haven't explained how you recognize me. Duanyu pressed a Su Qianli, exuding an air of distinction, left Duanyu unsure of his intentions. How about we sit down for a drink and chat leisurely? Qianli suggested with a smile. There was a particular scene where Duanyu and Qiao Feng competed in agility, which was why Qianli had come to this place. He was envious of Duanyu's lightness skill. Yet, regrettably, Duanyu had already evaded Jianghu. Had Jianghu been present, perhaps Qianli could have gleaned insights into the flame blade technique from him. Currently, Qianli was merely one technique short of mastering a lightness skill. Once he acquired Duanyu's lightness skill, he would be free to traverse the vast world at will, and perhaps even charm some of Duanyu's beloved companions. Very well, let us sit and enjoy a drink together. Qianli successfully piqued Duanyu's curiosity. Brother Su, you aren't waiting here specifically for me, are you? Duanyu asked candidly. You are correct. I am indeed waiting here for young Master Duan. Qianli chuckled. To gain insight into Duanyu's lightness skill. He needed to cultivate a good rapport with him. By spending more time together, he could observe how Duanyu executed the technique and thus comprehend its essence. You are waiting for me. What is your purpose? Duanyu inquired, intrigued. In this world, there are often more questions than answers. Are you certain you wish to know? Qianli smiled. Young Master Duan, I have some knowledge of physiognomy. Would you like me to read your fortune while we wait for someone? You know how to read faces? Duanyu was even more curious now. Young Master Duan, would you care to give it a try? No charge if it doesn't come true. Qianli grinned. All right, go ahead, Duanyu conceded, now fully intrigued. Young Master Duan, I have something I wish to say. Am I permitted? Qianli pretended to scrutinize Duanyu for a moment before asking with a smile. Speak freely, Brother Su, Duanyu replied graciously. As I observe your face, it is quite peculiar. You radiate a rosy glow, indicative of a robust romantic fortune. Yet there is a hint of darkness that makes your countenance rather strange. Qianli began. What do you mean by that? Duanyu was taken aback, surprised by Qianli's accuracy. Indeed, his romantic prospects have been rather favorable of late. You are fated to encounter a taboo, illicit relationships, Qianli declared. What do you mean? I am destined for illicit relationships. Duanyu gazed at Qianli with a look of utter astonishment, repeating his words once more. Chapter 20. Realizing the subtle steps of Lingbo. Could it possibly be otherwise? Observing Duanyu's shocked expression, Qianli chuckled and remarked, Incest, do refrain from spouting nonsense. Duanyu, incensed, felt the urge to strike him. However, his good upbringing compelled him to abandon such thoughts. I could see that moment. Duanyu's heart was indeed in turmoil. After the events involving Zhongling and Mu Wangqing, he was utterly speechless. These two were, astonishingly, his sisters. Moreover, Mu Wangqing was even more outrageous. Any man who beheld her face was bound to marry her. Thus, as Qianli had said, he was indeed embroiled in incestuous relations. Yet in Duanyu's heart, there resided only his ethereal elder sister. He regarded Zhongling and Mu Wangqing merely as siblings. Duanyu truly wished to inquire. How do you know this? However, if he were to ask, it would only expose his own secrets and affirm the taboo nature of his predicament. Should that occur, how could he, the scion of the Dali kingdom, ever face others again? Young Master Duan, have I spoken falsely? Perhaps we should have a proper discussion. Qianli smiled at Duanyu. Enough? What are you, a fortune teller? You are simply rambling, Duanyu retorted, rolling his eyes, determined to prevent Qianli from continuing. This fellow seemed to possess some inkling of the truth. Was he perhaps sent by his mother, with the intent of preventing him from associating with Zhongling and Mu Wangqing? Speak, who sent you? And what is your purpose? Due to his preconceived notions, Duanyu regarded Qianli with suspicion. That I am merely a passerby. It is my first time meeting young Master Duan. Your fate is clouded by taboo and incest. Evident from your features, Qianli proclaimed with an air of mystique. Evident from my features, Duanyu gazed at him, filled with skepticism. Could it be false? If you doubt me, I could read your fortune again. And you shall see that, Qianli smiled. You wish to read my fortune again? Duanyu queried, perplexed. From your features, I discern that you are indeed entangled in taboo and incest, but I also perceive that you have joyous tidings today. Qianli continued with a grin. What joyous tidings do I have? Duanyu's curiosity was piqued by Qianli's words. From this day forth, you shall gain an elder brother. Is that not a joyous occasion? Qianli declared. Today, Duan Yu would meet Qiao Feng. The two would engage in a contest of drinking and lightness of foot, recognizing each other's extraordinary nature, ultimately pledging brotherhood. An elder brother. You mean yourself? Duan Yu rolled his eyes, realizing that this fellow sought to ingratiate himself. That is not me. You shall see soon enough, Su Qianli replied, turning to leave, leaving Duan Yu in a state of confusion. This man was indeed peculiar. Duan Yu found it even more bizarre as Su Qianli abruptly left mid-sentence. This fellow spoke in riddles. Could he be mad? Shortly after Su Qianli's departure, a tall, handsome man of remarkable demeanor entered the tavern. This man exuded an undeniable charisma, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Duan Yu, on his quest to forge connections with heroes, contemplated engaging with this man. If not for Su Qianli's earlier proclamations about forbidden taboos, he would have eagerly conversed with him. Yet upon seeing Qiao Feng, a desire to befriend him blossomed. Qiao Feng was there to drink, and among those who could catch his eye in this tavern, Duan Yu was the sole contender. Had Su Qianli remained, he would have certainly invited him to share a drink. Duan Yu approached Qiao Feng, initially lost in his own revelry. Knowing Duan Yu's capacity for alcohol, it was no exaggeration to say he could drink 1,000 cups without faltering. Few could match him in this regard. Yet now Duan Yu found himself able to compete. They exchanged pleasantries over their drinking contest, prompting Duan Yu to recall Su Qianli's words about encountering a peculiar character. As Duan Yu spoke of the fortune teller, Qiao Feng, too, recalled Su Qianli's reading, which had foretold that the murderer of Madeleine was far yet near. He still struggled to comprehend it. Additionally, the death of Master Xianbei was tied to his own origins. These riddles were matters he preferred to ignore that moment. As their conversation flowed, he brought up Su Qianli again. I asked the person you mentioned, a fair-skinned young man with a slight limp? Qiao Feng asked, his expression shifting. Yes, Brother Qiao, you know him too, Duan Yu exclaimed with excitement. Acquaintance would be a stretch. I have some questions I wish to pose to him, but alas, I cannot find him. He is indeed a remarkable individual. Qiao Feng spoke with admiration that I saw him earlier. Had I known, I would have invited him to join us for a drink. Duan Yu chuckled at that moment. Neither Duan Yu nor Qiao Feng were aware that Su Qianli had not departed but was in fact nearby. Su Qianli had chosen not to linger, not out of reluctance to engage with Duan Yu, but rather to observe the contest between Duan Yu and Qiao Feng. If he could witness their duel of agility, perhaps he might glean the secrets of Duan Yu's Lingbo Weibiu in the realm of Tianlong Babu. Su Qianli yearned to master Duan Yu's Lingbo Weibu and the Baiming Shengong. This fellow's fortuitous encounters were comparable to his own. Without enduring arduous training, through a series of serendipitous events, he had acquired exceptional skills. Should he grasp the essence of Duan Yu's Lingbo Weibu, Su Qianli would gain a measure of self-preservation in this martial world. Seizing this rare opportunity, Su Qianli did not let it slip away, but instead took a position in the opposite tavern. Suddenly, Duan Yu and Qiao Feng leapt from the window, ascending to the rooftop, unleashing their remarkable agility. Upon witnessing this, Su Qianli followed suit, his gaze fixed intently on their vanishing figures. Present, Su Qianli, a formidable figure in the martial world, possessed profound internal strength, yet when it came to agility, it was undeniably his Achilles heel. Fortunately, Qiao Feng's intent was merely to test Duan Yu's skills, not to genuinely compete, allowing Su Qianli to closely trail behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have observed the contest of agility between Duan Yu and Qiao Feng. You have comprehended the Lingbo Weibu. Your prowess has been enhanced. After pursuing the duo for several miles, Su Qianli felt the strain of his internal energy waning, just as a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 21. Sworn Brotherhood? As the chilling notification resonated within Su Qianli's mind, a warm surge enveloped his entire being. This time, Su Qianli did not receive a reward for his cultivation. However, his strength had undeniably increased. With his feet dancing to an extraordinary rhythm, he found that his internal energy had not been significantly depleted. This minor drain was negligible for him at present. Now, Su Qianli felt fulfilled. All he needed was to acquire Duan Yu's Baiming Shengong and Qiao Feng's 18 dragon subduing palms for this journey to be truly complete. Duan Yu, with his dignified appearance and commendable strength, shared a mutual admiration with Qiao Feng. The two dashed for dozens of miles, their hearts steady and breaths unlabored, until they paused in a secluded grove. "Brother Qiao, shall we become sworn brothers?" Duan Yu proposed. "Certainly." Qiao Feng replied with a smile, that if only Su Shini were here, he lamented. Alas, if only Brother Su were present, Duan Yu thought to himself, suppressing a smirk. He did not hold Su Qianli in high regard, considering him a mere harbinger of misfortune, a man who openly accused him of incest, which was utterly unfounded. Now, as he sought to bond with Qiao Feng, he found it absurd that Qiao Feng wished to include Su Qianli as well. Ah, that person seems to be Su Shini. At that moment, Qiao Feng caught sight of a familiar figure approaching swiftly, and it was Su Qianli who had arrived utilizing the art of Lingbo Weibo. He would not miss the moment of Qiao Feng and Duan Yu's brotherhood. Duan Yu had merely acquired the skill of Lingbo Weibo from him, while his Baiming Shangong and Lu Bai Shanjian were undoubtedly among the finest martial arts of the age. By associating with them, he could effortlessly reap the benefits he sought. The ensuing events would unfold at the Beggars Sect conference in Xingzi Forest, where the Xixiao warriors would invade the Song dynasty. Seeking revenge against the Beggars Sect under the leadership of Murong Fu de S. Yu Qianli vividly remembered that during this period, both Duan Yu and Qiao Feng showcased their renowned skills, whether it was the 18 dragon subduing palms or the 6 meridian divine sword. Su Qianli was envious of their prowess. The rewards he could gain from a duel between such formidable masters would be exceedingly rich. The sight of Su Qianli filled Qiao Feng with a sense of astonishment. It was indeed true that speaking of Cao would summon Cao himself at Divine Dr. Su, Brother Duan, if you wish to establish a brotherhood, then let us include Brother Su. What do you think? Qiao Feng remarked, turning to Duan Yu. Brother Qiao, I shall heed your wishes, Duan Yu replied, though internally he harbored 100 grievances that he could not voice. In truth, Duan Yu did not harbor much dislike for Su Qianli. His greatest annoyance stemmed from Su Qianli's insinuation of impropriety. Any reasonable person would be particularly sensitive to such a topic. Thankfully, not many were privy to this matter. Had it been widely known, he would have been tempted to confront Su Qianli with a blade. Master Qiao, what are you planning? Su Qianli inquired with a smile upon seeing Qiao Feng and Duan Yu. Young Master Duan, you are here as well, Su Qianli exclaimed. Divine Dr. Su, what brings you here? I was just looking for you. Qiao Feng smiled and replied, Brother Qiao, do you have something to discuss with me? With a bold and carefree demeanor. Qiao Feng continued, Actually, it is nothing of great significance. Brother Duan and I have grown quite fond of one another. We are preparing to pledge brotherhood as sworn brothers. Divine Dr. Su, how about the three of us become sworn brothers today? Qiao Feng gazed at Su Qianli. Master Qiao, I fear this may not be appropriate. I am but a nameless individual, while you are the leader of the Beggars Sect, and this esteemed gentleman is the heir of the Dali Kingdom. Su Qianli responded with a smile. Brother Qiao, you are the leader of the Beggars Sect? Duan Yu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the person before him was none other than the renowned hero. Bei Qiao Feng, and you are the heir of the Dali Kingdom. Qiao Feng echoed in surprise, taken aback to discover that this seemingly frail scholar was indeed of noble lineage, which explained his dignified presence. Forgive me for causing you to laugh, Brother Qiao, Duan Yu added with a smile. Divine Dr. Su, do not belittle yourself. You are not a mere unknown. You are a revered healer, and merely by virtue of your status. Our brotherhood with you would be an honor, Qiao Feng remarked cheerfully. While Su Qianli might seem ordinary in Qiao Feng's eyes, his medical expertise was undoubtedly unparalleled. Moreover, Su Qianli's ability to discern that the elegant youth before them was the heir of the Dali Kingdom was a testament to his extraordinary insight. Forming a brotherhood with such an individual would not tarnish their identities. On the contrary, Su Qianli's esteemed status as a divine doctor was one that all would aspire to attain. Cultivate a friendship with a divine doctor could only yield advantages, never disadvantages. Very well. If you two do not mind, I would be honored to join you in this brotherhood. Su Qianli replied with a smile. To sworn brothers with Qiao Feng was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. In this world, not everyone had the privilege of forming such bonds with distinguished figures like Qiao Feng and Duan Yu. Although Duan Yu held some reservations about Su Qianli, he recognized that anyone whom Qiao Feng esteemed could not be a mediocre individual. Before long, the three knelt to the heavens and the earth, pledging their brotherhood. They vowed that from this day forth, they would share in each other's fortunes and misfortunes. In terms of age, Qiao Feng was the eldest, Duan Yu was 19, and Su Qianli was 18. Thus, Su Qianli became the third brother, and when Duan Yu later became sworn brothers with Su Zhu, Su Qianli would be relegated to the fourth position. After all, he was the youngest. Qiao Feng was greatly astonished to learn that Su Qianli was merely 18 years old at such a young age. Possessing such remarkable medical skills, his future achievements would surely be extraordinary. As the three of them solidified their brotherhood, their conversation grew even more intimate. "Brother, are you attending the Beggars Sect conference?" Su Qianli asked Qiao Feng. "Indeed, my third brother has an uncanny ability to predict events. I am indeed planning to attend the conference. Do you have any matters to discuss? If not, you are welcome to visit my Beggars Sect as my honored guests," Qiao Feng offered with a smile. Qiao Feng regarded Su Qianli as an ordinary individual, and since they did not travel at high speed using lightness skills, they procured 3 fine steeds from a few disciples of the Beggars Sect and set out to ride to the conference together. "Brother, may I speak candidly?" Su Qianli inquired, now hoping to prevent any harm from befalling Qiao Feng at the conference. "Dear brother, speak freely," Qiao Feng encouraged with a smile. "Brother, there are those who may wish you ill at the Beggars Sect conference. Please exercise caution," Su Qianli advised after a moment's thought. "Third brother, do you know who seeks to harm my elder brother?" Duan Yu pressed, emphasizing the term third brother with great significance. "The Beggars Sect members." Su Qianli replied calmly, "Impossible. How could the members of the Beggars Sect wish me harm? They are brothers with whom I have shared life and death." Qiao Feng interjected immediately, defending the disciples of the Beggars Sect before Duan Yu could even speak. Upon hearing Qiao Feng's words, Su Qianli silently sighed. There was no need for him to continue, as even if he did, no one would believe him. He had fulfilled his duty to inform them. If no conflict arose between Qiao Feng and the Beggars Sect members, it would not be the outcome Su Qianli desired. He regarded the internal strife among the Beggars Sect disciples as mere spectator sport. Although they lacked formidable martial prowess, witnessing their battles could enhance his own martial arts cultivation. Su Qianli's forewarning was intended to incite conflict, hoping for an intense confrontation. Ideally, he wished for Qiao Feng to take the initiative and rid the sect of those ungrateful scoundrels. Unfortunately, Qiao Feng remained obstinate. Though Su Qianli had forged a brotherhood with Qiao Feng and Duan Yu, Qiao Feng's loyalty to the Beggars Sect ran deeper. Seeing Qiao Feng's stubborn demeanor, Su Qianli shook his head in dismay. "Third brother, can you truly predict the future?" Duan Yu asked, furrowing his brow as he regarded Su Qianli. He was still troubled by Su Qianli's remarks regarding his supposed impropriety. "Certainly. I am known as the all-knowing scholar of the Jianghu," Su Qianli replied with a smile. "Is that so?" Duan Yu looked on skeptically. Had he not known Su Qianli was only 18, he might have been inclined to believe the young man's boast. "Second brother, third brother, what are you discussing?" Qiao Feng inquired with a laugh upon overhearing their conversation. "Brother, it's nothing of great importance. That I merely mentioned that our third brother claims he can predict the future and is known as the all-knowing scholar of the Jianghu," Duan Yu explained. Duan Yu smiled, and so did Qiao Feng, that he was somewhat knowledgeable about Su Qianli's background, as Su Qianli had a notable connection with their Beggars Sect, having once lived as a beggar himself. Yet in Qiao Feng's memory, there was no trace of Su Qianli. If Su Qianli had indeed been a beggar, he would not have been so obscured. If he truly was a beggar, with his capabilities, he would have risen swiftly within the Beggars Sect. Yet that was not the case. Thus, the information collected by the Beggars Sect regarding Su Qianli must be false. However, it was not the time to dwell on Su Qianli's identity. The Beggars Sect conference was approaching, and Qiao Feng had numerous matters to attend to. Not only did Qiao Feng have many issues to manage, but Su Qianli also had his own affairs to contend with. The conference was to be held in Xingzi Forest, and the more vibrant the event, the better it would serve Su Qianli's ulterior motives. The trio hastened their pace and soon arrived at the location of the Beggars Sect conference at this moment. Kong Min and Bai Shijing had already discovered the letter left by Wang Bangzhu from Master Ma. Upon reading the contents of the letter, Kong Min felt as though she had struck gold. It would serve as compelling evidence to bring down Qiao Feng. Holding the letter from Wang Bangzhu, Kong Min's mind began to race with possibilities. With this letter in hand, and if orchestrated well, she could surely compel Qiao Feng to yield, perhaps even forcing him to compromise for the position of the Beggars Sect leader, of course. Kong Min was aware that Qiao Feng was not the type to easily change his mind. She had devised a two-pronged approach with Bai Shijing. First, Kong Min would meet with Qiao Feng, seeking to persuade him that if Qiao Feng was willing to settle matters peacefully and improve relations with Kong Min, their backup plan would be rendered unnecessary. However, if Qiao Feng continued to disregard Kong Min, they would implement their second plan, to expose Qiao Feng's true lineage and tarnish his reputation. This time, more than half of the Beggars Sect's upper echelons have been swayed by Kong Min and by Shijing. Once Qiao Feng's identity was revealed at the conference, these elders would surely turn against him. The leader of the Beggars Sect could only be Han, not of any other ethnicity. Elder Bai questioned whether their combined strength was sufficient to subdue Qiao Feng, given his formidable prowess. They wondered if their actions might provoke Qiao Feng, considering the danger if no one could restrain him. Chen Gaiyan, upon hearing Bai Shijing's detailed plan, found it somewhat absurd. With their capabilities, they were hardly a match for Qiao Feng. Rest assured, this upcoming conference is not solely our Beggars Sect's affair. Bai Shijing sneered. Recently, members of the Beggars Sect have been spreading rumors that Murong Fu was the one who killed Master Ma. Consequently, conflicts arose between the Beggars Sect and the Murong family as retainers. This was also why Qiao Feng was urgently hastening to meet with the disciples of the Beggars Sect. Murong Fu's strength was quite formidable since their last encounter, where he lost to Qiao Feng in the struggle for leadership in the martial world. He had made significant progress and was now a master of innate realm. This time, Murong Fu vowed that upon encountering Qiao Feng, he would seek to avenge his previous humiliation, as Qianli relished watching the spectacle unfold. With the conflict between the Murong family's retainers and the Beggars Sect, he was sure to find amusement. Moreover, the schemes of Bai Shijing and his cohorts were well within Qianli's expectations. However, whether Qiao Feng could discern the sinister ambitions of Bai Shijing and his allies remained unclear. Bai Shijing was indeed exerting considerable effort to deal with Qiao Feng in the Beggars Sect. He had his own machinations while also leveraging external forces against Qiao Feng. Qiao Feng's strength was exceptionally robust. Even if all the elders of the Beggars Sect united, they would still be no match for him. Although Qiao Feng triumphed over Murong Fu in their contest for leadership, the latter's abilities and the backing of his family were not to be underestimated. Whispers circulated within the Beggars Sect alleging that Murong Fu had repaid the favor by killing Master Ma. This would incite conflict between the disciples of the Beggars Sect and Murong Fu. Qiao Feng had always believed that another party was responsible for Master Ma's death, not Murong. During Qiao Feng's absence, Bai Shijing and his followers maliciously smeared Murong Fu's reputation, sowing discord. Many disciples and elders of the Beggars Sect suspected that Qiao Feng was colluding with Murong Fu, unwilling to seek vengeance for Deputy Master Ma. This matter led to a growing rift between Qiao Feng and several elders of the Beggars Sect. When a moment was ripe, Bai Shijing would have Kong Min reveal Wang Bangzhu's letter before the Assembly of Heroes, leading to Qiao Feng's public disgrace. This was Bai Shijing's scheme. He hoped to eliminate Qiao Feng through this chain of events, securing their safety. Otherwise, as long as Qiao Feng remained in the Beggars Sect, they would live in constant trepidation. Chapter 23. Qiao Feng takes action, unveiling the dragon capture technique. Upon their arrival at the scene, Qianli and Qiao Feng witnessed the clash between Murong Fu's retainer, Bao Butong, and Feng Boyi against the masters of the Beggars Sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing the battle between Bao Butong and the disciples of the Beggars Sect, earning 5 years of power. Your strength has improved. The cold sound of the system notification echoed in Qianli's mind. Just a few glimpses had granted him 5 years of power, enhancing his abilities further. Next, Qianli turned his attention to the battlefield of Feng Boyi. Feng Boyi was a top-tier master, with very few disciples of the Beggars Sect capable of contending with him. Bai Shijing and Master Ma possessed the strength to engage Bao Butong and Feng Boyi. Yet Master Ma was already dead, and Bai Shijing, with ulterior motives, would never step forward to confront them. Bai Shijing's intent was to incite discord between the Murong family and the Beggars Sect, thereby fostering enmity between Qiao Feng and Murong Fu. Even if Murong Fu was not the one who killed Master Ma, if Qiao Feng were to strike down Murong Fu's retainer, the latter would undoubtedly seek revenge against him. As the disciples of the Beggars Sect faced successive defeats, Bao Budong and Feng Boi, with their sharp tongues, mocked the Beggars Sect, claiming it lacked worthy opponents. If the Beggars Sect had no masters, they would certainly endure this humiliation in silence. However, with capable fighters present, they would not tolerate such disgrace. Bring out your Beggars Sect leader. I'll show him what real strength looks like. Bao Budong, looking at the fallen elite disciples of the Beggars Sect, wore a smug expression. Soon, both factions engaged in a verbal battle, exchanging insults and taunts. Humph, let me Qiao have a word with you. Just then, Qiao Feng made his entrance. Faced with the provocations of Bao Budong and Feng Boi, Qiao Feng would not let them off easily. Their disrespect towards the Beggars Sect was a direct affront to him. In an instant, Qiao Feng clashed with Bao Budong and Feng Boi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing the battle between Qiao Feng and Feng Boi, Bao Budong, earning 10 years of power. Qiao Feng sent Bao Budong and Feng Boi flying, followed by the cold sound of the system notification ringing in Su Qianli's mind. It seemed that only by observing the battles of top-tier masters could one gain substantial power. Su Qianli couldn't help but reflect. Feng Boi was indeed a first-rate master, while Bao Budong barely squeezed into the ranks. He was merely a loudmouth, stubborn and foolish. The benefits Su Qianli gained from them were limited, merely 5 years of power, while Qiao Feng's intervention had directly granted him 10 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the mid-level of first-rate strength. Your power has significantly increased. As Su Qianli absorbed the system rewards from Qiao Feng's entrance. Another cold system notification sounded in his mind. That moment, Wang Yun arrived, alongside Murong Fu, while Duan Yu quietly slipped away to find his celestial sister. Qiao Feng demonstrated his might by defeating Feng Boi and Bao Budong. He spared their lives, yet his reputation within the Beggars Sect soared, especially for Bai Shijing. Upon witnessing Qiao Feng's rising renown and the disciples of the Beggars Sect chanting his praises, his expression turned exceedingly dark. The Murong family's retainers were indeed pathetic, and why had Murong Fu not shown himself? Did he fear Qiao Feng? Bai Shijing mused internally. According to his plan, Qiao Feng should have eliminated Bao Budong and Feng Boi, ensuring a bitter rivalry with Murong Fu. Yet, Qiao Feng had chosen to hold back. Sensing the situation was amiss, Bai Shijing quickly signaled to Quan Qing. Quan Qing and Kong Min had already colluded, something Bai Shijing was well aware of. Kill them! Kill them! A voice suddenly erupted among the multitude of Beggars Sect disciples. Initially, the call was faint, but within moments, the entire assembly of disciples was shouting for the leader to execute Bao Budong and Feng Boi. Silence! Everyone quiet down. Upon hearing the fervent calls of the disciples from the Beggars Sect, Qiao Feng furrowed his brow. Master, this man has slain our brethren, and Murong Fu is the very murderer of Deputy Master Ma. Why do we not exact vengeance upon them to honor Deputy Master Ma? Shouted one of the disciples. Indeed, let us slay them. Let us avenge Deputy Master Ma. In an instant, a wave of fervent cries surged through the crowd, demanding Qiao Feng put to death Bao Budong and Feng Boi. This man cannot be killed. Qiao Feng declared with righteous fervor. Qiao Feng, if you do not slay this rogue Murong Fu, what are your true intentions? Are you perhaps of a foreign race, intent on shielding Murong Fu? Will you not avenge the blood feud of Deputy Master Ma? At that moment, an untimely voice rang out from the crowd. Foreign race? What do you mean? I, Qiao Feng, am a proud Han. How could I possibly be of a foreign race? I vow to stand against foreigners. Upon hearing the voices from the crowd, Qiao Feng's eyes blazed with fury. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a colossal golden hand reached out toward the man who had spoken. The man, Mao Budong, upon seeing the approaching golden hand, was paralyzed with fear, unable to muster any movement. Forced to watch helplessly as the golden hand seized him and lifted him before Qiao Feng. Trembling under Qiao Feng's fierce gaze, Mao Budong's heart raced as he thought, It's over, it's over. Congratulations, host, for witnessing the battle between Qiao Feng and Mao Butong. You have comprehended the dragon's seizing skill, and your strength has increased, echoed a cold system notification in Su Qianli's mind. Qianli's eyes lit up at this unexpected boon. The truth of Qiao Feng's foreign lineage was something Kong Min and Quan Guanqing had been reluctant to reveal. And now Su Qianli could fan the flames for his esteemed elder brother, Qiao Feng. What is happening? Who is this person? What does he intend? The likes of Bai Shijing and others from the Beggars Sect widened their eyes in astonishment as they witnessed Qiao Feng's sudden fury. Elder Bai, this was not part of your plan, was it? Chang'an asked, staring incredulously at Bai Shijing. Do not look at me with such eyes. I do not know this person at all, Bai Shijing replied. Utterly bewildered. Not only Bai Shijing, but the entire assembly was taken aback by Qiao Feng's wrath, each mind swirling with confusion. Could it be true that Qiao Feng was not Han, but a foreigner? Why else would he be so incensed? If you do not provide an explanation today, do not blame me for being impolite, Qiao Feng said, suppressing his rage as he spoke coldly. Give you a reason? You ought to inquire with Mountain. Mao Butong managed to stammer, nearly paralyzed with fear. Ask Brother Ma, are you toying with me? Qiao Feng's brow furrowed in suspicion as he fixed a cold stare upon Mao Butong. What I say is true. Ma Duan possesses a letter left by the late Chief Wang, which reveals your true identity. You are not Han, but Khitan, Mao Butong recounted, relying on the teachings of Su Qianli, forcing himself to suppress his trepidation. What? The Chief Qiao is actually Khitan. How can this be? The surrounding martial artists and masters of the Beggars Sect were engulfed in shock. Today, they had encountered such a staggering revelation. Do you possess evidence? If you fail to present proof today, do not blame me for being merciless, Qiao Feng exclaimed, genuinely astonished. Observing Mao Butong's serious demeanor, he sensed there was no deceit in his words. The evidence lies with Kong Min, Mao Butong replied. Very well, I shall tentatively believe you this time. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Should I discover you are slandering me, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall execute you. Qiao Feng responded coldly that if he were to kill Mao Butong now, it would only portray him as feeling guilty. The Chief Qiao is the leader of our Beggars Sect. How could he possibly be Khitan? You are slandering him. Bai Shijing interjected hastily in defense of Qiao Feng. Now is not the time to expose Qiao Feng's lineage. The few individuals privy to the truth had yet to arrive, and they lacked the most compelling evidence. If my lineage is indeed questionable, I shall relinquish my titles as both chief of the Beggars Sect and leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Qiao Feng declared coldly, feeling the weight of the murmurs around him. Qiao Feng understood that this was a trap set to challenge his position as leader. If he were indeed not Han, he would be unfit to lead the Beggars Sect. Yet he held no disdain for the position. Had it not been for Chief Wang's dying wish, he would not have taken on the role of chief. Quan Guanqing, Bai Shijing, and the others, upon hearing Qiao Feng's words, displayed expressions of relief. The situation had taken a dramatic turn. Since Qiao Feng had taken on the mantle of chief, he would not allow anyone to tear the Beggars Sect asunder. With Qiao Feng's assertion, the elders of the Beggars Sect ceased their doubts regarding his integrity. Instantaneously, those elders who had wavered in their stance bowed their heads in shame. Bai Shijing, witnessing the unfolding situation, realized the impending disaster that a significant portion of the Beggars Sect's elders and disciples had shifted their allegiance, willing to apply pressure on Qiao Feng. Now, upon Qiao Feng's declaration, the concerns of the fence-sitters were swiftly dispelled, especially for those misled by Quan Guanqing. They had mistaken Qiao Feng's intentions. The elder Wu, known for his forthrightness, felt remorse for wronging Qiao Feng and drew a dagger, intending to end his own life before the assembly of heroes. Qiao Feng would not allow such a tragedy to occur. He swiftly employed the dragon-seizing skill, disarming Wu and preventing him from taking his own life. Chief, I'm truly sorry. I've been blinded by rumors and have misunderstood you. I wish to die to atone for my sins, Wu lamented, his face filled with grief and anger. As events unfolded, history remained largely unchanged. Though deeply wronged, Qiao Feng's concern for the Beggars Sect prevented him from allowing Wu's suicide. For that would truly spell chaos for the sect. Not only Wu, but several elders had also confronted Qiao Feng. Now, as Wu sought to atone with his life, the others found themselves in a quandary. In an instant, those elders prepared to take similar drastic measures. Witnessing their intent, Qiao Feng intervened to prevent their self-destructive actions, utilizing the dragon-seizing skill to disarm them and halt their self-harm. Congratulations, host, for observing Qiao Feng's application of the dragon-seizing skill. Your proficiency has increased, and your strength has grown, echoed a chilling system notification in Su Qianli's mind. Initially, Su Qianli thought that with the situation developing as it had, there would be no further gains. To his surprise, Qiao Feng's timely intervention to save the righteous elders from self-harm significantly boosted his understanding of the dragon-seizing skill. The elders of the Beggars Sect, having turned against by Shi Jing and his allies, caught them off guard. Without these individuals, how could they exert pressure on Qiao Feng to step down? As long as Qiao Feng remained chief, their crisis would remain unresolved. However, the elders had not exerted pressure on Qiao Feng. Their scheme had ultimately been in vain. Quan Guanxing, it is your turn to take the stage, by Shi Jing signaled to him. Receiving by Shi Jing's cue, Quan Guanxing leapt onto the platform, adamant that Qiao Feng favored Murong Fu, declaring him unworthy to be chief of the Beggars Sect. The louder Quan Guanxing clamored, the more shamefaced the elders felt. Chief Qiao, we are the sinners of the Beggars Sect. Shall we not atone with our lives? Elder Wu and his companions wished to atone for their sins with their lives. However, Qiao Feng vehemently opposed this notion, but he invoked the rules of the Beggars Sect, expressing his willingness to accept punishment on behalf of the elders who had erred. Qiao Feng, a man of resolute character, unsheathed a dagger and plunged it into his own chest without hesitation. With 3 wounds and 6 holes, he bore the punishment meant for the elders who had violated the sect's code. Witnessing Qiao Feng's audacious act, the disciples of the Beggars Sect and the renowned heroes of the martial world raised their thumbs in admiration, acknowledging Qiao Feng as a true hero of unparalleled stature. Despite the elders' baseless accusations against him, he chose to repay malice with virtue, enduring the punishment to absolve his peers. Those present, the valiant figures of the Jianghu, could not help but silently commend Qiao Feng's gallantry. Recognizing him as a paragon of manhood in the crowd, Su Qianli observed Qiao Feng's self-inflicted wounds with a shake of his head. The actions of the Beggars Sect members hardly warranted such sacrifice from Qiao Feng. His selflessness was akin to exchanging genuine devotion for the treachery of others, and it was inevitable that these individuals would feel no gratitude for his efforts. When Qiao Feng's true identity was revealed, their demeanor would surely change. Su Qianli had implored Mao Butong to expose Qiao Feng's identity during the Beggars Sect assembly, hoping to save him. Yet, Qiao Feng's unwavering sense of justice compelled events to unfold according to their historical trajectory. In Chapter 25, Su Qianli's intervention, Qiao Feng was indeed a fool. Bai Shijing watched as Qiao Feng inflicted wounds upon himself, stifling his inner laughter. This was truly a stroke of fortune for them. Previously, they had doubted their ability to defeat Qiao Feng, given his formidable skills. Now, with him severely injured, the opportunity to eliminate him had arrived. The world had indeed changed, and yet, in many respects, it remained unchanged. The overarching plot would likely follow its historical path. Though some subtleties would deviate, to the very least, Bai Shijing, the law enforcement elder of the Beggars Sect, bore no ill will toward Qiao Feng, nor had he conspired with Chen Gaiyan. Now, seeing Qiao Feng gravely wounded, several factions within the Beggars Sect recognized this as the opportune moment to strike. Have you seen Su Qianli, the divine physician? Bai Shijing suddenly recalled, his expression turning wary as he scanned the surroundings for Su Qianli's presence. Wasn't he just with the sect leader? Where could he have gone? Chen Gaiyan, equally perplexed, shared his concerns, fearing that Su Qianli might intervene to assist Qiao Feng. With Su Qianli's medical prowess, he could potentially stabilize Qiao Feng's condition, if not heal him entirely. Thus, if they were to act against Qiao Feng, they must first neutralize Su Qianli, and they needed to act swiftly. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became for them. Elder Bai, I have a plan, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share, Chen Gaiyan said mysteriously to Bai Shijing. Oh, what scheme do you propose? Bai Shijing inquired, his brow furrowed, that he understood that this was the prime opportunity to eliminate Qiao Feng. Yet they could not act directly without incurring significant risk. According to the latest intelligence I have received, masters from the Huichuntang of the Xixia Kingdom have secretly infiltrated our Great Song territory. Chun Gan whispered, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. The Beggars Sect was renowned for its vast network of information, which was why it had taken the lead in resisting the invasions from Liao and Xia. This plan is ingenious, but we must act swiftly and prepare for contingencies, Ba Shijing concluded, recognizing the merit in the proposal, though he deemed it insufficiently secure. You must personally oversee this. Do not delegate it to others. Understood, Elder Bai. I know what needs to be done. Chang Gaian replied with a smile, resolved not to place his fate in anyone else's hands. And one more thing, Su Qianli must not be allowed to come into contact with sect leader Qiao. If necessary, he must be eliminated, Bai Shijing cautioned, considering the potential risks posed by Su Qianli's involvement. Eliminating Qiao Feng was not inherently difficult. However, Su Qianli's presence introduced a significant variable. Noticing a lack of excitement around him, Su Qianli prepared to leave. With Duan Yu having already departed, his remaining there served no purpose, and Qiao Feng's situation was even less critical. Having inflicted multiple wounds upon himself, Qiao Feng's fellow elders felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, preventing Su Qianli from even approaching to offer his support. With 3 wounds and 6 holes, Qiao Feng was grievously injured. Even if he survived, he would emerge severely weakened. Yu Qianli's abrupt departure was a calculated move, for he recognized that Bai Shijing and Chun Gan, influenced by his presence, would surely conspire against Qiao Feng. As long as conflict ensued, there would be opportunities for gain. The more chaotic the situation, the better. The elders of the Beggars Sect, witnessing Qiao Feng endure punishment on their behalf, were filled with sorrow. They encircled Qiao Feng, expressing their concern, barring anyone else from approaching, though they may have been somewhat foolish. They understood that Qiao Feng's safety was paramount. Treachery was afoot, and someone would attempt to harm him. Yu Qianli had been operating within the Beggars Sect's territory, intent on rescuing Qiao Feng. Albeit from the shadows, those plotting against Qiao Feng would soon face an unexpected surprise. Find a doctor, quickly. The sect leader's injuries must not be allowed to worsen. Elder Wu urged the disciples of the Beggars Sect to hasten in summoning a physician for Qiao Feng. Unfortunately, the doctors available were no better than those from the Huichuntang, merely quacks. Healing Qiao Feng's wounds would be a formidable challenge. Stabilization was the best they could hope for in the short term. As night descended, Qiao Feng found himself alone in his chamber, feeling the toll of his injuries. In this ancient time, healing was a difficult endeavor. Recovery relied heavily upon the patient's constitution, with treatment limited to external wounds to prevent infection. The physician's prescribed remedy called for rest, allowing inflammation to subside before administering medicine, with hopes of improvement in 10 days to a month. During this period, he was advised to avoid strenuous activity to prevent aggravating his injuries. In an instant, Qiao Feng's combat prowess plummeted to an all-time low. News of Qiao Feng's condition reached Bai Shijing and the others without delay, heralding the perfect opportunity to assassinate him. "Brother, are you all right?" Su Qianli stealthily entered Qiao Feng's quarters. Previously, it would have been nearly impossible for Su Qianli to infiltrate Qiao Feng's residence without alerting the sect's elite. Now, having mastered the Lingbo Weibo technique, Su Qianli had attained a level of skill in lightness martial arts that made him nearly untraceable as long as his internal energy remained intact, with Qiao Feng unconscious. Su Qianli's touch prompted a reflexive awakening, and he opened his eyes to see a familiar yet strange figure. "Third brother." "Hush, do not speak. I am here to treat your injuries." Su Qianli gestured for silence. A warm energy began to circulate throughout Qiao Feng's body, visibly mending his wounds at an astonishing rate. Qiao Feng sensed a remarkable improvement in his condition in the span of a mere time. His injuries were nearly healed, no longer leaving him weak and feeble. The bleeding had ceased, and some wounds had even begun to scab. Once the scabs fell away, his recovery would be complete. All done. "Brother, your wounds are essentially healed, but be wary. Someone may wish you harm. You should publicly claim that your condition is severe to draw out any lurking enemies, while I will remain in the shadows." Su Qianli advised Qiao Feng, Understood. Qiao Feng nodded, acknowledging the plan. With that, Su Qianli exited, vanishing into the night. Who would have thought my third brother is no ordinary person? Qiao Feng mused, watching Su Qianli's retreating figure with a smile. In Chapter 26, the four great villains make their entrance. Shortly after Su Qianli departed, Elder Wu and his companions took turns entering to assess the situation. Recalling Su Qianli's counsel, Qiao Feng laid back down. Feigning extreme weakness, sect leader, are you feeling any better? Elder Wu inquired anxiously, his gaze fixed on Qiao Feng. That I sense my condition has worsened. I feel weak and powerless. Matters of the sect must be entrusted to you. Qiao Feng feigned a cough, maintaining his act of fragility. Although Elder Wu had not actively spread the news of Qiao Feng's injuries, Bai Shijing and others were still informed. Now that the sect leader was wounded, but not in mortal danger. His strength was undeniably diminished, necessitating that Su Qianli be kept away from the Beggars Sect. They needed to resolve Qiao Feng's fate promptly. Bai Shijing admonished Chen Gaiyan, rest assured by tonight at the latest. The warriors of the Western Xia Kingdom will make their move against Qiao Feng, though we must prepare for both contingencies, as the forces dispatched by Western Xia are composed of highly trained troops. If things go awry, we too may suffer losses. Thus, we must remain vigilant. Chen Gaiyan reiterated, we must withdraw our faction's members to ensure there are no casualties. Bai Shijing nodded in agreement. The Huichuntang of Western Xia has convened a multitude of formidable fighters, all well-trained. Though there are many martial artists in the realm, the majority are mere rabble, utterly incapable of contending with the disciplined and well-equipped warriors of Western Xia's Huichuntang, under the direction of Bai Shijing and Chen Gaiyan. The guards assigned are primarily disobedient members of the Beggars Sect. This incident will undoubtedly result in significant losses for the sect. That a dead friend is better than a living one, they thought, showing no remorse for the potential demise of those unruly disciples. Initially, Su Qianli had no intention of monitoring the movements of the Beggars Sect, with Qiao Feng healed under his exceptional care. There seemed to be no imminent danger. However, Su Qianli soon noticed unusual activity from Bai Shijing, which alerted him to the possibility that members of the Beggars Sect might be planning to act against Qiao Feng, potentially within days. Thus, he decided to keep a close eye on the situation, hoping for valuable insights today. As Qianli gazed into the distance and smiled, having already sensed that the warriors of Western Xia had entered the Apricot Grove. He also discovered that their arrival preceded the timeline of the unfolding drama significantly, as neither Ma Deyuan's wife, Kong Min, nor the Shaolin monk had made an appearance. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the Beggars Sect had not yet severed ties with Qiao Feng. He remained their leader, and the warriors of Western Xia had inexplicably begun targeting the Beggars Sect. Su Qianli perceived that something was amiss. Even Qiao Feng, with his superior strength, recognized the sound of galloping hooves approaching, indicating a large force was converging on their location. This influx of troops, combined with the intelligence he had gathered earlier, suggested an invasion of the Song dynasty by Western Xia's warriors. That a flash of fury crossed Qiao Feng's eyes. It was inconceivable that the warriors of Western Xia could infiltrate the territory of the Song dynasty without assistance. Clearly, there were individuals colluding with them. Furthermore, the Beggars Sect had failed to report this critical information to him in a timely manner. Such a lapse could indicate that the higher-ups of the sect were preoccupied with his well-being, likely deliberating on strategies without informing him. The situation had become convoluted, leaving him uncertain about the next steps to take in the face of such a crisis. The warriors of Western Xia's Huichuntang had devised a plan to eliminate the Beggars Sect first, recognizing that the establishment of the Huichuntang was a direct response to combat sects like the Beggars Sect. However, the military strength of Western Xia paled in comparison to that of the Song dynasty, leading them to place greater emphasis on the prowess of their warriors. This battle would serve as a test for the fighters of Huichuntang. Should this operation succeed, the elite of Huichuntang would become a whirlwind, sweeping across the entirety of the Central Plains, resulting in untold suffering for the Song dynasty. The conflict erupted swiftly. The elite warriors of Western Xia's Huichuntang, led by Helian Taishu, commanded the troops, accompanied by the infamous four great villains. Within moments, the disciples of the Beggars Sect suffered devastating losses. Witnessing his fellow disciples fall amidst pools of blood, Qiao Feng was consumed with rage. longing to charge forth and annihilate the barbaric warriors of Western Xia. Yet, recalling Su Qianli's warning, he restrained himself. Qiao Feng also desired to ascertain whether the elders of the Beggars Sect had colluded with external foes against him. He averted his gaze, believing that ignorance would bring peace. However, upon scrutinizing the battlefield, he uncovered a shocking truth. The Elder Council, led by Shijing and others, had not engaged in the fight at the earliest opportunity. Qiao Feng's heart sank further. Even he, not the dimmest of men, could see that this was a meticulously orchestrated assassination. Why had the forces of Western Xia appeared at this precise moment in the Beggars Sect stronghold? Without an insider, how could they have caught the sect off guard? The culprits were undoubtedly by Shijing and his cohorts. Now, Qiao Feng was certain that Su Qianli's words held truth. Ma Duan had indeed been eliminated by Shijing and the others. Astonishingly, Qiao Feng had doubted his younger brother's account and misjudged him. Fortunately, Su Qianli bore no grudge and had selflessly offered his healing services. Quickly, lead the leader to safety. We shall hold off the warriors of Western Xia, urged Elder Wu and his companions, as they approached Qiao Feng's residence, surrounded by the disciples of the Beggars Sect. Elder Wu hesitated to join the fray, concerned for Qiao Feng's safety. His greatest fear was that the warriors of Western Xia were not targeting them, but rather aimed directly at the sect leader. That moment, a booming voice rang out from the crowd. "Where is Qiao Feng? Come forth and meet your demise." The four great villains had arrived, summoned by the Huichuntang of Western Xia to eliminate Qiao Feng at this opportune moment. When he was gravely injured, the prospect of slaying the northern Qiao Feng would bestow unparalleled glory upon them. "Leader, you are injured. You must flee. Allow me to confront the four great villains," Elder Wu said, filled with guilt. Had they trusted Qiao Feng and not heeded the slanderous words of the villains, he would not be in such peril. Even if they were to face the warriors of Western Xia and the four great villains, they could have held their ground. Now, the most formidable fighting force of the Beggars Sect had been severely weakened due to their actions. The sect had no one capable of withstanding the onslaught of the four great villains. "This is bad. It's poison," came another cry, compounding the misfortune of the Beggars Sect. With no peak fighting power left to counter the four great villains, the disciples were now poisoned, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Not only the disciples of the Beggars Sect suffered, but also the other martial artists who had come to observe were caught in the crossfire. The warriors of Western Xia intended to eliminate all. "Do you think Qiao Feng will survive this?" wondered by Shijing, Chen Gaiyan, and Quan Qing, concealed in the shadows, as they observed the invasion of the Western Xia warriors with furrowed brows. "Where is that miraculous healer?" Su Qianli, although Qiao Feng's life was not in immediate danger, he had lost his combat effectiveness. Faced with the four great villains, he stood no chance, especially now that he was poisoned and unable to break free from encirclement. Bai Shijing spoke confidently. "If Su Qianli were here, he would undoubtedly inform us that in addition to the Western Xia warriors, the four great villains are also involved, including the notorious Li Yinzong." While the name Li Yinzong might not resonate with them, the mention of Nan Morong would surely evoke recognition, indicating that Qiao Feng was truly in dire straits. Su Qianli, upon learning of the threat posed to the Beggars Sect and Qiao Feng by the warriors of Western Xia, knew he could not miss this spectacle. Although Qiao Feng was injured, his combat prowess had returned to its peak following Su Qianli's treatment. Qiao Feng would inevitably confront the four great villains, providing Su Qianli with an opportunity to enhance his own skills. Perhaps this would even allow him to break through to the mid-tier of the first-rate realm. This gathering of the four great villains, coupled with Qiao Feng's full-strength response, would grant Su Qianli insight into the legendary dragon subduing 18 palms. With that thought, Su Qianli was fully alert, keenly observing the unfolding battle. "Where are Bai Shijing and Chen Gaiyan?" Qiao Feng queried Elder Wu. "Just a moment ago, we saw Elder Bai. How could he have vanished so quickly?" Elder Wu and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that Elder Bai and the others are in trouble? Elder Wu, caught off guard, finally spoke. "Very well. Elder Wu, you and the other esteemed elders of the Beggars Sect should lead the disciples in an orderly retreat. I shall take it upon myself to confront the four great evildoers." Qiao Feng declared. "Leader, you are still injured. Allow us to handle the four great evildoers. Elder Wu replied incredulously. My injuries have been fully healed under the care of my third brother. Today, let me confront these 4 great evildoers and rid the world of their menace. Qiao Feng stated, pride evident in his voice as he mentioned Su Qianli. Had it not been for Su Qianli, the Beggars Sect would have suffered grievously today. Qiao Feng, come forth and face your death. At that moment, Jianghu, relying on his exceptional lightness skill, was the first to detect Qiao Feng's presence. Die. Jianghu, despite being the weakest among the 4 great evildoers, was renowned for his agility, though his combat prowess paled in comparison to even Yu Laosan. Against Qiao Feng, he was utterly outmatched. With a thunderous shout, Qiao Feng unleashed the dragon capture technique, summoning a golden claw that resembled a dragon's talon, reaching for Jianghu amidst the crowd. Utilizing his nimble movements, Jianghu narrowly evaded Qiao Feng's grasp. However, enraged after missing his target, Qiao Feng swiftly altered his technique from a grab to a strike. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged toward Jianghu, who, caught off guard, was sent flying by the golden hand. As he landed, he coughed up blood, severely wounded by a single move that in the face of Qiao Feng. Jianghu's lightness skill appeared as futile as that of a mere grasshopper. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing the battle between Qiao Feng and Jianghu. Your proficiency in the dragon capture technique has improved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing the battle between Qiao Feng and Jianghu. Your proficiency in the Lingbo Weibo has increased, enhancing your overall strength. The frigid system notifications echoed in Su Qianli's mind. Although he did not receive a cultivation reward, his strength had indeed seen a tangible enhancement. The improvement in his Lingbo Weibo brought him immense joy. Su Qianli could not glean insights from Jianghu's lightness skill, as Jianghu's abilities were inferior to his own mastery of Lingbo Weibo. Otherwise, Su Qianli would have needed to diligently practice or observe others executing the technique to improve in the world of Tianlong Babu. Only Duan Yu had mastered the Lingbo Weibo. Thus, witnessing Jianghu in battle and being able to enhance his own skills was a delightful surprise. Such a lecherous scoundrel as Jianghu ought not to perish. If he did, Su Qianli's path to improving his Lingbo Weibo would become significantly more arduous. Concern flickered in Su Qianli's mind. Would Qiao Feng truly strike Jianghu down with a single blow? Just as Su Qianli contemplated intervening to rescue Jianghu, a squadron from the Western Xia's warrior legion surged forth, promptly whisking Jianghu away. Damn it! This is Qiao Feng's dragon capture. His inner strength is astonishingly profound. Jianghu stands no chance against him. The warriors of Western Xia were visibly astonished upon witnessing Qiao Feng incapacitating one of their elite. Jianghu, with a mere strike. The most shocked of all were by Shijing, Chun Gaian, and the other elders of the Beggars Sect, who had been lurking in shadows. They could hardly fathom that Qiao Feng, who was supposed to be gravely injured, still possessed such formidable inner strength, capable of felting one of the 4 great evildoers with a single blow. Master Duan, I implore you to assist in dealing with Qiao Feng. Helian Taishu expressed with a grave countenance. Qiao Feng's unexpected vigor had indeed taken them by surprise. Could this be a ploy devised by the Beggars Sect, the head of the 4 great evildoers? Duan Yanqing immediately suspected that this was a conspiracy against the Western Xia. Qiao Feng's might was formidable. Even Duan Yanqing, should he face Qiao Feng, would not hold absolute confidence in victory. His physical disabilities hindered him. Though he had mastered the One-Yang finger to an extraordinary level, earning him the title of a grandmaster. Yes, this must be the Beggars Sect's conspiracy against our Western Xia, Helian Taishu concurred, furrowing his brow. According to intelligence gathered by the Western Xia's elite, Qiao Feng was indeed gravely injured, and this information had originated from within the Beggars Sect, as Qiao Feng demonstrated such overwhelming combat prowess. It sowed seeds of retreat among them. What realm had Qiao Feng reached? They were uncertain, but it was likely he had broken through to the Grandmaster level. Once he achieved this, none would be able to contend with him. One man could withstand 1,000 troops. The 4 great evildoers had all arrived. Had Duan Yanqing joined them? Upon hearing that the 4 great evildoers were present, Su Qianli's eyes narrowed. Duan Yanqing was indeed a master, a legendary figure in his own right. His signature techniques included the one-yang finger, the Duan family sword, and ventriloquism. The one-yang finger was a secret art of the Dali Duan clan, reserved exclusively for royal bloodlines. To have cultivated the one-yang finger to such a level required immense willpower. In addition to the one-yang finger, Duan Yanqing also wielded the Duan family swordsmanship. He had even integrated his sword techniques with the iron staff he used for mobility, transforming it into a weapon that could unleash sword energy. He harbored a profound loathing for the warriors of Western Xia. When he unleashed the 18 dragon-subduing palms, a vacuum appeared in his wake. Qiao Feng was acutely aware that the Beggars Sect was being targeted by the Western Xia's elite. His intention was not to engage in unnecessary slaughter, but rather to save as many innocent disciples of the Beggars Sect as he could. He did not seek glory through reckless valor. Instead, he deliberately aimed at the 4 great evildoers. These villains were indeed top-tier masters. The fact that the lightness-skilled Jianghu was so easily felled by Qiao Feng instilled fear in their hearts, causing them to falter and retreat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing Qiao Feng's 18 dragon-subduing palms. You have comprehended the first 3 forms. Qiao Feng unleashed the 18 dragon-subduing palms upon the warriors of Western Xia. A chilling system notification reverberated in Su Qianli's mind. He had actually grasped the first 3 forms of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. A smile of delight spread across Su Qianli's face at the sound of the icy notification. Today had proven to be extraordinarily eventful, allowing him to comprehend the 18 dragon-subduing palms, though he had only grasped the initial 3 forms. For Su Qianli, it was more than sufficient, but he felt a twinge of regret that Duan Yanqing, the foremost of the 4 great evildoers, had not yet made his move. Had he done so, the outcome would undoubtedly have been different. Once Duan Yanqing engaged, he would surely be able to exchange blows with Qiao Feng for numerous rounds, leading him to fully comprehend the complete 18 dragon-subduing palms. Do not engage. Focus on annihilating the disciples of the Beggars Sect. A command resonated from the crowd. This was the great marshal of Western Xia, Helian Taishu. Qiao Feng's strength was formidable, but he was not invincible as long as the disciples of the Beggars Sect were all eliminated. Even if Qiao Feng survived, the Beggars Sect would pose no significant threat to Western Xia. With Helian Taishu's command issued, the elite of the One-Pin Hall and numerous soldiers of Western Xia immediately launched a merciless massacre. In the midst of a fierce battle against formidable opponents such as Li Yinzong, Duan Yanqing, Yi Ernyang, and Yu Laosan, the cold, mechanical sound of the system echoed in Su Qianli's mind. This time, Su Qianli had indeed struck gold. The coveted dragon, subduing 18 palms, was effortlessly acquired. Now, Su Qianli had mastered the unparalleled techniques of the realm. The celestial maneuvering of Murong Fu, the ethereal steps of Duan Yu, and the dragon subduing 18 palms and dragon seizing skill of Qiao Feng. It could be said that the pinnacle of martial arts was entirely within his grasp. By merely observing the confrontations of masters for a period, his strength would ascend to the zenith of the world. Qiao Feng exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, effortlessly contending with the 4 notorious villains, and even the disguised Murong Fu, posing as Li Yinzong, was no match for him. Concerned for the disciples of the Beggars Sect, who were at risk of being struck by the arrows of the Western Xia warriors, Qiao Feng was infuriated. He was not a mere brute lacking in strategy. He understood the principle of capturing the leader before the followers. The warriors from the first-class hall of Western Xia were not inherently fearsome. Their true danger lay in the presence of high-ranking command. Until Helian Taishu was dealt with, the disciples of the Beggars Sect faced inevitable slaughter. Qiao Feng was compelled to unleash the dragon subduing 18 palms, repelling all invading foes. Before the enemy could react, he executed the dragon's seizing skill, seizing 2 Western Xia warriors as human shields to deflect Duan Yanqing's one-yang finger attack. He then discarded the 2 meat shields, hurling them into the enemy's command tent. Helian Taishu, thrown into disarray, heard the urgent cries of his guards calling for protection. The 4 notorious villains, and Li Yinzong prepared to press their attack against Qiao Feng. He seized 2 spears and hurled them directly at Helian Taishu. Duan Yanqing's one-yang finger was unleashed in an attempt to intercept. However, This strike was fueled by Qiao Feng's wrath, employing a tremendous portion of his strength. Duan Yanqing was unable to stop it. He could only break one of the spears, yet the spearhead continued its relentless trajectory towards Helian Taishu. Upon witnessing this, Li Yinzong swiftly grasped two figures, directing them to confront the incoming broken spear in an instant. The spear pierced through the two human shields and embedded itself in Helian Tieshu's chest. With numerous experts surrounding him, Helian Tieshu's eyes widened in shock, blood seeping from his mouth. "Commander! Commander! Quickly save the commander!" The frantic cries rang out among the crowd. The warriors of Western Xia were immediately thrown into chaos. Even the four notorious villains and Li Yinzong regarded Qiao Feng with apprehension. With their commander injured and his fate uncertain, they were at a loss. Noticing the retreat of the Western Xia warriors, Qiao Feng fixed his gaze upon them, while the notorious villains and Li Yinzong could only adopt a watchful stance. Signaling a retreat, Helian Taishu could not die. Should he perish, they too would be held accountable. The presence of so many martial artists failing to protect Helian Taishu was a disgrace of monumental proportions. As the Western Xiao warriors retreated, Qiao Feng could no longer restrain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. With Helian Tieshu's life hanging in the balance, Li Yinzong assumed his position, instructing the Western Xiao warriors and the four notorious villains to continue their pursuit of the Beggars Sect disciples and apprehend martial artists from the Jianghu, without their elders leading them. The disciples of the Beggars Sect scattered and were swiftly captured by the Western Xiao warriors. Even Wang Yuyin and her companions, who had come to watch with Murong Fu, fell victim to the unexpected calamity. Succumbing to the enemy's treachery, Duan Yu, acting as a protector, successfully saved Wang Yuyin due to his immunity to toxins. However, several of Murong Fu's young maidens, accompanying Wang Yuyin, suffered the same fate and were captured by the Western Xiao warriors. Damn it! How could this happen? Bai Shijing and others, witnessing the Western Xiao warriors retreat, cursed in frustration as Qiao Feng and the injured elders of the Beggars Sect narrowly escaped disaster. Elder Bai, what should we do next? Chun Gaiyan asked, visibly anxious. Realizing he had boarded a sinking ship and could only proceed onwards, we must return to the Beggars Sect first, Bai Shijing concluded, focusing on regaining control of the situation. As long as they managed to maintain control of the Beggars Sect, there remained a chance for a comeback. This moment, the Western Xiao warriors were in disarray due to Helian Tieshu's grave injuries. Their commanders frantically sought renowned physicians to save him, that if they failed to revive their commander, returning to Western Xia would mean facing dire consequences. Perhaps there is someone who can save the commander. One captured martial artist from Jianghu spoke up. Who is it? If you can save the commander, I shall spare your life. A Western Xia commander responded coldly. It is Su Qianli. He is a divine physician capable of reviving the dead as long as there is a breath left. The Central Plains martial artist replied. Hearing this, joy surged on his face. Su Qianli. Do any of you know this Su Qianli? Hurry and bring him here to heal the commander. The Western Xia commanders, in their desperation, were entirely at a loss. They had only heard of Su Qianli's name, but had never seen him. Each of them hung their heads in disappointment, unable to meet one another's gaze. Dispatch a message. Anyone who finds Su Qianli, the divine physician, will be rewarded 1,000 taels. The Western Xia commanders issued a bounty to locate Su Qianli in hopes of saving Helian Taishu. Soon, numerous martial artists were dispatched. Some sought to capture martial artists from the Central Plains, while others searched for the legendary divine physician. Who are you, and how did you come to be here? A squad of Western Xiao warriors regarded the suddenly appearing Su Qianli with suspicion. Fearing he might be a martial arts master from the Central Plains, they hesitated to act recklessly, pondering the consequences of their actions. Thus, the Western Xiao warriors did not rush to attack Su Qianli, but instead kept a watchful eye on him. I am Su Qianli, he announced, revealing his identity. What did you say? You are Su Qianli. Could you be the divine physician? One of the Western Xiao warriors exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Now that someone had found Su Qianli, the reward was 1,000 taels. Indeed, I am Su Qianli. The divine physician you speak of, he confirmed with a nod. So, it is the divine physician Su. It was a misunderstanding. Please, divine physician, accompany us. Our commander requests your presence, the squad leader said, his demeanor turning cordial as he looked at Su Qianli. "Lead the way," Su Qianli replied, finding their vigilance somewhat amusing that if he had wished to remain hidden, these warriors would never have detected him. Even if they did, with his current strength, escaping would pose no challenge. Su Qianli's appearance here was no accident. It was a deliberate choice. He was well aware that Helian Taishu was gravely injured and would die at Qiao Feng's hands if he did not intervene. His presence was intended to save a life. Soon, under the escort of the Western Xiao warriors, Su Qianli arrived at the command tent. Quickly, "Let me take a look." Su Qianli sensed Helian Taishu's weakening life force. Had he arrived any later, the man would have perished. Ignoring the four notorious villains gathered nearby, Su Qianli hastily approached Helian Taishu, placing both hands on him to feign taking his pulse. "You must be mistaken. He cannot possibly be the divine physician," the accompanying military doctor remarked, furrowing his brow at the sight of Su Qianli. "Oh him." Su Qianli appeared to be a mere boy, hardly someone capable of reviving the dead. "Stop. What is he doing?" That wound was just bandaged. Initially, Su Qianli only intended to check Helian Taishu's pulse, but his actions were met with disapproval from the military doctor, who considered it reckless. "Who are you? Do you even have the right to treat our commander?" The Western Siam military doctor retorted defiantly, unwilling to back down. If this young man caused harm to the commander, he too would face punishment. "Your commander is on the brink of death. Do you have any means to treat him?" Su Qianli shot back mercilessly. "What do you mean by that? Are you cursing our commander?" The military doctor glared at Su Qianli. Outraged, "What are you standing there for? Seize this brazen youngster and execute him. Do you truly wish to see Helian Taishu perish before the Song dynasty?" Su Qianli glared coldly at the executioners preparing to strike. "Are you certain you can save Commander Helian?" At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated. Capturing Su Qianli's attention, he looked around, but no one seemed to be speaking. From where did this voice originate? As Su Qianli sought the source of the sound, he was taken aback to find none other than Duan Yanqing, the foremost of the four great villains. Fixating his gaze upon him, in that instant, Su Qianli comprehended that the individual who had just spoken to him was indeed Duan Yanqing, engaging in a form of silent communication that if I do not intervene, he is doomed. One might liken this to attempting to revive a dead horse as if it were alive. A faint smile graced Su Qianli's lips. Who, apart from himself, could possibly save Helian Taishu? Could the accompanying military doctor be of any assistance? If they possessed such capability, would the generals of the Western Xia still be searching for the renowned Su physician? "Step aside. Let him treat the general," commanded Duan Yanqing, who, eager to leverage the might of the Western Xia to reclaim his throne, could not bear to witness Helian Taishu perish in the Song dynasty. However, the accompanying military doctor opened his mouth as if to protest, only to be silenced by a sharp look from Duan Yanqing. "There are no buts. If you have the ability, treat him. If not, step aside." Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing Duan Yanqing's ventriloquism. You have grasped the art of ventriloquism. That moment, a chilling notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind. He turned his curious gaze towards Duan Yanqing. In his previous life, while watching the television adaptation of Tianlong Babu, he had been deeply intrigued by Duan Yanqing's ability to speak without using his throat. How was it possible to produce sound from the abdomen? He had always thought this was a mere figment of the author's imagination. Yet now, he witnessed it with his own eyes, realizing that one could indeed vocalize without the throat. Astonishingly, he had now mastered this very technique. This journey had proven to be immensely rewarding for him. The accompanying military doctor cast a sidelong glance at Duan Yanqing and wisely chose to remain silent. After all, Duan Yanqing, the notorious figure known for his heinous deeds, was not someone to be trifled with. Likewise, he awaited the unfolding events with bated breath, eager to see how this young man would treat their general that T.O. him. Su Qianli's actions seemed utterly reckless. Aside from the initial pulse-taking, which bore semblance to a genuine physician's examination, he was shocked to see Su Qianli tear open the freshly bandaged wound, an act that appeared less like treatment and more akin to pouring oil on a fire, an indication of animosity towards Helian Taishu. "Everyone, step back. I must treat the general," declared Su Qianli, commanding the Western Xiao warriors in the room to clear a path. "Leave." Duan Yanqing utilized ventriloquism to urge the generals to vacate the room swiftly. Trusting Su Qianli to heal Helian Taishu was akin to placing faith in a dead horse as if it were alive. Though they found Su Qianli to be exceedingly unreliable, their only option was to place their trust in him. If he could indeed restore Helian Taishu to health, it would be a cause for celebration. However, should he fail, only death awaited him. At that point, the Western Xiao warriors would not need the four great villains to exact vengeance. They would tear him to pieces themselves. The injury was indeed grave. As Su Qianli unwrapped the bandages from Helian Taishu's wounds, he beheld a gruesome sight. Flesh and blood were mangled, a result of Qiao Feng's strike, which had nearly severed Helian Taishu's vital arteries. Should the injury have shifted even slightly, Helian Taishu would have perished on the spot. It was as if fate had spared Helian Taishu, enabling him to encounter Su Qianli. Previously, while treating Qiao Feng, Su Qianli had exerted considerable effort with his dual palm technique, ultimately succeeding in healing Qiao Feng's injuries. However, now, attending to Helian Taishu, he discerned that his dual palm method was not an omnipotent remedy. Rather, it could only facilitate a gradual internal healing process for Helian Taishu's damaged arteries. Nonetheless, there was a discernible effect. Helian Taishu had indeed returned from the brink of death and grasped a fleeting chance at life. The Western Xia generals waited anxiously throughout the night, their minds preoccupied with the uncertainty of whether Su Qianli could mend their general's injuries. A few hot-tempered generals, particularly restless, clamored to burst into the tent, eager to dismantle what they perceived as a fraud. Had it not been for Duan Yanqing's intervention, these fiery individuals would have likely stormed him by now. The general's injuries remain unhealed. He has merely snatched a breath from the jaws of death and requires continued treatment. Just as dawn broke, the Western Xiao warriors could hardly contain their impatience when Su Qianli emerged from the tent. Truly, is it as you say, our general's life has been preserved? The surrounding generals gazed at Su Qianli with disbelief. Unable to fathom his claims, the accompanying military doctor had previously instructed them to prepare for their general's funeral. Even if they were to employ ginseng to prolong his life, it would only serve to keep Helian Taishu hanging on for a return to the Western Xia. If Su Qianli were to recklessly expose the wound, it could very well lead to Helian Taishu's demise. Now, however, Su Qianli asserted that their general had indeed reclaimed a life, a notion that seemed utterly implausible. Indeed, without a doubt, but our general is yet to awaken, Su Qianli replied with a smile. Amused by their incredulous expressions, when he first entered the room, Helian Taishu had been on the brink of death. Now, his breathing had stabilized, giving the impression that he was merely asleep. The accompanying military doctor exchanged glances with the generals, signaling them to keep a wary eye on Su Qianli, the supposed harbinger of this miraculous recovery. While he personally attended to Helian Taishu's condition, previously, he had been concerned about how he would report to the king if Helian Taishu were to die. However, with Su Qianli now serving as the perfect scapegoat, he felt a sense of relief. Even Yi Ernyang, one of the four great villains, and the boisterous Yu Laosan entered to assess the situation, although they had initially believed Helian Taishu to be doomed. The sight of him seemingly restored to health left them astounded. Could it be true that he possessed the legendary ability to restore life to the deceased? The pulse is weak, but the breath is stable. There is no cause for concern, remarked the Western Xiao military doctor, his expression one of disbelief. Their general had been healed, and without the use of any medicinal substances, an extraordinary feat that seemed to defy the very laws of medicine. This was nothing short of a miracle, a true instance of snatching life from the clutches of death. How had they not encountered such a figure in the martial world, one with such remarkable abilities? Chapter 31. Truly healed, the hidden hand? What do you mean? The general is well and in no danger. The generals of the Western Xia stared incredulously at the military doctor, based on my years of experience. The general is indeed out of danger. With careful recuperation over the next few days, his condition will improve, the doctor replied, astonished to have witnessed such a medical miracle. Before long, Helian Taishu stirred, awakening from his brush with death. Though still somewhat weak, he was eager to meet his savior. General, saving you was but a trifling task. Your injuries are not yet fully healed, and I must continue to channel my energy to aid in your recovery. Su Qianli said with a smile. Helian Taishu expressed his gratitude profusely, while Su Qianli reminded him that he had something important to discuss. "Everyone, please step back. I have matters to discuss with Su Qianli," Helian Taishu said, discreetly dismissing his subordinates. Once the unrelated personnel had exited, Helian Taishu inquired, "What is it you wish to say to me?" "There are certain matters that may be sensitive, involving the Song dynasty and the Western Xia." Su Qianli began cautiously. Initially, Helian Taishu paid little heed to Su Qianli's words, but as he listened, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated the cunning nature of the Beggars Sect. Filled with anger, he exclaimed, "Su Qianli, you truly are a remarkable talent. What strategies do you propose for this situation?" "General, as far as I know, the Beggars Sect's leader, Qiao Feng, is indeed formidable, yet not invincible. You must have heard the saying, the most fortified castles are breached from within. I am aware that Qiao Feng is of Khitan origin, not Han," Su Qianli replied slowly. His plan was simple: incite a conflict between the warriors of the Western Xia and the members of the Beggars Sect. "Su Qianli, you truly are an exceptional strategist. This plan is brilliant," Helian Taishu praised, giving Su Qianli a thumbs up, though he grimaced in pain as his excitement inadvertently aggravated his wound. "Su Qianli, I have a humble request. I implore you to join the Western Xia. With your talents, you would undoubtedly be held in high esteem by the king." The Western Xiazi Penang was eager for skilled individuals, and Helian Taishu sought to enlist Su Qianli among their ranks. "Thank you for your generous offer, General, but I have grown accustomed to my freedom outside and prefer to avoid constraints," Su Qianli replied. Su Qianli smiled faintly. Joining the Western Xia Kingdom was out of the question, yet providing counsel to them was certainly feasible. Due to Su Qianli's influence, the Beggars Sect and the Warrior Legion of Western Xia had not engaged in any large-scale conflict, as the treacherous elements within the Beggars Sect remained unvanquished. This narrative conflicted with the original storyline, prompting Su Qianli to rectify it and restore it to its rightful course. It became evident that this was the Beggars Sect stratagem, and by Shi Jing's audacious attempt to use others as a means to eliminate foes was intolerable. After Su Qianli departed, Helian Taishu seethed with anger, gritting his teeth. Having hunted wild geese for days, he was now blindsided by a flock of them. This time, they had sought to ensnare the Beggars Sect, only to find themselves ensnared instead. Now, Helian Taishu yearned for revenge against the Beggars Sect. Su Qianli even offered Helian Taishu a strategy to dismantle the Beggars Sect headquarters and vanquish Qiao Feng, which required the mobilization of all his elite subordinates. Furthermore, Su Qianli disclosed a secret to him. The culprits behind the assassination of the Beggars Sect's deputy leader, Ma Yin, were none other than his wife, Kong Min, along with by Shi Jing and Chen Gaiyan. To infiltrate and dismantle the Beggars Sect from within, the most effective approach was to incite infighting among them. When they were embroiled in mutual destruction, Helian Taishu could then strike alongside the four great villains and Li Yinzong to eradicate Qiao Feng, thus capturing the Beggars Sect in one fell swoop. As Helian Taishu proposed this plan, he was met with immediate dissent from his subordinates. However, Helian Taishu, whose life was saved by Su Qianli, placed unwavering trust in him. By wiping out the Beggars Sect and slaying Qiao Feng, he could finally clear his name. Su Qianli did not linger in the Western Xiao military camp. Having treated Helian Taishu's ailment, he departed. After Su Qianli left, Helian Taishu gifted him a token, granting him unrestricted access to the Western Xiao military camp and the ability to contact him at any time. Su Qianli's singular objective was to instigate another confrontation between the warriors of Western Xia and Qiao Feng. To ensure this battle was particularly thrilling and to enable his sworn brother Qiao Feng to unleash his full potential, Su Qianli ventured alone to the Beggars Sect to discreetly heal Qiao Feng's injuries. This time, multiple parties were scheming, with the Western Xia warriors plotting alongside Qiao Feng, who had grown wary of by Shi Jing and his associates. He sought incontrovertible evidence to eradicate the malevolent elements within the Beggars Sect. Although he suspected by Shi Jing and Chen Gaiyan of treachery, he lacked concrete proof, which prevented him from executing them outright. Instead, he opted to gather evidence covertly. By Shi Jing and company, meanwhile, had not anticipated Qiao Feng's return. For days, they had been devising ways to eliminate him, yet they dared not confront him directly due to his formidable strength At this juncture, Helian Taishu initiated new actions under Su Qianli's guidance, spreading rumors that Kong Min was the mistress of Duan Zhengchun from Dali. Finding Duan Zhengchun would expose Kong Min's facade of virtue. Upon the revelation of this news, the most peculiar reaction came not from the Beggars Sect, but from Duan Yanqing. Duan Yanqing yearned to eliminate Duan Zhengchun and reclaim what belonged to him, rather than remaining in his current wretched state, which elicited disgust from all who beheld him. The four great villains took this matter to heart. Whatever orders Helian Taishu issued, Yin Zhonghe acted as a messenger, tirelessly disseminating information. Particularly, Duan Yanqing urged Yin Zhonghe to make a trip to Dali to inform Duan Zhengchun of Kong Min's situation. Even those privy to the events surrounding Xiao Yuanshan were unearthed. The reclusive elder Su from the Beggars Sect was also summoned. One could sense a powerful hand orchestrating these events from the shadows. By Shi Jing and his cohort's attempts to tarnish Qiao Feng's reputation progressed remarkably smoothly. Those once hidden from view were now called forth. Their singular aim was to coerce Qiao Feng into abdicating. With Ma Dayuan's death still shrouded in mystery, Bai Shijing and others brandished Ma Dayuan's cherished letter from the late gang leader Wang to confront Qiao Feng. Chapter 32. Qiao Feng's Injustice. The murderer revealed, "Brother Bai, this shall be the last time I address you as such. From this day forth, our past affection shall be severed." Qiao Feng spoke coldly as he faced Bai Shijing and the throng of Beggars Sect elders and disciples he had summoned. Alongside those who had once participated in the siege of Xiao Yuanshan, all present save for the deceased, this entire affair bore the marks of both the Beggars Sect and Helian Taishu of Western Xia. The true puppet master behind it all sat back, munching on seeds, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Observing Bai Shijing leading a host of Beggars Sect disciples to confront Qiao Feng, it was destined to be a day of extraordinary commotion. Those who were meant to arrive and those who were not were all gathered in one place. Bai Shijing's words swiftly thrust Qiao Feng into the eye of the storm. In the words of Bai Shijing and his followers, Qiao Feng was utterly unworthy of his position as the leader of the Beggars Sect. Qiao Feng, this is also my message to you. You recall what you proclaimed at the Beggars Sect assembly? If you, Qiao Feng, are of foreign lineage, then you shall voluntarily relinquish your position as the sect leader. Bai Shijing sneered at Qiao Feng, armed with compelling evidence that Qiao Feng was not Han but Khitan. Today was their final opportunity to unseat him. Indeed, I have said that if I am not of Han descent, I shall voluntarily resign from my position as the leader of the Beggars Sect. Qiao Feng, a man of honor, was steadfast in his commitments. Qiao Feng, did you not vow to avenge the deputy leader Ma? Bai Shijing abruptly shifted the conversation toward Qiao Feng. Indeed, I did vow to avenge Brother Ma. Therefore, you must die today. Qiao Feng had already discerned that the murderers of Ma Dayuan were Bai Shijing and his ilk. Previously, he had doubted Su Qianli due to his close association with Bai Shijing. But after spending these days together, he realized that Su Qianli was not the person he had thought. Rather, it was Bai Shijing who was the true fool. Qiao Feng could suspect anyone, but not Su Qianli. What advantage did Su Qianli gain from such actions? Su Qianli was the epitome of a true hero, selfless and free from past grievances, someone he deeply admired. Qiao Feng, you declared your intent to avenge Ma Dayuan. Thus, you should take your own life before his tablet. Bai Shijing regarded Qiao Feng with derision. Their intent was clear. They would not let Qiao Feng escape easily. Not only did they aim to slay him, but they also sought to tarnish his name. Upon hearing Bai Shijing's words, Qiao Feng was taken aback. Was this fellow truly so deranged as to demand his suicide? Qiao Feng, do not regard me with such innocent eyes. You are a hypocrite, a Khitan. Bai Shijing continued. It was you who murdered Ma Dayuan, for he learned of your Khitan heritage, and thus you silenced him. Framing Morong Fu for the crime as Bai Shijing spoke. He observed the astonished expressions on Qiao Feng and those around him. The disciples of the Beggars Sect were in an uproar, as they had begun to believe Bai Shijing's claims. It seemed that Qiao Feng himself had orchestrated this entire charade. All because he was of foreign blood, a Khitan. Bai Shijing's reasoning appeared sound. After the death of gang leader Wang, he had left a letter for Ma Dayuan, which contained proof of Qiao Feng's Khitan lineage. Upon discovering this secret, Qiao Feng would naturally choose to eliminate any witnesses to preserve his position as the sect leader, aligning with the Liao to annex the Song dynasty. The thought sent shivers down everyone's spine. The hero revered by all was revealed to be a cunning and despicable villain. By Shijing, your arguments are utterly preposterous. To frame me without evidence is a baseless accusation. Qiao Feng's face darkened. Although he anticipated the complexity of the situation, he never imagined it would escalate to this degree. Moreover, he had underestimated the shamelessness of his adversaries. Bai Shijing had completely inverted the truth. The true murderers of Ma Dongyan were Bai Shijing and his associates. Yet now the blame was being placed squarely on Qiao Feng. Evidence. The evidence you seek is right here. That moment, Ma Dongyan's wife, Kong Min, made her entrance. Esteemed heroes, this Qiao Feng is a man of ambition. A beast with the face of a man and the heart of a monster. Kong Min immediately unleashed her fury upon Qiao Feng. Her face was etched with deep-seated hatred, her gaze as if she could consume Qiao Feng whole. It was he, this beast, who murdered my husband. Qiao Feng, is this not your folding fan? The very fan given to you by gang leader Wang. Discovered at the scene of my husband's murder, you still dare to claim you are not the murderer? Kong Min's words are like pearls of wisdom. This time, Kong Min is resolutely determined to eliminate Qiao Feng. Since she cannot possess him, she might as well destroy him. In truth, Kong Min still desires Qiao Feng. However, events have unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to her expectations. Qiao Feng would never plead with her for help regarding his position, nor would he even deign to cast a glance in her direction. Thus, she is left with no choice but to ruthlessly ruin the man she holds dear. Kong Min has indeed presented substantial evidence to prove that Qiao Feng is the murderer. Now, both eyewitnesses and material evidence are abundant. When the disciples of the Beggars Sect look at Qiao Feng, their gazes have transformed. If it were merely stated that Qiao Feng is a chitin, the members of the Beggars Sect would not have believed it. After all, to tarnish Qiao Feng's name based solely on a letter is utterly implausible. Yet when Kong Min produces Qiao Feng's lost fan, they realize that he could indeed be the one who murdered Ma Dongyan. Especially when Bai Shijing and Quan Guoqing embellished the entire incident, describing it as though they had witnessed it firsthand, their perception shifts dramatically. Qiao Feng, how despicable and shameless you are. I once held you in high regard, believing you to be a man of honor, yet you have proven to be so base and treacherous as to frame our young master. Meanwhile, Bao Butong, who is merely observing, only adds fuel to the fire. As Qiao Feng stands amidst the crowd, facing their accusations and scorn, he suddenly feels a wave of despondency wash over him. This truly the Beggars Sect he fought to protect with his life. How could his once brothers, with whom he had shared life and death, turn into enemies in the blink of an eye, wishing for his demise? Kill him! Kill him! Kill him for the sake of Deputy Master Ma. A voice in the crowd cries out, inciting the disciples of the Beggars Sect to roar in a frenzy, clamoring for Qiao Feng's death in revenge for Ma. Once brothers now chant for his blood. With a keen gaze, Qiao Feng surveys the surrounding disciples, who, upon realizing the gravity of their shouts, immediately lower their heads in shame. Not fear him. How could we, so many in number, be afraid of a single chitin dog? Bao Butong, with his insolent tongue, continues to stoke the flames. Enough! Qiao Feng, in a moment of deep frustration, rebukes Bao Butong, and with a swift application of his dragon subduing palm, he sends Bao Butong flying with a single strike. Chapter 33. The Outbreak of Chaos. Puff! Qiao Feng had restrained his strength. Otherwise, that strike alone could have turned Bao Butong into a puddle of flesh. Nevertheless, upon landing, Bao Butong still spewed blood, his entire being deflated. Observing Qiao Feng's fury, Feng Boyi helps Bao Butong up, casting a wary glance at Qiao Feng. Filled with anger, yet unable to voice this moment, Qiao Feng resembles an enraged lion. Should anyone dare to provoke him now, they would likely be torn to shreds. Strangely enough, Bao Butong's loquacity is akin to seeking punishment. For years, Qiao Feng has lived and fought alongside the Beggars Sect, forming deep bonds with these men. Though they have betrayed him, Qiao Feng cannot betray them. Thus, despite bearing the weight of injustice and simmering with rage, he refrains from attacking the disciples of the Beggars Sect. Bao Butong, with his foul mouth, has truly invited his own misfortune. When Qiao Feng erupts in anger, he instantly commands the attention of all present, particularly when Bai Shijing and the others gaze upon Qiao Feng, their faces are painted with fear. Should Qiao Feng choose to strike them at this moment, none would stand a chance against him. Master Qiao. At this juncture, elders such as Huichuntang from the Beggars Sect, upon seeing Qiao Feng's anger, feel a pang of sympathy. In truth, not all disciples of the Beggars Sect stand against Qiao Feng. Wishing for his demise, there's no need to say more. As for the position of sect leader, you may seek someone else, Qiao Feng states firmly. Regardless of whether he is a chitin or not, he no longer deserves to hold the title of sect leader. Likewise, he has no desire to continue in that role. Master Qiao, our Beggars Sect cannot be without you, implore Wu Changfeng and the others, attempting to convince him to stay. With a spirit of chivalry, they cannot believe that Qiao Feng would murder Ma Yuan for the sake of the leadership position. Such an act defies logic. Clearly, someone is attempting to frame Master Qiao. This is likely an enemy's scheme, and they must not allow themselves to be thrown into disarray. Wu Changfeng, are you blind? This is the letter left by Master Wang, which clearly states that Qiao Feng is a chitin. Bai Shijing glares fiercely at Wu Changfeng. If Qiao Feng is to leave, then let him go. If he remains to investigate the matter further, it will only lead to their demise. Chitins are known to bear wolf totem tattoos. Is Qiao Feng truly one of them? All Quan Guoqing needed to do was suggest that, and it would be confirmed. They must solidify the notion that Qiao Feng is indeed a chitin, thus enabling his expulsion from the Beggars Sect. Their plot to frame Qiao Feng could then come to fruition, allowing them to seize control of the sect. Qiao Feng has long harbored doubts about his identity. Now, after Quan Guoqing's remarks, he is more convinced than ever that he is the other spoken of by the Han populace of the Central Plains. To my knowledge, not all chitins bear wolf totems. Only the royal family possesses such markings. As Quan Guoqing speaks, he drops a bombshell. Many elders of the Beggars Sect are aware that Qiao Feng has a wolf totem. Initially, they believed it to be merely a matter of faith, never considering the possibility of him being an outsider. However, after Quan Guoqing's reminder, they realized that Qiao Feng is indeed of foreign descent. Allowing an outsider to become the leader of the Beggars Sect not only endangers the sect, but also threatens the entire Song dynasty. Once Wu Changfeng and the others confirm Qiao Feng's identity, they no longer urge him to stay. Instead, they appear quite embarrassed. I am Han, not chitin, Qiao Feng declares, lost and despondent. If I am not Han but chitin, then who are my parents, and where are they now? Qiao Feng gazes into the distance. Everyone present is curious about Qiao Feng's true identity. They could see this moment. Qiao Feng only wishes to escape this place of strife. He seeks to uncover the truth behind these events. We cannot allow him to leave. He is the leader of the Beggars Sect, privy to many of our secrets. If he returns to the Liao Kingdom, it poses a grave threat to our Song dynasty. Bai Shijing suddenly raises his arm in a rallying cry. Today, they have orchestrated such a grand affair to eliminate Qiao Feng. Naturally, they cannot allow him to leave unscathed. Qiao Feng, witnessing the former disciples of the Beggars Sect, who once shared a bond with him, now crying out for his death, is utterly disheartened. He has never once considered annihilating the Beggars Sect. Yet now, they are intent on pursuing his demise. Consumed with rage and having no outlet for his frustration, he unleashes his dragon, subduing 18 palms against the empty air, venting his pent-up discontent. The disciples of the Beggars Sect, witnessing Qiao Feng's fury, are so frightened that they begin to retreat. If anyone were to confront Qiao Feng now, they would surely be turned into mere pulp. Qiao Feng's unparalleled skills leave the gathered heroes in awe. Bai Shijing and the others are left utterly dumbfounded. We have managed to bring Qiao Feng down. As long as these people unite, they can slay him. Yet, no one dares to make a move against Qiao Feng, and the atmosphere becomes exceedingly awkward. Among the crowd, Su Qianli observes Qiao Feng venting his frustrations at the air. Neither the members of the Beggars Sect nor the warriors from the Western Xia dare to confront him, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Although he knows Qiao Feng must endure this ordeal, it still irks him. Everything seemed to be within his grasp. The Beggars Sect wished for Qiao Feng's demise, and even the Western Xia's Helian Taishu was targeting him according to his plan. This was the prime opportunity to eliminate Qiao Feng. Yet no one from the opposing side was willing to act. In truth, it was not that they did not wish to strike. but rather that they were afraid to do so, especially Helian Taishu from Western Xia, who was well aware of Qiao Feng's prowess. They hoped to witness the Beggars Sect tear itself apart, leaving them to capture the remnants. However, if the Beggars Sect does not act, how can they? Qiao Feng, you scoundrel, come and face me. Even if I die today, I cannot allow you to escape back to Liao, bringing with you an army to harm the subjects of our Song dynasty. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated amidst the crowd. The instant this voice emerged, it ignited a sense of righteous indignation among the disciples of the Beggars Sect present. Any martial artist possessing even a modicum of justice in their heart would never allow Qiao Feng to leave alive after hearing those words. Suddenly, a blade of sword energy shot towards Qiao Feng. Subsequently, the surrounding martial artists could no longer contain themselves, seizing their weapons and joining the fray to besiege Qiao Feng, even if it meant meeting their demise on the battlefield today. They could not permit Qiao Feng to escape. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted as the disciples of the Beggars Sect, led by Shijing and others, could no longer restrain themselves and launched an assault on Qiao Feng. Chapter 34. You've pushed me to this. Qiao Feng gazed at the oncoming Beggars Sect disciples. With Shijing at the forefront, his eyes glinting coldly, he had no desire to quarrel with these individuals. They sought to force him to abdicate, but he had no intention of relinquishing his position as the leader of the Beggars Sect. They were foolish to think they could lay hands on him. 18 dragons subduing palms. Qiao Feng bellowed as he unleashed this technique. A golden dragon roared forth towards Shijing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have observed Qiao Feng executing the 18 dragon subduing palms. Your proficiency in the technique has improved, and your strength has increased. The moment Qiao Feng made his move, executing a strike from the 18 dragon subduing palms, a chilling system notification resonated in Su Qianli's mind. Shijing was immediately sent flying, spitting blood. This time, Qiao Feng had held back, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Otherwise, with Qiao Feng's strength, even a first-rate expert like Shijing would have been crushed into a pulp rather than merely spewing blood as he was sent reeling. With a single strike of Kong Long Yu Hui, the disciples of the Beggars Sect were not annihilated, but rather thrown back by the force of his palm, spitting blood. Qiao Feng's strength had indeed surged once more. The disciples of the Beggars Sect could not hope to obstruct Qiao Feng's advance. They had come in numbers, but it was akin to courting death in an instant, the disciples of the Beggars Sect dared not make any rash movements. They understood that Qiao Feng had shown restraint. Should they continue their ungrateful assault, their only fate would be death. If Qiao Feng wished to depart, no one could impede him. Even if someone could, who among them would willingly engage in a life-and-death struggle with Qiao Feng? A confrontation would result in a perilous struggle for survival. The disciples of the Beggars Sect were indeed foolish. If they intended to confront Qiao Feng, why not employ some cunning? If they could not defeat him, why not resort to poison? Hidden in the shadows, Helian Taishu observed the performance of the Beggars Sect with utter disdain. Fortunately, they possessed a secret weapon. Had they charged in like the Beggars Sect, they likely would not have been able to eliminate both Qiao Feng and the Beggars Sect, while Qiao Feng battled the disciples of the Beggars Sect. Helian Taishu of the Western Xia Kingdom was employing the same strategy, administering poison to the elite of the Beggars Sect from a concealed position. This time, they aimed not only to capture Qiao Feng, but also to ensnare the Beggars Sect and those curious onlookers from the martial world. Those willing to ally with the Western Xia would be welcomed. Those unwilling would be exterminated without exception. Beware, there is poison. Cursed Qiao Feng, you despicable wretch, how dare you poison us? Some were afflicted by the poison, and they immediately turned their ire towards Qiao Feng. This outcry led many spectators to realize a troubling fact. They could not harness their internal energy. What sort of poison is this? Why do I feel so weak and unable to summon my internal power or expel this toxin? Alarmed voices echoed through the crowd. The martial artists, vigilant and wary, began to scan their surroundings, suspecting ill intentions from anyone nearby. This is the poison known as bitterly sad breeze from the first-class hall of the Western Xia Kingdom. Those afflicted become utterly weakened, unable to channel their internal energy, rendering them mere lambs for the slaughter. Those with knowledge swiftly informed their companions. Could it be that Qiao Feng is colluding with the treacherous Western Xia? The onlookers began to turn their accusations towards Qiao Feng. At that moment, he became the target of universal condemnation and scorn. General Li Yinzong, Master Duan, I implore you to join forces and apprehend Qiao Feng. Remember, I require him alive. Helian Taishu commanded the four great villains and General Li Yinzong. Be cautious. These are warriors from the Western Xia. As the warriors from the Western Xia surged into the crowd, they were met with shrieks of alarm. They found themselves trapped in a dire predicament. Failing to capture Qiao Feng, they had now fallen into a trap laid by the Western Xia. Due to the poison administered by the first-class hall of the Western Xia, the disciples of the Beggars Sect and the martial artists now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, easily dispatched at the slightest hint of resistance. Even those with formidable skills could not evade the pursuit of the warriors from the first-class hall. Thankfully, Helian Taishu had ordered them to capture their targets alive. Otherwise, none present would escape with their lives, as the four great villains and Li Yinzong advanced. Qiao Feng sensed danger closing in. He, too, had inhaled a trace of the toxin, but was able to stave off their attacks thanks to his profound internal strength. However, should this continue, defeat would merely be a matter of time. Despite the fact that Qiao Feng might not be able to best the four great villains and Li Yinzong, escaping from this place would still be relatively straightforward for him. Qiao Feng, with his noble spirit, could not forsake the disciples of the Beggars Sect. Despite their betrayal, it was highly likely that this scheme was orchestrated by the Western Xia against him, and thus he was even more determined to ensure the Beggars Sect was not annihilated by the first-class hall. I will hold off the experts of the first-class hall. You all must scatter and flee. Qiao Feng ultimately chose to show mercy, shouting to the elders of the Beggars Sect, that Huichuntang and the other disciples, upon hearing Qiao Feng's words, were filled with shame, wishing for nothing more than to disappear into a crack in the ground. This left some disciples of the Beggars Sect feeling deeply remorseful. Although the higher-ups of the Beggars Sect were poisoned, they were not without the capacity to resist. They could not afford to linger in battle and needed to find a way to break through. Qiao Feng kept a watchful eye on the battlefield, ready to intervene should the disciples of the Beggars Sect encounter interception from the experts of the Western Xia's first-class hall. In the crowd, Qianli remained focused on Qiao Feng's battle, yet the intensity of the fight made it difficult to keep track of him amidst the chaos. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for this was a grand melee. This battle did not belong to any particular individual. Even if Qiao Feng was not at the center of it all, the battlefield was rife with opportunities, and the intensity of the fighting was such that any skirmish could yield valuable insights for Qianli. The chilling system notifications continued to resonate in Qianli's mind. Although the rewards in martial cultivation were modest, they accumulated over time. In the span of a mere brief moment, Qianli garnered 30 years' worth of martial experience. His mastery of the 18 dragon subduing palms, the star shift, the one-yang finger, and the wave-skimming steps had all seen improvements. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your cultivation has broken through to the late stage of first-rate martial artist. Your strength has increased. The cold system notification echoed in Qianli's mind. This time, Qianli's martial cultivation had surged 2 small realms, reaching the late stage of a first-rate martial artist. With a bit more effort, he could break through to the acquired realm. Chapter 35. The Clouds and Rain of Wushan. The unyielding golden lance technique. Qianli hoped that this battle would endure for a while longer. He gazed into the distance. Qiao Feng's battlefield was the most intense. Yet Qianli could not devote all his energy to that singular conflict. All around were people, and battles erupted in succession. These minor skirmishes were quite intriguing. Just a few moments of observation could yield martial cultivation gains equivalent to not just years, but months, which was a boon for Qianli, accumulating small gains over time. If the fights continued for several hours, it would be truly exhilarating. Someone, apprehend that individual. Just as Qianli was wholly absorbed in observing the battle, an ill-timed voice broke through as warriors from the Western Xia sought to trouble him, interrupting his focus as Qianli disdainfully avoided engaging with these warriors from the Western Xia. Utilizing the wave-skimming steps, they could scarcely catch a glimpse of his shadow, but he weaved through the skirmishes, his attention still on Qiao Feng's battlefield. As long as he could witness their fierce combat, The rewards he reaped would either be in proficiency or years of martial cultivation. Unfortunately, to observe their fight, he had to remain fully concentrated. Who is it? Is there another expert hiding nearby? As Duan Yanqing's one-yang finger was about to strike Qiao Feng, a stone suddenly flew in, thwarting Duan Yanqing's assault. Otherwise, Qiao Feng would undoubtedly have suffered a severe injury. Several times, when the notorious Duan Yanqing, the leader of the four great evildoers, was on the verge of wounding Qiao Feng, someone would invariably intervene to disrupt and neutralize his lethal moves in this battleground. Not only did mysterious masters emerge to assist Qiao Feng, but even the combat circles of other beggar clan disciples and martial artists, enigmatic figures would intervene. Qianli discerned that the one-yang finger he acquired from Duan Yanqing was quite effective. It could be used to rescue others in dire situations by countering enemy attacks. However, there were instances when individuals were on the brink of despair in the northwest, only to be saved by a timely strike that disarmed their opponents, allowing them to escape. Why did Qianli do this? It was merely to buy time, prolonging the battle to make it more intense and drawn out. Thanks to the mischief of Qianli, a confrontation that could have concluded within an hour extended to an hour and a half. The warriors of the Western Xia Kingdom captured only a handful of beggar clan disciples. Even if they had captured a greater number, Qianli, utilizing the exquisite footwork of Ningbo, managed to rescue them and even pilfered the antidote to the bittersweet breeze to detoxify them, allowing them to rejoin the fray and create considerable trouble for the elite warriors of the Western Xia Kingdom. Through this endeavor, Qianli gained an additional 30 years of martial prowess. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing 2 minor battles of the Qianli, resulting in an acquisition of 1 year of martial cultivation, enhancing your strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the acquired realm. Your strength has improved. The frigid sound of the system's notifications resonated incessantly in Qianli's mind. Upon hearing the peculiar, icy system prompt, a glimmer of joy appeared on Qianli's face as he realized he had transcended to the acquired realm. Now, Qianli could be considered a formidable master, possessing a certain degree of self-preservation in this world of martial arts that he no longer needed to be subservient to others, free to pursue his desires. However, to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, this was insufficient. He must instigate larger and more widespread battles to achieve further breakthroughs in his cultivation. Previously, Qianli lacked the qualifications to intervene, but now he was fully authorized to engage in these conflicts. Without Qianli's interference, the warriors of the Western Xia Kingdom would have swiftly concluded their skirmish, despite Qiao Feng's formidable strength. The 4 great evildoers, including Li Yinzong, were unable to subdue him, ultimately allowing his escape. Interestingly, Qiao Feng's escape this time was also influenced by Helian Taishu. Previously, Helian Taishu had narrowly escaped disaster due to Qianli's timely assistance. However, this time, without Qianli's presence, Qiao Feng fell victim to a fatal strike. Unable to endure long enough for Qianli to arrive, it became a challenge for them to locate Qianli. Now that Qianli had ascended to the acquired realm, his whereabouts became even more elusive, rendering the elite warriors of the Western Xia Kingdom incapable of detecting his movements. The death of Helian Taishu threw the Western Xia elite warriors into disarray. Li Yinzong had no choice but to step in to manage the situation, pursuing the beggar clan disciples and Qiao Feng to avenge Helian Taishu. Qiao Feng, already severely wounded, was disinclined to continue fighting. His thoughts focused on the safety of the beggar clan disciples. He was determined to rescue them from the clutches of the Western Xia warriors, feeling responsible as the situation had arisen because of him. The conflict at Xingzi Forest of the Beggar Clan was merely the prelude to the upcoming battle at the Gathering of Heroes Manor. Qianli knew that to further enhance his cultivation, he needed to continue observing the duels of masters. If he thought of Duan Yu and Wang Yuyin, realizing that Duan Yu would soon face off against Murong Fu, which meant a confrontation with Li Yinzong was imminent. However, it was likely that Li Yinzong had not yet found his cousin, Wang Yin. Murong Fu and Wang Yin had been childhood companions, yet Qianli was uncertain of her whereabouts at that moment. Qianli was merely hoping for a stroke of luck, with no means of communication to track down Duan Yu. He was entirely at the mercy of fate. rain began to fall from the heavens. It mirrored the circumstances of a dramatic television show. Not only was Li Yinzong searching for Wang Yuyan, but Su Qianli was also on the hunt. There appears to be a residence nearby. Could they be seeking refuge from the rain in that clock tower? Su Qianli gazed toward a distant clock tower. Here, a contingent of Western Xiao warriors was scouring the area for hidden martial artists. They needed to swiftly capture the poisoned martial artist from Central Plains. What a fortunate turn of events. Su Qianli employed his light wave step to leap atop the clock tower, where he discovered a man and a woman engaged in intimate activities amidst the thicket. It seemed that Duan Yu and Wang Yuyan were not present after all. It appeared that my small interference had altered the course of history. Su Qianli couldn't help but exclaimed he had hoped to witness Duan Yu and Li Yinzong showcase the Six Meridians divine sword, perhaps acquiring the secret techniques of the Dali Duan clan, but it seemed he would need to devise another plan. Nevertheless, this scene of intimacy held a certain allure for Su Qianli, who had been single for over 20 years. This spectacle was far more thrilling and captivating than any film. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing the romantic interlude, acquiring the indomitable golden spear technique, enhancing your strength. Yu Qianli merely cast a fleeting glance before the chilling sound of the system prompt echoed in his mind. Chapter 36. Duan Yu, Wang Yuyan. Could it be true that such a phenomenon exists? Upon hearing the cold system notification, Su Qianli wore a puzzled expression. That wasn't it merely a fleeting glimpse of a romantic encounter? And yet, in less than a few minutes, he had gained the indomitable golden spear technique. Could this golden spear technique pertain to such abilities? The mere thought brought a smile to Su Qianli's face. However, upon reflection, this was entirely reasonable. It was indeed a rather amusing affair. Observing a blacksmith forging iron could yield insights into the chaotic hammering techniques. Now, witnessing such an intriguing occurrence had resulted in the acquisition of the indomitable golden spear technique. Nonetheless, this skill would require practical application with someone. Surely, there was no one around. It would be perfectly fine to seek shelter from the rain here, right? Just then, a familiar voice rang out nearby. At that moment, Duan Yu had eluded his pursuers and brought Wang Yuyan to the clock tower. The sound of hooves echoed as the young couple engaged in their clandestine activities were startled. Hastily donning their garments, Yu Qianli overheard their complaints. Did you not say this place would be free from prying eyes? How could there still be someone here? How was I to know? It's raining. After all, who would be foolish enough to come here? The young man grumbled as he clumsily dressed. If they were caught in the act, they would face severe consequences. That someone's here. Duan Yu, having heard voices within the clock tower, gestured for silence. He bravely volunteered to investigate the situation. Utilizing his light wave step, he leaped to the top of the clock tower, only to behold a young woman hastily putting on her clothes. The sight left him reeling. He felt as though his eyes had been scorched, muttering to himself, "One must not gaze upon that which is inappropriate." His breath became unsteady, causing him to tumble from the eaves. "Young Master Duan, are you all right?" Wang Yuyan, witnessing Duan Yu's fall from the loft, couldn't help but smile, feeling slightly guilty for his predicament, and rushed to inquire about his well-being. "Fairy sister, I am fine." Duan Yu, unexpectedly embarrassed before his beloved fairy sister, hurriedly waved his hand to reassure her. "Young Master Duan, is there not a pursuit in this clock tower? Should we not leave?" Wang Yuyan, astute and perceptive, recognized that Duan Yu's flustered demeanor was due to witnessing something inappropriate. If Western Xiao warriors were present in the clock tower, their actions would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Duan Yu's martial prowess was inconsistent. Fortunately, his exceptional lightness skill, the light wave step, provided an escape route, or else they would never evade the pursuit of the Western Xiao warriors. No, it's not that there are Western Xiao warriors. It's just, Duan Yu stammered, struggling to find a way to explain to his fairy sister that he had inadvertently witnessed a man and a woman engaged in illicit activities. "Oh, since there are no Western Xiao warriors, and there are indeed people here, we might as well take shelter for a while." Wang Yuyan, oblivious to any ulterior motives, felt damp and uncomfortable, seeking a place to change into dry clothes. "No, we should find another place. This isn't suitable." Duan Yu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "But if we leave, it seems this is the only place. What if we encounter the Western Xiao warriors outside?" Wang Yuyan furrowed her brow. concerned. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar as a group of Western Xiao warriors approached. We must hurry upstairs to evade them. The Western Xiao warriors are on their way. At this moment, Wang Yin wore a countenance of acute anxiety. Should they fall into the clutches of the warriors from the Western Xia kingdom, an unfavorable fate would surely await them. Duan Yu, too, had heard the thunderous sound of galloping hooves nearby. Indeed, the pursuers were hot on their trail. These warriors from Western Xia were truly loathsome, akin to a stubborn plaster that clings tenaciously, impossible to shake off. After a prolonged delay outside, it was reasonable to assume that the couple within had also sensed the commotion outside and had concluded their skirmish, with a heart full of mixed emotions. Duan Yu assisted Wang Yin into the clock tower. "Who are you?" Upon their entrance, a sturdy peasant man regarded them with vigilant scrutiny. "Dear sir, we have merely sought refuge from the rain. I hope you will forgive the intrusion," Duan Yu said, bowing respectfully. "Do you have any change of clothes?" Wang Yin, eager to don a fresh outfit, noticed the man's disheveled appearance and proposed using silver to persuade him. Initially reluctant, the man's demeanor transformed into one of delight upon hearing Wang Yin's willingness to pay. Particularly when Duan Yu produced a substantial amount of silver to offer, the peasant's attitude became exceedingly warm as he regarded the pair, completely disregarding any disruption they might cause to his affairs. This ingot of silver weighed about 10 taels, sufficient to cover their expenses for an entire year. "You two wait here. I shall return shortly with some clothes for you." The peasant entrusted his companion with the care of the newcomers and hurried off to fetch garments. At that moment, the warriors from Western Xia had also arrived at the scene. Spotting the warhorse ridden by Duan Yu and Wang Yin, they swiftly surrounded the area. The peasant was taken aback upon seeing the armed warriors. The warriors inquired about the peasant, and after a brief exchange, one fierce-looking warrior unsheathed his sword and killed the peasant without hesitation. The woman, who had been observing the commotion outside, let out a piercing scream upon witnessing her companion's demise. "Quickly, retreat to the loft. We must not let them discover us." Soon, Duan Yu was assisting Wang Yin up to the top of the loft. The indiscriminate slaughter by the warriors from Western Xia left Duan Yu feeling utterly helpless. He could not hope to defeat these formidable fighters and could only hide with Wang Yin. The sight of the woman in the loft ignited lecherous desires among the Western Xiao warriors, who sought to defile her. However, the woman was of a fiery temperament. Witnessing the murder of the man she cared for ignited a thirst for vengeance within her, compelling her to contemplate a mutual destruction with her enemies. As the young woman fell victim to the ruthless warriors, Duan Yu found himself exposed. That moment, it became nearly impossible for him to remain hidden. Initially, the warriors had not noticed Duan Yu, but as Qianli attempted to save the woman, the leader of the Western Xiao warriors caught sight of him. Simultaneously, guilt surged within Duan Yu, leading to his inadvertent exposure. Immediately, two warriors from Western Xia approached the loft with wary expressions. Duan Yu watched as they drew nearer, his palms slick with perspiration from anxiety. Chapter 37. Realizing the Six Meridians' Divine Sword. These two warriors from Western Xia were masters of the first rank. Duan Yu's martial prowess was inconsistent, making him reluctant to engage them directly. However, he found himself with no choice but to confront them head-on. The warriors from the first rank of Western Xia were intent on violating the woman. Should they lay eyes on his celestial sister, they might commit even graver transgressions. Moreover, he needed to perform admirably in front of his lady, Qianli. Observing Duan Yu's clumsy display, found the situation somewhat amusing. "Kid, come over here and die." The leader of the Western Xiao warriors sneered at Duan Yu. "Brother, this fellow looks delicate and tender like a woman. Don't kill him just yet. Let me have some fun with him." A burly man with thick brows and large eyes leered at Duan Yu. Qianli, who was watching from the loft. This revelation sent a chill down his spine. "Stay back. I can kill." Duan Yu stammered, his voice quivering. "You can kill? We can butcher chickens," one of the warriors from Western Xia retorted with mockery. Duan Yu's only means of attack lay in his Six Meridians' divine sword. But his mastery of it was inconsistent, leaving him little confidence against these warriors. Even with Wang Yin, reputed as the treasure trove of martial arts, guiding him, he was still no match for them. As the confrontation began, He found himself in perilous situations. Were it not for his lightness skill, he would have already become a cold corpse. Ding! Congratulations, host, for observing the battle between Duan Yu and the warriors from Western Xia. Your proficiency in lightness skill has increased, enhancing your strength. Everyone, attack together. This fellow moves like a slippery eel. Initially, one of the Western Xia warriors shouted, eager to teach Duan Yu a lesson. After several exchanges, they had yet to lay a finger on Duan Yu, which only served to infuriate the warriors from Western Xia. They surged forward, effectively cutting off his escape route. You two, go upstairs and see if this fellow has any accomplices. The leading warrior commanded, prompting two others to brandish their long knives and ascend the stairs. Duan Yu was already struggling against the warriors from Western Xia, and the sight of two more warriors bypassing him to confront his goddess was intolerable. In a moment of desperation, he sought to neutralize the crisis. With a flick of his fingers, a sharp sword aura shot towards the advancing warrior. The instant the sword aura struck, the ascending Western Xia warrior collapsed in a pool of blood. This action enraged the leader of the Western Xia warriors. So, this fellow is pretending to be a fool. Kill him! Everyone strike him down. You go upstairs and check. Upon witnessing Duan Yu's actions, the leader surmised that someone important to him was upstairs, likely unarmed. Once they captured that person, Duan Yu would be deterred, ultimately becoming a lamb to the slaughter. Duan Yu aimed to unleash his Six Meridians divine sword against the foes, but the more he rushed, the less it obeyed him. Fortunately, the warriors who had ascended were dealt with by his sword technique. The enemy count dwindled from 8 to 6, yet the remaining foes continued to exert considerable pressure on him. Wang Yin, aware of Duan Yu's precarious situation, understood that should he fall to these Western Xia warriors, she would undoubtedly suffer their vile intentions, and no longer concealing her presence, she boldly revealed herself. Having discerned a crucial insight, she realized that it was not Duan Yu's lack of ability, but rather the inconsistency of his Six Meridians divine sword that hindered him. Otherwise, he would certainly have been able to eliminate these warriors. Wang Yin's emergence heightened Duan Yu's anxiety. He was profoundly concerned for her safety. Thus, he would employ his Six Meridians divine sword at critical moments to thwart any warrior attempting to harm her. Recognizing this, Wang Yin chose to step forward. Her presence placed immense pressure on Duan Yu, and the effect was remarkably beneficial. Whenever a warrior from Western Xia sought to approach her, Duan Yu would intervene at decisive moments, employing his Six Meridians divine sword to intercept the foes. Moreover, a vital aspect was that Wang Yin could see through the tactics of these Western Xia warriors, advising Duan Yu on how to counter them. Even if Duan Yu could not wield his Six Meridians divine sword, the mere act of preparing to do so would intimidate his adversaries. While his Six Meridians divine sword was inconsistent, its potency was undeniable. Anyone struck by it would either perish or be severely injured. Consequently, the warriors from Western Xia were too fearful to gamble, opting instead to adopt defensive postures. Thus, under Wang Yin's guidance, Duan Yu leveraged his mediocre martial skills to dispatch 4 of the 8 elite warriors from Western Xia. The remaining 4, now visibly wary, dared not make any sudden moves. Should they act recklessly, they would meet a grim fate. What should we do, brother? This fellow is quite formidable. The other warriors exchanged glances filled with trepidation. This guy's strength is negligible. It's that woman upstairs who is dangerous. With just her words, she has led to the downfall of so many of our brothers. You should go and take care of her. At the forefront stood the warriors of the Xixia kingdom, who discerned that Duan Yu's martial prowess was inferior to theirs. However, the young woman in the loft, with a mouth as sharp as a blade, seemed to possess knowledge of their techniques, as well as an acute awareness of Duan Yu's weaknesses, launching targeted attacks against them that if they did not eliminate this young woman from aloft, the remaining 2 would undoubtedly meet the same fate as their fallen brothers. The surviving Xixia warriors were utterly unaware that their actions were tantamount to courting death. If they focused solely on Duan Yu, with his lackluster martial skills, they would certainly not be in peril. Yet by targeting Wang Yin, the goddess of Duan Yu's heart, they provoked a formidable response from him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on witnessing the battle between Duan Yu and the warriors of the Xixia kingdom. You have comprehended the Six Meridians divine sword, and your strength has improved at that moment. A chilling system notification echoed. As Su Qianli, having observed Duan Yu's combat, directly grasped the essence of the Six Meridians' divine sword. Chapter 38. Departing in silence. The might of Duan Yu's Six Meridians' divine sword was exceedingly formidable. Coupled with his ability to absorb inner strength through the Northern Darkness divine skill, he swiftly ascended to the ranks of top-tier masters. Especially now, with Wang Yiyan directing him, Duan Yu had already diffused much of the impending crisis. Utilizing his lightness skill, the wave-surfing steps, the Xixiao warriors could not even approach Wang Yiyan. With her guidance, Duan Yu's attacks were effortlessly executed, rendering the Xixiao warriors utterly outmatched. This instilled a sense of certainty within Duan Yu. I do not wish to be your enemy. If you value your lives, depart swiftly. My Six Meridians divine sword is beyond my control. Duan Yu did not desire conflict with the Xixiao warriors. He merely sought to escape this cursed place. However, the Xixiao warriors, having suffered significant losses, were not inclined to relent so easily. The remaining four exchanged glances, resolute in their determination to capture these two. Even if it meant sparing Duan Yu, they were bent on seizing the woman in the loft. If they could control Wang Yiyan and return to the Xixiao kingdom, it would be a monumental achievement. This woman was a veritable treasure trove of martial arts. Having dabbled in numerous techniques and knowing their vulnerabilities, such a talent, if recruited into the elite hall of the Xixiao kingdom, would undoubtedly elevate its strength to a new echelon. My lord, that moment, Li Yinzong appeared nearby, and the surviving Xixiao warriors immediately turned their attention to him. Useless fools, you cannot even handle such trash. What use do I have for you? Li Yinzong, wearing a mask, sternly commanded the four surviving Xixiao warriors. He did not wish to target Wang Yiyan, yet the sight of her alongside Duan Yu filled him with rage. Moreover, although Murong Fu and Wang Yiyan were cousins, they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, and witnessing their camaraderie now only fueled his displeasure. All of you, attack together and capture this brat alive. Li Yinzong's voice was icy, although the four Xixiao warriors hesitated at Duan Yu's abilities. With their supreme commander Li Yinzong present, they had no choice but to follow his orders and surge forward to confront Duan Yu. Concealed in the shadows, Su Qianli refrained from revealing himself. He was intent on observing whether he could acquire Duan Yu's Northern Darkness divine skill. He recalled that during Duan Yu's encounter with Murong Fu, he had utilized the Northern Darkness divine skill to absorb the inner strength of several Xixiao warriors. Ultimately, with Wang Yiyan's guidance, he had successfully disrupted Murong Fu's headband, startling his opponent into retreat. This particular skirmish was quite remarkable, and Su Qianli was eager to see if he could glean the Northern Darkness divine skill from this observation of Duan Yu and Murong Fu's battle. Once Su Qianli mastered the Northern Darkness divine skill, he would find little left for him to accomplish in the Song dynasty. Upon breaking through to the innate realm, he could traverse various nations and discover the true nature of this martial arts world. He also pondered whether the hidden experts of the celestial realm among the great divine dynasties were akin to terrestrial immortals, capable of glimpsing into the secret of longevity. With Li Yinzong being one of the top-tier experts in the elite hall of the Xixiao kingdom, his presence instilled confidence in the four Xixiao warriors. Thus, they boldly advanced to attack Duan Yu. Murong Fu understood Duan Yu's capabilities were not particularly impressive. His ability to vanquish the warriors of the Xixiao kingdom relied heavily on Wang Yiyan's guidance. As long as the Xixiao warriors refrained from targeting Wang Yiyan, Duan Yu's Six Meridians divine sword would remain largely ineffective. Should Duan Yu's internal strength become depleted, he would become a lamb to the slaughter. As expected, with the arrival of Li Yinzong, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. One Xixiao warrior seized Duan Yu, who was immediately captured. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Duan Yu activated his Northern Darkness divine skill, drawing in the inner strength of the Xixiao warrior. The warriors, sensing their comrades' anomaly, instinctively reached out, only to find their own bodies trembling in response. Northern Darkness divine skill. Murong Fu, witnessing his subordinates' bodies quaking, realized that the Northern Darkness divine skill was siphoning their inner strength and that it must be interrupted. Otherwise, his subordinates would be reduced to mere husks. Despite his disdain for engaging with a brash youth like Duan Yu, he had no choice but to intervene. Murong Fu unleashed a palm strike, sending the four Xixiao warriors flying. Simultaneously, Duan Yu was caught in the gust of the palm's force and was propelled backward. However, employing his wave-surfing steps, he adeptly nullified Murong Fu's palm power. In an instant, the two factions found themselves at an impasse once more. With his agile wave-surfing steps, Duan Yu found himself in an invulnerable position. Murong Fu, intent on teaching Duan Yu a lesson, refrained from deploying his family's ultimate technique, the star-shifting method, and no matter how he attacked. Under Wang Yiyan's guidance, Duan Yu effortlessly countered each move. After several exchanges between Murong Fu and Duan Yu, he discerned that unless he dealt with his cousin, defeating Duan Yu would be nearly impossible. Moreover, since he was not utilizing his signature techniques, he found himself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of Duan Yu's divine skill, which could absorb the inner strength of others. Otherwise, his subordinates would likely meet a similar fate. Thus, this battle left Murong Fu feeling particularly frustrated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on observing the battle between Duan Yu and Li Yinzhou. You have gained 10 years of inner strength, and your prowess has improved. A frigid system notification resounded in Su Qianli's mind. This time, Su Qianli did not acquire Duan Yu's Northern Darkness divine skill, but was content with the 10 years of inner strength gained. The Northern Darkness divine skill had been executed briefly by Duan Yu, and before Su Qianli could fully grasp it, Murong Fu had interrupted it. Likewise, the clash between Li Yinzhou and Duan Yu was nearing its conclusion. Should Murong Fu refrain from using his full strength? Li Yinzhou's current status would not allow him to significantly harm Duan Yu, that if he continued to attack, he would surely be seen through by his cousin, Wang Yuyin, which would only invite trouble. It would be better to extricate himself promptly. Fairy sister, you are truly remarkable. Witnessing Wang Yuyin scare off the general of the Xixia kingdom with a few words, Duan Yu sincerely gave her a thumbs up. Especially after receiving praise from the one he cherished, he felt elated. Hidden in the shadows, Su Qianli, after the rain ceased, also floated away. Although Wang Yuyin was enchanting, her heart belonged solely to her cousin Murong Fu. His appearance would bear no significance. Moreover, the world of demigods and semi-devils was not solely populated by Wang Yuyin. Figures such as Zi, Zhu, Mu Wanqing, and Zhongling were also equally captivating. Furthermore, Su Qianli had no interest in romantic pursuits. His focus lay solely on enhancing his strength. Chapter 39. Spoilers about Xiao Yuanshan, a father and son at odds? Where to next? Su Qianli gazed up at the sky. Now a formidable master of the postnatal realm, the path to enhancing his strength would prove increasingly arduous. Only through confrontations with true masters could he comprehend their techniques or acquire the essence necessary for his cultivation. How could he incite these individuals to engage in battle? The more spectacular the fight, the greater the rewards he would reap, and the swifter his ascension in power. Qiao Feng had been misjudged by the disciples of the Beggars Sect and had since departed from it. His next endeavor was to investigate his origins, a pursuit subtly orchestrated by his father, Xiao Yuanshan. Ultimately, in his prime, Qiao Feng chose to end his own life to quell the conflict between the Song and Liao, all orchestrated by his father's machinations. Yet, Qiao Feng remained oblivious to all of this. His greatest regrets were the deaths of his Zhu, his mentor, and his adoptive parents, even though the likes of Wang Bangzhu had once ambushed Xiao Yuanshan's family. There is a saying, every grievance has its origin, and every debt has its owner. The culprits from that time should be dealt with, but why harm the innocent, especially Qiao Feng's adoptive parents? One could only wonder what sparks would fly if Qiao Feng confronted Xiao Yuanshan. Su Qianli chuckled at the thought of this intriguing scenario. This matter must be expedited, as his presence had caused a slight deviation in the storyline of Tianlong Babu. The invasion of the Western Xiao warriors upon the Great Song had been hastened. Kong Min had not yet discerned his own lineage, that Zhu and Zi were unaware that Duan Zhengchun was their father. Furthermore, the tragic incident involving Qiao Feng mistakenly killing a Zhu had not transpired, as Su Qianli was determined not to miss these events, for they presented a prime opportunity to observe top-tier masters honing their skills. He would not let it slip away. Third brother, what did you say? A mysterious figure is targeting my parents. Su Qianli found Qiao Feng to inform him of the imminent danger to his adoptive parents' lives. I received word that someone might act against your parents and your master due to your investigation into your origins. That is why I rushed to inform you that Qianli concocted an excuse. He was aware of Qiao Feng's background but would not divulge it to him, for he knew it would not be believed. The truth must be unraveled gradually, like peeling away layers of silk. Qiao Feng sensed the mystery surrounding Qianli and, recognizing the possibility of hidden information, chose to trust him. Anxiously, Qiao Feng hurried to the foot of Shaoshi Mountain, having not returned home to see his parents in many years. Shortly after he departed, Qianli followed closely behind, hoping to witness a confrontation between Qiao Feng and Huichuntang. Yet, Qiao Feng was perpetually a beat behind, and, due to Qianli's forewarning, would such events still unfold? Could Qiao Feng avert tragedy? He pondered his lineage with confusion, believing himself to be Han, yet mounting evidence suggested otherwise. He was of Khitan descent. Meeting his adoptive parents now might yield the answers he sought. In addition to Qianli, Huichuntang was also shadowing Qiao Feng, observing his every move. Huichuntang's strength was formidable, unbeknownst to Qianli. However, there was no direct conflict of interest between them. Qianli was merely a spectator, unwilling to intervene in their dispute, at most fanning the flames at this moment. He was eager to witness the dramatic clash between father and son. Whether he would achieve his desire remained uncertain. Huichuntang was a variable in this equation, a potential master of the innate realm or even a grandmaster. Meanwhile, Qianli had only just broken through to the postnatal stage, a modestly renowned figure in the martial world, yet leagues behind those of higher realms. Upon arriving at Qiao Feng's childhood home, he found Qiao Feng already there, coincidentally as Qiao's father was away working, leaving only his mother at home. Qiao Feng conversed with his mother, awaiting his father's return, unaware of certain truths. As evening approached, Qiao's father returned, prompting Qiao Feng to suddenly scan his surroundings, alert to a palpable aura of danger. Hearing Qiao Feng's exclamation, Qianli was startled, fearing he had been discovered. However, he remained hidden, waiting for the right moment to reveal himself if necessary. Should Qiao Feng not perceive his presence, then the one approaching would surely be his father. Huichuntang, who would not hesitate to strike against Qiao Feng's adoptive parents, he could not allow his son to acknowledge a thief as his father. Despite Qiao Sanhuai's kindness to his son, the present circumstances left no room for acceptance among the Han.To rise to prominence. Qiao Feng would have to return to the Great Liao. But would the Great Liao accept a man raised by outsiders? Even if Qiao Feng were a martial prodigy and loyal to the Liao, those in power would certainly weigh this matter heavily. Thus, Qiao Sanhuai and his wife had to perish. The most effective method would be for them to die at Qiao Feng's hands. Yet Huichuntang knew that due to Qiao Feng's character, such a monstrous act would never occur. Therefore, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Now that Qiao Feng had learned of the threats against his adoptive parents, he recognized the necessity to intervene that if he remained by Qiao Sanhuai's side, he could never reclaim his heritage nor return to the Great Liao. Thus, Huichuntang made his move. Not only would he eliminate Qiao Feng's adoptive parents, but he would also frame Qiao Feng for the deed. However, a flaw in Huichuntang's plan emerged. Qiao Feng had unexpectedly returned to the foot of Shaoshi Mountain before him. Nevertheless, Huichuntang held confidence in his own strength, believing he could still kill Qiao Sanhuai and his wife, even with Qiao Feng present. Just as Qiao Feng raised the question of who, Huichuntang struck, targeting the couple who had emerged from within the courtyard. Bold, upon realizing a threat loomed over his adoptive parents, Qiao Feng roared, unleashing the 18 dragon subduing palms directly at Huichuntang. The latter, recognizing the ferocity of Qiao Feng's attack, was compelled to evade and neutralize the onslaught. Who are you? My parents possess no martial arts. Why do you target them? If I, Qiao Feng, have offended you, you may strike at me directly. Why harm my parents? Qiao Feng glared coldly at the cloaked figure, his demeanor rife with suspicion. Through their brief skirmish, Qiao Feng discerned that the masked assailant was his equal in strength. Curiosity piqued, he pondered when it incurred the wrath of such a formidable opponent. Chapter 40. A disturbance at Shaolin Temple? Get out of the way, you ungrateful wretch! Huichuntang seethed with fury. This rebellious son dared to defy him. He acted solely for Qiao Feng's own good. What was the appeal of the great song? With such exceptional abilities, Qiao Feng could rise to prominence as the leader of the Beggars Sect. If he could return to the Great Liao, his talents would surely be recognized. Yet the teachings of the Beggars Sect had led Qiao Feng to forget his Khitan heritage, positioning him against the Great Liao. Returning to Liao under such circumstances would mean certain death. Xiao Yuanshan regarded Qiao Feng with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. Qiao Feng, however, was undeterred. Having received Su Qianli's warning that someone sought to kill his parents, he would not allow such a fate to befall them. In response to Xiao Yunshan's inquiry, Qiao Feng wasted no time, unleashing the 18 dragons Subduing Palms with decisive intent. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, hidden nearby, Su Qianli activated his lightness skill, drawing closer to the battlefield. Observing the intense clash between Qiao Feng and Xiao Yuanshan, a wicked smile crept across his face. Ding! Congratulations, host, for witnessing the battle between Qiao Feng and Xiao Yuanshan. You have acquired the Moke Finger. Your strength has increased. Ding! Congratulations, host, for observing the battle between Qiao Feng and Xiao Yuanshan. You have gained 5 years of martial arts cultivation. Your strength has increased. The chilling notifications echoed in Su Qianli's mind. By watching the conflict between Qiao Feng and his father, he had acquired Xiao Yuanshan's Moke Finger and 5 years of martial prowess. This was truly a profitable endeavor. Although the Moke Finger was not particularly formidable, it ranked among the 72 ultimate techniques of the Shaolin Temple. This skill had been cultivated by Xiao Yuanshan over 30 years of covert training within the temple. However, it was regrettable that Xiao Yuanshan's power fell short of Qiao Feng's. Realizing he could not defeat his son, he dropped 2 smoke bombs, creating a cloud of obscurity to facilitate his escape. Concerned for his parents' safety, Qiao Feng chose not to pursue him relentlessly. Who's there? At that moment, Qiao Feng bellowed, his senses heightened as he detected another presence nearby, his expression betraying vigilance. The hidden adversaries were relentless in their efforts to thwart him. Big brother, it's me. Su Qianli observed Qiao Feng poised for action. His gaze firmly fixed upon him, compelling Su Qianli to reveal himself. Third brother, what brings you here? Qiao Feng inquired, a frown creasing his brow upon spotting Su Qianli, given the gravity of the matter concerning his adoptive parents. He felt the necessity to muster all his focus. Elder brother, I came upon hearing that someone intended harm towards uncle and aunt. Thus, I decided to investigate. Upon my arrival, I was met with the sounds of a fierce battle, which prompted me to come up and see what was amiss. Su Qianli explained with a smile that I see. Third brother, you are indeed thoughtful. Just moments ago, a masked assailant sought to inflict harm upon my parents. I am profoundly grateful for your vigilance, Qiao Feng replied, his expression softening with gratitude as he regarded Su Qianli. Had Su Qianli not alerted him, he would have arrived home to find his parents in peril. Elder brother, my visit today was not solely driven by concern for uncle and aunt's safety. I also bear news that someone aims to do harm to your master. I came specifically to inform you. Su Qianli continued. Having thwarted the threat against Qiao Feng's adoptive parents, he felt compelled to intervene in the matter concerning Master Qianku. What do you mean, someone wishes ill upon my master? How could that be? Master Qianku possesses profound abilities and is a revered monk of Shaolin, who would dare to wreak havoc within Shaolin's sacred grounds. Qiao Feng was the first to express disbelief upon hearing Su Qianli's words. His achievements were entirely due to Master Qianku's teachings. Without the solid foundation laid by his master from a young age, how could he have mastered the dragon subduing 18 palms and the dog beating stick technique, earning such a formidable reputation in the martial world? Yet, upon considering that this alarming news came from Su Qianli, he found himself compelled to contemplate the possibility further. Was there truth to this claim? If so, what course of action should he take? And what motives lay behind this shadowy adversary's intent to target Master Qianku? Su Qianli proposed a visit to Shaolin to witness the confrontation between Master Qianku and Xiao Yuanshan. Hoping to glean valuable insights, he did not merely seek to acquire Shaolin's 72 unique skills or enhance his martial arts prowess, but also to bolster his own strength. Having articulated his intentions, Su Qianli found that Qiao Feng could no longer afford to dismiss the notion. The distance to Shaolin was not insurmountable, and it had been years since he had departed from its hallowed grounds. Thus, he resolved to ascend the mountain and pay his respects to his esteemed master, Master Qianku. In due course, Su Qianli and Qiao Feng set forth toward Shaolin Temple. The monks of Shaolin exhibited considerable hostility toward Qiao Feng, a man of Khitan descent, deeming him unworthy to enter their sacred establishment. Faced with the vigilant Shaolin warriors, Qiao Feng felt a sense of incredulity. His aspirations to visit Master Qianku were dashed. Even with Su Qianli's warning of impending danger to Master Qianku, the high monks of Shaolin held themselves in lofty esteem, resolutely disbelieving Su Qianli's claims. Who would dare commit an act of violence against Master Qianku within the esteemed halls of Shaolin? Such a notion is preposterous. Elder brother, it seems we must resort to stealth to infiltrate Shaolin Temple. Su Qianli chuckled softly. That night, the two clandestinely entered the temple as they approached Master Qianku's quarters. A startled cry echoed from within, followed by the silhouette of an individual escaping through the window. Qiao Feng recognized the figure. It was undoubtedly the one who posed a threat to Master Qianku. "You scoundrel, where do you think you're going?" Qiao Feng shouted, immediately employing his lightness skill to pursue the cloaked figure as Su Qianli too gave chase, though his interest lay not in the fate of Master Qianku, who was already injured, but rather in observing the confrontation between Qiao Feng and Huichuntang. Suddenly, a cold notification resonated in Su Qianli's mind. "Congratulations, the host has observed the battle with Huichuntang, gaining 5 years of martial arts experience, thus enhancing your strength." The clash between Qiao Feng and Huichuntang had drawn the attention of Shaolin's masters, having concealed himself within the temple for 30 years. Huichuntang adeptly evaded capture, while Qiao Feng found himself mistakenly embroiled in a conflict with the Shaolin monks. Upon receiving news of Master Qianku's assassination attempt, Qiao Feng stealthily ascended the mountain, only to be misconstrued as the murderer, thus inciting the wrath of the Shaolin warriors. Chapter 41. The conditions to rescue Master Qianku. Congratulations, the host has observed Qiao Feng battling the 18 Shaolin monks, gaining 10 years of martial arts experience. The chilling notification reverberated in Su Qianli's mind. The skirmish persisted, as the 18 Shaolin monks were vanquished, yet Qiao Feng desperately insisted he was not the culprit. However, the high monks of Shaolin remained skeptical, summoning reinforcements to join the fray. Just as Su Qianli was reveling in the spectacle, a thunderous voice interrupted the chaos. The abbot, Master Qianci, had been roused. And with a commanding shout, the monks ceased their assault on Qiao Feng. "Qiao Gangzhong, one wonders what brings you to our Shaolin at such an hour." Master Qianci scrutinized Qiao Feng with palpable wariness. The monks were concerned that Qiao Feng had harmed Master Qianku. Even if they sought retribution, they lacked certainty of success. Unless they were to disturb a reclusive elder monk in meditation, they would be deemed traitors to Shaolin. Qiao Feng urgently explained that he had received word of a plot against his master, yet they arrived too late, for Master Qianku had already fallen victim to treachery. He had nearly apprehended the hidden assailant. His intention was clear. He urged Master Qianci to seal Shaolin and capture the perpetrator. Yet, Master Qianci was unconvinced by Qiao Feng's account. Frustrated by their disbelief, Qiao Feng called out, third brother, come forth and help me clarify." In his desperation to vindicate himself, he inadvertently implicated Su Qianli as Su Qianli contemplated slipping away amidst the turmoil. Qiao Feng's outcry compelled him to reveal himself. Upon his appearance, the Shaolin monks promptly surrounded him. "Third brother, you must explain. I am not the murderer," Qiao Feng implored, casting a pleading glance at Su Qianli. "Qiao Feng, for shame. You're a leader of a gang, yet you resort to such tactics. Do you not feel embarrassed? You claim he is an ally, yet do you not see how absurd that is?" A Shaolin elder regarded Qiao Feng as if he were a fool, incredulous that he would seek corroboration from his accomplice. The derisive shouts left Qiao Feng momentarily speechless. "I my elder brother, not the one who harmed Master Qianku. This matter is easily resolved. Has Master Qianku indeed died? If he yet lives, let him testify," Su Qianli remarked, exasperated. Establishing their innocence was indeed a daunting task. If Master Qianku was deceased, they would find no redemption. Yet, as long as he still breathed, Even in a state of unconsciousness, he could be saved, and his testimony would exonerate them. Humph, I knew you would respond thus, although Master Qianku has not perished. He lies in a coma, which is hardly different from death. A monk of the Qian lineage glared at Su Qianli. This scoundrel is even more loathsome than Qiao Feng. He thought that, is he not to be rescued? Su Qianli retorted coldly. With his vital channels severed, how could he be treated? Even if we summoned the renowned physician Shui, it would be too late. The monks lamented that it was not that they were unwilling to assist Master Qianku. Rather, they lacked the ability to do so. With his vital channels severed, even if they managed to locate physician Shui, it would likely take days, by which time Master Qianku might have succumbed. Third brother, I implore you, lend your aid to save my master, Qiao Feng beseeched, turning earnestly to Su Qianli. In this world, aside from physician Shui, it seemed that only Su Qianli held the potential to revive his revered master. Master Qianku, he is a miracle worker. Master Qianci regarded Su Qianli with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Elder Qianci, this is my sworn brother Su Qianli, a physician of remarkable skill. Please allow him to examine Master Qianku. Qiao Feng urged, though he did not dare guarantee Su Qianli's success, that in truth, he was grasping at straws. Very well, let us see what you are capable of. Master Qianci conceded, his tone laced with skepticism. The venerable monks of Shaolin Temple cast a cold, disdainful glare at Su Qianli and Qiao Feng, their faces etched with animosity. Before long, the group arrived at the meditation chamber of Master Qianku. At this moment, Master Qianku, having suffered a devastating injury to his heart, was barely clinging to life after the recent delay. Had they arrived even a moment later, they would likely have been met with nothing but a lifeless corpse. The abbot, Qianci, was stricken with sorrow upon witnessing the dire state of Master Qianku. There was no need for feigned compassion. If they wished to prevent his death, they must step aside immediately. Su Qianli harbored a strong disdain for Abbot Qianci. Yet, upon hearing his words, Abbot Qianci did not display anger. Instead, he willingly retreated to the side, that he was curious to see what abilities Su Qianli possessed that could possibly heal Master Qianku. What was his intention? The monks of Shaolin were baffled by Su Qianli's actions. Was he truly going to administer treatment? Why was he taking Master Qianku's pulse? The heart's meridian had been severed, but it was not beyond salvation. However, Su Qianli's demeanor suggested hesitation as he felt the pulse. Earlier, he had utilized the dual complete technique to stabilize Master Qianku's condition, preventing further deterioration. Although Su Qianli was intent on saving a life, he would not do so lightly. He had no ties to these Shaolin monks. Why should he be compelled to heal one of them? Young hero, is there truly hope for my master? Abbot Qianci, feigning compassion for a year, inquired. Indeed, there is hope, but prior to any healing, you must cleanse the insidious hands lurking in the shadows. If I restore Master Qianku to health now, only for those hidden forces to strike again in a few days, it will be a waste of my efforts, Su Qianli replied nonchalantly. His meaning was straightforward. While he tended to Master Qianku, the Shaolin monks needed to eradicate the lurking threats of Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo. If luck was on his side, he might witness a grand spectacle. Even if fortune did not favor him and he failed to capture Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo, he would still emerge unscathed. So, you mean to say the perpetrator is still hiding within Shaolin Temple? Abbot Qianci discerned the implication in Su Qianli's words, precisely that if you conduct a thorough search now, you're sure to uncover their whereabouts. Su Qianli remarked with a smile, and do take note of the sutra repository in the back mountain of Shaolin Temple. He added, recalling something important. Very well, I shall grant you this one chance. Abbot Qianci said, casting a solemn glance at Su Qianli. Even if he opposed the notion, could he simply watch his disciple perish? Chapter 42. The unfortunate Murong Bo summoned the disciples in the courtyard and instruct them to thoroughly investigate any suspicious individuals within the temple. Abbot Qianci commanded, his expression grave. Since Su Qianli had spoken, there must be some credibility to his words. The high monks of Shaolin were equally eager to discern who had harmed Master Qianku. Regardless of whether Su Qianli and Qiao Feng spoke the truth, they were inclined to test the waters. If Su Qianli truly possessed the skill to heal Master Qianku, it would be worth witnessing. As Su Qianli observed the Shaolin disciples departing to hunt for the culprit, he resumed administering treatment to Master Qianku with the dual complete technique. This time, Su Qianli was genuinely channeling his energy, feigning acupuncture while truly employing the dual complete technique to mend the injuries. Initially, Master Qianku was on the brink of death, his breath faint. However, under Su Qianli's care, though he did not awaken immediately, his breathing stabilized, and he was no longer in mortal peril. "Brother, is my master going to be all right?" Qiao Feng inquired, concern etched on his face as he looked to Su Qianli. "For now, there is no danger to his life, but he will require a few days of recovery before he regains consciousness," Su Qianli replied with a smile, confident in his abilities to ensure Master Qianku's safety. "Abbot Qianci, Master Qianku is currently out of immediate danger. Our next course of action must be to apprehend the culprit." Su Qianli turned his gaze to Abbot Qianci. "Apprehend the culprit?" Abbot Qianci frowned, harboring skepticism towards the words of Su Qianli and Qiao Feng. They could hardly believe that anyone could still be hiding within the temple. Moreover, he had already ordered the martial monks to tighten security and conduct extensive searches. The lack of any news thus far indicated that Su Qianli and Qiao Feng were merely fabricating tales. "Abbot Qianci, do you not believe our words?" Su Qianli pressed, furrowing his brow. Without the guidance of Abbot Qianci and the others, he would have no means to roam freely within Shaolin Temple. After all, Shaolin Temple was a sacred ground of martial arts, and the sweeping monk was a grandmaster of the martial way, likely possessing the prowess of a terrestrial deity. With such formidable experts present, Su Qianli dared not act recklessly within this ancient monastery. Everything had to be conducted according to their rules. If Abbot Qianci intervened, they would be granted unrestricted access to the temple. Su Qianli was well aware of the whereabouts of Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo, especially since the sweeping monk was undoubtedly well informed of their movements. Should they be uncovered within Shaolin Temple, there would be no one among the monks who could contend with them, at which point the sweeping monk would need to intervene. He might even gain the sweeping monk's extraordinary skills. "On what basis should we believe you? Our Shaolin Temple is heavily fortified. How could anyone possibly infiltrate? You are merely stalling for time." "Abbot, I suggest we detain them until Master Qianku awakens, and then we shall make a decision." One of the high monks from the Xian generation spoke up. How could the esteemed Shaolin Temple allow these individuals to wreak havoc within its grounds? "How about we wager? If indeed there are infiltrators within Shaolin Temple, allow us access to the sutra repository for inspection," Su Qianli proposed. "And if not," one of the Shaolin monks retorted coldly, "then we shall submit ourselves to your discretion." Su Qianli replied with a smile. "Huichuntang, be silent," Abbot Qianci interjected, silencing the large-headed monk who was about to speak. The sutra repository of Shaolin Temple was not a place one could enter at will. They could not make such a wager. "Very well. Since you speak with such conviction, let us investigate whether there are indeed traitors lurking within Shaolin Temple," Abbot Qianci said coldly. "This matter would only bring benefits to Shaolin Temple, with no drawbacks." Soon, under the leadership of Abbot Qianci, Su Qianli and his companions entered the sutra repository. "Search thoroughly. If any suspicious individuals are found, apprehend them immediately," Abbot Qianci commanded sternly. The notion that a culprit had infiltrated Shaolin Temple without his knowledge was a direct affront to his authority. Reporting to the abbot, no suspicious individuals were found within the sutra repository. One of the martial monks soon reported after their search. "If they are not here, they must be in the back mountain," Su Qianli mused, furrowing his brow. Abbot Qianci and the others shared his frown, feeling as though they had been played for fools. Nevertheless, Su Qianli remained undeterred, and they had no choice but to comply. Shortly thereafter, the high monks of Shaolin Temple surged forth to the back mountain. Upon entering the area, they discovered clear signs of habitation, indicating that someone had indeed been living there. Thus, Su Qianli's claims were not mere fabrications. They held truth. "Abbot, there are indeed signs of habitation here. It appears someone has been hiding within Shaolin Temple," a monk reported swiftly. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the dense forest of the back mountain, instantly catching the attention of the Shaolin monks. Who dares to hide within the sacred grounds of Shaolin Temple? What are your intentions? Abbot Qianli bellowed, genuinely startled. The reality that someone was present in the back mountain of Shaolin Temple was startling. The thought sent chills down Abbot Qianli's spine, for he frequently traversed the back mountain at that moment. Qiao Feng, with a mighty roar, plunged into the fray. This individual was likely the insidious mastermind responsible for injuring his revered mentor. The serendipitous encounter today compelled him to take decisive action against this foe. Not only had this person harmed his teacher, but he also harbored malicious intentions towards his parents. Such a threat could not go unpunished, for it rendered him restless. The dark figure lurking in the mountains was none other than Murong Bo, the father of Murong Fu. Murong Bo had not anticipated being discovered by the monks of Shaolin Temple after his prolonged concealment there. The demeanor of the monks suggested they were intent on capturing him. Faced with numerous skilled fighters from Shaolin, his first instinct was to flee. He had no intention of engaging them in combat. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have observed the confrontation between Murong Bo and the Shaolin monks. Your proficiency in the art of Dozhuan Xingyi has improved, and your strength has increased at that moment. A chilling system notification echoed within Su Qianli's mind. He realized that the unfortunate soul they had uncovered was indeed Murong Bo. Chapter 43. Impossible. It cannot be him. The unexpected encounter with Murong Bo was a stroke of fortune. The likes of Qianli and his companions also recognized that Shaolin Temple was no longer impenetrable. Concealing such a formidable expert within its walls unbeknownst to them, in an instant, Murong Bo found himself besieged by the adept warriors of Shaolin. Despite his own prowess, he could scarcely withstand the onslaught of so many skilled fighters. Ultimately, he managed to escape the temple, albeit at the cost of severe injuries, as Qianli felt a tinge of regret. Although the battle had been fierce, the vigilant Shaolin monks prevented him from wandering freely, and he missed the ensuing clash involving Murong Bo. Nevertheless, he gained 30 years' worth of martial arts cultivation, leading to a significant breakthrough in his strength. As a result, Su Qianli's cultivation had ascended to the mid-stage of the acquired realm, marking a considerable enhancement in his capabilities. Brother, did they capture the thief? Qiao Feng inquired upon his return, to which Su Qianli replied with a smile, They did not capture him. However, he is not the same person I previously faced. He has been lurking within Shaolin Temple for years and is intimately familiar with its layout. In addition to mastering Shaolin techniques, he is also adept in the martial arts of the Murong clan. Qiao Feng's expression turned grave. Third brother, knowing that this person hides in the mountains behind Shaolin, do you know who he is? Upon Qiao Feng's inquiry, Qianli and the others exhibited curiosity, their gaze fixed on Su Qianli. Indeed, I am acquainted with his origins. Su Qianli responded that Su benefactor. Do you know this person's background? Qianli pressed further. This person is Murong Bo, Su Qianli declared. What? He is Murong Bo, Qianli exclaimed in astonishment. Nonsense. Murong Bo was supposed to be dead. How could he possibly be hiding in our Shaolin temple? A senior monk from Shaolin chastised. Upon hearing this, Su Qianli merely rolled his eyes, dismissing the monk's words. Believe it or not, that is your concern. This person is indeed Murong Bo. As for whether the Murong Bo you speak of is dead, you may visit the Murong family in Gusu to discover that his spirit tablet is nothing more than an empty tomb. Su Qianli sneered. While the Shaolin monks were skeptical of Su Qianli's claims, Qiao Feng believed him. The individual he encountered had a slender figure and silver hair, making it impossible for him to be Murong Fu. The opponent had utilized the Murong family's Dozhuan Xingyi to counter his attacks, employing their own techniques against them. Even if this person were not Murong Bo, he could very well be a hidden master of the Murong clan. Especially with Qiao Feng's corroboration, they understood that Su Qianli was speaking the truth. Third brother, if you assert that this person is Murong Bo, do you know who the thief that harmed my master is? Qiao Feng regarded Su Qianli with profound admiration. Since Su Qianli was unaware that the black-clad figure hiding in Shaolin was Murong Bo, he should know the identity of the assailant who injured his master. Brother, this person has a significant connection to you. Are you certain you wish to know who he is? Su Qianli inquired. Who is he? Qianli pressed. This individual frequently infiltrates Shaolin Temple with the intent to harm Master Xinku. Such a person must be dealt with severely. Are you certain you want to know? Su Qianli gazed meaningfully at Qianxi. This person is undoubtedly a nightmare for the monks of Shaolin Temple. Please clarify, who is this person? Despite his confusion regarding Su Qianli's strange expression, Qianxi was determined to uncover the identity of the individual lurking within Shaolin and his intentions. This person is Xiao Yuanshan. Su Qianli stated matter-of-factly, "Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible." Qianxi staggered back several steps, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, as Su Qianli's words seemed utterly absurd. While he could overlook Morong Bo's claims, the mention of Xiao Yuanshan struck Qianxi as ludicrous. Su Qianli's assertions involved figures who were long deceased, rendering his statements mere nonsense. Likewise, Qianxi became increasingly curious about Su Qianli's identity. This young man, appearing no older than 17 or 18, could not possibly possess such extensive knowledge. Xiao Yuanshan. Qiao Feng's expression turned skeptical upon hearing Su Qianli's words. He sensed that their conversation carried deeper implications. Qianxi also regarded Qiao Feng with curiosity, as it seemed the latter was unaware of Xiao Yuanshan's existence. The situation was growing ever more enigmatic. "May I inquire about your sect, Su Benefactor? You seem remarkably well-versed," Qianxi probed, eager to uncover Su Qianli's background. "I belong to no sect," Su Qianli replied with a faint smile. Aware of the ulterior motives behind the elder's inquiries. "Brother, this is bad. Uncle and aunt." Suddenly, the realization struck Su Qianli, prompting an involuntary exclamation. "Third brother, what has happened to my parents?" Qiao Feng asked, perplexed. "The black-clad figure is not the same one who injured Master Qianku. He has likely taken advantage of the chaos to flee Shaolin Temple, that he may pose a threat to uncle and aunt," Su Qianli explained. Although he harbored doubts, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. "Very well, I shall return home at once," Qiao Feng declared, urgency evident in his voice. At that moment, the Shaolin monks, under Qianxi's directive, blocked Qiao Feng's path. "What do you intend to do?" Qiao Feng asked. Bewildered, Qianxi scrutinized both Qiao Feng and Su Qianli, attempting to discern any hidden truths. Qiao Feng's concerns were not unfounded, while Su Qianli maintained an expression as tranquil as a still pond. Betraying no emotional turmoil, Qianxi understood that Xiao Yuanshan was indeed Qiao Feng's father, and that his desire to kill Master Qianku was a quest for vengeance against Shaolin Temple, a reasonable motive. However, to target Qiao Sanhuai's parents was an act of ingratitude, for Qiao Sanhuai and his wife had raised Qiao Feng, being their benefactors. Why would Xiao Yuanshan seek to harm them? This was clearly a ploy devised by Su Qianli to facilitate their swift departure from Shaolin Temple. "Do you not trust my words? Do you doubt my brother's character?" Su Qianli frowned. "Follow Qiao Bangzhu down the mountain to investigate," Qianxi instructed after a moment's contemplation. The young man before him was shrouded in mystery, seemingly privy to an abundance of knowledge. Qianxi's suggestion was also a test of Su Qianli's credibility. He sought to ascertain the truth behind his claims. Chapter 44. The Divine Healer, by Xiao Sheng. Su Qianli, although Qiao Feng had countless questions swirling in his mind, his concern for his parents' safety propelled him to descend the mountain with several Shaolin monks. Meanwhile, Su Qianli remained at Shaolin Temple. After Qiao Feng's departure, Qianxi turned his attention to Su Qianli as your benefactor. "Who exactly are you?" Qianxi broke the silence, his tone earnest. "Who am I? Are you certain you wish to know?" Su Qianli responded with a knowing smile. Sensing the elder's curiosity, "Shaolin Temple harbors no secrets," Qianxi retorted, puzzled by Su Qianli's assertion. "Are you sure you want to hear them?" Su Qianli pressed. "What secrets do you know?" A sense of foreboding washed over Qianxi. As if he were being scrutinized by a predator. "I happen to know some of the romantic escapades from your youth, master," Su Qianli teased with a grin. "Utter nonsense. This is sheer folly." Qianxi's frustration mounted. He had no desire to entertain such frivolities. What did Su Qianli mean by these words? What was his true identity? Who, indeed, is he? This incites great trepidation within the venerable Abbot Xuanzi. Alongside him are numerous esteemed monks from Shaolin Temple. If you had truly gleaned any insight yesterday, then his life would be forfeit. Abbot Xuanzi, do not emulate those wicked men who resort to murder to silence others, Su Qianli remarked coldly as he observed the abbot. furious and sweeping away. Undoubtedly, at this moment, the abbot harbored murderous intent towards Su Qianli. Yet he found himself uncertain about what Su Qianli might truly know. Summon our people. Investigate the origins of this Su Qianli, commanded the abbot, departing to initiate a probe into Su Qianli's background. Su Qianli, now a master of the postnatal realm, held confidence in his abilities. Should the abbot wish to strike, it would undoubtedly be a personal endeavor, rather than delegating the task to others. However, Su Qianli was not inclined to let the matter rest. This was a prime opportunity to sow discord. He returned to Master Xuanku's meditation chamber, awaiting further developments. Tell me, if the abbot of your Shaolin temple were a lecherous man who had broken his vow of chastity, would he still be worthy of his position? Su Qianli inquired of the two monks within the chamber. You insolent brat, cease your slander. How dare you tarnish our abbot's reputation? We could easily silence you. The martial monks glared menacingly at Su Qianli. Did I mention your abbot? Su Qianli retorted, his expression one of mockery. These two were truly overreacting. Are you not referring to our abbot? They countered. If you choose to interpret it as such, then so be it. I am merely sharing a tale that if you insist it pertains to your abbot. That is your assertion, not mine, Su Qianli replied with a faint smile. Regardless of what he said now, his words would inevitably reach the ears of Abbot Xuanzi. One of the martial monks seethed with anger. This fellow was too glib, and they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. The exchange between Su Qianli and the two martial monks was swiftly relayed to Abbot Xuanzi. What does this scoundrel mean by such words? The abbot pondered deeply. Clearly, Su Qianli knew far more than he had anticipated. What was his intent? At that moment, a chill ran down Xuanzi's spine. This was the greatest secret of his life. Apart from himself and Yi Ernyang, no one else was privy to it. How did Su Qianli come to know? How old could Su Qianli be? Suddenly, the abbot considered Su Qianli's age. Could he possibly be his progeny? After all, how else could he possess such knowledge? However, calculating the years, his child with Yi Ernyang would already be over 20. Certainly not merely 17 or 18. The more he thought, the more perplexed he became, unsure of how to proceed. The dialogue between Su Qianli and the two Shaolin martial monks was undoubtedly laden with implications. Enough, you may leave, the abbot commanded, dismissing the two martial monks. Monitor this young man, as every word and deed closely. Su Qianli was shrouded in mystery, and the abbot felt compelled to uncover his true origins and intentions for coming to Shaolin Temple. The following day, a martial monk from Shaolin Temple arrived with news. What did you say? The couple Qiao Sanhuai has perished. How did this come pass? Abbot Xuanzi furrowed his brow at the monk who reported the tidings. Su Qianli had warned of danger befalling Qiao Sanhuai and claimed the perpetrator was Xiao Yuanshan, yet they had dismissed it outright. Now, however, the slap of reality came swiftly and harshly. It was as if Su Qianli had foreseen this tragedy. However, upon deeper reflection, it felt entirely different. Let us seek out Su Qianli, the abbot declared, his expression grave. He cannot be treated as an ordinary individual. One who possesses medical knowledge and is aware of such secrets must surely have an extraordinary background. Even the most knowledgeable among the martial world would not possess such insights. Is he not the fabled healer? Su Qianli, the abbot inquired upon meeting him. His tone shifted from benefactor Su to Mr. Su. This subtle change signified a shift in respect. The abbot, having accessed information from Shaolin's intelligence network, was now aware of Su Qianli's previous exploits in the martial world, healing others, being highly regarded by Qiao Feng, and forming a brotherly bond with him. If my side job is to read fortunes for those fated to cross paths with me, Abbot Xuanzi, would you care for a divination? Su Qianli said with a smile. In just one night's time. The abbot's demeanor towards him had transformed drastically. It was indeed as he had predicted. The couple Qiao Sanhuai ultimately could not escape their fate, falling victim to Xiao Yuanshan. In retrospect, it made sense. Being ordinary people without Qiao Feng's protection, it would be as effortless for Xiao Yuanshan to eliminate them as it would be to slaughter livestock. The Shaolin Temple must have been aware of the tragic demise of Qiao Sanhuai. Hence the abbot's newfound demeanor towards Su Qianli. This situation had certainly shifted. At the very least, Qiao Feng's accusations of patricide had been absolved. You are the renowned healer, Su Qianli, the abbot spoke. Indeed, in the martial world, I carry such a title, Su Qianli replied with a smile. Who is your master? Xuanzi inquired, curious about the genius capable of nurturing such a talent as Su Qianli. I have no master. I learned everything on my own, Su Qianli replied nonchalantly. The abbot found his response hard to believe, suspecting Su Qianli was merely reluctant to disclose his origins. The lineage of the 100 knowledgeable was shrouded in mystery. Possessing vast knowledge of both celestial and terrestrial matters, the abbot, therefore, refrained from pressing further. He would not act against Su Qianli until he understood his background, for offending a disciple of the 100 knowledgeable would be perilous. What of my elder brother? Has he not returned to Shaolin? Su Qianli asked, noticing Qiao Feng's absence. Leader Qiao is at home attending to the affairs of his late parents and did not accompany us back to Shaolin. One of the martial monks replied. Very well, I understand. I shall take my leave now. Su Qianli smiled as he prepared to depart. As you healer, one of my disciples' injuries. The abbot called after Su Qianli's retreating figure. Master Xuanku's condition has stabilized. I believe that with Shaolin's resources, he will certainly recover, Su Qianli assured him with a smile. Should we not detain this individual? One martial monk suggested. He is far too enigmatic. It is best we do not offend him. The abbot shook his head, longing to keep Su Qianli close, yet restraining himself. Had the abbot known that Su Qianli would depart Shaolin Temple only to spread rumors alleging that Abbot Xuanzi was a debauched man who had broken his vows and fathered a child, one can only imagine the consequences. He would likely have wished to rend Su Qianli into pieces while he was still within the temple's confines, as Su Qianli's visit to Shaolin Temple had yielded great rewards. And next on his agenda was to assist Qiao Feng in uncovering his lineage. Brother Qiao, allow me to assist you with your matters concerning Xiao Yuanshan, Su Qianli remarked, glancing towards the direction of Qiao Sanhuai's residence at the foot of Shaoshi Mountain. Instead of seeking out Qiao Feng, he ventured into the bustling market. What did you say? The leader of the Beggars Sect, Qiao, is of Khitan descent. His father is Xiao Yuanshan. The news seemed outdated. The latest intelligence reveals that Abbot Xuanzi of Shaolin Temple has indeed broken his vows and is involved with someone, even fathering a child. This not explosive news. How can this be? The revered Abbot Xuanzi is a figure of high esteem. How could he engage in such acts? Do not dismiss it so readily. It is said they rendezvous at the back mountains of Shaolin Temple. It is rumored that Murong Bo of the Murong clan of Gusu has not perished, but has been lurking within Shaolin Temple all these years. Who provided such information? Is there truth to it? Curious patrons at the tea house inquired among themselves. Who provided it? None other than the 100 knowledgeable of the martial world. The 100 knowledgeable? Who is this individual? We have not heard of such a person in the martial world. You have never heard of the 100 knowledgeable? Your news truly lags behind. This 100 knowledgeable is none other than Su Qianli, also known as the esteemed healer, Su Qianli. Under the expansive mouth of Su Qianli, whispers concerning Murong Bo, Xiao Yuanshan, and the abbot Qianci swiftly spread throughout the realm of Shaolin Temple. The head of the Discipline Institute, upon receiving the news, erupted in fury, his eyes wide open, resembling an indignant Vajra. The Shaolin Temple, a sacred site of Buddhism, only elevates those of high moral standing to the position of abbot, a role that requires rigorous election. Yet now, there are those who maliciously tarnish the reputation of the abbot, which is an affront not just to Qianci, but to the very essence of Shaolin itself. Qianci also learned of this news. Initially, when Su Qianli was at Shaolin, he dismissed the matter entirely. However, upon Su Qianli's departure from the temple, he began to disseminate these rumors widely. Shaolin Temple had become a den of filth. The temple's pristine reputation was at stake, and it was imperative to restore Shaolin's image. Abbot Xixiang, how should we address this matter? The head of the Discipline Institute inquired, looking towards Qianci. This individual has sullied our Shaolin's reputation, even if he is a renowned figure in the martial world. He must face consequences. Qianci maintained a calm facade, yet within him, tumultuous waves surged as Su Qianli, a figure of genuine prowess, was no mere charlatan. Yet, Qianci could not fathom how his affair with Yi Ernyang, kept secret for so many years, had suddenly come to light, Qianli's actions were not merely an exposure of Qianxi's past, but a declaration of enmity against the entire Shaolin Temple. What was Su Qianli's true intention behind these actions? In the realm of the Song dynasty, the martial world was rife with whispers, many of which were linked to Su Qianli. Many sought to uncover the truth behind his claims, while those implicated lived in dread, fearing the day their secrets would be revealed, leading to public scorn. Su Qianli, you must accompany us back to Shaolin Temple. The monks of Shaolin, acting on the abbot Qianxi's orders, sought to apprehend Su Qianli for besmirching their temple's name. Are you certain you wish for me to return with you? Su Qianli replied, as if he had been anticipating this encounter. You dishonor Shaolin, and thus must face retribution. One of the monks coldly glared at him. Master, I've just read your fortune. Today, you shall encounter bloodshed, Su Qianli remarked with a smile. Nearby, it was not only the monks of Shaolin who were present, but others as well, notably the four great villains, among whom was Yi Ernyang, who was also linked to the rumors surrounding Qianxi. However, Su Qianli had yet to unveil further details regarding her. By exposing Qianxi's scandal, Su Qianli had anticipated that Shaolin would take action against him. Chapter 46. Yi Ernyang makes her entrance. Bloodshed? I believe it is you who is fated for such a fate. The leading monk from Shaolin retorted mockingly that he truly thought himself a sage of celestial knowledge. The martial world regarded him as a learned man, but he seemed to believe himself a miraculous healer. Yi Ernyang, have you had your fill of this spectacle? If so, reveal yourself. I shall grant you one wish, Su Qianli called out into the void. The hidden four great villains frowned at Su Qianli's words, perplexed by their meaning. How could he possibly know of their presence? Yet, they had taken great measures to conceal their tracks. What was Su Qianli implying? Yi Ernyang, I know you, and the other three villains are here. If you wish to know the whereabouts of your son, show yourself. If not, consider my words forgotten, Su Qianli concluded, falling silent. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Ernyang glanced at her leader, Duan Yanqing. What does Su Qianli mean? What is he trying to achieve? Is he aiming to provoke Shaolin? She questioned. This fool seeks conflict with Shaolin. Is he courting death? Duan Yanqing replied. Why should we wade into this murky water? Yu Laosan frowned. Could it be that he is attempting to instigate a confrontation with Shaolin? Yi Ernyang pondered why Yi Ernyang, often erratic in her search for her son, had resorted to heinous acts, stealing others' children only to discard them when her amusement waned. Yet, none knew the pain she bore. It was that treacherous scoundrel who had taken her child. Why could others be reunited with their offspring while she could not? Su Qianli, as a man of the martial world, was surely privy to the secrets of her child's abduction. Had it not been for Su Qianli's mention of Qianxi, she would not have believed his words nor ventured here. Enough, Su Qianli. I have come. What do you desire? Yi Ernyang could no longer restrain herself and burst forth from the crowd. She could not afford to gamble, nor could she risk losing what might be her last chance to learn of her son's whereabouts. If the bald monks of Shaolin wish to capture me, let them try, Su Qianli replied nonchalantly. If you wish to live, be gone that I have matters to discuss with him. Why? Yi Ernyang glared fiercely at the Shaolin monks. Seek death, will you? The Shaolin monks, unwilling to back down against the notorious Yi Ernyang, prepared to confront her. Although they wished to avoid unnecessary conflict, her insistence led them to oblige. They would deal with her first, then capture Su Qianli. Fool! Yi Ernyang lashed out with her whip, engaging the Shaolin monks in battle. A notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind. Congratulations, you have observed the battle between Yi Ernyang and the Shaolin monks, gaining 5 years of martial arts experience, enhancing your strength. Yi Ernyang, you tread upon a dangerous path. A monk from Shaolin, an adept of the Discipline Institute, stepped forth, having come to apprehend Su Qianli on the orders of the young abbot. Observing the chaos, he realized he must intervene. Yi Ernyang, at the pinnacle of her prowess, was just one step away from transcending her current limits. She was certainly no match for the old monk. However, Su Qianli cared not for such matters. The more chaos, the better. The more intense the conflict, the greater his potential gains. Why did he address Yi Ernyang instead of Duan Yanqing? Su Qianli possessed knowledge of Duan Yanqing's dark secrets, which made him difficult to manage. Yet with Yi Ernyang engaged in battle, Should she falter, Duan Yanqing would not stand idly by. As expected, when Yi Ernyang began to show signs of defeat against the monk, Yun Zhanghe immediately intervened to assist. He did not confront the elder monk directly, but instead diverted his attention by taking on the other Shaolin disciples. Congratulations, you have observed the battle between Yun Zhanghe and the Shaolin monks, enhancing your proficiency in Lingbo Weibu and increasing your strength. The four great villains had emerged twice. With Yun Zhanghe's appearance, the elder monk had no choice but to protect his disciples. Countering Yun Zhanghe's assault, Yi Ernyang's crisis was averted, yet the remaining Shaolin disciples surrounded Su Qianli and Yi Ernyang. Although Shaolin Temple was a sanctuary of martial arts, not all disciples were of elite caliber. Many were mere beginners. Without top-tier monks, these second- and third-rate disciples were no match for Yi Ernyang and Yun Zhanghe. Shaolin's attempt to apprehend Su Qianli ended in failure. To contend with him, they would need higher-tiered warriors. Yi Ernyang, Yun Zhanghe, are you truly prepared to stand against Shaolin? The elder of the Discipline Institute cast a frigid gaze upon Yi Ernyang and Yun Zhanghe. Moments ago, he had refrained from unleashing his full power, mindful of the Discipline Institute's martial monks. Stand against us, the Shaolin Temple. You certainly overestimate yourselves. Our leader is nearby. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you leave. Yun Zhanghe wore a defiant expression. The elder's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance as he scanned the surroundings. The four great villains rarely acted alone, with Yun Zhanghe and Yi Ernyang present. It was likely that Duan Yanqing, the leader of the four great villains, was also in proximity. The elder felt an unsettling dread at the thought of facing Duan Yanqing, and his face darkened ominously. Su Qianli, what do you mean by that? If you do not clarify your intentions today, I shall ensure you meet a most gruesome fate. Yi Ernyang fixed a cold stare upon Su Qianli. Do you not recall what I just stated? It is to eradicate them, not merely to drive them away. Su Qianli replied with an amused countenance. Chapter 47. Total Annihilation. Duan Yanqing's Joyful Moments. Su Qianli. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we take a stand against the Shaolin Temple? Yi Ernyang felt a headache coming on. She had believed that by expelling the Shaolin monks and alleviating Su Qianli's predicament, she would finally extract the answer she sought from him. Are you not willing to pay a small price to discover your son's whereabouts? What of opposing the entire Shaolin Temple? This so-called temple, steeped in hypocrisy, or perhaps it is you four great villains who fear the Shaolin Temple. If you are indeed afraid, then you should leave, Su Qianli retorted with a mocking expression. Yi Ernyang's chest rose and fell with agitation. Incensed by Su Qianli's words, if mere glances could kill, Su Qianli would have been torn to shreds long ago. She silently vowed that this pretty boy better not deceive her. Should she discover that he had lied, she would flay him alive, making him regret ever entering this world. Leader, I beseech you to lend me your strength to vanquish this bald donkey. Yi Ernyang suddenly cried out into the void. To eliminate the elder of the Discipline Institute, it was insufficient for her and Yun Zhanghe alone. Only with the intervention of Duan Yanqing, the leader of the four great villains, could they hope to succeed. The death of the Shaolin monk mattered little compared to the fate of her son. The four great villains were notorious, their misdeeds well known, yet they continued to thrive. Upon hearing Yi Ernyang's words, the elder of the Discipline Institute's expression shifted dramatically, his vigilance intensifying as he scanned the area. Retreat! Everyone retreat! The elder of the Shaolin Temple, a decisive individual, realized that Duan Yanqing was nearby, rather than engage in a life-or-death struggle with the four great villains. He opted to have the Shaolin monks return to the temple to relay the news. The four great villains acted independently and would not be intimidated merely because their opponents hailed from the Shaolin Temple. As Yi Ernyang called for help, Duan Yanqing sprang into action, accompanied by Yu Laosan, who brandished his crocodile clip and plunged into the fray. This time, all four great villains joined forces, and the chilling sound of the system's notifications echoed in Su Qianli's mind. Su Qianli watched as the Shaolin monks fell one by one into pools of blood. Observing the battle between the Shaolin monks and the four great villains granted him an unexpected boon of 50 years of martial prowess. His cultivation surged, propelling him to the late stage of the acquired realm. Just one step away, Su Qianli was on the brink of breaking through to the innate realm. It must be noted that the four great villains were merciless. Their hands stained with blood, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the monks of the Discipline Institute lay lifeless in their own blood, as for the onlookers. None remained. Upon witnessing the four great villains in action, they fled as if from venomous serpents, fearing they might become the next victims. Once the battle concluded, the four great villains immediately encircled Su Qianli. Should he fail to provide them with a satisfactory explanation today, his fate would mirror that of the fallen Shaolin monks. Do not look at me with such eyes. I'm not one to be trifled with. Remember, you are the ones in need of my assistance, Su Qianli declared, unperturbed. Though Duan Yanqing was undeniably powerful, he could not hope to defeat him. However, could he not escape? Was his lightness skill merely for show? Yu Laosan scoffed at Su Qianli. Are you speaking the truth? You know the whereabouts of my son? Yi Ernyang composed herself, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Su Qianli. There are two questions at hand. Which would you like to know? Su Qianli inquired with keen interest, his gaze lingering on Yi Ernyang's alluring figure. In her youth, Yi Ernyang had been a breathtaking beauty, which perhaps explained how she ensnared the heart of Abbot Xuanzi. Plunging him into a sea of temptation, Yi Ernyang felt a shiver under Su Qianli's peculiar gaze. What two questions? What do you mean by that? She inquired, struggling to suppress her rising fury. The other three looked on with curiosity at Su Qianli's words. The first question, who abducted your child? The second question, is your child alive or dead? Which would you like to know? Su Qianli asked, fixing his gaze on Yi Ernyang, that why Yi Ernyang longed to know who the wretch was that had stolen her child. She dreamt of exacting 1,000 cuts upon them. Simultaneously, she yearned to ascertain whether her child was alive or dead. The very fact that someone held the answers to both questions filled her with both excitement and trepidation, as if she were ensnared in a dream. Have you made up your mind? Which answer do you seek? Su Qianli asked with a smile. That I wish to know if he still lives, Yi Ernyang replied after a moment's contemplation. Her desire to know her child's fate outweighing her thirst for vengeance against the kidnapper. Very well. As you wish. The child that was taken from you is indeed still alive, Su Qianli announced. Then where is he? Yi Ernyang pressed eagerly. That is your third question, Su Qianli chuckled. With free labor at hand, he had no intention of passing up such an opportunity. What do you mean by that? Yi Ernyang demanded, her voice edged with menace. You dare withhold the information. I shall see to it that you meet your end. Yu Laosan, with his fiery temper, felt irked at being turned into free labor and threatened Su Qianli while brandishing his crocodile clip. Producing a series of ominous clicks, his countenance was grotesque, and combined with his fierce demeanor, it was somewhat humorous. The four great villains included the breathtakingly beautiful Yi Ernyang, the somewhat foolish yet comical Yu Laosan, and the lecherous Yun Zhonghe, whom Su Qianli regarded with disdain. Had it not been for the latter's marginal utility, he would have dispatched him long ago. Are you certain you wish to kill me? Su Qianli inquired with a grin. Yu Laosan, do you believe I cannot end you? Su Qianli shot him a cold stare. I stand before you. If you possess the ability, then come and kill me. Yu Laosan defiantly challenged, fixing Su Qianli with an icy glare. Duan Yanqing, if you eliminate Yu Laosan, I shall grant you one wish, Su Qianli stated, his gaze shifting from Yu Laosan to Duan Yanqing. Young man, are you attempting to sow discord? Your methods are rather crude. Duan Yanqing's voice echoed, revealing his discontent. Duan Yanqing, I am aware of when you experienced your greatest joy, Su Qianli said with a smile. Upon hearing Su Qianli's words, Duan Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by their implication. When in his life had he ever known true joy, all he had ever known was an unending cycle of vengeance. He yearned to kill, to kill, to kill. Chapter 48. The fifth great villain? Su Qianli, what do you mean by that? The greatest joy in my life is, of course, the ability to strike you at will. You think to have our leader kill me? You must be dreaming. Before Duan Yanqing could speak, Yu Laosan roared at Su Qianli. The former crown prince of the Dali kingdom, is your life solely comprised of violence and revenge? Is there not a tenderness that has left an indelible mark upon your soul? Su Qianli remarked casually. Who exactly are you? Duan Yanqing's typically calm demeanor was suddenly shattered by tumultuous waves of emotion. As the leader of the four great villains, he had a lifetime of transgressions and misdeeds to bear. Yet, he had never disclosed his origins to anyone, not even to Yuanyang, Yu Laosan, or Yun Zhonghe, who remained largely ignorant of his background. Yet now, Su Qianli, with a single phrase, had unveiled his past, revealing him to be the former crown prince of the Dali kingdom. "Who am I, you ask? Do you truly not know who I am?" Su Qianli replied with a sardonic expression. These ungrateful wretches would not comprehend his might without a dose of intimidation. "Who are you?" Duan Yanqing reiterated his inquiry. "Duan Yanqing, I am privy to many of your secrets. And I also understand what gives you hope for survival. If you eliminate him, I can fulfill one of your wishes." As Yu Qianli paid no heed to the astonished Duan Yanqing, instead chuckling as he spoke. Yu Laosan and Yi Ernyang also sensed that today their leader was somewhat different. The two exchanged a glance. The young man before them was indeed shrouded in mystery, possessing an uncanny familiarity with even their enigmatic leader's origins. "Su Shini, I have erred. Please regard me, Yu Laosan, as inconsequential." Suddenly, Yu Laosan felt his knees before Su Qianli with a thud. Su Qianli's aura was so mysterious, and his knowledge so profound, that it instilled a sense of dread within him. Though they branded themselves the four great villains, they dared not defy their leader, Duan Yanqing, in the slightest. "Can you truly resolve the doubts that plague my heart?" Duan Yanqing pondered, for what he yearned most was to reclaim all he had formerly lost and to eliminate Duan Zhongshan. Not only did he desire to eradicate Duan Zhongshan, but he also aimed to obliterate anyone associated with him, particularly Duan Zhongshuan's various paramours. Why was it that Duan Zhongshan, the charming prince, could bask in glory while he was regarded as a loathed monster? Is it not true that you seek to reclaim all that you have lost, and your current actions are but a means to vanquish that individual and regain what was yours? Yet, midway through his utterance, Su Qianli abruptly fell silent. Curiosity piqued within Duan Yanqing, who thought it prudent to fish for information. However, Yu Laosan appeared rather cowardly. Before Duan Yanqing even contemplated taking action against him, he had already cowered. "This man is my brother, who has followed me for many years, and I hope, Mr. Su, that you might spare him for my sake. You need only state your demands." Duan Yanqing glanced from Su Qianli to Yu Laosan as he spoke. The four great villains, after all, were a collective, and should he attain his desires and reclaim everything, he would require allies. "Though spare him is acceptable, yet you must assist me with the task upon its completion." "I shall answer one of your inquiries," Su Qianli replied with a smile. "Mr. Su, what task do you have in mind?" Duan Yanqing pressed further. His greatest concern was that Su Qianli might demand he kill Yu Laosan. It was not that Duan Yanqing was unwilling to eliminate Yu Laosan, but the latter still held a modicum of utility. The ultimate fate that awaited Yu Laosan was somewhat comical: his defiance against Duan Yanqing, coupled with his reluctance to kill Duan Yu, would ultimately lead to his demise at Duan Yanqing's hands. Yu Laosan had protected Duan Yanqing's son, rendering the entire scenario a tragedy. If Su Qianli sought to have Duan Yanqing kill Yu Laosan, it was merely for amusement, perhaps hoping to reap some benefits in martial prowess. "Rest assured, my conditions are quite simple. Cause a ruckus at the Beggars Sect and slay by Shi Jing to avenge my elder brother," Su Qianli stated after some contemplation. Having garnered a measure of martial prowess at Shaolin Temple, he now wished to witness the drama unfold at the Beggars Sect. Qiao Feng would undoubtedly investigate his origins. As for the Beggars Sect, it was no longer the formidable organization it once was. Cause chaos at the Beggars Sect and kill by Shi Jing, but by Shi Jing is an elder of the law. Duan Yanqing furrowed his brow. As Yu Qianli's proposal was far more complex than simply eliminating Yu Laosan. For Duan Yanqing, killing Yu Laosan was a trivial matter, yet instigating a tumult at the Beggars Sect posed considerable risk. In an instant, Duan Yanqing oscillated his gaze between Yu Laosan and Su Qianli. Without Qiao Feng's presence, the Beggars Sect appeared to the four great villains as mere fodder. Furthermore, should this endeavor yield unexpected rewards for you, consider it a small surprise for me, Su Qianli added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Duan Yanqing retracted his murderous intent towards Yu Laosan. Otherwise, he would have genuinely proposed adhering to the prior terms and executing Yu Laosan. Boss, this fellow is merely a pretty boy. If you wish to extract information, simply capture him and employ some harsh interrogation. Yinzhang, he remarked, somewhat perplexed as he looked at Duan Yanqing. Oh, you think this person is as foolish as you? Duan Yanqing retorted, exasperated. Su Qianli's audacity stemmed from an unshakable confidence, compounded by their ignorance of the extent of his knowledge. You have no idea what Su Qianli knows, so why inquire? Duan Yanqing was convinced that Su Qianli would not dare deceive him. Should he discover that Su Qianli had played him for a fool, he would ensure the latter met a gruesome end. The terms proposed by Su Qianli were not unreasonable. Causing chaos at the Beggars Sect and eliminating by Shi Jing posed no conflict with the mission from the Western Xia Kingdom's Huichuntang. As Su Qianli departed in the company of the four great villains, rumors began to circulate throughout the martial world, suggesting that Su Qianli was allied with them. Due to Su Qianli's influence, the four great villains had annihilated an elder from the Shaolin Temple's discipline hall, along with a dozen martial monks. What did you say? Su Qianli is the fifth great villain. As this news spread through the martial realm, many began to label Su Qianli as the fifth great villain of the Song dynasty. The rationale provided was rather tenuous. Associating with the four great villains, notorious for their deeds, rendered him a villain in kind. Just recently, Su Qianli had been celebrated as a miraculous healer for curing Master Xianku of Shaolin Temple, earning him the title of Divine Doctor by Shaoxing. Yet within mere days, he had morphed into the target of public ire as the fifth great villain. As the notoriety of Su Qianli as the fifth great villain spread, the five of them arrived at the headquarters of the Beggars Sect. The sect had diminished in power following Qiao Feng's departure. Thus, to create a stir, there would not be a clandestine affair, but rather a bold proclamation. Ah Zhu, ah Bai, Duan Yanqing. What is the meaning of this? Do the four great villains seek to become enemies of our Beggars Sect? Several high-ranking members of the Beggars Sect recognized Duan Yanqing. The notion of the four great villains wreaking havoc at the Beggars Sect left them bewildered. Bring by Shi Jing out to face his death. Yu Laosan bellowed. As long as they eliminated by Shi Jing, they would fulfill Su Qianli's task. Without Qiao Feng's oversight, the Beggars Sect was akin to a toothless tiger, facing the four great villains. They were merely lambs to the slaughter. While Qiao Feng was present, the four great villains might have shown him some respect. Now, the members of the Beggars Sect appeared to Duan Yanqing as nothing more than a gaggle of ineffectual rabble. As tensions escalated, both sides drew their blades, intent on a bloody confrontation. One sought to rid the world of evil, while the other struck back in anger. Once the battle commenced, both factions fought with all their might. A chilling system notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind, marking another surge in his martial prowess, bringing him one step closer to breaking through to the innate realm. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly notify Elder Bai. The disciples of the Beggars Sect, caught in a flurry of activity, attempted to ensnare the enemies with the dog restraining formation, but they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The formation was utterly ineffective against the four great villains, and only by Shi Jing could resolve this crisis. After burying his adoptive parents, Qiao Feng visited the Shaolin Temple to inquire with Master Xianku about the identity of the person who had injured him. Master Xianku had initially suggested that it was Qiao Feng himself, then contradicted himself, leaving Qiao Feng in a state of confusion. However, the abbot of Shaolin Temple, Xuanzi, had dismissed Qiao Feng, instructing him to return to the Beggars Sect, where Ma Duan possessed evidence to verify Qiao Feng's identity. Upon arriving at the Beggars Sect, Qiao Feng witnessed the four great villains engaging in combat and immediately intervened, joining the fray amidst the chaos. Su Qianli observed Qiao Feng battling alongside the four great villains and felt a twinge of surprise. However, upon reflection, he found it entirely reasonable. This was precisely the outcome he had anticipated, especially as he noted Qiao Feng's swift mastery of the dragon subduing 18 palms and the rapid improvement in his proficiency with the Yang finger. Although he did not reap a significant amount of martial prowess, Qiao Feng's strength undeniably saw tangible enhancement. Ultimately, Duan Yanqing found himself outmatched by Qiao Feng and was forced to retreat. The numerous elders of the Beggars Sect looked upon Qiao Feng with expressions of guilt. They wished to greet him, Yet Qiao Feng paid them no mind. "Big brother," Su Qianli exclaimed upon spotting Qiao Feng. "Third brother, what brings you here?" Qiao Feng inquired, puzzled. "I am here to avenge you," Su Qianli replied with a smile. "Oh, and who might this be?" Su Qianli noticed a young woman by Qiao Feng's side. She possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth, her figure graceful and alluring, with delicate willow-shaped brows and dimples gracing her smile, compelling one to gaze a moment longer. "Third brother, this is—" Qiao Feng began to explain, but was cut off by Su Qianli's wave. "Big brother, allow me to guess who she is." "Third brother, you?" Qiao Feng responded, somewhat confused. "Miss, I am Qiao Deju's Jie. My name is Su Qianli, an expert in divination. Allow me to read your fortune and see how accurate it is." Su Qianli smiled at the young woman. "Are you familiar with us?" The young woman, who was none other than Murong Fu's maid, Zhu, inquired. That by stroke of fate, she had fallen into the hands of Western Xiao warriors, and Qiao Feng had encountered and rescued her during his descent from Mount. "Young Master Su, could you possibly read my fortune?" At that moment, another young and beautiful woman, who had linked arms with Zhu, turned to Su Qianli and asked. They had come seeking their master. "Murong Fu, read your fortune. Do you wish to inquire about yourself or your master, Murong Fu?" Su Qianli asked with a cheerful demeanor, gazing at Abi, and as gazed at Su Qianli with wide eyes. Having never had any prior contact with him, how could Su Qianli possibly know their identities? Not only that, but he was also aware of their intentions. "That I know not only who you are, but also many things about you," Su Qianli remarked with a smile. "What do you know?" as inquired, her interest piqued. "What I know depends on what you wish to learn," Su Qianli replied with a chuckle. Could the fates of Az and Qiao Feng be altered? Su Qianli did not concern himself with the possibility. He understood that as long as Qiao Feng sought to uncover his lineage, he would inevitably become entangled with Duan Zhengchen. Should Qiao Feng seek vengeance, he would confront Duan Zhengchen, and Az, in her quest to save her father, would meet with untimely demise. "That you know where our young master is?" Abi bluntly asked Su Qianli. They had endured considerable hardship in their search for him. "Concerning your young master, it is perhaps best that you remain unaware of his whereabouts. He will reveal himself when the time is right," Su Qianli replied, smiling. "You are being evasive," Abi huffed, clearly unconvinced by his words. You think I'm trying to deceive you, little girl?" Su Qianli shot her a disdainful glance. "Your young master is at the Huichuntang in Xixia." "You lie. How could our young master possibly be at the Huichuntang in Xixia?" Abi refused to believe him. Meanwhile, Qiao Feng observed Su Qianli with a look of astonishment, realizing that his sworn brother was indeed enigmatic. Though Az and Abi were skeptical of Su Qianli's claims, Qiao Feng found himself inclined to believe. Murong Fu was indeed at the Huichuntang in Xixia. How did Su Qianli know this? Could it be true, as he claimed, that he was proficient in the arts of divination? "Elder brother, are you returning to the Beggars Sect to investigate your lineage?" Su Qianli asked Qiao Feng. "Third brother, you truly possess remarkable insight. I do wish to uncover my origins," Qiao Feng replied with a smile. In truth, Qiao Feng intended to inquire about his heritage from Su Qianli, yet he held back. He was uncertain how to react to Su Qianli's words, whether to believe or dismiss them, given the air of mystery surrounding him and the depth of his knowledge. Qiao Feng was determined to seek the truth himself. Was the dark-clad figure who ambushed Master Xian Ku his father? If so, why had he killed his own master? And what about his adoptive parents? These questions were shrouded in mystery, and he was resolute in uncovering them. The vendetta against his father's murderer was one he must personally resolve, as Su Qianli chose not to divulge anything, aware of Qiao Feng's reticence to inquire further. His interest lay more with Az, whose beauty was indeed captivating. Even clad in servant's attire, her grace was undeniable. Such a beauty, due to Qiao Feng's circumstances, was fated to perish. What a profound loss that would be. Chapter 50. Changes of Heart. Az's choice. At that moment, Su Qianli's thoughts began to flow freely. In this world, the most exasperating thing was the affection of a beauty. Arriving in this realm of martial arts, he was but a limping beggar, surviving by mere chance, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. To navigate the world of chivalry and beauty had once seemed an unattainable dream. Yet now, Everything had changed the moment he laid eyes on Az. His heart stirred. In this realm of martial arts, the desire to enhance one's strength stemmed from the pursuit of power, beauty, and the freedom to roam the world. Third brother, what did you mean when you said you would seek revenge for me? Qiao Feng, unaware of Su Qianli's gaze fixed upon Az, suddenly shifted the conversation. This moment, Qiao Feng's mind was consumed by thoughts of his lineage. Women were merely distractions that could hinder his resolve. Elder brother, Bai Shijing has wronged you, and he orchestrated all of this that if you are too kind-hearted to deal with this treacherous scoundrel, allow me to handle it, Su Qianli offered with a smile. Third brother, your kindness is appreciated, but some matters I prefer to handle myself. If Bai Shijing is indeed the mastermind, I shall ensure he meets a most gruesome fate, Qiao Feng declared, embodying the spirit of a true man. Very well, if you wish to exact your own revenge, I shall refrain from intervening, Su Qianli replied with a smile. By the way, when I returned to the Beggars Sect, I heard rumors about your involvement with the four great villains. What is the story behind that? Are they tormenting you? Qiao Feng abruptly changed the subject. Not quite. The four great villains had certain requests of me, and I obliged them with a small favor. Su Qianli responded with a smile. Who do you think you are? The four great villains seeking favors from you? Abi pouted, utterly disbelieving Su Qianli's words. In their view, the four great villains were notorious for their lack of reason. And the idea that they would seek aid from him seemed preposterous. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you, Su Qianli chuckled, amused by Abi's indignation. Elder brother, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to seek out Kongmin to retrieve the late Wang Bongzhu's letter, Qiao Feng stated. That is indeed a promising lead, Su Qianli acknowledged, smiling at and elder brother, you might consider consulting Master Zhiguang. He may possess the information you seek, Su Qianli added. Thank you, third brother, Qiao Feng replied before taking his leave, entrusting as an Abi to Su Qianli's care. Su Gongzi, are you truly a diviner? As asked, her curiosity piqued as she noted Qiao Feng's departure upon Su Qianli's words. If you say so, then so it is. If you say otherwise, then that is also the case, Su Qianli replied with a smile. Abi, in a fit of frustration, found Su Qianli insufferable for his cryptic demeanor. Do you wish to know who your biological parents are? Su Qianli asked, grinning. What do you mean by that? Su Gongzi has felt a surge of shock at his words. Naturally, I mean what you are thinking, Su Qianli replied with a smile. Su Gongzi, do you know who my parents are? Where are they now? Why did they abandon me? As bombarded Su Qianli with questions, her curiosity akin to a rapid-fire barrage. Though, as was a maidservant to Murong Fu, she had long harbored concerns about her origins and yearned to understand the heartlessness of the parents who had forsaken her. Had the Murong family not taken her in, she would likely have perished long ago. Your lineage is noble, and you have a sister as well, Su Qianli began, hesitating as if weighing his words. While Az's heritage bore some distinction as a descendant of the Wang family of Dali, it was also tinged with shame, for her mother had no official status. Put it bluntly, she was the daughter of a concubine, lacking any legitimacy compared to the rightful heirs. What do you mean? I do not understand at all, as replied, bewildered. Furthermore, Su Qianli's abrupt pause left her wondering if there was a deeper secret involved. Honestly, I believe it may be better for you not to uncover the truth about your origins, as Su Qianli pondered for a moment before speaking. This time, as Qiao Feng sought out Master Zhiguang to inquire about certain matters from years past. It was inevitable that he would encounter the subordinates of Duan Zhengchun, as Yu Qianli was well aware that Duan Yanking had been relentlessly pursuing Duan Zhengchun. Yet, Yanking's pursuit of Zhengchun was largely due to his own actions. Fortunately, Zhu was not currently with Qiao Feng. Had she been by his side investigating her lineage, she would surely have crossed paths with her mother, Wan Xingzhu, at the lakeside cottage. Although she did not recognize her mother, she was aware that Duan Zhengchun, the dashing prince, was indeed her father. A misunderstanding arose between Qiao Feng and Duan Zhengchun, leading Zhu to believe that Zhengchun was the arch-nemesis referred to by Qiao Feng. Thus she disguised herself as Duan Zhengchun to meet him. Tragically, this resulted in Qiao Feng accidentally killing Zhu. Now, due to Su Qianli's influence, Qiao Feng was not able to remain with Zhu, and consequently, she would not develop deep feelings for him. Their initial acquaintance took place at the foot of Shaolin Temple, and Zhu had not fallen victim to Master Xuanji's separation palm. However, whether such an event might still occur was uncertain to Su Qianli. His presence had caused a slight deviation in the plot of Tianlong Babu, steering it toward a more favorable direction. Zhu had perished at the hands of her beloved, and if Qiao Feng was unworthy of her affection, then let it be. Zhu remained somewhat wary of Su Qianli, perceiving him as a charlatan. His speech often cryptic, disappointed that she had not uncovered her true heritage. Zhu and Abai did not linger excessively, as they had matters to attend at that moment. Zhu's focus was solely on Murong Fu. Qiao Feng was but a fleeting concern. With Murong Fu away, Zhu was preparing a grand gift for him at Zhu. Why did you part ways with young Master Su? He is a sage. Why not have him discern the location of Shaolin's Jing for us? Abai regarded Zhu with confusion. That fellow is merely a quack. The matter of Jing is of great import, and we should refrain from complicating things further, Zhu replied, shaking her head. She was a woman of strong opinions and would not be swayed by a few words from Su Qianli. Very well, let us proceed to Shaolin Temple. If young master acquires the Jing, her prowess will undoubtedly soar, and she will then have the opportunity to realize her ambitions. Abai's eyes glimmered with admiration at the thought of Murong Fu. Chapter 51. Intimate Connections. Su Qianli watched as Zhu and Abai departed, a frown creasing his brow to win Zhu's heart. He still had a long journey ahead. There was no rush, for he understood the trajectory of the plot. Though his involvement had caused some alterations in Tianlong Babu, the overarching storyline remained intact, and he could navigate it accordingly. This encounter marked the first meeting between Zhu and Qiao Feng, while their second meeting would likely take place at the foot of Shaolin Temple. Had Zhu not been injured, she would not have died, and naturally, she would not have opened her heart to Qiao Feng. Since Qiao Feng did not accompany Zhu to Juxian Villa to seek out physician Xue for her treatment, Zhu, in turn, would not have developed feelings for him. After a brief exchange, Su Qianli discerned that both Zhu and Abai held deep admiration for the scholarly and martial prowess of Murong Fu. Win over Zhu. The most effective strategy would be to encourage them to steal the Jing from Shaolin Temple. Although Zhu's martial skills were lacking, she possessed an exceptional skill in disguise, which was invaluable. Mastering the art of disguise would allow her to effectively deceive others. Otherwise, Qiao Feng would not have mistakenly killed her. Su Qianli refrained from following Zhu and Abai, opting instead to settle into a nearby inn. Due to the circumstances surrounding Su Qianli and Qiao Feng, Shaolin Temple was on high alert. Utilizing her remarkable skills in disguise, Zhu successfully infiltrated Shaolin Temple, while Abai remained outside to provide support. The original plan was for Zhu to emerge from the temple within 2 days. Regardless of success, however, after waiting for 3 consecutive days with no sign of her, Abai began to sense that something had gone awry at this moment. Qiao Feng was also at Shaolin Temple seeking answers from Master Zhuang. Through the words of Master Zhuang, Qiao Feng learned about certain events from years past. However, he realized that he was not truly called Qiao Feng. His name was actually Xiao Feng, and Su Qianli's assertion was indeed correct. His father was Xiao Yuanshan. Yet he could not comprehend why, if his father was Xiao Yuanshan, the latter would kill Master Xuanku and his adoptive parents. The Qiao family, particularly the couple Qiao Sanhuai, had treated him as their own son, and it was not an exaggeration to say they were benefactors of the Xiao family. Why then did Xiao Yuanshan kill them? To his dying breath, Master Zhuang did not reveal the identity of the arch-nemesis. Qiao Feng decided to return to Shaolin Temple to inquire with his master, Xin Ku, about any insights he might possess. As he approached the temple, he spotted a gray-robed monk lying at the foot of the mountain. It was none other than the disguised Zhu. Upon seeing Qiao Feng, Zhu felt as if she had found her savior. Zhu, how did you come to be injured? Qiao Feng asked, his expression one of concern as he noticed her life force fading. Xiao Da Xia, Zhu could not reveal that she had been wounded by Master Xuanji while attempting to steal the Jing from Shaolin Temple. Now, her life hung by a thread, and she longed to see her beloved Murong Fu. But alas, she could not speak. I shall take you to find my third brother. He will surely be able to heal your wounds. Qiao Feng declared, thinking of Qianli. Qianli was also regarded as a divine healer, having restored Master Qianku's life force, so he would have no difficulty in treating Zhu. Qiao Feng remained with Zhu. He felt a sense of shared suffering, for her plight was as tragic as his own. Having been abandoned at a young age for Qiao Feng, he still knew nothing of his parents, and he had endured the devastating news of his adoptive parents' murder. Qianli was capable of saving Zhu. However, Qiao Feng felt a twinge of frustration, as Qianli was currently a wanderer, and he had no knowledge of his whereabouts. With Zhu's life force extinguished, timely intervention was crucial. Otherwise, she would surely perish in the realm today, the only one who could mend such a grievous injury. Aside from Qianli, was Physician Shui. Seeking Qianli was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, but finding Physician Shui was a far simpler task. Moreover, with Qiao Feng using his inner strength to sustain Zhu's life, she would be able to hold on until they could reach Physician Shui. Qiao Feng inquired of everyone he encountered about the whereabouts of Physician Xu. This moment, rumors spread through the martial world that Physician Shui was to convene a heroes' assembly at Jushin Villa. Xiao Yuanshan had disguised himself as Qiao Feng, wreaking havoc in the martial world. Those who had participated in the battle outside Yamen Pass were now facing retribution. Although these deeds were not perpetrated by Qiao Feng, they were nonetheless linked to him. Under Physician Shui's leadership, the heroes' assembly at Jushin Villa was organized specifically to confront Qiao Feng. Elder brother, are you heading to Jushin Villa? Qianli encountered Qiao Feng on the path to the villa. Third brother, it is truly a pleasure to see you. Qiao Feng's face lit up with joy upon seeing Qianli. Elder brother, are you certain you wish for me to treat Miss Zhu? Qianli inquired, regarding Qiao Feng. Third brother, we could not locate you, knowing you were a wanderer, which is why we sought out Physician Shui at Jushin Villa. If we could encounter you, it would be most fortuitous. Qiao Feng smiled. However, treating Miss Zhu is somewhat challenging. Her life force is nearly extinguished, and her injuries are even more severe than those of Master Qianku. The only reason she has survived this long is due to your selfless expenditure of inner strength to stabilize her condition. Otherwise, she would have perished long. Qianli chuckled. I ask there a need for rare herbs and treasures. I shall procure them immediately, Qiao Feng declared. Elder brother, it is not a matter of rare herbs and treasures. Rather, it is difficult for me to treat Miss Zhu alone, that we must seek assistance. Qianli responded, Qianli spoke up, revealing that his dual-handed technique was not a complete one, but merely a nascent form, far from its perfected state. Previously, it seemed that he had cured Master Qianku, but in truth, he had only stabilized the Master's injuries. If Master Qianku wished to survive, he would need to rely on the willingness of Shaolin Temple to provide some rare treasures to extend his life. To enhance his dual-handed technique, Qianli understood that he must observe truly exceptional healers. Only then could his abilities be refined. His prior experiences had merely involved mediocre doctors, resulting in little to no improvement in his skills. This time, with Qiao Feng accompanying Zhu to Xianzhuang for treatment, an opportunity presented itself. However, the intricacies of the matter were not something she could disclose to Qiao Feng and Zhu. Zhu had initially believed her life was forfeit, but after hearing Qianli and Qiao Feng's words, a spark of hope ignited within her. As they traveled in the carriage, Qianli's dual-handed technique allowed for a moment of intimate contact with Zhu. With Qianli's assistance, Zhu's condition stabilized. Meanwhile, Qiao Feng drove the carriage, preparing to head towards Xianzhuang. Chapter 52, Rapid Progress in Relationships. A celestial pair. Young Master Su, you make me feel quite ticklish. Zhu exclaimed as she noticed Qianli's hand resting on her bosom, albeit through a layer of fabric. This embarrassing encounter was a first for her, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. Zhu, your words could be misinterpreted. I am merely aiding in your healing, Qianli replied, somewhat awkwardly clearing his throat, aware that his sworn brother Qiao Feng was still present, driving the carriage. Qianli harbored desires to share a more intimate moment with Zhu. Yet that seemed utterly impossible, that if you're feeling ticklish or somewhat tingly, that is indeed correct. My younger brother is channeling his energy to assist in your recovery. Qiao Feng's voice called from outside, causing Zhu to blush furiously, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the carriage. Qiao Feng, known for his straightforwardness, unwittingly exacerbated her embarrassment. Thankfully, he was outside the carriage. Had they all been in close quarters, her discomfort would have been magnified. Qiao Feng, who had also suffered injuries in the past, had been healed by Qianli. Unlike other doctors who relied on herbs or acupuncture, Qianli employed his innate abilities directly to tend to injuries. Qiao Feng suspected that Qianli was an unparalleled master with profound internal strength. Otherwise, how could he heal without the use of medicinal stones, relying solely on his hands? Do not move. Your fidgeting makes it difficult for me to channel my energy, Qianli said, smiling at the enchanting beauty before him. Zhu, upon hearing this, dared not move again. Instead, she closed her eyes and held her breath, afraid to gaze upon Qianli's handsome visage. The moment she opened her eyes to see his striking features, her heart would race uncontrollably. Zhu found herself puzzled by these strange sensations. Whenever she beheld their young master, Murong Fu, her heart would flutter. Yet now, in the presence of Qianli, she experienced similar inexplicable feelings, especially when his large hand touched her in awkward yet oddly comforting ways. Since being injured by Master Xianji of Shaolin Temple, she had felt as though she were on the brink of death, her entire being in torment. But at this moment, encountering Qianli, her discomfort began to dissipate. As he cared for her, his attentiveness was remarkable, and his vast knowledge impressed her, and no matter what she spoke of. He offered unique insights. Zhu pondered on the exceptional upbringing Qianli must have received to be so outstanding, surpassing even their young master, Murong Fu. Previously, she had considered Murong Fu the most remarkable individual in the land. And after meeting Qiao Feng, she believed only he could rival Murong Fu. Yet now, in the brief span of 2 days with Qianli, she realized he surpassed Murong Fu in excellence, leaving her curious about his martial prowess. However, considering that Qianli could stabilize her injuries with just his hands, it was evident that his internal strength was formidable. Within the confines of the carriage, Qianli and Zhu were engaged in a budding romance, while Qiao Feng found himself relegated to the role of mere driver, an inconspicuous backdrop to their interaction. This scenario diverged somewhat from Qianli's expectations. Brother, you've traveled all day. Why not rest inside the carriage while Zhu and I take over? Qianli suggested to Qiao Feng. This will also allow Zhu to breathe in some fresh air, aiding her recovery. Very well, I shall take a moment to rest. If you tire, simply call for me. Qiao Feng replied with a smile upon hearing Qianli's words. Qianli assisted Zhu to the edge of the carriage, and together they gazed at the setting sun. They spoke of the beautiful scenery surrounding them, embodying not travelers on a journey, but a pair of star-crossed lovers wandering through life. Inside the carriage, Qiao Feng felt a twinge of awkwardness. He could see that moment. He felt superfluous, particularly as he observed Zhu nestled against Qianli's shoulder, resembling a celestial couple. This sight left Qiao Feng with a hollow sensation, as though he had lost something of great significance. He was puzzled by these peculiar feelings and shook his head, attempting to dismiss them. Meanwhile, the bond between Qianli and Zhu flourished rapidly. They had already shared intimate contact within the carriage. Now, as they leaned together to watch the sunset, it hardly seemed out of place. Yet this left Qiao Feng in a difficult position. Had he not promised to escort Zhu and Qianli to Xianzhuang to seek the aid of Dr. Shui, he would have eagerly made his exit, for the display of affection was quite overwhelming. Zhu, as the evening grows cooler, you should rest inside the carriage while I converse with my brother, Qianli gently urged, guiding Zhu into the carriage. Such blissful moments are fleeting, and they were soon approaching Xianzhuang. Along the way, they encountered many martial artists heading towards Xianzhuang. Qianli understood that Dr. Shui was convening a gathering of heroes there. Their sole purpose was to confront the notorious villain, Qiao Feng. It must be said, Qiao Feng's father, Xiao Yuanshan, was indeed ruthless. To ensure Qiao Feng's disgrace, he had committed numerous heinous acts that stirred public outrage. Given the striking resemblance between father and son, even actions not committed by Qiao Feng would be attributed to him. It could be said that there was no way for Qiao Feng to cleanse his name, even if he plunged into the Yellow River. Now, Qiao Feng had become a figure universally reviled in the Song dynasty. Dr. Shui summoned heroes from across the land to eliminate this great villain. Especially with the revelation of Qiao Feng's background, martial artists in the Song dynasty were even more determined to prevent his return to the Liao kingdom. Qiao Feng was a rare talent, possessing both bravery and wisdom. Should he return to Liao and ignite a war between the Song and Liao, the borderlands would surely suffer devastation. Now, Su Qianli intended to discuss this pressing matter with Qiao Feng. Brother, Zhu Xianzhuang is a den of peril. You should drop us off here at Zhu, and I will continue from this point, Su Qianli stated, looking at Qiao Feng. Third brother, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that you look down on me? Qiao Feng responded, his expression darkening, that I have promised to escort you both to Zhu Xianzhuang to seek Dr. Shui's aid for Zhu. I will not abandon you midway, even if it is a den of danger. Brother, Zhu Xianzhuang has gathered heroes from the martial world to target you. Accompanying us now would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Su Qianli urged, furrowing his brow. His words were intended as a provocation. Even if Qiao Feng was reluctant, he would be compelled to go. Chapter 53. Zhu Xianzhuang, a gathering of heroes. Third brother, what do you mean by that? Qiao Feng asked, puzzled by Su Qianli's statement. Since their journey began, the three of them had remained together, as Su Qianli had not interacted with outsiders, leading Qiao Feng to wonder why he would make such a peculiar assertion. How had he become labeled as a villain? It seems Su Qianli possessed some knowledge that eluded him. They had been together, yet why did Su Qianli appear to know everything while he felt like a fool? Utterly unaware. Brother, as far as I know, all of this has been orchestrated by your father. His intent is to force you back to the Liao kingdom, as Su Qianli conveyed his suspicions to Qiao Feng. Xiao Yuanshan is an official of the Liao dynasty, and all his actions are entirely for the sake of the Liao kingdom. Qiao Feng possesses an innate leadership quality. A person of such caliber should not be relegated to obscurity in the court. At Jushin Manor, Qiao Feng has slain numerous heroes, which has left him feeling deeply remorseful. In a moment of despair, Qiao Feng contemplated ending his life. As he relinquished his resistance and faced the impending doom of being slain by the multitude of heroes. It was Xiao Yuanshan who intervened to save him. This moment also marked a dialogue between the father and son. However, now, due to Su Qianli's intervention, the plot of Tianlong Babu has shifted. Will Xiao Yuanshan appear at Jushin Manor? Am I truly a chitin from the Liao kingdom? Qiao Feng fell into contemplation. Third brother, you seem to know everything. Eldest brother, my identity is somewhat unique. Remember this. My actions will not harm you. Regardless of whether you are Han or chitin, as long as you act with a clear conscience, that is sufficient. Su Qianli smiled. Indeed, third brother, you are right, and no matter what I do, as long as I. Qiao Feng, feel no guilt, that is enough. The look of confusion in Qiao Feng's eyes began to resemble the first light of dawn. Eldest brother, those people are nothing but despicable little men seeking fame and recognition. This gathering of heroes is merely a trap aimed at you, that if they choose to act, they will be your enemies. Such individuals deserve to be eliminated. How can those who cannot discern right from wrong dare to call themselves heroes? Su Qianli spoke with grandiose confidence. Rest assured, third brother, I will not initiate conflict unless provoked. These so-called heroes, who wish to step on me to ascend, shall surely be disappointed. Qiao Feng chuckled. He is one of the few true masters in the world, having already transcended to the realm of a grandmaster. None of the so-called heroes at Jushin Manor are worthy of his attention. In his eyes, they are merely a pack of insignificant creatures. Su Qianli's purpose in discussing these matters with Qiao Feng before entering Jushin Manor is to help him release his burdens. Those who dare to scheme against them will find no return. They have now arrived near Jushin Manor, where the gathered heroes are poised for confrontation. Scouts report their movements every few moments. Shueshini, that demon Qiao Feng, is only 5 miles from Jushin Manor. At this rate, he will arrive in no more than the time it takes to eat a meal. The scouts continued their observations. Shueshini, Qiao Feng truly has audacity, knowing we are holding a heroes' meeting. He still dares to come to his own demise. They resolved to eliminate this demon, ensuring he would not return to the Liao kingdom. The heroes at Jushin Manor were on high alert. gathering to discuss how to eradicate the formidable Qiao Feng. The higher-ups of the Beggars Sect were among them, including by Xijing and others. It can be said that the Heroes' Assembly convened by Qianli was significantly influenced by the Beggars Sect, especially since Qianli incited the four great villains to wreak havoc on the Beggars Sect in an attempt to kill by Xijing as revenge for Qiao Feng. The urgency to eliminate Qiao Feng intensified. It was a life-or-death situation. Upon meeting, tensions were palpable. Many were betting against Qiao Feng, too fearful to approach. Clearly, it was a trap. Yet, simultaneously, they hoped Qiao Feng would come, for with his arrival, they could eliminate this great demon and gain renown throughout the land. Shueshini, are you present? Qiao Feng arrived at Jushin Manor, observing the sea of heroes encircling him, and he chose to ignore them. Qiao Feng, you demon, how dare you come here? Shueshini, surrounded by the throngs of heroes, approached Qiao Feng. Qiao Feng's reputation was exceedingly foul. Having killed his father and betrayed his master, he was a demon beyond compare, surpassing even the four great villains. Shueshini, what a grand spectacle you have prepared to welcome me. Qiao Feng, unperturbed, regarded these people with disdain. Oh, you truly believe they are here to welcome you? Shueshini scoffed. This demon Qiao Feng certainly knows how to flatter himself. Are these people not here to welcome me, but rather to slay me? Qiao Feng retorted with a cold smirk. You are correct. We have indeed come to eliminate you, great demon. With overwhelming numbers, they cast menacing glances at Qiao Feng, their murderous intent evident. Young Master Su, their gazes are terrifying, Zhu remarked, observing the martial artists encircling them. She felt a twinge of fear. In truth, on their way here, she had heard Qianli speak of the martial artists convening at Jushin Manor to confront Qiao Feng. All of this stemmed from her predicament. Had Zhu not been injured, they would not have sought Shueshini's aid at Jushin Manor. Previously, she had harbored doubts about Qianli's warning that they were walking into a tiger's den. Now, witnessing the situation, she believed every word he had said. This only deepened her fascination with Qianli, who truly seemed to possess foresight. These individuals lack self-awareness and will ultimately become cannon fodder. Qianli remarked with a smile. Shueshini, we have come seeking your assistance with a medical issue and to participate in your so-called Heroes' Assembly. Qianli leaned forward, grinning at Shueshini. Whether Qianli's skills could advance would hinge on today's battle. Medical assistance? Shueshini regarded Qianli with a perplexed expression, as though he were staring at a fool. At this juncture, you seek me for treatment. Are you out of your mind? You wish to join us in confronting the great demon Qiao Feng? Shueshini's words were laced with scorn. As he spoke, a nefarious scheme began to brew in his mind. Chapter 54. Allies of Villains and Demons. Hua, are you seeking my assistance to deal with my elder brother? Before Shueshini could unveil his plot, Qianli interjected coolly. You and the great demon Qiao Feng are in cahoots, and yet you expect me to save this young lady. Are you dreaming? I have no desire to ally with the likes of you. Shueshini shot an irritated glance at Qianli. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Both Qianli and Qiao Feng were no paragons of virtue. To expect him to lend his hand to save them was sheer folly. Hua, are you certain you will not treat my friend? Qianli's gaze bore into Shueshini. The reason for their visit was not that he could not heal Zhu, but rather that to enhance his own skills, he needed to observe a master physician in action, thus improving his own capabilities. Hua hailed from the Qiao sect, and his master, Xinghe, had expelled him from the sect out of fear of retribution from the old demon Ding Chunqiu, sending him into hiding. Hua's medical prowess, passed down from Xinghe of the Qiao sect, had earned him a fearsome reputation in the martial world, known for snatching lives from the hands of the King of Hell. However, he lacked discernment between right and wrong. Relying on his exceptional medical skills, he regarded the world with disdain. Today, Hua would encounter a formidable challenge. Qiao Feng's participation in the Heroes' Assembly made him a target, all stemming from Qianli's actions. Save Zhu, Qiao Feng had no choice but to passively comply. Yet now, the reins of the situation would be held by Qianli. These individuals would not gain any advantage from Qianli or Qiao Feng. You dare speak to Shueshini in such a manner? Do you wish to die? Before Xueshini could respond, the surrounding heroes began to confront Su Qianli, eager to curry favor with Xueshini. It seems to me that it is you who seeks death, blindly engaging in violence and showing no discernment between good and evil. You dare to call yourselves heroes. Su Qianli glared coldly at them. His words directly offended the assembly of heroes present. Who is this little brat, still wet behind the ears, to speak to us in such a manner? Some among them glared at Su Qianli with murderous intent. Su Qianli's audacity to speak so disdainfully of them revealed his utter disregard. This fellow, much like Qiao Feng, was utterly arrogant. From the carriage, a Zhu watched as Su Qianli and Qiao Feng, in their effort to address her injuries, antagonized the martial heroes, her expression filled with concern. With these martial heroes present, Xueshini would not treat her. The thought of this darkened a Zhu's expression. Her failure to heal only placed Su Qianli and Qiao Feng in jeopardy, filling her with guilt. Whoever dares to harm my brother must tread over my corpse. Qiao Feng stepped forward to staunchly support Su Qianli, with a grandmaster like Qiao Feng on their side. Su Qianli's group was already in an invulnerable position. Xuemu Hua, will you treat this ailment or not? Su Qianli turned his gaze towards the esteemed physician Xue. If you refuse to look, then go find someone else to treat you. Today, even if you were to slay Qiao Feng and kneel before me in supplication, I would not extend my aid. Xuemu Hua exhibited an air of arrogance. Very well, remember your words. Kneel and plead before me. Su Qianli retorted with a cold smirk. My brother, do you see these hypocritical individuals who consider themselves paragons of virtue? In truth, their hearts have been devoured by dogs. Such people are unworthy of sympathy. If he refuses to treat Miss Zhu, then he shall be reduced to a mere stick, Su Qianli declared, addressing Qiao Feng. Agreed. Qiao Feng responded. He realized that these individuals were intent on his demise and had no intention of treating Zhu. It would be better to take the initiative than await passively. These so-called righteous heroes, in his view, were nothing but nonsense. What are you all hesitating for? With the notorious Qiao Feng present, why do you not join forces to subdue him? Xuemu Hua spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Qiao Feng glared fiercely. These people dared not meet his gaze, especially the members of the Beggars Sect, who averted their eyes from him. They had shouted for his death when he was absent, but now, in his presence, they had fallen silent. These individuals were acquaintances of Qiao Feng, and the members of the Beggars Sect were sworn brothers who had fought alongside him. Now, asking them to strike against Qiao Feng filled them with hesitation. Had they truly wished to kill him, they would have done so long ago. This is what you call a hero. Today I, Qiao Feng, sever all ties with you, just like this robe. He spoke. Qiao Feng tore his long robe to symbolize the severance of their connection. Bring forth the wine. Today, we shall drink this toast of severance. From this day forth, we shall have no further associations. Should anyone seek vengeance against me, Qiao, let go of any past grievances. All debts are hereby wiped clean. The heroes of Juxian Manor exchanged glances, astonished that Qiao Feng would take such a step to sever ties with the heroes of the world. Xuemu Hua commanded, bring forth the wine. In an instant, the Yu brothers procured wine for Qiao Feng's toast of severance. Yet, when the wine was presented, none among the assembled heroes dared to take the first sip. Among the crowd, Kong Min glared at Qiao Feng with malice. If the multitude of heroes did not partake in the toast, they could not act against him without reservation. Thus, Kong Min was the first to step forward, raising her cup to drink the toast of severance, hoping that Qiao Feng would remember her dismay. Qiao Feng did not even spare her a glance. Once the first participant took the plunge, others soon followed suit, spurred on by Kong Min. If you seek revenge, then come forth, Qiao Feng declared coldly after finishing his wine. His gaze fixed on the crowd. Xuemu Hua, will you treat this patient or not? Su Qianli inquired, directing his attention to the physician. That I shall not, Xuemu Hua replied defiantly. The four great evildoers, Duan Yanqing, seized Xuemu Hua. I demand an answer to a question, Su Qianli shouted into the void. What? The four great evildoers have also arrived. Is it true that this great demon Qiao Feng has allied with them? Such a fiend truly deserves to perish. Su Qianli's outburst sent a ripple of panic through the crowd. The The so-called heroes immediately turned their wary gazes towards their surroundings, in the eyes of the martial artists. The four great evildoers were notorious figures whose wickedness was widely known. The prospect of such evildoers and demons uniting posed a calamity for the martial world. Chapter 55. The Perfect State of Duality. Everyone, protect physician Shui. The heroes of Jushin Manor shouted in unison, encircling Shui. If Qiao Feng and the four great evildoers harmed the physician today, they would find it impossible to maintain their standing in the martial world. Originally, the four great evildoers had come to confront Qiao Feng, but now, it seemed they had become allies. Very well, Mr. Su. Remember your words, a ghostly voice echoed, as Duan Yanqing acquiesced to Su Qianli's demand. The sudden appearance of Duan Yanqing, one of the four great evildoers, cast a pall over the heroes gathered in Jushin Manor. Particularly for Shui Muhua, who was inherently a coward, the arrival of the four great evildoers made him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Shui Muhua, I ask you once more, will you treat this young lady? If you refuse, I shall claim a life. Remember, these deaths will be on your conscience. Duan Yanqing's presence exuded an overpowering aura. I could see that moment. The heroes around him changed color. Qiao Feng was considered a hero, despite his Khitan heritage. He acted with integrity. However, the four great evildoers were different. Each one was a notorious villain, merciless in their actions. Suddenly, Duan Yanqing struck, unleashing a finger technique that sent a hapless martial hero crashing to the ground, lifeless in a pool of blood. It was a blatant display of power, a stark warning to the rest. The heroes, bewildered, watched as one of their own fell, their hearts gripped by fear. This was merely the first casualty. Many more would surely follow. Shui Muhua, will you treat this young lady or not? If you refuse, many more will perish. Duan Yanqing's voice resonated with immense pressure. Shui Muhua's expression darkened ominously. He knew that if the four great evildoers continued their rampage, even if he chose not to treat the girl, he would be reviled by the masses. These heroes had rallied under his banner, and should they fall due to his inaction, his sect and allies would turn against him as well. They had gathered at Jushin Manor to confront the great demon Qiao Feng. Now that he was present, they could act against him, but they could not allow the four great evildoers to cause unnecessary bloodshed. According to the intelligence they had gathered, the four great evildoers had come to deal with Qiao Feng. But Su Qianli's involvement had complicated matters. Very well, Duan Yanqing, I shall treat this young lady, but do not kill any further. Shui Muhua's face was a mask of fury and frustration as he witnessed yet another life lost. His acquiescence was not born of fear of the four great evildoers, but rather out of concern for the heroes present. In time, they would be grateful for his actions. The Zhu, go and ask him to check your injury. Su Qianli instructed a Zhu. Upon hearing Su Qianli's words, a Zhu wore an expression of worry, hesitant to speak. Do not fret. We shall be fine. Su Qianli reassured her with a smile. A Zhu approached Shui Muhua, who pretended to examine her injury. Su Qianli kept a watchful eye on both a Zhu and Shui Muhua, not wanting to miss any detail. I can treat her injury, but it will not be a quick fix, Shui Muhua remarked, furrowing his brow as he felt a Zhu's pulse. His meaning was clear. By agreeing to treat a Zhu, he would allow the heroes present to continue their pursuit of justice against Qiao Feng without conflict. Shui Muhua, you will treat Miss A. Zhu. Brother Qiao and these individuals can settle their grievances without any clash, Su Qianli insisted. Those who seek vengeance against me, feel free to act, Qiao Feng declared. His temper flaring after the toast, inviting conflict, Shui Muhua, under the watchful gaze of Su Qianli, finally took out his silver needles and began treating Az Ichu. It must be said that Shui Muhua possessed some skill. He first stabilized her condition with the needles, and then utilized medicinal stones to facilitate her healing. Su Qianli remained vigilant, observing every small detail, knowing that this was a pivotal moment for enhancing his duality technique. If he could not learn from Shui Muhua's treatment of Zhu, he would have to rely on Su Xing's methods instead. However, in the realm of Tianlong Babu, Shui Muhua's reputation outshone Su Xing's, except for the renowned Linglong chessboard, which lacked the same level of acclaim. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing the divine physician Shui Muhua treating a Zhu. achieving a perfect form of the duality technique. At that moment, a chilling system notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind that, in this instant, Su Qianli had fully mastered the ability of the dual hand, transcending its embryonic form and achieving perfection. Now his dual hand ability was exceedingly formidable. With a mere intention, he could effortlessly heal Aju's injuries. Big brother, these individuals seek to bring about your demise. You may now resolve your grievances with them. Having obtained what he desired, Su Qianli naturally turned his attention away from Shueshini, tending to Aju. What he aimed to do now was to observe, to witness Qiao Feng engage in a fierce battle against the myriad heroes of the realm. Humph, Qiao Feng, allow me to have a word with you. At that moment, Jianghu suddenly leaped forth, eager to test the depths of Qiao Feng's prowess. Similarly, Jianghu's attack served as a provocation from Duan yanking towards Su Qianli, as they sought to ascertain whether Su Qianli would intervene should they confront Qiao Feng. However, Su Qianli had no intention of intervening. Instead, he procured a small stool and began to watch the unfolding drama. He was keen not to miss this grand confrontation, relishing the prospect of increasing chaos. If Duan Yanking refrained from acting, he would even encourage Duan Yanking to do so. Bang! Upon witnessing one of the four great villains, Jianghu, approach him like a mere buffoon, Qiao Feng let out a furious roar and struck out with a powerful palm, resulting in a resounding thud as Jianghu was sent flying, unable to evade in time. Chapter 56. Breaking through the innate realm. Has Qiao Feng turned dark? Demon, prepare to meet your end. The battle commenced. Ignited by Jianghu's assault, the heroes, no longer willing to endure, began to attack Qiao Feng in unison. The involvement of Jianghu, one of the four great villains, signified a shift in allegiance. They no longer viewed Qiao Feng as an ally, but as a target. The Yu brothers, witnessing Jianghu being sent flying and left in a life-and-death state, exchanged glances and promptly joined the fray. Observing the Yu brothers, Qiao Feng's complex emotions were hard to conceal. Not long ago, they had shared drinks and discussed their aspirations and ideals. Yet now, they confronted each other with blades drawn, merely because he was of Khitan descent. Although they had toasted to severing ties, Qiao Feng still felt a pang of reluctance to strike them down. The fact that he could send Jianghu flying with a single palm was attributed to Jianghu's villainous nature. Yet he could not bring himself to unleash his full fury upon the Yu brothers. This hesitation revealed Qiao Feng's vulnerabilities to the onlookers, as the Yu brothers were knocked away. The surrounding heroes could no longer restrain themselves, eager to join the onslaught. These individuals, adhering to the rules of the martial world, did not rush in all at once. Instead, they offered apologies before entering the fray. In their words, it was a wheel battle, aimed at exhausting Qiao Feng's internal energy. Should Qiao Feng become fatigued, he would be like a lamb awaiting slaughter, at their mercy if they were to swarm him all at once. How would that differ from the actions of those unscrupulous villains? These so-called heroes had grossly underestimated Qiao Feng's strength. Most of them were merely second-rate warriors, and with Qiao Feng's prowess, he could easily dispatch them with a single strike, granting them a modicum of respect by merely sparring with them. Yet these individuals were audaciously overstepping their bounds, seeking to challenge Qiao Feng under dubious pretenses. Ding! Congratulations, host, for observing the battle between Qiao Feng and the Yu brothers. You have gained 1 year of martial arts cultivation, and your strength has been enhanced. Ding! Congratulations, host, for observing the battle between Qiao Feng and Xuanji. You have gained 10 years of martial arts cultivation, and your strength has been enhanced. Ding! Congratulations, host, for observing the battle between Qiao Feng and Xian. Your proficiency in the 18 dragon subduing palms has improved, and your strength has been enhanced. The battle continued, with the cold system notifications resonating in Su Qianli's mind. Yes, he watched numerous martial arts experts besiege Qiao Feng in the brief span of a few moments. He had amassed 20 years of martial arts cultivation. This was merely from ordinary characters. The true masters had yet to unleash their full strength, such as Master Xuanji from Shaolin Temple in Tangong, who would be the main force against Qiao Feng. Initially, they employed a strategy of individual combat to wear down Qiao Feng's internal energy, but Qiao Feng's profound reserves rendered these minor players ineffectual. As various self-proclaimed heroes fell in a pool of blood, it was not only Qiao Feng who fought with fervor. Even the onlookers were caught up in the frenzy. Under some instigation, these individuals abandoned their individual duels and surged forward in a collective assault. It was virtually impossible to determine a victor in solitary combat. Only through united efforts could they hope to overcome Qiao Feng. Engaged in a battle against a multitude, Qiao Feng was drenched in blood. Yet most of it belonged to the martial artists of the realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for observing Qiao Feng battling Zhao, Qian, and Sun. You have gained 1 year of martial arts cultivation, and your strength has advanced. Breaking through to the initial stage of the innate realm. The chilling system notification echoed once more in Su Qianli's mind that he felt a surge of warmth enveloping his entire being as his cultivation unexpectedly ascended to the innate realm. Su Qianli had made a breakthrough. The battle had not yet reached its zenith, and he had already advanced to the innate realm that, if he awaited the battle's conclusion, his cultivation might very well progress to the mid-stage of the innate realm. Even achieving a breakthrough to the later stages of the innate realm was not beyond possibility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for observing the battle between Qiao Feng and Duan Yanqing. Your proficiency in the one-yang finger has improved, and your strength has been enhanced. The cold system notification sounded in Su Qianli's mind as the concealed Duan Yanqing made his move at this moment. Yet another figure clad in black joined the fray. Li Yinzong from the Huichuntang of the Western Xia Kingdom. The battle at the Gathering of Heroes was far more exhilarating than Su Qianli had anticipated. The participants deviated from his memories, as they were not merely the Yu brothers and Shueshini, but included unforeseen variables. These unexpected elements comprised Duan Yanqing, one of the 4 great villains, alongside the hidden identity of Murong Fu. With so many experts engaging simultaneously, immense pressure was placed upon Qiao Feng. Initially, he had been cautious, holding back due to his acquaintanceship with these individuals and their esteemed statuses. However, as several top-tier masters entered the fray, Qiao Feng felt an overwhelming strain. Particularly, the likes of Bai Shijing from the Beggars Sect also joined the assault, which ignited Qiao Feng's fury. Consequently, he ceased holding back and unleashed a massacre. As each unfortunate martial hero fell in their own blood, those of lesser strength immediately began to waver in their resolve. Especially as elders from the Beggars Sect perished at Qiao Feng's hands. The surviving heroes realized that to eliminate this demon, their efforts as mere cannon fodder were futile. They could only rely on the top-tier masters to take action. When the Shaolin masters Xuanji and Xianan were sent flying and gravely injured, the number of warriors daring to confront Qiao Feng dwindled. To act was to invite death. Who would wish for such a fate? Qiao Feng, you still claim you are not a demon. Look at how many lives you have taken. At that moment, someone suddenly bellowed. The surroundings resembled a hellscape, the air thick with the stench of blood. Dismembered corpses littering the ground, causing the faint-hearted to tremble in fear. Even those seasoned in battle turned pale at the sight. This was Qiao Feng's strength. He was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Is this not the outcome you desired? Su Qianli understood that the main act was about to commence, as the verbal provocateur sought to drive Qiao Feng to the brink. Such theatrics would not be permitted by Su Qianli. Qiao Feng, you still claim you are not a demon. Look at how many lives you have taken. Qiao Feng halted, surveying the gathering of heroes, which resembled a purgatory, frowning as he realized that all these deaths were attributable to him. Having shared a toast to sever ties, to strike at me, Qiao Feng, is to make you my enemies that you think it permissible to slaughter me without allowing me to retaliate. Qiao Feng's gaze turned icy as he regarded these hypocritical figures, who preached virtue and morality, his expression rife with scorn. Or shall I, Qiao Feng, surrender and allow you to butcher me unopposed, thus not be the great demon? Upon hearing Qiao Feng's words, Su Qianli frowned, astonished that such sentiments could escape Qiao Feng's lips. It seemed evident that Qiao Feng had undergone a transformation, descending into darkness. Chapter 57. Departing with composure, the surviving masters of the Gathering of Heroes exchanged glances. Contemplating Qiao Feng's words, as he had stated, they all sought to kill him. Should Qiao Feng merely submit? Yet could they voice such thoughts? If they wished for my demise, then they must demonstrate their true capabilities. Qiao Feng spoke coldly. After a series of insights from Su Qianli, he realized that whether they were Han or Khitan, those who wished for his demise would inevitably pay a corresponding price. The notion of surrendering was utterly impossible. The heroes of Jianghu looked at Qiao Feng, each furrowing their brows at this moment. The idea of uniting against Qiao Feng was beyond their capability and courage. Qiao Feng was already exhausted. It was nothing short of a farce. He had ascended to the realm of a master, and among those in that realm, he stood at the pinnacle. Conversely, these martial artists were mostly second or third-rate fighters, with scarcely a handful possessing innate abilities to encircle and eliminate a master with sheer folly. Is there anyone among you who still wishes to confront me? Qiao Feng, he declared, bloodied and surveying his surroundings like a war deity. The survivors, all bearing wounds, averted their gazes, unable to meet his stare. Brother, let us leave. This so-called hero assembly is nothing but nonsense, filled with hypocrites, Su Qianli suggested. With Qiao Feng having ceased hostilities voluntarily, further conflict was clearly untenable. With no spectacle left to witness, remaining here seemed pointless in the world of the demigods and semi-devils. Su Qianli had acquired what he sought. Staying on was entirely unnecessary. Do you not wish to cure this young lady's ailment? Xuanmuhua inquired, casting a glance at Su Qianli. They were truly reluctant to let Qiao Feng go, yet very few remained capable of fighting. The only one who could pose a threat to Qiao Feng was Duan Yanqing. A fellow master, Xuanmuhua discerned that Duan Yanqing, the foremost of the four evil ones, likely had a weakness in Su Qianli's hands that if he could persuade Su Qianli to confront Qiao Feng, with their combined strength, they might stand a chance. Xuanmuhua also noted the unique bond between Su Qianli and Azhui. While leveraging a Zhu, he could certainly compel Duan Yanqing to continue his assault on Qiao Feng. The intent to slay Qiao Feng did not rest on sheer numbers. Only a gathering of elite fighters could hope to achieve that. Now that Qiao Feng was fatigued, it was the optimal moment to strike. Should they miss this chance, the prospect of defeating Qiao Feng would be exceedingly slim. That if you wish for me to treat this young lady, then you must have Duan Yanqing join in the effort against this demon. Avenging the fallen heroes, Xuanmuhua proposed, Shueshini, have I misheard? You suggest that the infamous Duan Yanqing take on the notorious Qiao Feng. Do you truly believe that feasible? Su Qianli retorted, his expression laced with mockery. His dual skills had reached perfection. He no longer needed to rely on the physician to heal others. As for Zhu's injuries, he could easily tend to them himself. Su Gongzi, I shall not treat her any longer. I do not wish for you to be threatened by scoundrels, Zhu interjected, rushing toward Su Qianli. Qiao Feng had escorted her to Jianghu for treatment, and Zhu was deeply moved, especially as this was a plot against Qiao Feng, which filled her with guilt. She felt responsible for the deaths of many heroes, and being kind-hearted, she wished to prevent further loss of life. Once Qiao Feng acted, many more could perish, and they might all meet their demise here. Su Qianli held leverage over Duan Yanqing and could not allow him to be coerced into confronting his sworn brother. Xuanmuhua, you truly hold yourself in high regard. Besides you, is there no one else capable of curing a Zhu's ailment in this world? I have heard that Dr. Huichuntang from the Butterfly Valley in the Great Yuan possesses skills equal to yours. He could heal Miss Zhu, Su Qianli remarked with a smile. In truth, Su Qianli was fully capable of curing a Zhu, but he could not divulge this, that if he could heal her, why would he seek Xuanmuhua's assistance, placing Qiao Feng in jeopardy? Are you referring to Huichuntang? Xuanmuhua's brow furrowed. Su Qianli had stated, there indeed existed others who could cure Zhu. Yet, relinquishing the plan for Qiao Feng and Duan Yanqing to annihilate each other left him feeling decidedly unsatisfied. Brother, if you wish to fight, we shall accompany you. If not, we shall take our leave, Su Qianli suggested to Qiao Feng. Hearing this, Qiao Feng felt weary. Continuing the conflict held no benefit for him. He had already taken enough lives today. Third brother, let us depart. Qiao Feng longed to leave this place of turmoil. As long as these individuals refrained from attacking him, he would choose not to retaliate. However, if they persisted in seeking their own demise, he would not hesitate to send them on their way. Amidst the watchful eyes of numerous masters, Qiao Feng, along with Su Qianli and Zhu, strode confidently out of Jianghu. Are we truly to let this demon, Qiao Feng, go unchallenged? Some watched as he departed with an air of arrogance, feeling their dignity as martial artists of the great song was being trampled. If you possess the ability, then go ahead and detain this demon. Another remarked irately. Despite the many who had attempted to capture Qiao Feng, further attempts would only result in needless casualties. Su Gongzi, can my ailment truly be cured? Zhu asked, turning her gaze to Su Qianli. Your illness can certainly be cured, he reassured her, yet his demeanor suggested hesitance. Exiting Jianghu, Qiao Feng remained silent, and Su Qianli recognized that he had once more spiraled in his self-reproach. I am sorry, Brother Qiao, for the trouble I have caused you, Zhu expressed, her sensitivity prompting her to apologize. Qiao Feng had become the subject of widespread vilification, and the bloodshed he had caused today was, in part, due to her. Zhu was consumed by guilt. Zhu, it is not your fault. You need not apologize. The world is treacherous, and these people are despicable. Qiao Feng shook his head. The title of demon was one he could never shed. Brother, simply follow your heart. These people are blind to right and wrong, and they deserve their fate, Su Qianli said with a smile. Follow my heart, Qiao Feng murmured. Chapter 58. The first encounter with Yuan Xingzhu and Z. Yes, brother, it is about following one's heart, doing as one wishes without regard for others' opinions, that as long as we act with a clear conscience, that suffices, Su Qianli remarked. Third brother, thank you. I know what I must do next. Qiao Feng expressed, gratitude evident on his face as he turned to Su Qianli. It is good that you have come to terms with it. What are your plans now? Su Qianli inquired, eager to ascertain whether Qiao Feng's clarity was genuine or feigned. As for matters in the Jianghu, I, Qiao, wish to abstain from further involvement. I seek only to uncover the truth of my origins and the identity of my true elder brother, Qiao Feng resolved. Revenge consumed him, both for his biological parents and his adoptive ones. If he could not avenge his parents, did he still deserve to be called their son? Brother, if you wish to unravel the mystery of your origins, you should start with the Beggars Sect. It is a pity that wretched Kong Min has escaped. Otherwise, you might have gleaned valuable information from him, Su Qianli reminded him with a smile. Thank you, third brother. I know what to do next. What are your thoughts, you and your sister-in-law? Qiao Feng asked, looking at Su Qianli and Zhu. That depends on how Zhu feels, Su Qianli replied with a smile. Glancing at Qiao Feng, Qiao Feng's reference to sister-in-law struck a chord with him as he spoke. A sharp pang of loss coursed through his heart, as though he had lost something precious, leaving him feeling hollow. Su Qianli was now capable of curing Zhu's ailment, but he could not share this information with either Zhu or Qiao Feng. That if possible, he would gladly take Zhu to the Butterfly Valley in the Great Yuan to seek Hu for her treatment. However, Su Qianli chose to leave the decision to Zhu. Brother Qiao, I too wish to discover who my parents are and why they abandoned me so cruelly, Zhu said, her thoughts aligning with Qiao Feng's quest for his origins, as they both shared a sense of mutual understanding. Presently, Zhu recognized that her ailment was incurable, and the prospect of traveling to the distant Great Yuan was daunting. Thus, she relinquished that desire. Before she died, she merely wished to see her parents, which would be a comfort to her. Brother, rest assured, I will remain by Zhu's side, Su Qianli assured him with a smile. All right, third brother, I entrust Zhu to your care. Should any matters arise that you cannot handle, do not hesitate to inform me, Qiao Feng declared, having resolved his path moving forward, bowing respectfully to Su Qianli. Take care, brother. Brother Qiao, be well. The two waved their goodbyes. Su Gongzi, what shall we do next? Zhu cast her gaze towards Su Qianli. Zhu, are you still going to call me young Master Su? You may address me as Qianli or simply as Brother Su. Zhu looked at Su Qianli and smiled gently. Oh, by the way, Brother Su, are you not a diviner, well-versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters? I wonder if you know who my parents are? It will be a blessing to see them before I depart from this world. Do not be so pessimistic. Rest assured, I will find a way to cure your ailment. As for your parents, I do have a hint of information, but are you certain you wish to know? Su Qianli pondered before asking. I do wish to inquire directly why they abandoned me back then, Zhu replied with unwavering determination. Very well, whatever decision you make, I shall accompany you. But do you truly wish to know about your parents? Zhu playfully chided. I do know that I mentioned it before. You simply did not believe me. Now, I shall take you to uncover the truth. It would not suffice to simply reveal that Duan Zhengchun is her father, for Zhu would likely dismiss it. Both Qiao Feng and Zhu prefer to rely on concrete evidence. In the days that followed, Qianli spent his time with Zhu, their days filled with leisure and exploration, while the matter of Zhu's origins seemingly slipped from his mind. Meanwhile, Qiao Feng, as Qianli had anticipated, resumed his search for his own lineage without interference. All of this fell within the schemes of Xiao Yuanshan, who had also initiated his grand revenge plan, targeting anyone involved in the battle outside Yanmen Pass. Brother Su, this has been the happiest time of my life, Zhu said, nestled in Qianli's embrace, her smile illuminated by the fading sunlight, albeit tinged with a hint of melancholy that I told you. You will be fine, and you shall be, Qianli assured, employing his skilled hands to treat Zhu's ailment, though in truth his own injuries had long since healed. He simply had not disclosed this to her. Would Zhu choose to remain with Qianli once her condition improved? This question lingered in Qianli's mind without resolution that Zhu was indeed the daughter of Ruan Xingzhu and Duan Zhengchun. Eventually, Qianli led Zhu to the secluded abode of Ruan Xingzhu. Brother Su, it seems there is a commotion ahead, Zhu exclaimed as she noticed several figures engaged in battle. Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. After several days of wandering, Qianli had brought Zhu to seek her biological mother, only to unexpectedly witness Qiao Feng intervening to assist Duan Zhengchun's 4 family guards in fending off the assaults of the 4 great evildoers. Perhaps this is fate. Shall we take a look? We might encounter familiar faces, Qianli suggested. Certainly. With their relationship solidified, Qianli now sought to meet his future mother-in-law and father-in-law. As expected, Qiao Feng had indeed fallen into the trap set by the treacherous Kongmen, who sought to manipulate him into eliminating Duan Zhengchun. Now that Qianli had appeared, such a calamity would not unfold. Third brother, sister-in-law, what brings you here? Qiao Feng questioned, somewhat puzzled upon seeing Qianli and Zhu. Zhu, gravely injured and on the brink of death, wondered if Qianli had not taken her to the Dagua Valley to seek Huichuntang's aid. Brother, we came here to trace Zhu's origins. You did not also come here to seek your own lineage, did you? Indeed, you are quite perceptive, third brother. I am indeed pursuing my own ancestry, having heard that Lord Duan of the Dali Duan clan possesses knowledge of certain secrets. Qiao Feng replied with a smile. That moment, Duan Zhengchun, flanked by several guards, approached the group. Among them was a graceful and alluring middle-aged woman, accompanied by a spirited young girl, Ruan Xingzhu and Zi. Qianli recognized that Duan Zhengchun had a particular talent for attracting women, a skill that was quite remarkable. Kongmin was a prime example of a femme fatale. Before him, Ruan Xingzhu and her daughter Az were both rare beauties, captivating enough to warrant a second glance. Zhu, sensing the atmosphere, inquired teasingly, Brother Su, what are you looking at? It was clear she was aware of his gaze. Upon noticing Zhu's jealous demeanor, Qianli almost blurted out that he was admiring his future mother-in-law. Were it not for the quirky Az's presence, he might have done so. Have you noticed how that girl in purple bears a striking resemblance to you? Qianli swiftly changed the subject. That girl looks like me? Zhu replied with skepticism, unable to see the resemblance. Having traversed the martial world, she was astute enough to recognize that the girl in purple appeared to be a spoiled and haughty young lady, undoubtedly the daughter of a wealthy family. Qiao Feng, assuming the role of the original leader from years past, misjudged Duan Zhengchun's identity due to his noble status as a member of the Dali royal family. The reason for concealing his identity was precisely because of its esteemed nature. Without hesitation, Qiao Feng unleashed a torrent of accusations upon Duan Zhengchun. Their dialogue was somewhat vague, as Duan Zhengchun had engaged in his share of romantic escapades, drawing Qiao Feng's ire without restraint. This misunderstanding led Duan Zhengchun to believe that Qiao Feng was seeking trouble, prompting them to agree on a meeting place to settle their personal grievances. Ruanxingzhu, upon spotting Su Qianli and Zhu, felt a sense of familiarity when she laid eyes on Zhu to Zhu. 2. Sensed an inexplicable connection to the beautiful woman before her, prompting Ruanxingzhu to invite her for a heartfelt conversation. Zhu was perplexed as to why Su Qianli had brought her here. Was it merely the allure of the scenery? Ruanxingzhu was discreetly assessing whether the girl before her could indeed be her long-lost daughter. When Ruanxingzhu presented a token, Zhu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Now she could confirm that Su Qianli spoke the truth. He truly knew who her biological parents were. Yet, the thought of her imminent demise restrained her from rushing to acknowledge her lineage. Ruanxingzhu, upon recognizing the token Zhu possessed, was certain that Zhu was their lost daughter, yet she refrained from making a hasty claim, believing this matter should be left to the prince to decide. Meanwhile, Aziz, eavesdropping outside, felt as though she had discovered a new realm, realizing that she had an older sister. "You are my brother-in-law," Aziz remarked, scrutinizing Su Qianli with keen interest. Her sister, Zhu, had indeed chosen well, for her brother-in-law was quite handsome. "And you are my dear little sister-in-law," Su Qianli replied with a smile at the spirited Aziz. Both sisters were rare beauties, and the thought of Zhu's potential demise was a lamentable one, especially if Aziz were to follow suit due to Qiao Feng's actions. However, with Zhu now, with Su Qianli, he hoped she would not be foolish enough to sacrifice herself for her unworthy father. Su Qianli anticipated a captivating spectacle involving his future father-in-law and Qiao Feng's prowess, given that he had not ventured into the martial world much recently due to accompanying Zhu. Zhu, perceptive as she was, recognized Ruanxingzhu as her mother, though she struggled to fully accept this revelation. Su Qianli chose not to expose their relationship, but rather allowed events to unfold naturally. Now, he was not only intrigued by the impending confrontation between Qiao Feng and Duan Zhengchun, but also by his quirky sister-in-law, Aziz. "How did you know I was your sister-in-law? Speak, do you have eyes for this young lady?" Aziz inquired, undeterred by Su Qianli's handsome exterior, as she continued to circle around him with scrutiny. "Ouch! That hurts! You are pinching me!" Su Qianli exclaimed as he suddenly grasped Aziz. She immediately cried out, startling the guards surrounding Duan Zhengchun. "You know pain, do you? It was you who struck first," Su Qianli chuckled. Though he understood Aziz was merely jesting, he did not take it lightly. Ding Chunxiu, the notorious villain, was infamous for his mastery of poison, and Aziz, being his disciple, had undoubtedly acquired some skills in this regard. Aziz, in a fit of mischief, had unwittingly chosen Su Qianli as her experimental subject. "Uncle Zhu, he is bullying me. Come save me and help me beat him." Aziz wore a face of grievance, pouting her lips as she called out to the family guards who had come over upon hearing the commotion. "Who are you, sir? Our young county princess is but a child, mischievous and naive. I kindly ask you to show mercy." Zhu Danchun, while not particularly fond of this mischievous young princess, felt compelled to intervene when he saw a stranger grasping Aziz's hand. Fulfilling his duty as a family retainer, youthful, playful, and heedless, these traits could indeed lead one into perilous situations, as Su Qianli smirked. Were it not for his unique ability to counteract poisons, he might have found himself embarrassed by this little girl in front of everyone. Zhu Danchun, upon hearing Su Qianli's words, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He was all too familiar with Aziz's playful nature. Ever since she had arrived, they had suffered considerable torment at her hands. Given her noble status, they were left with little recourse. Neither could they strike nor scold her, and thus they treated her with the utmost reverence at this moment, as Su Qianli took action to restrain Aziz. The onlookers harbored a sense of amusement, wishing to see her learn a lesson from this incident. It was necessary for this little imp to experience some hardship and gain wisdom, to reconsider her reckless behavior in the future. "What do you intend to do, Uncle Zhu? You must make him release me. I promise I shall never misbehave again," Aziz pleaded, her face a portrait of distress. Just then, Su Qianli abruptly lifted Aziz into his arms and, under the watchful eyes of the guards, delivered several resounding slaps to her posterior. The sharp sounds echoed through the air, causing Aziz's body to stiffen. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. This audacious fellow dared to strike her in public, and in such a humiliating manner. How could she ever face anyone again? Z was merely an immature child. Though somewhat mischievous, Su Qianli's actions were decidedly excessive. In ancient times, such behavior could tarnish a person's reputation. After a few strikes, an unusual sensation coursed through Z's body. This man was bolder than she had anticipated, knowing she belonged to the royal family of Dali, a county princess no less. He still dared to strike her before the guards. Such actions were a blatant disregard for the dignity of the Dali royal lineage. Zhu Danshun, witnessing Z's predicament, felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, as a family retainer, he understood the gravity of the situation. A lord must protect his honor, and this matter required careful handling. Even if he wished to applaud the spectacle, he knew they must maintain appearances to give their lecherous prince a suitable explanation. At Zhu Danshun's suggestion, the surrounding guards swiftly encircled Su Qianli and Z, brandishing their spears, ready to rend Su Qianli limb from limb. Just then, Su Qianli tightened his grip, prompting Z to emit a cry of distress. "Do you believe me? Step 1 foot closer, and I shall ruin her backside." Hearing Z's cry and Su Qianli's threat, they hesitated. Before them stood Su Qianli, a man of audacity, and what made them wary was his connection with the leader of the Beggars Sect. Qiao Feng. Su Qianli was not a solitary figure. He had powerful allies. As long as Qiao Feng stood by him, they could not dare to lay a finger on Su Qianli. Ultimately, it was their county princess who had instigated this encounter. Z felt a searing pain in her backside. Su Qian glanced at Zhu. Zhu had a plethora of words she longed to express to the two of them. She wished to inquire why they had forsaken her in the past. Yet, Zhu could sense that both of them truly cared for her and felt heartache on her behalf. Just you wait. I will not let this go. Z observed her sister, Zhu, reuniting with their parents, and, with a fierce glare, directed her ire at Su Qian. "How do you intend to settle this?" Su Qian replied with a faint smile. "Dealing with this little imp is exceedingly simple. If you refuse to yield, I shall force you to do so. When confronted with Z's mischievous nature, it is imperative to show her some authority. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly take liberties." Z, aware of Su Qian's formidable nature, gritted her teeth in frustration. The guards of the Duan family disregarded her commands, rendering her poisons ineffective against Su Qian, which left her utterly speechless. "You would do well to behave, or I shall summon your master Ding Chuanqiu to handle you." Su Qian, noticing the frantic glimmer in Z's eyes, understood that this little girl was about to cause trouble, prompting him to hastily respond. Z, seething with indignation, shot a fierce glare at Su Qian before reluctantly departing. Zhu embraced her parents, and Ruan Xingzhu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards her eldest daughter. She clasped Zhu's hand as they reminisced. Duan Zhengchun anticipated that Qiao Feng would seek retribution against him and prepared to confront him that evening. During the day, Qiao Feng's tone had been foreboding, indicating his intent to avenge himself. Duan Zhengchun could only brace himself for the impending confrontation. As he readied himself, Su Qian transformed into a shadowy figure, approaching Duan Zhengchun's retainer and delivering a secret missive that divulged alarming news. That night, Qiao Feng intended to engage their lord in a duel under the guise of settling old scores, when in truth he aimed to kill him. Su Qian instructed them to lie in ambush, poised to deal a decisive blow to Qiao Feng, thereby buying time for their lord. When the Duan family's retainers learned of this revelation, their lord had already departed, sending them into a frenzy. The four of them dispersed in search of Qiao Feng, determined to intercept him. Upon finding Qiao Feng, Duan Zhengchun's retainers wasted no time and launched an attack. The actions of the four families, fishermen, farmers, craftsmen, and woodcutters, infuriated Qiao Feng. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the five. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Su Qian reaped yet another surge of cultivation, enhancing his own strength. The maneuvers of the fishermen, farmers, craftsmen, and woodcutters were intended to stall for time and deplete Qiao Feng's internal energy. For Qiao Feng, defeating the four posed no challenge whatsoever. Upon encountering Duan Zhengchun, Qiao Feng wasted no words, apologizing briefly before launching an immediate attack. Duan Zhengchun had hoped for a cordial discussion, as a hero like Qiao Feng was certainly deserving of respect. However, Qiao Feng offered him no opportunity for dialogue, forcing him into a defensive stance. Qiao Feng unleashed the 18 dragon subduing palms. The actions of the four families disgusted Qiao Feng, who feared that Duan might resort to some underhanded tactic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing the battle between Qiao Feng and Duan. Your proficiency in the 18 dragon subduing palms has improved. Your strength has increased. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing the battle. You have gained 10 years of martial arts experience, enhancing your strength. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Su Qian's mind. The confrontation between Qiao Feng and Duan had rewarded Su Qian with an additional 10 years of martial arts experience. Duan stood no chance against Qiao Feng, who severely injured him with his 18 dragon subduing palms. Why did you kill my parents? Qiao Feng demanded, pressing Duan beneath his foot. What do you mean? Kill your parents? I know nothing of it, Duan replied, bewildered, coughing painfully as he spoke. Was it not you who led the ambush against my parents outside Yinmen Pass? Qiao Feng's voice was icy. What are you talking about? I truly do not know. I have never been to Yinmen Pass to lead any ambush against your parents, though Duan may have upon hearing Qiao Feng mention Kongmin. Ruan Xingzhu immediately recalled the romantic entanglement that Duan had incurred in his youth. Kongmin, as it happens, was the former beloved of Duan. Qiao Feng now felt certain that Kongmin had deliberately manipulated events to exact revenge upon him. It appeared he had been excessively merciful towards that wretched woman. Azhi, upon discovering that Kongmin was scheming against her father, though she held a disdain for this wayward prince, recognized that Duan had genuinely cared for her. Thus, she resolved to teach Kongmin a lesson. 2 days later, Duan injuries had largely stabilized. He had come to understand that Kongmin had plotted against both him and Qiao Feng as an act of retribution. As Qiao Feng delved into his heritage, he learned that his future son-in-law, Su Qianli, was sworn brothers with him, but he deemed it necessary to assist Qiao Feng in resolving this predicament. Ultimately, they agreed that Duan would take the initiative to write to Kongmin, arranging a meeting that Su Qianli was well aware of the forthcoming events, which would culminate in Kongmin being tormented to death by Azhi, a fitting fate for her transgressions. Third brother, I truly apologize. Duan lamented. Though he had been saved, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Su Qianli. Had it not been for Su Qianli's presence, he might have made a grievous mistake. Elder brother, why do you still speak so formally with me? We are sworn brothers. Did we not agree to share both fortune and adversity? Besides, this matter is hardly significant, Su Qianli replied with a smile. Elder brother, I intend to travel to the Great Yuan with a Zhu for her treatment. As you can see, my little sister-in-law is quite mischievous and enjoys causing trouble. Therefore, before I depart, I hope you can look after her and prevent her from being bullied. If you please, Su Qianli decided to take a Zhu along to the Butterfly Valley in the Great Yuan. What did you say? You are going to the Great Yuan. That won't do. I must go as well, a Zhu exclaimed, leaping out from the shadows upon overhearing their plans. Foolishness. We are not going for leisure, but to attend to your sister's ailment, Su Qianli remarked, furrowing his brow at the whimsical Zhu. No, sister, please let me accompany you. The Great Yuan is far from our great song. I wish to see the outside world. Zhu, realizing that Su Qianli held her in little regard, pleaded with Zhu. For her younger sister, Zhu felt a genuine affection. To go. Why not let her join us? Zhu, unable to withstand Azhi's persistent coaxing, turned to Su Qianli. Very well, but let us establish some ground rules. You must behave and refrain from causing any trouble during our journey. Su Qianli agreed, fully aware that Azhi's desire to accompany them stemmed from her evasion of Ding Chunqiu's pursuit. With Duan Jingquan's assistance, Qiao Feng avenged the fallen disciples of the Beggars Sect by eliminating the venomous Kongmin. Following this, he chose not to accompany Su Qianli, opting instead to continue his investigation into his origins and uncover the truth of the past. Su Qianli was unfazed by this. After bidding farewell to his surrogate in-laws, he set off with a Zhu and a Zi towards the Great Yuan. Brother-in-law, your medical skills are exceptional. Why can you not cure my sister's illness? Zi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Children should not pry into adult matters, Su Qianli replied, frowning at Zi. Traveling with a beautiful companion should be a joyful experience, yet dependent on the individual. Especially with Zi in tow, Su Qianli found himself regretting his decision. Why? Because bringing that little girl along felt akin to carrying a cumbersome burden. Whenever Su Qianli sought excuses to stabilize Zhu's condition, Z would inevitably sneak peeks. The bond between Su Qianli and Zhu progressed rapidly, particularly during the moments spent healing her, allowing for intimate closeness. However, Z's antics invariably interrupted these pivotal moments, causing Su Qianli to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards her. Yet he found himself powerless against her, not due to a lack of means, but rather an affection for Zhu. Despite this, Su Qianli believed that during their journey ahead, he must teach Z a lesson to curb her incessant meddling. Chapter 63. The Demons of the Starry Chamber. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll pluck out your eyes. Z, brimming with malice, glared at those who dared to gaze upon her and her sister within the eye, and Su Qianli escorted Zhu and Z. The future of the great song remained uncertain. Qiao Feng continued to pursue his lineage, and without Z, subsequent events would undoubtedly have unfolded differently. Although Qiao Feng did not remain with Z, she nonetheless brought considerable trouble to Su Qianli. He was aware that Z had pilfered Ding Chunqiu's divine wooden cauldron, a treasure essential for his malevolent cultivation. Without it, Ding Chunqiu's progress was stunted, and he was determined to reclaim it. What? Z has left the great song for the great Yuan. What could she possibly intend? Ding Chunqiu frowned upon learning of Z's journey to the Butterfly Valley if he could not recover the divine wooden cauldron. His cultivation would stagnate, and he had to retrieve it. Continue the pursuit. As soon as you have news of that wretched girl, report back immediately. Ding Chunqiu commanded, but despite his relentless tracking, he ultimately lost her trail. Now that he was aware of Z's destination, he merely needed to follow their trail to catch up. Unbeknownst to Su Qianli and his companions, they had drawn the attention of the sinister Starry Chamber. However, Su Qianli felt no concern. Through observation, he had significantly enhanced his abilities during this time. Moreover, he understood that in the world of Tianlong Babu, due to Zhu's survival, the narrative had shifted. Without the sisters Zhu and Z, Qiao Feng's fate would undoubtedly have been altered, especially considering Z's pivotal role in his life, that Zhu and Z's destinies were fraught with tragedy. Z, a demoness by nature, found her fate intertwined with Qiao Feng due to her sister, ultimately falling in love with him. Yet, Qiao Feng's heart belonged solely to Zhu. With Zhu's demise, Qiao Feng's spirit too was extinguished. Z, enamored with an unworthy man, faced a tragic fate, ultimately leaping to her death in her devotion to Qiao Feng. However, due to Su Qianli's influence, the fates of the two sisters began to diverge. Not only did their destinies shift, but Qiao Feng's as well. As you to go, I apologize for the trouble. Zhu reflected on her recent interactions and discovered a troubling truth. Her sister was not merely the mischievous child she had considered, but rather a true demoness of the martial world. In the initial days, Z's temperament was somewhat restrained. Yet, once they left the borders of the great song, her true nature emerged. Their stunning beauty naturally attracted attention from unsavory characters. Faced with these lecherous individuals, Su Qianli need not intervene, for Z swiftly dealt with them herself. Just moments ago, after one such man dared to gaze at them and utter a provocation, Z retaliated with a venomous needle, blinding him. Su Qianli, confronted with his sister-in-law's ruthless demeanor, chose not to admonish her. Instead, opting to assist in the aftermath, he had come to realize that witnessing Z in combat could enhance his own martial prowess. Though the rewards were fleeting, accumulating such experiences would undoubtedly bolster his strength. Having made this discovery, Su Qianli grew increasingly tolerant of Z's antics, hoping she would cause further disturbances to aid in his cultivation. Su de Ge, you cannot continue to indulge her, Zhu exclaimed, incensed upon witnessing Z's cruelty. We share the same maternal lineage. How can our temperaments differ so greatly? As the elder sister, I must educate her on how to conduct herself. Listening to her sister's admonition, Z rolled her eyes dramatically. Sister, you have no idea how revolting their gazes were. Such people deserve their fate. Su de Ge, why do you not intervene and curb her mischief instead of allowing this chaos to continue? Zhu looked at Su Qianli with a hint of desperation in her eyes. Z could be described as someone who fears neither heaven nor earth. However, her greatest fear is none other than Su Qianli. She had witnessed how he disciplined Aziz, and on several occasions, due to Aziz's mischievousness, she had been subjected to a rather embarrassing punishment. Aziz felt shame and indignation, yet she dared not voice her grievances. It was not merely that Aziz was too afraid to speak out. Rather, her cunning and ruthless tactics held no sway over Su Qianli. Though they had never seen Su Qianli in action, they were well aware that he was a rare and formidable master. Upon realizing Su Qianli's prowess, Aziz grew bolder, indulging in numerous misdeeds along her path. She was still young, and those around her were indeed deserving of their fates. Su Qianli smiled at her, finding no fault in Aziz's antics. Those who dared to covet the beauty of his woman were bound to face appropriate retribution. Brother-in-law, you are truly kind to me, Aziz said cheerfully as she looked at Su Qianli. Of course, Su Qianli did not allow Aziz to run amok without consequence. He permitted her to deal with those who deserved it. Yet, when it came to the innocent, he would intervene to render aid in this regard. Aziz felt utterly helpless. To brother-in-law, you must save me, Aziz exclaimed one day, returning home with a panicked expression as she looked at Su Qianli. Aziz, what trouble have you caused this time? Aziz frowned upon hearing her words. This little girl was nothing short of a troublemaker, consistently bringing them considerable distress. Sister, it's not like that. I haven't caused any trouble, Aziz protested, feeling a wave of indignation. She had already fled to the Great Yuan with her brother-in-law, yet those scoundrels from the Qiao Sect clung to her like parasites, relentlessly pursuing her even to the border. The thought of being captured and taken back by those demons of the Qiao Sect sent shivers down her spine. Her master, Ding Chunqiu, would undoubtedly not let her off easily. Now, her only hope for rescue lay with her brother-in-law. Su Qianli Aziz could see that her brother-in-law possessed genuine skill and cared for her deeply. At this moment, Su Qianli was her last lifeline, and she was determined to seize this opportunity. Chapter 64. The Arrival of Zayok Xingzi, Ding Chunqiu, the old monster of the Qiao Sect. Su Qianli furrowed his brow. You know my master? Aziz's eyes widened in disbelief. Rest assured about Ding Chunqiu, Su Qianli replied with a smile. Given his current strength, he could easily handle the insignificant minions sent by Ding Chunqiu, but he felt no worry. If anything, he felt a tinge of anticipation. He had failed to acquire the Beiming divine skill from Duan Yu, but perhaps he could obtain it from Ding Chunqiu. Although Ding Chunqiu did not possess the Beiming divine skill, he had developed the transformation skill based on it, alongside the 3 laughs carefree powder. Su Xing'e had died from Ding Chunqiu's 3 laughs carefree powder. When it came to Ding Chunqiu's mastery of poison, many trembled at the mere mention of his name. The merit of his skill, whether good or evil, lies in the hands of its wielder. Employing such skills for malevolence constitutes evil, while using them for good is virtuous. In Su Qianli's eyes, there was no distinction between good and evil. His sole objective was survival. Furthermore, he aspired to indulge in the company of beautiful women within this martial arts world. If one is weak, they are destined to be bullied. However, those with great strength can act with impunity. What Su Qianli sought was the freedom to act as he pleased. Initially, upon entering the realm of cultivation, he had been cautious and reserved. But now, things were different. Su Qianli was a master of the innate realm, and as long as he could observe other masters, he could reach the realm of the Grand Master. It was even possible to break through to the legendary celestial realm. The reason Su Qianli wished to travel to the Great Yuan was that it necessitated passing through the Great Ming. Currently, the Great Yuan and the Great Ming were embroiled in conflict. Yet, this was not merely a battle between the two. It was a realm of temporal confusion. The situation was akin to that of the present Song dynasty. To be precise, they were in the world of demigods and semi-devils. Now, Su Qianli and his companions were heading towards the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Su Qianli yearned to know how far Zhang Wuji had progressed in that realm. In this martial arts world, imperial power reigns supreme over the martial world. Generally, the imperial authority does not interfere in the conflicts of martial sects unless significant upheaval occurs in the rivers and lakes. At that moment, several youths clad in exotic attire emerged, chanting the slogan of the old immortal of Xingqiu, boundless power, as they appeared in this border town. Brother-in-law, they're here, Aziz exclaimed, clutching Su Qianli's arm in fear. Yet, it was not that Z was afraid of them. Rather, it was the perfect opportunity to get close to Su Qianli. Whenever she was with Zhu, she longed to foster a deeper connection with Su Qianli, only to be reprimanded by Zhu. Their relationship could not appear too intimate. "Little junior sister, you made us search high and low for you." At that moment, Xingzi, accompanied by several disciples, approached Z. "Big brother, what brings you here?" Z asked, her fear palpable. Xingzi was no weakling. His martial prowess was second only to that of their master, Ding Chunqiu, and he held a high status within the Qiao sect. He wielded the power of life and death over his disciples. Today, Xingzi had come with a mission to bring the little junior sister back to the sect. "Little junior sister, what wind blows you to this place?" Xingzi asked coldly, a mocking expression on his face that, in his eyes, Z was but a moused-up brother-in-law. Z looked at Su Qianli with a hint of helplessness. Xingzi then turned his attention to Zhu and Su Qianli. Su Qianli, clad in flowing white robes, exuded charm, yet his youth suggested limited strength. As for Zhu, being a mere girl, how formidable could she be? However, both Zhu and Z were rare beauties. Xingzi's gaze turned lecherous as he regarded Zhu. Skilled in sinister arts, Xingzi sought to capture Z, intending to use her as sustenance for his poisonous insects. Should he manage to capture Zhu, she could serve as a furnace for his cultivation. In that case, his power would significantly surge. If he could also use Z as a furnace, it would be even more delightful. Z. "Why not have a spar with your senior brother?" Su Qianli suggested to brother-in-law. "Shouldn't you be the one to send them away at a time like this?" Z exclaimed, bewildered. She was no match for Xingzi. "Fear not. Go ahead and try it. I will support you." Su Qianli replied with a smile that it would be far less entertaining for him to eliminate these individuals himself. Allowing Z to confront them would maximize the benefits. "All right." Z gritted her teeth, feeling somewhat reassured with Su Qianli backing her and shaking a tree. Overestimating its abilities, Xingzi sneered. "Senior brother, there's no need for you to intervene. Let me handle this little junior sister." Xingzi's disciple spoke with a cold smile. Allowing Xingzi to deal with a Z was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It was overkill. "Very well, disciple. Go ahead and capture the little junior sister. You shall be credited for this achievement." Xingzi relished the flattery. "Little junior sister AZ, will you surrender willingly, or shall I have to use force?" "Humph. Do you think you're worthy?" Z shot a fierce glare at him before launching her attack. This opponent was stronger than her, and she needed to be fully alert to face him. In an instant, the two engaged in combat. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for observing the battle between a Z and Xingzi. You have received a reward of 2 years of martial arts cultivation. Your strength has been enhanced." The cold notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind. Only 2 years of martial arts cultivation? Was it due to Z's weak abilities? Su Qianli furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, it had been several days since he had heard such a pleasant notification sound. This time, Xingzi had brought over 10 disciples from the Qiao sect. If one disciple yielded 2 years of martial arts cultivation, then 10 disciples would amount to 20 years, making it a lucrative deal. Just as a Z appeared on the verge of being injured by her senior brother, Su Qianli flicked his finger, executing a yang finger that neutralized the opponent's attack effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, a Z retaliated with a palm strike, inflicting considerable damage on her opponent. "Take that for underestimating me," a Z exclaimed, akin to a victorious rooster. Her pride evident. A Z was well aware that Su Qianli had secretly aided her. With him by her side, her confidence soared. "Incredible. Little junior sister's strength has indeed improved." Xingzi observed his injured disciple, furrowing his brow. Since his strength was no match for Su Qianli's, he was unaware of Su Qianli's intervention. However, with their numbers, he felt no concern. Several individuals more formidable than Xingzi were present, and they should easily handle a Z. What troubled Xingzi was the notorious reputation of the Qiao sect within the martial world, a presence that struck fear into the hearts of many. Yet, the man and woman accompanying AZ exhibited an unsettling calmness. Fortunately, he noticed that the battle between Xingzi and AZ was free from outside interference. Had anyone intervened, the situation would have taken a dire turn. It had only been a short while since their last encounter, and AZ's skills had surged. Undoubtedly, the divine Wood King Ding had played a pivotal role in her remarkable advancement. Soon, another disciple of the Qiao Sect stepped forward to challenge her. Az injured her senior brother, but refrained from delivering a fatal blow initially. She, too, lacked the confidence to eliminate every opponent. Wounding them left room for negotiation, but killing them would alter the stakes dramatically. A chilling system notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind, indicating that he had gained 5 years of martial prowess, as he had anticipated, observing powerful fighters translated into greater martial refinement, given AZ's strength. She was no match for these adversaries. However, with Su Qianli, a formidable expert by her side, she could turn the tide, defeating her opponents through narrow escapes. Zhang Zingzi was not one to be easily swayed. He dispatched another junior brother to confront AZ. When the third junior brother exposed a flaw and was bested by AZ, he realized that a hidden master was intervening to IT was either Su Qianli or Azhu. The evidence pointed towards Su Qianli. The prowess of AZ was evident to all, making it implausible for her to consecutively defeat 3 of her senior brothers. Little junior sister, I did not expect such a significant increase in your abilities in just a few days. Allow your senior brother to test your skills. Zhang Zingzi could no longer contain himself and prepared to engage AZ. Let me have a go at my senior brother, AZ declared with renewed confidence. Displaying a fearless demeanor, she was brimming with enthusiasm, ready for the challenge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing the battle between Zhang Zingzi and AZ. You have comprehended the transformation skill, enhancing your strength. Another cold system notification resounded in Su Qianli's consciousness shortly thereafter, granting him an additional 5 years of martial wisdom. Zhang Zingzi's strength far surpassed Az's. Despite her agility, she could only withstand around 10 exchanges before revealing signs of defeat, struggling significantly against Zhang Zingzi's onslaught. Just as Zhang Zingzi seemed poised to claim victory over AZ, a sudden surge of energy shot toward her. Zhang Zingzi felt an excruciating pain in his wrist, and his lethal strike against AZ was abruptly neutralized. Who, indeed, was intervening from the shadows? Zhang Zingzi could now assert with absolute certainty that a master was covertly protecting AZ. The opponent's martial prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. Otherwise, how could he have failed to detect their presence? Engaged in combat with AZ, Zhang Zingzi found himself on edge, constantly wary of a potential ambush, rendering his efforts exceedingly arduous. Under Su Qianli's guidance, Zhang Zingzi was no match for AZ. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Zhang Zingzi was ultimately struck by Su Qianli's yang finger, leading AZ to exploit the opening and defeat him. Senior brother Zhang Zingzi, you have lost with grace, AZ proclaimed, her head held high as she gazed down at him. Why do you linger in silence? Shouldn't you address me as senior sister? AZ called out to the other disciples of the Qiao Sect, her demeanor uncharacteristically assertive. The disciples exchanged glances, bewildered. They had come to apprehend AZ on their master's orders. Yet in an instant, she had transformed into their senior sister. The Qiao Sect adhered to a survival of the fittest doctrine. Only the strong could rise above the multitude of disciples that end this hierarchy. The titles of senior sister and senior brother held unparalleled significance. Defeating one would grant the victor the right to claim the titled AZ. Do you really think Master would consent to your becoming senior sister? Hand over the Wood King Ding and return to the sect to face Master's judgment, Zhang Zingzi retorted, his expression darkening. Were it not for the covert support of a skilled fighter, he would have already led his fellow disciples to capture AZ instead of engaging in this verbal sparring. Survival of the fittest prevails in the Qiao Sect. Zhang Zingzi, you are no match for your senior sister. Hurry up and acknowledge her before you leave this place alive. AZ's gaze turned frosty, her eyes fixed coldly on her fellow disciples. Zhang Zingzi felt the weight of her words, his expression grave. With a hidden master present, they were clearly outmatched. Could they return empty-handed? He feared that their master would not spare them if they did. Senior brother, what shall we do next? One disciple inquired. Everyone attacked together. Zhang Zingzi gritted his teeth. The fear of their master compelled them to fight desperately. Even knowing a hidden expert was present, AZ's expression shifted instantly. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. As Zhang Xingzi and his companions launched their assault, Su Qianli too struck with lightning speed, unleashing his Yang finger and piercing one disciple's body. "Damn it, you are the hidden master," Zhang Xingzi realized with dread as he saw Su Qianli's lethal move. Everyone attack together and eliminate him. Zhang Xingzi found himself in a precarious situation, forced to press on despite his reservations. They had no intention of adhering to any honorable codes, opting instead to use any means necessary to vanquish their foe. Transformation skill. Who exactly are you? Zhang Xingzi was taken aback to discover that Su Qianli could wield the same skill. What do you think? Su Qianli replied coldly, his gaze unwavering. Az, you have the audacity to impart the secrets of our Qiao sect's martial arts to outsiders. Do you not fear Master S' wrath? Zhang Xingzi suddenly comprehended that Su Qianli's knowledge of the transformation skill stemmed from Az's covert teachings. Az, too, wore a puzzled expression. She had never shared the transformation skill with anyone. Why are you babbling on? Su Qianli retorted icily. In truth, he had no intention of annihilating the disciples of the Qiao sect. Allowing them to continue pursuing Az would yield ongoing benefits for him. However, he would not hesitate to eliminate them if the situation demanded it. Flee, scatter, and escape. Zhang Xingzi realized the gravity of the situation and quickly took off. Yet with Su Qianli having intervened, he had no intention of letting them go easily. He struck with blinding speed, coordinating with the two women to unleash a merciless assault on Zhang Xingzi and his companions. Chapter 66. Encountering Jianghu. The disciples of the Qiao sect were selfish and cowardly. Upon witnessing Su Qianli slay several of their fellow disciples, they fled in haste. In mere moments, they had vanished completely. However, under Su Qianli's swift footwork, no matter how fast they ran, they could not escape their demise. Brother-in-law, how do you know our Qiao sect's transformation skill? Az asked, her curiosity piqued. Cultivate the transformation skill. One must absorb the poison from the divine wood King Ding. Is this the transformation skill? Su Qianli countered with a question. Isn't it? Az frowned. However, she soon dismissed her concerns. Whether Su Qianli could perform the transformation skill did not significantly impact her. If he truly possessed this skill, perhaps they could learn and progress together. Zhu remained silent, her brow furrowed. Su Qianli did not seem like a malevolent figure. How could he have acquired such a sinister skill? Brother-in-law, what should we do next? Az pondered, considering the fate of the slain Qiao disciples. What if her master pursued them? What should we do? Are you afraid now? Su Qianli chuckled. Not fret, even if Ding Chunqiu comes after us. I am unafraid, brother-in-law. We should make haste and leave, Az urged, eager to escape. With Zhang Xingzi nearby, it was likely that their master was not far behind. No need. If he arrives, you can face him. This would be a testament to your growth. Su Qianli replied with a smile. Having observed Az's battle with Zhang Xingzi, he had grasped the transformation skill. Should he witness Ding Chunqiu in combat, he might even uncover the secrets of the North Ming divine skill. Az's expression soured instantly. While she felt confident against Zhang Xingzi, she instinctively feared her master, Ding Chunqiu. Despite her clever words often leading others astray, she had gravely underestimated the repercussions of stealing the wood King Ding. For this act alone, he would not easily forgive her. Master, little junior sister has slain senior brother Zhang Xingzi, a disciple of the Qiao sect reported, scrambling toward Chunqiu. What did you say? Az killed your senior brother Zhang Xingzi. Upon hearing this news, Ding Chunqiu furrowed his brow. Come, lead the way ahead. I must confront this wretched girl. What extraordinary ability does she possess to have slain Zhang Xingzi? Aji, where do you intend to flee? Ding Chunqiu's voice echoed, growing nearer. Brother-in-law, it's bad. My master is on our trail. Aji, who had just been laughing moments ago, now turned pale upon hearing Ding Chunqiu's voice. What is there to fear? When the heavens collapse, there will be tall figures to support it. Su Qianli remarked with a smile. He was uncertain of Ding Chunqiu's true strength, yet he noticed a figure, a monk. This was Jianghu, the national master of Tubo. Jianghu was indeed a formidable expert. Su Qianli found it curious to encounter Jianghu here. Earlier, he had deliberately allowed Ding Chuanqiu's disciple to escape to relay information. It was clearly unrealistic and impossible for Ding Chuanqiu and Aji to engage in battle. However, witnessing a master like Jimozi now presented an opportunity for Su Qianli to reap the benefits of their conflict. "Master, might I have the pleasure of becoming friends?" Su Qianli addressed Jimozi. Jimozi looked puzzled. His presence here was due to his sighting of Azu, who was Murong Fu's maid and knew of Duan Yu's existence. Jimozi sought Duan Yu for the Six Meridians' divine sword, wishing to claim it for himself. Yet, under the pretense of seeking the sword manual for the deceased Murong Bo, he had been searching for Duan Yu's whereabouts. Yet, it seemed as though Duan Yu had vanished into thin air. Duan Yu had left with Azu and Abai. Even if they were not together, they should know his whereabouts. Jimozi pondered how to greet these three young individuals when he was unexpectedly approached by Su Qianli. "Esteemed benefactor, may I inquire your name?" Jimozi asked, uncertain. "I am Su Qianli," he replied with a smile. "It is indeed an honor to meet a person of your caliber. Young hero Su," Jimozi said, clasping his hands together in a show of respect. His gaze appraising Azu. "Esteemed lady, have we perhaps met somewhere before?" "Brother-in-law, we should leave quickly," Aji exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as Yu Qianli was conversing with a monk, which seemed absurd to her. "Aji, every encounter is a fate. I feel an immediate affinity with this master. Should any trouble arise, he will surely advocate for us." Su Qianli reassured her with a smile that if they left now, they would undoubtedly incur Ding Chuanqiu's wrath. However, remaining with Jimozi altered the situation entirely. In truth, not only had Jimozi recognized Azu, but Azu also recognized him. The Tubo national master was not benevolent. During the Murong family's affairs, she had witnessed him attempting to incinerate Duan Yu's sword manual. It was she and Abai who had intervened to rescue Duan Yu from this malevolent monk. Now facing him again, Azu was uncertain as to why Su Qianli was getting chummy with this monk. "Esteemed lady, I wish to pose a singular question," Jimozi said, his gaze fixed on Azu. "Master, what question do you wish to ask?" Azu replied, fear creeping in her voice. Her greatest worry was that Jimozi sought Duan Yu's whereabouts. Yet she had no knowledge of his current location. Even if she did, she would never reveal it. "Master, are you inquiring about Duan Yu's whereabouts?" Su Qianli interjected with a smile. "Incorrect. What you truly seek is the location of the Six Meridians' divine sword manual." Upon hearing Su Qianli's words, both Jimozi and Azu stared at him in astonishment, particularly Jimozi, whose mind was engulfed by tumultuous waves. How did this young man discern his innermost thoughts? "Esteemed benefactor, what do you mean by that?" "Simply to elucidate your thoughts," Su Qianli replied, enjoying his role as an enigma. Jimozi's brow furrowed once more. He sensed that the young man before him spoke with veiled meanings. "Who exactly are you?" Jimozi asked, unease creeping into his heart. In that moment, Jimozi felt an unsettling sensation, akin to standing before Su Qianli stripped of all defenses, as if this young man could see through all his thoughts. Such a terrifying individual truly existed in this world. "Master, did you not introduce yourself earlier?" Su Qianli said with a smile. "Not so. I demand to know your identity." Jimozi pressed again. "Master, allow me to pose a question." "Do you wish to?" Su Qianli inquired. "Speak. What are your terms?" Jimozi discerned the implications in Su Qianli's words. He sought something from him. "Master, you are indeed a forthright individual." Su Qianli chuckled. "That it is simple. Engage in battle with Ding Chuanqiu, and I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of the Six Meridians' divine sword." "Ding Chuanqiu? You mean the notorious fiend of the overseas Starry Sky sect?" Jimozi's brow furrowed once more. "Indeed," Su Qianli confirmed with a smile. "Young man, are you jesting with this monk? Ding, the old demon dwells far overseas, and you expect me to confront him?" "Master, you misunderstand. There is no need for you to travel overseas. This person is far yet near. You need only engage him in battle, and regardless of the outcome, I will share the information about the Six Meridians' divine sword." As Yu Qianli exuded confidence. "Master," at that moment, Aji spotted the approaching Xingqiu Laoxian, and her expression turned fearful. Though Su Qianli sought assistance from the monk, the thought of her master's strength made her frown. She felt as though they were playing with fire. "Aji, do you know your crimes?" Ding Chunxiu glared coldly at her. This individual is Ding Chunxiu, that if you engage him in battle, I will reveal the whereabouts of the Six Meridians divine sword. Su Qianli urged Jumoji. This person, Ding Chunxiu. Jumozi finally turned his gaze toward the ostentatious figure not far away. And who might you be? Ding Chunxiu regarded Jumozi, sensing a dangerous aura about him. Ding Chunxiu, this is Jumozi, the national master of Tubo. Su Qianli interjected. You, a mere youngster, dare to utter my name? Ding Chunxiu glared at Su Qianli. A murderer of one's master has sullied my name. Su Qianli's expression was one of derision. Murderer of one's master. A glint of chilling malice flashed in Ding Chunxiu's eyes. For him, this topic was taboo. And Su Qianli's provocation was unforgivable. Monsters like you deserve to be eradicated, Su Qianli remarked, casting a knowing glance at Jianghu. It appears you are indeed Ding Xiansheng. I have long admired your name. Jumozi smiled. The national master of Tubo, a barbarian from a foreign land, Ding Chunxiu retorted coldly. Ding Xiansheng, these two individuals share a connection with me. Whatever grievances you have, let us resolve them after I handle my matters. Jumozi stated, his gaze fixed coldly on Ding Chunxiu. What are you to presume to speak here? I, the great master, govern my disciples. It is not your place to interfere. Ding Chunxiu dismissed him contemptuously. Jumozi had heard of Ding Chunxiu's reputation. Yet he found himself unwillingly embroiled in this conflict, not wishing to be a pawn. However, Ding Chunxiu's tone suggested he was intent on involving himself in the matter, making it more challenging for Jumozi to extract information about Duanyu. If I wish to intervene, what will you do? Jumozi said coldly. Even a clay figurine has its temper, Jumozi thought, ambitious as he was, having colluded with Murong Bo to pursue grand aspirations in martial arts. Especially with regard to the Six Meridians divine sword from the Duan clan, it was a prize he was determined to seize. Jumozi had been fixated on Duanyu, plotting against him, ultimately falling into a trap alongside Duan Yi and losing all his internal energy to Duanyu's Northern Darkness divine skill. It could be said that Jumozi had toiled for decades, only for Duanyu to reap the benefits without any hardship, becoming a master in his own right. Jumozi understood that Su Qianli's actions were merely a ploy to use him against Ding Chunxiu. They lacked the strength to confront Ding Chunxiu. If Jumozi could defeat him, they would be free to ACT for the information regarding the Six Meridians divine sword. He was inclined to believe it rather than dismiss it. In an instant, Jumozi and Ding Chunxiu were locked in combat. Aji was still anxious about being captured by her master. Yet now, Aji, Su Qianli, and as it became mere spectators, the brother-in-law, my master is fighting with that monk. Should we not take this opportunity to escape? Aji looked at Su Qianli with a mischievous expression. Brother Su, should we not leave now? If we wait for them to determine the victor, we may find it impossible to depart. The figure of Azu, standing nearby, also believed that Su Qianli's actions were merely a ploy to buy time, granting them an opportunity to escape. After all, this was a battle between masters, a rare spectacle indeed. Su Qianli chuckled softly. He would have to be a fool to consider leaving at such a moment. Especially as he spoke, his gaze remained fixated on the duel between the two formidable experts. Ding, congratulations to the host for observing the battle between Jumozi and Ding Chunxiu. You have comprehended the star absorption technique, and your strength has increased. That moment, a chilling system notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind. Wasn't the star absorption technique synonymous with the North Ming divine skill? Su Qianli's brow furrowed slightly. He had hoped to glean the North Ming divine skill from the clash of Jumozi and Ding Chunxiu, a skill capable of absorbing others' internal energy for one's own use. But this was not the star absorption technique he desired. Su Qianli distinctly remembered the star absorption technique as the exclusive skill of the villain Ren, wushing from the smiling proud wanderer world. Now, through observing the confrontation between Jumozi and Ding Chunxiu, he had inadvertently grasped the star absorption technique, that he was now exceedingly curious about the differences between the star absorption technique he had comprehended and that of Ren wushing. If Su Qianli wished to acquire the star absorption technique, he would have to approach Duanyu. However, with so many divine skills at his disposal, Six Meridians divine sword, dragon subduing 18 palms, star absorption technique, and Lingbo Weibu. If he could master them all, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in this martial world. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before he became a top-tier expert. Ding Chuanxiu and Jimozi were increasingly alarmed as they fought. Ding Chuanxiu had initially thought Jimozi was merely a foreign monk, questioning how formidable he could truly be. To his astonishment, Jimozi's strength surpassed his own, especially as the latter's fiery abilities effectively countered his own transformation techniques, rendering his poisonous attacks useless. Humph, you wait here, this matter is far from over. After suffering a setback at Jimozi's hands, Ding Chuanxiu roared and unleashed a surge of poison before swiftly retreating. Chapter 68. You can actually perform Lingbo Weibu. Young friend, Ding Chuanxiu is a formidable villain, and I, as a humble monk, feel a tinge of shame that I cannot subdue him, Jimozi remarked upon witnessing Ding Chuanxiu's escape. Turning instead to smile at Su Qianli, he found the young man before him perplexing. During the battle with Ding Chuanxiu, he had kept a close watch, fearing that Su Qianli might attempt to flee amidst the chaos. Yet, to his surprise, Su Qianli appeared to be a mere spectator, seemingly content to watch the fight unfold. A villain like Ding Chuanxiu should be vanquished by all. As Su Qianli smiled back at Jimozi. Fully aware of the latter's intentions, he understood that Jimozi was simply waiting to reap the benefits of their conflict. Master, I have two pieces of news regarding the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Which would you prefer to hear? Su Qianli inquired of Jimozi. What distinction is there? Jimozi frowned slightly at Su Qianli's words, sensing an underlying meaning that it felt as though one was distant yet near, while the other would require considerable effort. Su Qianli smiled knowingly. Distant yet near? Indeed, that is the case. Su Qianli's expression was one of playful mockery as he continued. In the current world, the only individuals capable of fully mastering the Six Meridians Divine Sword are a few high monks from the Tianlong Temple of the Dali Kingdom, alongside Duan Yu and myself. Jimozi could be 100% certain that Duan Yu was not at the border. Thus, what could the phrase distant yet near signify? Su Qianli was essentially presenting a choice, one or the other. Naturally, Jimozi opted for the latter. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Very well. Master, I shall reveal it to you. Did I end this world? There are two individuals who can completely master the Six Meridians Divine Sword. The first is Duan Yu, who, under the guidance of the high monks of the Tianlong Temple, has acquired the full sword manual, though he cannot wield it freely today. As for the other, that is precisely what I wish to convey to you, distant yet near. Su Qianli spoke in riddles, evoking curiosity. Distant yet near? Could it be her? Jimozi's eyes widened in realization as he turned to Azu, who furrowed her brow at the attention. Master, please do not look at me with such eyes. I possess no knowledge of the Six Meridians Divine Sword, Azu said nervously, glancing at Jimozi. She had witnessed Jimozi's ruthlessness firsthand when he attempted to incinerate Duan Yu before their eyes. Now, with Su Qianli seemingly toying with Jimozi, she feared that inciting the latter's ire could lead to dire consequences. As Su Qianli had demonstrated his strength, yet the extent of his abilities remained uncertain to them, particularly against masters like Jimozi and Ding Chuanxiu, who stood just a step away from breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Exceptional talents like Qiao Feng were indeed rare. Master, did I not mention that this person is distant yet near? Su Qianli remarked with a smile, noticing Jimozi's misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Jimozi began to pace back and forth between Su Qianli and Azu, pondering the implications. Could it be you? Indeed, it is I, Su Qianli replied with a grin. What did you say? You can perform the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Jimozi's astonishment was mirrored by Azu and Azi, who stared at Su Qianli in disbelief. What an outrageous claim! Is there a problem? Su Qianli chuckled lightly. You jest with me, young man? Jimozi's expression darkened, devoid of any joy. Your disbelief matters not. That I can divulge the second piece of news regarding Duan Yu's whereabouts, Su Qianli said, smiling. That Jimozi's brow furrowed once more at Su Qianli's words. The young man's demeanor did not suggest mockery, but rather sincerity, leaving Jimozi in a state of uncertainty. Should Su Qianli genuinely master the Six Meridians Divine Sword, he would have missed a golden opportunity. Yet rationality reminded him that the Six Meridians Divine Sword was a closely guarded secret of the royal family of Dali. Duan Yu's ability to master it stemmed solely from his royal lineage. Reveal Duan Yu's location, and I may overlook your jesting, Jimozi growled, glaring at Su Qianli with malice. Are you certain you wish to take action against me? A glint of coldness flashed in Su Qianli's eyes. Having already broken through to the innate realm, he stood just a step away from the Grandmaster realm. Now that he had encountered Jimozi, it was wise to keep him guessing, allowing for further utilization of the situation. Perhaps after a few more skirmishes, he could break through to the Grandmaster realm himself. If Su Qianli achieved that now, he would likely become the youngest Grandmaster in history. Swish! Jimozi would not be intimidated by Su Qianli's threats. As he spoke, he unleashed a fiery blade towards him as Su Qianli swiftly dodged, employing the Lingbo Weibu to evade Jimozi's fiery assault. Lingbo Weibu. Seeing Su Qianli's graceful evasion, Jimozi furrowed his brow, halting his movements. Previously, he had dismissed Su Qianli's claim of mastering the Six Meridians divine sword, but the execution of Lingbo Weibu significantly elevated Su Qianli's credibility. He was aware that only a select few could master Lingbo Weibu, with Duanyu being the only one he knew of. Now, witnessing a second individual executing the technique left him both astonished and intrigued. Speak. What is your relationship with Duanyu? Jimozi pressed, eager to uncover the connection. Master, why have you ceased your actions? Su Qianli wished to further engage Jimozi in combat, to test his own strength, but was taken aback by Jimozi's sudden restraint. How do you possess the Lingbo Weibu of Master Duan? What is your connection to him? Jimozi's mind swirled with questions that Azu, standing nearby, gazed at Su Qianli in shock. Just moments ago, she had dismissed his claim of mastering the Six Meridians divine sword as mere boasting. Yet now she witnessed him performing Lingbo Weibu, a technique exclusive to Duanyu. The credibility of his words soared accordingly. Chapter 69. Finding a free henchman. Master, how credible do you find my words now? Su Qianli grinned at the astonished expressions around him. Sister, is brother-in-law truly that formidable? As Az cast a glance at Su Qianli, a look of bewilderment adorned her face. Previously, during his confrontation with Zhai Xingzi and others, Su Qianli had surprisingly employed the profound technique of Huagong Dafa. Now, to her astonishment, he was executing the exquisite lightness skill of Lingbo Weibu, one of the most superior forms of agility. The fact that Su Qianli had managed to manifest such a remarkable technique lent considerable credibility to the notion that he had indeed mastered the Six Meridians divine sword. It would not be far-fetched to assert that he could also wield the 18 dragon subduing palms of the Beggars Sect. Master, should we perhaps test this theory? At that moment, Su Qianli exuded an air of profound mystery. His enigmatic presence rendered others hesitant to act rashly. If Su Qianli was capable of both Lingbo Weibu and the Six Meridians divine sword, his true identity would become glaringly apparent. Could he be a member of the royal family of Dali? However, as far as he was aware, the royal lineage of Dali was dwindling, with only Duanyu eligible to inherit the throne. Master, what if we were to engage in a transaction? Su Qianli inquired. Noticing that the other party was reluctant to make a move, Jimozi, possessing formidable strength, particularly with his flame saber, was a figure Su Qianli greatly coveted, that if circumstances allowed, he would certainly wish to acquire it. Observing Jimozi in battle would not only enhance his martial arts prowess, but also potentially save him from various troubles on their journey to the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. With Jimozi's protection, he could avoid significant complications while also reaping certain benefits from him. As Su Qianli was particularly concerned that Ding Chunqiu would continue to pursue them, creating trouble for Az. Should Ding Chunqiu seek to harm Az, he could easily use Jimozi as a weapon. This would be a splendid opportunity for Su Qianli, akin to killing multiple birds with one stone. If Jimozi were to turn against Su Qianli, he felt no apprehension. It would provide an ideal chance to test his newly acquired star-absorbing technique. Should he manage to absorb Jimozi's internal energy, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Now, it all hinged on Jimozi's thoughts. One thought could lead to heaven, another to hell. It was up to Jimozi's decision. What transaction are you referring to? Jimozi's interest was piqued by Su Qianli's words. Eager to discern what tricks he might unveil, I can demonstrate the Six Meridians divine sword for you, but you must escort us to the great Yuan kingdom, Su Qianli proposed with a smile, recognizing the need for a free bodyguard. Are you certain you speak the truth? Jimozi was still somewhat skeptical of Su Qianli's assertions, having been previously manipulated by Su Qianli into opposing Ding Chunxiu. He was wary of becoming a pawn once more without some incentive. Suddenly, Su Qianli flicked his finger, unleashing a sharp sword aura directed at Jimozi. This is the Six Meridians' divine sword of the Dali Kingdom. Jimozi narrowly evaded the attack, his eyes wide with astonishment, as Su Qianli was not merely boasting. He had indeed mastered the Six Meridians' divine sword. Although he had only executed a single move, it remained uncertain whether he had fully grasped the technique. Even mastering just one form of the Six Meridians' divine sword was enough to leave Jimozi astounded. Not only was Jimozi taken aback, but Aizhu and Az also wore expressions of shock. They had never anticipated that Su Qianli would truly possess the secret of the Dali Duan clan. The Six Meridians' divine sword, Su Qianli's identity, was shrouded in mystery, far beyond what they had previously perceived. How formidable was his strength? They had not believed him a match for Ding Chunxiu or Jimozi, yet witnessing his mastery of a move from the Six Meridians' divine sword led them to realize he might well surpass first-rate martial artists. Possibly even reaching the innate realm. They would readily accept that he was a master-level expert. "Master, are you satisfied with my proposal?" Su Qianli inquired, grinning at Jimozi. "Indeed, I'm satisfied," Jimozi replied with a smile. Discovering that Su Qianli had also mastered the Six Meridians' divine sword immediately expanded his options. While Duan Yu's execution of the technique was inconsistent, Su Qianli's calm demonstration of a move made Jimozi realize that to obtain the Six Meridians' divine sword, he need not seek Duan Yu, but rather Su Qianli. However, he was left pondering Su Qianli's background and identity. Who was he? What was his strength? And what support lay behind him? Despite witnessing Su Qianli perform a single move, he could not gauge his true power. Thus, he felt increasingly tempted by Su Qianli's offer. Staying by Su Qianli's side would allow him insight into his intentions and uncover the truth of his background. "Brother-in-law, bringing this monk along may not be wise." Izzy expressed her concerns upon seeing Jimozi overpowering her master. Having such a formidable expert as their protector raised alarms. If he harbored ulterior motives, they would be unable to resist. If Su Qianli was truly confident in his strength, he would not allow Jimozi to serve as their bodyguard. Aizhu and Az were oblivious to Su Qianli's true intentions, which were purely to enhance his own strength. After all, en route to the great Yuan kingdom, he had no idea what challenges might arise. Yet if Az accompanied them, Ding Chunxiu would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. This would lead to a confrontation between Ding Chunxiu and Jianghu. Su Qianli's current objective was to create discord between Jimozi and Ding Chunxiu. As long as Jimozi intervened, he would surely gain something in return. Thus, under Su Qianli's cunning machinations, Jimozi agreed to accompany them to the great Yuan kingdom. After their departure, Ding Chunxiu returned, his brows furrowed as he observed the direction in which Su Qianli and the others had vanished. With Az by Su Qianli's side, reclaiming the divine wooden king cauldron from her would require defeating Jimozi. However, Jimozi's flame saber posed a significant challenge to his poison attacks, leaving him at a loss. "No, I cannot let this matter rest so easily," Ding Chunxiu scoffed, ultimately deciding to follow them and discern Az's true intentions. Chapter 70. Poisoned by Spring. "Young hero, what brings you to the great Yuan kingdom?" Jimozi inquired, perplexed by Su Qianli's destination. "Master, we seek medical assistance," Aizhu replied. "Medical assistance? I know a skilled healer, known as the King of Hell. I could arrange for his help, so you need not travel so far." Jimozi offered. "Master, there's no need for your efforts. We have already consulted with Xue Muhua." Su Qianli chuckled. "You have met divine Dr. Xue." Jimozi frowned. "Come, let us proceed. Your assistance will be appreciated during this time." Su Qianli smiled. His decision to bring Jimozi along was simply to secure a free enforcer to brother-in-law. "I suddenly feel weak." What could be the reason? As they dined in an inn, Az suddenly leaned against Su Qianli, looking pale and feeble. Observing this unexpected scene, Su Qianli furrowed his brow. Was she attempting to seduce him? He scrutinized Az, feeling that this happiness had arrived rather abruptly. Az and Aizhu were sisters, both stunningly beautiful. In the realm of demigods and semi-devils, These female leads and supporting characters were undeniably breathtaking. To have even one of them in his life would be an immense blessing. Yet now he found himself entangled with two. Through their days together, he sensed Az's interest in him. However, her overt behavior today was somewhat alarming. Did she not fear Aju's jealousy? Furthermore, if Az intended to act coy, this was not the opportune moment. With Jianghu present, any advances would be difficult. In a moment of regret, Qianli realized he should not have allowed Jianghu to accompany him. Travel with beauty meant to indulge in activities one desired or enjoyed. Az, do you feel unwell too? At that moment, Aju, leaning against the wall, also expressed her weakness. Brother Su, it seems we may have been poisoned, Aju remarked, looking at Qianli. That you've been poisoned. How did this happen? Jianghu turned to the two women. Alarmed, Qianli's hired protector. The notion that someone would poison them in his presence reflected poorly on his capabilities. Master, this must be my mentor. Z also realized that this was her master Ding Chunqiu's revenge against them. Ding Chunqiu is indeed a master of poison. Only he could administer it stealthily and without detection. Ding Leaguai. Jianghu furrowed his brow, for Ding Chunqiu was truly a persistent specter to brother-in-law. Please take a look at me. Why do I feel so unwell? Az's voice was tinged with a delicate tremor. Qianli reached out to touch her and discovered that her body was burning with fever. Similarly, her gaze began to redden, and her face flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple, ready for harvest. Xiaoxia. The poison coursing through us seems to be spring poison, Jianghu said, hands clasped, a grave expression upon his face. What? We are afflicted with spring poison. That can't be. Aju expressed disbelief. After all, how could they have fallen victim to spring poison so suddenly? Indeed, you are all afflicted with spring poison, and not just you. Every guest in this tavern has succumbed to it. Qianli said, his brow knitting in concern. The only ones unaffected by this poison were Qianli and Jianghu. Jianghu remained unscathed as he had not partaken of the tavern's food, while Qianli's immunity stemmed from his exceptional skills. To counteract this poison, two methods existed. One could force it out through sheer internal power, or the simpler, more effective method, the union of yin and yang, the merging of heaven and earth. Only through this could they dissolve the spring poison within them. As Jianghu's words hung in the air, the complexions of the two women suddenly turned from white to a rosy hue. What did Jianghu mean by that? Az, gazing at Qianli, looked alluringly coy, while Aju unconsciously cast her gaze towards him as well. Monks are compassionate, and the plight of the tavern's patrons arises from your actions. Surely you do not wish to remain uninvolved? Jianghu intoned, uttering a Buddhist chant, then turning his attention to Qianli. He had already surmised why Ding Chunqiu had poisoned them, opting for a colorless and tasteless spring poison. Ding Chunqiu wished not to witness their intimate entanglements. Rather, he sought to compel Jianghu to act as their savior. This poison could only be remedied by someone with formidable internal strength. Should one among them assist in dispelling the poison, their inner power would inevitably wane. Conversely, should they choose not to utilize their internal strength, they would be compelled to engage intimately with one another. In such moments, their focus would be at its lowest, rendering them vulnerable to ambush. Regardless of the method employed to counteract the poison, once one became ensnared, they would become mere lambs to the slaughter. Master, I beseech you to protect us. I shall dispel their poison. Qianli realized the cunning scheme laid by Ding Chunqiu. Thus, the immediate priority was to relieve the two women of their affliction. Upon hearing Qianli's willingness to assist, both Aju and Az's faces flushed with a hint of shyness. Xiaoxia, do you require the assistance of this humble monk? Jianghu observed the two fair faces, now glowing like ripe peaches, and felt a dryness in his throat. Alas, I too have fallen prey to this enchantress's scheme. Suddenly, Jianghu sensed that he too had been affected. Instantly, he began to mobilize his internal energy to suppress the toxins within him. We must leave, Qianli remarked, noting Jianghu's change in condition, his brow furrowed in concern. What did Jianghu mean by that? Hadn't he just claimed to be unaffected? Jianghu, sensing the oddity of the situation, swiftly focused his gaze on AZH to alleviate the spring poison within. The most efficient and least laborious method was through intimate union. At that moment, the tavern was filled with many patrons, including women. But these were mere commoners. Engaging with them would be beneath Jimozi's dignity. However, now that two exquisite beauties stood before him, his eyes darted between a Z and a Zhu. Brother-in-law, hurry and drive him away. I find his presence revolting. A Z playfully leaned against Su Qianli. Let this humble monk assist the two young ladies. Jimozi spoke as if unable to restrain himself. Chapter 71. Su Qianli versus Jimozi Master. What are your intentions? Su Qianli sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Earlier, they had perceived that a Zhu and the others appeared poisoned. They were already on guard. Aside from resisting the poison, they were also wary of any ulterior motives. Ding Chunxiu had poisoned them, undoubtedly with a plan in mind. When would he make his move? It seemed he intended to strike precisely when they recognized their affliction or when they prepared to counteract it. Now, it appeared that Ding Chunxiu's scheme was not to attack during their antidote efforts, but rather to incite infighting among them. Whether it was Ding Chunxiu or Jimozi, neither understood Su Qianli's true nature. Su Qianli's mastery of the art of transforming power was something Ding Chunxiu had long sought to comprehend. Ding Chunxiu excelled in the arts of transformation and poison, relishing the prospect of draining an opponent's strength until they were but a pool of blood, thus striking a blow to his adversaries while soothing his deranged psyche. What am I doing? Why? I am here to dispel the poison, or perhaps you would prefer to use your internal strength to suppress the toxins within this humble monk? Jimozi coldly fixed his gaze on Su Qianli, underestimating him entirely. That if Su Qianli were to take action, it would serve Jimozi's purposes perfectly, allowing him to ascertain whether Su Qianli truly commanded the Six Meridians' divine sword. With the lightness skill of Lingbo, he was confident he would not need to hold back. Now that Ding Chunxiu had poisoned everyone, the question remained whether they could find an antidote. To do so, they would need to heed Jimozi's words. Moreover, with two young ladies at stake, he deemed it most favorable. Jimozi observed the budding romance between Su Qianli and a Zhu and felt it inappropriate to interfere. Thus, he would graciously accept a Z, Ding Chunxiu's disciple, for himself. Master, I hope you won't act rashly. Su Qianli coldly regarded Jimozi, intending to use him as a pawn. Little did he expect Ding Chunxiu to be so despicable as to ensnare them with spring poison. In order to relieve the two women, all he desired was to engage in a quiet, pleasurable endeavor. Hence, Su Qianli needed to eliminate all external threats. Only then could he comfortably converse with the maidens about life's aspirations. You young man, are you addressing this humble monk? Jimozi sighed, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Su Qianli, radiating a sense of impending confrontation. It was Jimozi, the national master of Tubo, albeit a minor nation. He held significant power, second only to the king. Is it merely a woman? I have encountered many more beautiful than a Zhu and Az. Earn his favor would indeed be a blessing from their past lives. Upon hearing the exchange between Jimozi and Su Qianli, a Z and a Zhu's expressions shifted dramatically. The might of Jimozi was well known. They were now poisoned and could offer no assistance. Should a conflict ignite between Su Qianli and Jimozi, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. That a Z and a Zhu understood Jimozi's intentions all too well. The mere thought of the monk's lewd advances upon them filled them with revulsion. To resolve this crisis, their only hope lay in securing the antidote from Ding Chunxiu. At this moment, the two women were uncertain whether Su Qianli had also been poisoned, that if he were afflicted, their only recourse would be to use the divine wood jade cauldron as bait to draw Ding Chunxiu out, thus eliminating the old bald monk. A Zhu watched anxiously as Su Qianli and Jimozi's confrontation unfolded, the situation proving exceedingly precarious. She was at a loss for how to proceed. Meanwhile, the tavern patrons were overwhelmed with desire. Their eyes glazed with longing. Most were ordinary folk, unable to withstand the overwhelming effects of the spring poison. Though they were martial artists, their strength was not formidable. Nonetheless, they managed to maintain a semblance of clarity, preventing Jimozi from taking advantage of them. Su Qianli was acutely aware of Jimozi's ulterior motives concerning the Six Meridians' divine sword. This great monk was principled and would not easily be swayed. To compel Jimozi to comply, Su Qianli needed to demonstrate formidable strength. Yet, Jimozi was a master at the grandmaster level, leaving Su Qianli with little confidence in his chances. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. "Old bald donkey, this is your chance to show your worth." Su Qianli coldly glared at Jiamozi. "Humph, today let us see how much weight you truly carry." Jiamozi let out a cold laugh and, like a flash of lightning, launched an attack on Su Qianli as he observed Jiamozi's fiery blade approaching. Su Qianli showed no intention of evasion, choosing instead to confront the adversary with his own palm strike. Beyond his fiery blade, Jiamozi's mastery of martial arts was formidable. Witnessing Su Qianli brazenly advance for a contest, he flicked his fingers in a swift motion. Jiamozi discerned the deep affections that a Zi and a Zhu harbored for Su Qianli. To cure the poison, he realized he had but one recourse: to leverage Su Qianli as a pawn, compelling him to submit. In an instant, their palms collided with a resounding impact. Jiamozi anticipated that Su Qianli would be unable to withstand the force of his palm strike, sent flying by its overwhelming might, allowing him to seize the opportunity. However, to his astonishment, Su Qianli remained unscathed, instead drawing forth a powerful suction from Jiamozi's palm. His own internal energy was being siphoned away by this formidable force. Subsequently, Jiamozi was horrified to discover that his internal power surged through his arms, flowing towards Su Qianli like a tidal wave. "Damn it, what kind of technique is this? It can actually absorb my internal energy." Jiamozi screamed in terror, feeling his energy rapidly deplete. "Beiming divine skill. You actually wield the Beiming divine skill. You must be a disciple of the Qiao Sect." Jiamozi racked his brain, arriving at the only plausible conclusion: Su Qianli was a successor of the Qiao Sect. Having mastered the Beiming divine skill, the Qiao Sect was indeed a revered sanctuary of martial arts. The nefarious Ding Chunqiu hailed from the Qiao Sect, plotting against his master, Huiyazi, solely to attain the Beiming divine skill. Hidden in the shadows, Ding Chunqiu's eyes widened upon hearing Jiamozi's exclamation, "Su Qianli has mastered the Beiming divine skill. How is that possible? Could he be Huiyazi's disciple?" Yet he had never considered that Huiyazi could possess such a youthful apprentice. Ding Chunqiu had been closely monitoring the Qiao Sect's movements. Huiyazi, the living dead, had not perished, and even his senior brother, Su Xinghe, had failed to acquire the Beiming divine skill. Who, then, was this Su Qianli, capable of obtaining the pinnacle martial art of the Qiao Sect? Regardless of whether Su Qianli had truly attained the Beiming divine skill, Ding Chunqiu was determined to claim it for himself. Having committed the heinous act of slaying his master, Huiyazi, in hopes of acquiring the Beiming divine skill, he was now fortuitously informed of its existence while seeking the divine wooden cauldron. The thought of soon grasping the supreme Beiming divine skill filled Ding Chunqiu with an uncontrollable, ecstatic glee. He could forego the divine wooden cauldron, but he was resolute in capturing Su Qianli to extract the secrets of the Beiming divine skill. Chapter 72. The Star-Absorbing Technique and the Beiming divine skill. Bang! Crack! Jiamozi was no faint-hearted individual. Upon realizing that Su Qianli was employing the Beiming divine skill, he swung his other hand to strike at the arm ensnared by Su Qianli's star-absorbing technique. The immense force collided with both their arms, resulting in a sharp crack. Jiamozi's arm shattered, his meridians severed, and his internal energy interrupted, thus breaking Su Qianli's hold. "You wait, you scoundrel. This monk will not let this matter rest." Jiamozi glared at Su Qianli with a venomous expression. This wretch was insidiously adept, wielding the Beiming divine skill, an evil technique that siphoned the internal energy of others. Now, with his arm broken and poisoned, Jiamozi's strength was less than half of its former glory. Besides facing the formidable Su Qianli, he was also wary of the lurking Ding Chunqiu, that Jiamozi's actions were driven by a singular purpose: to test whether Su Qianli truly possessed the Six Meridians divine sword, a technique exclusive to the royal family of Dali. While he could not ascertain the existence of the Six Meridians divine sword, he was astounded to discover that Su Qianli had indeed mastered the Beiming divine skill of the Qiao Sect. Should he possess the Beiming divine skill as a foundation, combined with the Six Meridians divine sword, it would render him one of the foremost martial artists of the present age. Why did Jiamozi covet the Six Meridians divine sword? Beyond his pact with Murong Bo, they shared a common ambition: to acquire the coveted martial arts secrets of the martial world by any means necessary. The Six Meridians Divine Sword was merely one among the most elite techniques. Now, with the addition of the Baiming Divine Skill, which could only be cultivated by the sect leader of the Qiao Sect, Su Qianli must be the current leader of the Qiao Sect. Such top-tier skills as the Baiming Divine Skill were the dreams of countless martial artists. Only the most powerful figures dared to covet the Baiming Divine Skill. However, due to the formidable strength of Wuyazi's Qiao Sect, innumerable martial artists hesitated to approach. Yet figures like Ding Chunxiu and Jimozi, the great villains of the martial world, were unafraid of the Qiao Sect. Their ultimate goal was to acquire the supreme martial arts. Jimozi entertained such thoughts, yet in his current weakened state, the likelihood of obtaining the Baiming Divine Skill was nearly non-existent. Ding Chunxiu, however, had a different approach that he poisoned the patrons of the entire tavern to control a Z and seize the Divine Wooden Cauldron. Presently, Ding Chunxiu had no need for the Divine Wooden Cauldron. He sought only the Baiming Divine Skill. With mastery of the Baiming Divine Skill, he could absorb the internal energy of others for his own use. Thereby continuously augmenting his own power, he believed that it would not be long before he dominated the martial world. The more Ding Chunxiu contemplated, the more fervent his ambition grew. Jimozi had already fled, injured. Now, only a few insignificant players remained. With his formidable strength, capturing Su Qianli should pose little challenge for Ding Chunxiu, who was not the type to rely solely on brute force. I could see this moment. Su Qianli had fallen victim to his poison. The only means of detoxification lay in Ding Chunxiu's hands, or through illicit means that, if Su Qianli were to engage in such interactions, it would present Ding Chunxiu with the perfect opportunity to strike, at which point he could control Su Qianli with his poison, rendering him as helpless as a fish on a chopping block. Ding Chunxiu was determined to extract from Su Qianli the secrets of the Baiming Divine Skill. Brother-in-law, that bald monk has fled. What shall we do next? Aziz gazed at Su Qianli with fiery admiration. Her somewhat unfortunate brother-in-law was truly extraordinary. Not only had he mastered his master's transformation technique, but he had also acquired the Qiao Sect secret, the Baiming Divine Skill. That Aziz's mind raced with the notion that perhaps Su Qianli was the illegitimate son of her master, Ding Chunxiu. How else could he possess the transformation technique and now the secret Baiming Divine Skill of the Qiao Sect? In an instant, a veil of mystery enveloped Su Qianli, cloaking him in an enigmatic aura that only deepened Aziz's curiosity. When a love-struck maiden becomes intensely curious about a man, it often heralds her imminent downfall. What to do? Our immediate task is to swiftly detoxify the poison within you. Su Qianli smiled faintly. With Jimozi no longer looming as a threat, the immediate priority was to neutralize the spring poison coursing through Azu and Aji's bodies. Furthermore, Ding Chunxiu, that old fiend, was undoubtedly lurking in the shadows. Having already revealed his mastery of the star-absorbing technique, which Jimozi mistakenly identified as the Northern Darkness Divine Skill of the Qiao Sect. Thus, Ding Chunxiu would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, akin to a tenacious predator. This old sorcerer was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Ding Chunxiu's actions merely involved the knocking down of these ordinary individuals without igniting a full-blown conflict. Otherwise, Su Qianli could have seized the opportunity to bolster his own strength. Presently, Su Qianli was merely biding his time, focusing on his development. But yes, he had only reached the innate realm and had yet to break through to the master level. Facing a formidable opponent like Ding Chunxiu rendered his knowledge of the Tianlong Babu storyline futile. The adversary would not adhere to his expectations. Rather, he was unpredictable and capricious. Ding Chunxiu was far more troublesome than Duan Yanqing, one of the four great villains. Though Duan Yanqing was indeed a great demon, he possessed vulnerabilities and weaknesses that, in contrast, Ding Chunxiu was an entirely different entity. Lacking sufficient strength, even possessing leverage over him would be of no avail. At that moment, Su Qianli realized he must incite chaos within the martial world. Only then could he profit and elevate his own prowess. Even without relying on his extraordinary comprehension, he had acquired the star-absorbing technique, which enabled him to absorb others' inner strength for his own use. However, there existed an essential conflict between this technique and the Northern Darkness Divine Skill. Just moments ago, Su Qianli had used the star-absorbing technique to startle Jamozi, siphoning a portion of his inner strength. Yet he encountered an issue. The absorbed inner strength was not the result of his arduous cultivation and began to dissipate gradually. Thus, this realization compelled Su Qianli to abandon the notion of wreaking havoc in the martial world and absorbing others' inner strength to enhance his own. The Northern Darkness divine skill, however, was different. It allowed one to convert an enemy's inner strength into one's own, thereby boosting personal power. The star-absorbing technique held significant advantages in combat, as long as one remained engaged in continuous battle. Their inner strength would not deplete, which was a considerable asset. Do not move. I shall assist you back to your quarters. First, let us dispel this poison, and then we shall contemplate other solutions. Your master, Ding Chunxiu, is surely still lurking in the shadows. With this determination, Su Qianli supported Aji and Azu, ascending the stairs directly. Chapter 73. Brother-in-law, please help me dispel the poison first, gazing at the unconscious Azu and Aji. Su Qianli found himself in a quandary. Both women were poisoned, and he pondered whom to assist first. Brother-in-law, please help me dispel the poison. Aji implored weakly, her heart already entwined with Su Qianli. She was now bent on employing every possible means to win his affection. Aji contemplated how to wrest Su Qianli away from her sister, Azu. Yet, both she and her sister had succumbed to their master's spring poison, presenting the perfect opportunity to claim her brother Dash in Dash Law to neutralize this poison. There was but one method. They must unite in intimacy, embarking on a shared journey to the clouds and reign of Wushan. Should she and Su Qianli engage in such a union, she would undoubtedly become his woman. Upon hearing Azi's words, Azu was instantly engulfed in confusion and turmoil. What was Aji attempting? Why prioritize Azi's poison over her own? Azu and Su Qianli shared a deep bond. Logically, she should be the first to receive aid. After all, she was aware of Su Qianli's prowess as a healer. Once both she and Su Qianli's poisons were dispelled, he would surely be able to cure Aji as well. Azu, despite her selfishness, was reluctant to share her man with anyone else. That I can't take it any longer. I feel I am dying. Brother-in-law, please save me. My master has not only administered spring poison, but also inflicted another form of poison upon me. You must help. Aji gazed pleadingly at Su Qianli while casting a glance towards Azu. Sister, you wouldn't let me die, would you? Please let brother-in-law assist me. Su Qianli noticed Azu's expression was tinged with disappointment. If he were to truly unite with Azu in such a manner, she would have to depart from him, unable to remain by his side. Azu yearned to voice her thoughts, yet upon witnessing Aji cling to Su Qianli like an octopus, her words were swallowed back down. That moment, Azu felt a wave of shyness wash over her, unwilling to witness such a scene. Aji, like an octopus, entwined herself around Su Qianli, leaving Azu with an inexplicable ache in her heart, akin to losing a cherished childhood toy, leaving her feeling hollow. Azu, please hold on a moment. I shall attend to your poison shortly. Su Qianli had not anticipated Aji to be so clingy, making it impossible to shake her off. He had no choice but to first address Aji's poison before turning his attention to Azu's. In truth, Su Qianli's intention was quite simple: to separate the two sisters, engaging with each individually to administer aid. However, Aji's boldness proved too much. In front of her sister, she clung to him like an octopus, rendering any attempt to dislodge her futile. Therefore, he had to prioritize curing Aji's poison before devising a plan to relieve Azu's affliction. This way, he could avoid any unwanted entanglements with either of the sisters. Yet, Su Qianli had not foreseen the cunning methods of the old rogue, Ding Chunxiu. His poison was exceedingly potent, as the sisters' consciousness gradually dulled. They initially managed to suppress the toxin with their inner strength, allowing for simple exchanges with Su Qianli. But within no time, their awareness began to fade further, particularly Aji, who writhed like a water snake. Driven by primal desires, Su Qianli understood that their poison was exceptionally domineering. If not dispelled promptly, their lives would be at stake. Initially, he had contemplated some playful interactions, yet now he had no choice but to abandon such thoughts. Su Qianli swiftly employed his dual fulfillment technique. Extending his hands to Aji, an unusual force coursed in her body, gradually calming her restless form. Within moments, the poison within Aji was neutralized, yet she did not awaken immediately, succumbing instead to a deep slumber. After all, the energy expended in combating the spring poison was immense. Having dispelled Aji's poison, Su Qianli hurriedly made his way to Azu's chamber. At that moment, Azu's consciousness had also begun to blur. A primal desire compelled her to resist succumbing to the depths of intoxication when suddenly, a familiar aura approached her. Azu felt as though she were dreaming. Acting on instinct, she instinctively embraced Su Qianli. In the face of Azu's fervor, Su Qianli could do naught but fulfill her desires. Without the troublesome Aji present, he could revel in the pleasures of intimacy with her. After a passionate encounter, Azu succumbed to a deep slumber, and the poison wrought by Ding Chunqiu within her was dispelled, just as Su Qianli prepared to take advantage of the chaos to also claim Aji. A sudden sound caught his attention. Could it be that the old demon Ding Chunqiu had arrived? Su Qianli's first thought was that Ding Chunqiu had poisoned them, and he would surely devise a plan to deal with Aji in order to reclaim the sacred Wood King Ding. Thus, upon detecting the noise, he dashed towards the adjacent room. As Su Qianli had not anticipated that Ding Chunqiu was not targeting Aji, but was, in fact, coming for him. Ding Chunqiu had not foreseen that Su Qianli would so swiftly dispel Aji's poison. And thus he had not accounted for the time Su Qianli and Azu would spend together in their intimate encounter. Upon arriving at the inn, he coincidentally witnessed Su Qianli tending to Aji. Before Ding Chunqiu could act against Aji, he was met with a fierce assault from Su Qianli's 6 Meridians divine sword technique. Caught off guard, Ding Chunqiu was forced to respond defensively. "Youngster, I underestimated you," he exclaimed, believing Su Qianli to be exhausted and depleted. However, he was taken aback by the significant setback he suffered due to his momentary lapse in caution. "Old demon, where do you think you're going?" Ding Chunqiu did not engage in a protracted battle with Su Qianli. Instead, he turned and fled. This does not imply that Ding Chunqiu feared Su Qianli or considered him his adversary. Rather, Ding Chunqiu was secretly wary of the bald monk. He had just noted the conflict between Jamozi and Su Qianli, yet he did not regard Jamozi as an ally. Jamozi harbored intentions against Su Qianli. Should they engage in a mutual destruction, it would merely allow Jamozi to reap the benefits. The most prudent course of action was to lure Su Qianli away. As long as Su Qianli was not nearby, he could gradually devise a plan against him. Regardless of how Su Qianli acquired the Northern Darkness divine skill of the Qiao Sect, today he was determined to seize it from Su Qianli, just as Su Qianli was pursuing Ding Chunqiu. Zhu unexpectedly awakened. In her mind, she envisioned her sister Az entwined around Su Qianli like an octopus. The thought of both sisters harboring affections for the same man troubled her, especially since her own man was entangled with her sister. Although this was involuntary, Zhu felt a pang of guilt. In Chapter 74, Misunderstanding. Zhu's sudden departure. At this moment, Zhu was oblivious to the state of her own body. Moments ago, she felt as though she had dreamt of her desires fulfilled, entwined with Su Qianli in a passionate embrace, embarking on a journey together amidst the clouds of Wushan. Indeed, Su Qianli had genuinely been with Zhu, alleviating the poison within her. Yet, Zhu believed that Su Qianli was now sharing tender moments with her sister Az. If Su Qianli truly was with Az, engaging in such intimate encounters, then, as the elder sister, she felt compelled to withdraw from this sorrowful place and cease to intrude upon their relationship. Thus, Zhu sat upright, gazing vacantly into the distance. Through her time spent with Su Qianli and Az, she understood that Az genuinely cherished Su Qianli. As for her, she had merely been acquainted with Su Qianli before Az. But now, with Su Qianli and Az together, sharing intimacy and curing poisons, Az had become Su Qianli's beloved. Zhu, as the elder sister, found herself relegated to the role of an outsider. She had not even considered whether the poison within her had been resolved. Currently, her thoughts were a tumultuous whirl. Regardless of the feelings exchanged between Su Qianli and Zhu, they were undoubtedly a pair meant to be. However, she never imagined that due to Az, she and Su Qianli would be unable to unite. Her own wounds remained unhealed, and she was certain that her end was near. It was Su Qianli's presence that sustained her, providing her hope to endure, especially as he would accompany her to the great Yin kingdom for treatment. Yet now, Su Qianli was with her sister Az, making any further relationship between them impossible. They should no longer have any entanglements. If she lingered, it would only complicate their triad of feelings that if she departed now, she could preserve a semblance of dignity, should she insist on following Su Qianli to the great Yuan kingdom for treatment. She would have no justification to compel him to do so. Hence, it was best for her to conclude her remaining days in her own manner. Thus, Azhu sat upright on the bed, taking pen and paper to compose a letter addressed to Az. She thought that since her sister also loved Su Qianli, she might as well allow Az to remain by his side. After all, her time was limited. Unbeknownst to Su Qianli, Azhu had left without a word, leaving behind a letter for Az. Meanwhile, Su Qianli was led by Ding Chunxiu into a secluded valley. "Youngster, I never anticipated your audacity. You truly dared to pursue me." Ding Chunxiu had led Su Qianli on a winding journey for much of the day and had failed to detect Jamozi lurking in the shadows. He abruptly halted. "Ding Chunxiu, you old devil, have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise?" Su Qianli was seething with rage at Ding Chunxiu for disrupting his plans. If mere glances could kill, Ding Chunxiu would have perished countless times by Su Qianli's gaze. "Shouldn't that be something I say to you?" Ding Chunxiu had not anticipated that a young junior would speak to him in such a tone. Before Ding Chunxiu could finish his retort, Su Qianli launched an assault. The six meridians sword transformed into sharp streams of sword energy, shooting towards Ding Chunxiu with ferocity. "Who exactly are you? How do you wield the six meridian sword of the Dali Duan clan?" Now, it was Ding Chunxiu who was taken aback. He had never imagined that Su Qianli could master not only the Northern Darkness divine skill of the Qiao Sect, but also the Six Meridians sword of the Dali clan. Ding Chunxiu excelled in close combat, for only through such encounters could he unleash his transformation techniques and the three laughs of Xiaoyao. Particularly, his mastery of poison could only inflict harm upon the opponent in close quarters. However, Su Qianli was denying him that opportunity, as the piercing sword energy relentlessly bore down upon him. The Six Meridians sword of the Dali clan was renowned in the martial world as a pinnacle technique, especially excelling in ranged attacks, providing a significant innate advantage. Even though Ding Chunxiu possessed numerous methods to counter Su Qianli, he could only respond passively under the relentless assault of the Six Meridian sword. Ding Chunxiu grew increasingly alarmed. How could such a young master like Su Qianli emerge in the martial world? Though Su Qianli's realm was not as advanced as his own, having achieved the innate realm while he was a martial arts master, Su Qianli's formidable techniques allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with a martial arts master. This realization dawned upon Ding Chunxiu. Obtaining the Northern Darkness divine skill from Su Qianli today was nearly impossible, especially since the disciples of the Qiao sect were not by his side. Otherwise, if he gathered his disciples to besiege Su Qianli, they would surely capture him alive. "You think you can escape?" As Ding Chunxiu and Su Qianli were locked in a fierce struggle, Ding Chunxiu feigned to strike before turning to flee. "Let you taste the three laughs of Xiaoyao," seeing Su Qianli pursue him. Ding Chunxiu calmly unleashed his poison technique, the three laughs of Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this, Su Qianli was taken aback. Among martial arts masters, Ding Chunxiu was not the most formidable in combat, but when it came to poison, he was undoubtedly one of the best. Ding Chunxiu's intention to escape was a strategic retreat. Engaging Su Qianli in a direct confrontation would favor his poison techniques, allowing him to triumph. Yet he could not counter Su Qianli's long-range assaults. However, he was confident that if he wished to flee, no one could impede him, as Su Qianli recognized that with his current strength, unless he reached the level of a master, capturing Ding Chunxiu would be nearly impossible. Just being able to repel an old devil like Ding Chunxiu was enough to fill him with pride. Ding Chunxiu intended to retreat strategically, but continuing to entangle him held no value, prompting Su Qianli to cease his pursuit. Had Ding Chunxiu remained to fight him, he had a significant gift in mind to bestow upon him. Unfortunately, the old devil was cunning and sensed the shift in circumstance, prompting him to flee. "What a sly fellow, to not pursue me!" Ding Chunxiu noted Su Qianli's lack of a follow-up attack and frowned. In truth, Ding Chunqiu had prepared a gift for Su Qianli as well. Had he pursued just a few more steps, capturing Su Qianli would have required considerable effort on his part. He needed to devise a way to gather the disciples of the Qiao sect to confront Su Qianli together. Chapter 75. Aziz's Hidden Thoughts. Aziz, have you seen your sister? As soon as Su Qianli returned, he sought to have a heartfelt conversation with Zhu. Earlier, in his efforts to detoxify the two sisters, he had somewhat neglected Zhu, and upon his return, he discovered her absence in the inn. Brother Su, you mentioned my sister, but I have not seen her. Upon waking, she was not here, Aziz replied. Regarding Su Qianli with a hint of curiosity, that moment, Su Qianli failed to notice the profound shift in Aziz's address towards him. When Zhu was present, Aziz always referred to him as brother-in-law. But now she addressed him as Brother Su. Brother Su, look, there's a letter here. Suddenly, Aziz exclaimed towards Su Qianli, a letter? What could this possibly mean? As Qianli listened to Aziz's words, a frown immediately creased his brow. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Brother-in-law. This letter was left to me by my sister. In truth, Aziz had discovered the letter in Qianli's absence and had opened it. This letter, left by your sister for you. What does it signify? Qianli's brow furrowed once more. Brother Su, my sister has departed. You see, Aziz, aware of the letter's contents, handed it to Qianli without hesitation. He accepted the letter she offered him. Your sister has left. What could her intention be? After reading the letter that Zhu had penned for Aziz, Qianli's brow knitted in concern. The letter bore a deep sense of entrustment, as Zhu wished for Aziz to care for her. Expressing gratitude for Qianli's companionship during her time of need, which had alleviated her loneliness. What prompted Zhu to harbor such thoughts? It was her awareness of her impending fate. While Qianli was busy aiding Aziz, he should have been sharing intimate moments with her, so her departure seemed to pave the way for Qianli and Aziz. Yet, Zhu remained oblivious to the truth. Although Qianli had aided Aziz, he had never engaged in a relationship with her. His bond had been with Zhu. How pitiful that Zhu, dear girl that she was, failed to recognize the peculiarities of her own body, naively choosing to withdraw and instead facilitate a connection between Qianli and her sister Aziz. Qianli found himself perplexed by Zhu's thought processes. Although Aziz was indeed beautiful, her association with Ding Chunqiu had imparted her with nefarious skills, even if Aziz developed feelings for Qianli due to Zhu. The nature of Qianli's sentiments towards Aziz starkly contrasted with those he held for Zhu. Speak candidly. In Qianli's eyes, Aziz belonged to the realm of antagonists. Despite her beauty, she embodied the essence of femme fatale. Conversely, Zhu was kind-hearted. As evidenced by her current actions, she was willing to sacrifice herself for her family. Zhu's fate had shifted due to Qianli's influence. She had narrowly escaped a dreadful calamity and did not perish at Qiao Feng's hands. Yet now, for Aziz's sake, she had relinquished Qianli and proactively chose to withdraw, even daring to entrust Aziz with her care. What folly! Truly, it was absurd. Her injuries had healed, so why must she depart? Qianli found it difficult to comprehend why Zhu opted for departure. Brother Su, my sister has left. She entrusted me with the task of ensuring your well-being. Aziz smiled at Qianli. With Zhu, her fiercest rival, now gone, Aziz believed Qianli would now be hers. Qianli had once harbored a modicum of affection for Aziz, but witnessing her current demeanor extinguished any remnants of that fondness. Aziz was still the Aziz he had known. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Qianli desired not just her, but her sister as well. Now, with Zhu's departure, Qianli believed that finding her again would prove exceedingly challenging. Brother Zhu, what shall we do next? Will my sister be in danger alone? At this moment, Aziz noticed Qianli's expression was somewhat amiss, prompting her to change the subject. Since her sister has chosen to leave, locating her will be quite difficult. Upon hearing this, Qianli could not help but sigh. Nevertheless, for him, it might also be a fortuitous event. Zhu had become Qianli's woman, and now he needed to focus on enhancing his strength from his encounters with Jamozi and Ding Chunqiu. Qianli understood the necessity of possessing formidable power. Otherwise, Even with profound knowledge of this world, he would find it of little use. The rules only applied to those who adhered to them, for those who acted independently. They held no sway. Such individuals would not be subject to his control nor adhere to his arrangements. Brother Su, do you harbor some disdain for me? He sensed Qianli's melancholia and felt a twinge of anxiety. Feigning ignorance. The reason her sister chose to depart and entrusted her with Qianli's care was entirely due to the fact that she, as a younger sister, had usurped her sister's man. Izzy, allow me to be candid. My heart belongs solely to your sister. While you once called me brother-in-law, even though your sister has now left, I still hope you will refer to me as brother-in-law rather than Brother Su. Qianli conveyed after some consideration. Upon hearing Qianli's words, Az's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure flickered across her face. Yet she suppressed her anger. Brother-in-law, Izzy uttered the term with some reluctance, but ultimately acquiesced. Not for any other reason, but because she wished to remain by Qianli's side. She would adhere to his desires rather than defy him. With Azhu having departed, she remained confident that her charm could win Qianli over. In this world, there were no cats that did not stray. Qianli must merely be unaware of her merits, leading him to dwell on her foolish sister. Indeed, upon Az addressing him as brother-in-law, Qianli's expression softened somewhat. The reason he insisted on Az calling him brother-in-law was that his heart still held Az's eagerness was merely a reflection of her desire for his affection. Yet Qianli felt it necessary to temper her enthusiasm. Although Azhu's departure was not the root cause of the turmoil, Qianli was aware that Az must have employed some subtle tactics. Otherwise, how could Azhu have chosen to leave? Brother-in-law, please do not be angry with me. I did not mean it. Az, sensing the shift in Qianli's demeanor, immediately grasped his arm and pouted. Chapter 76. The divine would king cauldron as bait. Now is not the time for such discussions. Qianli had already secured Azhu, though she remained unaware that she was now his. All right, please cease your shaking. If you continue, I might just fall apart, Qianli replied. Somewhat exasperated, Az was rather perceptive, often indulging in playful antics. As a man, he found such behavior endearing. With Azhu gone, Qianli indeed needed companionship, and that person was Az. Regrettably, Az's poison had been cured. Otherwise, Qianli could have taken advantage of the situation to indulge in more intimate activities with her. Az was attracted to Qianli, a fact he was well aware of, and he believed that as long as he was willing, Az would gladly share a bed with him. Brother-in-law, I truly did not intend for any of this. I did not foresee my sister's pettiness. Az longed for Qianli's affection. However, she dared not act impulsively. Qianli was an exceptional individual, possessing great strength and talent. With his own ideas and aspirations, Az's little schemes were not lost on him. Let us not dwell on this topic any further. Qianli interjected hastily. Very well, brother-in-law, I sincerely thank you. Now, what shall we do next? Az exhaled quietly, gazing expectantly at Shuchi. Though you enjoy watching performances? Qianli inquired of Az. In truth, spending time with her was not altogether undesirable. Az's character was such that she was not overly righteous. She was the type willing to employ any means necessary to achieve her ends. Just as she had referred to Qianli as brother-in-law, she was aware of their relationship, understanding that they were akin to lovers, deeply enamored with one another. Yet, due to her own feelings for Qianli, she had played a slight trick, prompting him to assist her in dispelling her poison, thus leading her sister to misunderstand. She had not even spoken to her sister about the matter. Azhu had voluntarily withdrawn from the contest. Moreover, Az was bold and audacious. Had she been a well-behaved girl, she would never have dared to steal Ding Chuanqiu's divine wood king cauldron to cultivate the transformation technique. Now, Az had achieved her goal, banishing Azhu. However, she remained uncertain about Qianli's feelings towards her and the current status of their relationship. Did it require a physical union for him to dispel her poison? Presently, Qianli, upon receiving news of her sister's departure, was in a state of uncertainty. Az was cautious not to provoke Qianli. Therefore, in all matters, she would heed his wishes. If Qianli directed her east, she would assuredly not go west to brother-in-law. Do you enjoy watching performances? I do as well. Azzy was perplexed by what Su Qianli meant by watching a play, yet she found joy in anything that Su Qianli cherished. If you enjoy watching plays, then let us journey together to the distant Guangming Peak. Su Qianli mused that the narrative within the world of demigods and semi-devils had reached its conclusion. He yearned to explore the outside world. Brother-in-law, my sister is injured and has left us. Shouldn't we be seeking her now? Azzy expressed her confusion. Previously, their intention to venture to the Butterfly Valley in the Great Yuan was motivated by her understanding of Azu. However, now that Azu was no longer with them, the urgency to continue their journey had diminished. No, I intend to travel to the Great Yuan to study medicine. Su Qianli provided a rather plausible excuse. Upon hearing this, Azzy felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. Indeed, it seemed that Su Qianli had yet to accept her. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words as Su Qianli. I am determined to win your heart. Azzy silently vowed, resolved to conquer Su Qianli and bring him to his knees before her. In the cinematic realm of demigods and semi-devils, one might wonder why a person of Azzy's cold disposition would be drawn to someone like Qiao Feng. I guess it truly because Qiao Feng is a great hero with formidable strength. The reality is far more intricate. It was Qiao Feng's tender care during Azzy's moments of vulnerability that ignited her desire to replace him. Yet, during their time together, she found herself utterly captivated by him. Alas, the blossoms fall with affection while the waters flow indifferent. With Azu's demise, Qiao Feng's heart too had withered. He swore never to love another woman again, were it not for Azu's dying request to look after her sister Azzy. Qiao Feng, with his temperament, would likely have never cast a glance at someone like Azzy. Had he not mistakenly harmed Azzy, he would not have sought her aid in finding a cure, nor would he have crossed paths with the king of the Liao kingdom, earning the title of king of the southern court. Now, with Azzy belonging to Su Qianli, how will the situation evolve? No one can predict. The plot of demigods and semi-devils had indeed shifted. Before we depart from the Song dynasty, I wish to accomplish something, Su Qianli declared, now free from any reservations regarding his actions. Previously, with Azza present, he had exercised restraint, but with her absence and the audacity of Azzy, he was eager to act upon his unfulfilled ambitions. Brother-in-law, what do you wish to do? Azzy inquired with a playful smile. That I wish to witness chaos within the martial world of the Song. Su Qianli chuckled. What should we do about it? At this, Azzy felt an inexplicable thrill. Your master will undoubtedly not let this slide. He will rally his disciples to hunt us down, Su Qianli remarked with a grin. Hearing this, Azzy's expression darkened with concern. She was well aware of her master Ding Chunqiu's temperament. He would certainly act before they could leave the Song dynasty. So, what shall we do? Azzy asked, perplexed. If Su Qianli anticipated his master sending his disciples to pursue them, why not flee immediately? Surely, if they left now, they could evade him and, after hiding in the Great Yuan for a few years to strengthen themselves, return to exact revenge. You can proceed in this manner. Su Qianli replied with a smile. Brother-in-law, can we truly do this? Azzy questioned, her uncertainty evident. Rest assured, the beggar clan will not stand idly by. If Ding Chunqiu, that villain, is injured, he will summon the martial artists of the world to eliminate the threat. Su Qianli replied, his demeanor still light-hearted. Ding Chunqiu had plotted against him, yet Su Qianli too sought to turn the tables, inciting chaos within the martial realm. His plan was to create a coveted treasure that would incite a frenzy among the martial artists. This treasure was none other than the divine wood king cauldron of the Qiao Sect. Chapter 77. Inciting turmoil in the martial world. The divine wood king cauldron was indeed the treasure of the Qiao Sect. Both righteous and nefarious figures coveted it. Were it not for the knowledge that Su Qianli possessed the North Ming divine art, Azzy might have thought his actions were solely aimed at acquiring their sect's treasure. Soon, news of the divine wood king cauldron's appearance at the border spread throughout the martial world. Damn it, that wretched girl Azzy. What does she intend to do? Is she trying to expose the secrets of our Qiao Sect's transformation technique? Ding Chunqiu, who lurked in the shadows, was infuriated upon hearing this news. Previously, he had pursued Azzy to reclaim the stolen divine wood king cauldron, and now she had revealed its existence. What was her true intention? Have you heard? The divine wood king cauldron of the evil Ding has been stolen. The cauldron was a precious artifact. Possessing it would grant access to the secret techniques of the Qiao sect. What do you know? I have heard that within the Divine Wood King cauldron lies the pinnacle technique of the Qiao sect, the North Ming divine art. What? The North Ming divine art of the Qiao sect has surfaced. In this martial realm, what practitioners craved most were cultivation techniques and formidable weapons. I could see this moment. Su Qianli's revelation of the Divine Wood King cauldron, along with the North Ming divine art, represented treasures and skills that countless martial artists yearn for. Any self-respecting martial artist would seek ways to acquire such treasures. Especially those near the border, they hastened towards the vicinity. The Beggar clan, known for its widespread network, disseminated the news promptly, under Su Qianli's deliberate influence. The news spread rapidly throughout the martial circles of the Song dynasty. Even martial artists from neighboring nations became aware of it. Whether they were righteous or wicked, they all flocked to the scene. Righteous martial artists aimed to eliminate evil, while the wicked sought the Divine Wood King cauldron to brother-in-law. The number of righteous martial artists gathering here is increasing. What should we do? Are we truly going to surrender the Divine Wood King cauldron? As he observed the growing throngs of martial artists with a sense of dread. What, do you hesitate to part with the Divine Wood King cauldron? Su Qianli asked, eyeing Azzy to brother-in-law. How could that be? Whatever choice you make, I will support you unconditionally. Azzy replied, somewhat awkwardly that in truth, she wanted to convey that relinquishing the Divine Wood King cauldron would mean she could no longer cultivate the transformation technique and would be unable to follow in Su Qianli's footsteps. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I will present you with a grand gift, Su Qianli assured with a smile. Currently, Azzy remained under his scrutiny. Should she prove herself worthy, he would be willing to impart the star-absorbing technique to her. The star-absorbing technique, which Su Qianli had comprehended, fundamentally differed from the North Ming divine art. While the star-absorbing technique could draw upon the power of others, it did not convert that energy into one's own, but rather consumed it during combat. With this technique, one's internal energy would remain inexhaustible during confrontations. However, it was quite aggressive and had certain side effects, rendering it unsuitable for Azzy at this stage. In contrast, the North Ming divine art allowed for the conversion of others' internal energy into one's own. Although the absorbed energy would not entirely translate into personal strength and would incur some loss, it would accumulate over time, enabling the training of a cadre of rapid learners. Upon hearing Su Qianli's words, Azzy's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Despite the Divine Wood King cauldron being a treasure of the Qiao sect, it was somewhat of a double-edged sword, serving merely as an aid in cultivating the transformation technique. To cultivate this technique, one needed the fragrant essence of the Divine Wood King cauldron to attract certain venomous insects and snakes for use. Since falling for Su Qianli, she felt a certain aversion to this dark art. No normal man would relish the idea of a woman constantly interacting with venomous creatures. Thus, under Su Qianli's guidance, news of the North Ming divine art's presence within the Divine Wood King cauldron spread throughout the martial world. Regardless of the truth behind the rumor, the martial artists would undoubtedly flock to investigate. Once this news circulated, Ding Chunxiu and Jianghu became aware of it. While Ding Chunxiu remained skeptical, Jianghu accepted the rumor as fact. If the North Ming divine art did not exist within the Divine Wood King cauldron, how else could Su Qianli have acquired it? They certainly had not heard that Su Qianli was the heir of the Qiao sect. Although the Qiao sect is a nefarious faction, it was founded by the notorious Ding Chunxiu, who himself is a descendant of the Qiao sect. The Divine Wood King Ding is Ding Chunxiu's treasured possession. Thus, it is not impossible to discover the cultivation methods of the Beiming divine art within it. This news spread like wildfire through the martial world. Even Ding Chunxiu, the very person involved, began to doubt whether there were secrets within the Divine Wood King Ding that he was unaware of. Was the Beiming divine art concealed within this treasure? No, he must find Aji and reclaim the Divine Wood King Ding. Ding Chunxiu clenched his teeth in frustration. Had he known that events would escalate to this point, he would have eliminated that troublesome girl Aji at the first opportunity. He should not have shown mercy. Now, the entire world was aware that the Divine Wood King Ding contained the Beiming divine art. Whether this news was true or false, many were coming to investigate. Initially, only minor figures arrived, but as time passed, practitioners of second-rate and even first-rate caliber began to converge at the border. Aji, you wretched girl, why are you not hurrying to come here? Ding Chunqiu took the initiative to seek out Aji. No, to be precise, it was Aji and Su Qianli who were waiting for this old demon Ding Chunqiu. Master, you have finally arrived, Aji said, her voice tinged with a hint of fear upon hearing Ding Chunqiu's tone. However, upon seeing Su Qianli standing guard beside her, her anxious heart began to ease. As long as Su Qianli was by her side, she felt no fear. Aji, what do you mean by that? Ding Chunqiu inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. This moment, Aji had stolen his divine with King Ding, and she should have been hiding like a rat scurrying away. Yet upon seeing him, she displayed no signs of fear, as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. Was this some kind of conspiracy? For a moment, Ding Chunqiu found it hard to gauge Aji's intentions. If the beaming divine art was indeed hidden within the divine with King Ding, shouldn't she be hiding away? Why was she exposing herself in front of the martial world? Chapter 78, Flameblade, breaking through the late stage of innate realm. Master, do you want your divine with King Ding back? Aji smiled mischievously at the lofty Ding Chunqiu. In the past, she had never imagined she would dare to speak to this old demon in such a tone. Aji, have you come to your senses? Ding Chunqiu was somewhat perplexed by Aji's words, but he casually asked, since you have thought things through, then hand over the divine with King Ding to me. Aji found his commanding demeanor quite amusing. Master, I can return the divine with King Ding to you, but I hope you could be magnanimous and not pursue my responsibility. All right? Aji replied with a playful expression, as long as you return the divine with King Ding. I will treat this matter as if it never happened, Ding Chunqiu said, suppressing his inner doubts as he spoke to Aji. Unexpectedly, this attempt to reclaim the divine with King Ding proved to be remarkably smooth. However, Ding Chunqiu soon realized the underlying reason. The news of the beaming divine art hidden within the divine with King Ding had spread like wildfire. The people of the martial world would undoubtedly strive to obtain the beaming divine art. And with Aji's lackluster skills, it was clear she could not protect it. Even with the assistance of the mysterious Su Qianli, the outcome would remain the same. Aji's actions were a testament to her wisdom in recognizing the prevailing circumstances. Master, I will return this divine with King Ding to you, but I hope you will no longer trouble me in the future, Aji declared, tossing a bundle towards Ding Chunqiu. He, unsuspecting, caught the package she had thrown. Aji's voice was loud, attracting the attention of nearby martial artists, both righteous and nefarious. They all witnessed Aji returning the divine with King Ding to Ding Chunqiu. Before Ding Chunqiu could open the package to verify the authenticity of the divine with King Ding, a thunderous voice rang out. Ding Chunqiu, you scoundrel, hand over the divine with King Ding to me. As the shout echoed, a sharp sword energy shot directly at Ding Chunqiu. The sound of slicing through the air was deafening as the fierce sword energy aimed for his wrist. The newly acquired divine with King Ding had barely been grasped by Ding Chunqiu before it fell to the ground. Everyone attack! Let's take down this demon! Just then, a mysterious voice erupted from the crowd. It was Su Qianli, using his ventriloquism to issue an attack against Ding Chunqiu. This prompted the onlookers to spring into action. The divine with King Ding was singular, and it housed the beaming divine art. Whoever obtained it would dominate the martial world. The beaming divine art was the signature technique of the Qiao sect, said to be cultivable only by its sect leader. Now, with the beaming divine art concealed within the divine with King Ding, whoever acquired it would become an unparalleled master. Such temptation was enough to drive many martial artists and demons to take considerable risks, especially the beaming divine art, which was steeped in numerous legends within the martial realm. With mastery of the beaming divine art, even an ordinary person could swiftly convert others' inner strength into their own, showcasing its formidable nature. It was precisely because of the beaming divine art's dominance that many martial artists saw the opportunity to seize the divine with King Ding from Ding Chunqiu amidst the chaos. They immediately launched a collective assault against him. Indeed, Ding Chunqiu was a demon, known for his vindictiveness, yet confronted with such a multitude of martial artists, he had no choice but to flee for his life. Ding, congratulations to the host for witnessing the battle between Ding Chunqiu and Zhang San. Your proficiency in the transformation technique has improved, and your strength has increased. Ding! Congratulations to the host for witnessing the battle between Ding Chunxiu and Li Si. You have gained 5 years of martial arts cultivation, and your strength has increased. A great battle erupted, followed by a series of cold system notifications resonating in Su Qianli's mind. In just a brief moment, Su Qianli's strength surged, granting him 20 years of martial arts cultivation. Such a chaotic melee involved both righteous and demonic practitioners, all driven by one singular thought: to eliminate the demon Ding Chunxiu and seize the divine Wood King Ding in his possession. At this moment, even a fool like Ding Chunxiu could discern that this was a trap laid by Ozzy, designed to annihilate him through the hands of the martial world. Ozzy was indeed a traitorous and ungrateful wretch. Ding Chunxiu, in his frustration, spat blood. Given his strength, it was utterly impossible to retain the divine Wood King Ding amidst such overwhelming numbers. Ding. The host has observed the battle between Jianghu and Ding Chunxiu. You have comprehended the flame blade technique, and your strength has increased. That moment, a familiar figure surged forth from the crowd to engage Ding Chunxiu in combat. Su Qianli immediately locked onto the two figures, and a chilling system notification echoed in his mind. The individual who had just attacked was none other than Jianghu. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jianghu launched an assault on Ding Chunxiu. As Su Qianli observed their clash, he gleaned insights into Jianghu's fiery power. Yet, the excitement did not end there. The scene was quite lively. Ding Chunxiu's toxic attacks were exceedingly potent, particularly suited for such chaotic battles. Those martial artists who had been lurking around, hoping to take advantage of the situation, quickly fell victim to Ding Chunxiu's deadly poison that, in an instant, the weaker individuals dared not approach him. Those brave enough to confront Ding Chunxiu were undoubtedly confident in their own strength, while the weaker ones became mere fodder. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 5 years of martial arts cultivation. Your strength has broken through, reaching the pinnacle of the late stage of the innate realm. Just one step away from the Grandmaster realm. The cold system notification once again reverberated in Su Qianli's mind. This time, his cultivation surged, propelling him to the pinnacle of the late stage of the innate realm. At this pace, if these individuals continued to clash, his strength would undoubtedly soar, enabling him to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Truly, the more chaos in the martial world, the better. Ideally, they would all engage in a life-and-death struggle, allowing his power to soar even higher. While Ding Chunxiu was adept at large-scale battles, there's a saying, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Against those weaker than him, he could easily sweep them aside. Yet against those of first-rate or post-heavenly realms, dispatching them became exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, Ding Chunxiu had no choice but to abandon the divine Wood King Ding and retreat. Injured, sis-in-law, my master has been wounded. Shall we seize this opportunity to eliminate him, to prevent any future troubles? As he beheld her master, Ding Chunxiu, who was wounded, and with a spark of eagerness, she turned to Su Qianli and spoke. Chapter 79. The Incarnation of a Diviner, the Sand City Gang. No need, Su Qianli chuckled softly. Ding Chunxiu has other uses. If I were to eliminate him now, it would render me exceedingly passive, a troublesome predicament. No, it is not merely a matter of being passive. It is about maximizing benefits, which would be nearly impossible. The spectacle I've orchestrated is intended to disrupt the martial world. Observe, following his battle with Ding Chunxiu. My cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the late innate stage. I am but a step away from breaking through to the master realm. Once I achieve that, figures like Ding Chunxiu will be utterly no match for me. Therefore, whether to spare Ding Chunxiu or not poses no conflict with my interests. Individuals of Ding Chunxiu and Jianghu's caliber should not be eliminated. Rather, they ought to be preserved. Engaging in battles with lesser warriors holds little intrigue for me. As it stands, my cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the late innate stage, and watching these mediocre fighters clash yields only minimal gains, perhaps a few days' worth of martial cultivation, as opposed to the months or years I could have previously garnered. Only through the confrontations of those who have attained peerless or post-heavenly levels can I reap substantial martial benefits. Thus, I must seek to witness battles among warriors of post-heavenly realms or above to maximize my gains. Particularly, The duels of masters like Jianghu and Ding Chunxiu are exceptionally captivating. I have a premonition that soon, even observing the struggles of post-heavenly and innate warriors will yield scant rewards that enhance my cultivation. I must witness the clashes of top-tier experts. Otherwise, my only recourse will be arduous training or honing my skills through combat. Yet, the pace of such training is excruciatingly slow, so slow it is almost intolerable. By instigating discord within the martial community, I can garner even greater rewards. For instance, inciting chaos among martial artists allows me to witness their confrontations, which is tantamount to decades of diligent training. Were I to endure decades of solitary cultivation, I would find that drudgery unbearable. Hence, I am determined to stir up more conflict, inciting these martial artists to engage in infighting, whether fueled by personal grudges or the allure of treasures. Any conflict I can instigate serves my interests well. Present, I contemplate eliminating a troublemaker like Ding Chunxiu. Yet with my strength, I could orchestrate a scenario where the clam and the snipe contend, allowing me to reap the benefits. However, I refrain from such action. The living Ding Chunxiu and the dead Ding Chunxiu are entirely different entities. Eliminating him would merely cleanse the world of evil and earn me a good reputation. Allowing Ding Chunxiu to live enables me to continuously extract benefits from him. Even if I were to reach the celestial realm, observing his battles would still augment my martial prowess, albeit in modest increments. To ascend to the celestial realm swiftly and grow increasingly formidable, I must persistently stir the pot. With this in mind, I conceive a plan that I end the world of demigods and semi-devils. What these warriors lack is not talent, but rather the cultivation techniques. They are not particularly short on extraordinary treasures that, of course, a fine weapon can also enhance combat capability. Just as I have concocted this scheme, the Shenmu Wangding and Beiming Divine Art have come into play. The Shenmu Wangding holds little allure in the martial world. Its main attraction lies in the Beiming Divine Art. Presently, we are witnessing the first wave of battles. As time passes, more individuals will become aware of this news, leading to an influx of participants in the fray. I have no intention of joining the fray myself, for even if I were to engage, I would gain little. Any rewards would merely enhance my proficiency with the techniques I have. With Ding Chunxiu fleeing an injury, the strongest presence here is Jianghu. Yet, amidst the surrounding warriors of post-heavenly and innate realms, the mysterious Shenmu Wangding ultimately vanishes without a trace, and one knows where it has fallen. In truth, these individuals are entirely unaware that the Shenmu Wangding remains in the possession of Su Qianli and My intent in this charade is to use the Shenmu Wangding as bait, to fish for the world's attention. Curse it! In whose hands does the Shenmu Wangding currently lie? Does the Beiming Divine Art truly reside within it? Faced with the frenzied martial artists, Jianghu finds himself compelled to retreat from the limelight. The Shenmu Wangding has emerged, yet after a fierce battle, no one knows who possesses it. The experts drawn to the news have not departed Sand City. Instead, they have settled within, inquiring fervently about the whereabouts of the Shenmu Wangding. The diviner, knowledgeable of celestial phenomena and earthly matters, can predict the past, present, and future as Qianli and Azzi, disguised, traverse the streets of Sand City. Diviner, someone mused, unsure of his authenticity. Observing Su Qianli's stall, a passerby couldn't help but murmur, "Young man, what do you wish to predict? If you're wrong, there's no charge." Hearing this, Su Qianli quickly replied, "Oh, is it truly that accurate?" The individual frowned. "Recently, I've heard much about the happenings in Sand City." Su Qianli offered a friendly nudge of insight. "Very well. If you claim to be a diviner, then do tell, where might the much-discussed Shenmu Wangding and Beiming Divine Art currently reside?" As soon as he finished speaking, a crowd of martial artists gathered around Su Qianli, intrigued by the proclamation of a diviner who should possess some degree of insight. Even if he were unaware of the Shenmu Wangding's current holder, he ought to possess some tidbit of information. Any scrap of knowledge would be preferable to their fruitless search, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The individual who stole the Shenmu Wangding must be exceptionally talented. In a sea of heroes, what expert could possibly seize the Shenmu Wangding? The Shenmu Wangding is in the hands of the Sand City gang, Su Qianli declared with a smile. "What? The Shimu Wangding is with the Sand City Gang. Is that true, or are you jesting? The man glared, incredulous. The Sand City Gang is a local power in Sand City, with its leader being a post-heavenly martial artist. What merit could he possibly have to snatch the Shimu Wangding from so many experts? Chapter 80. A calamity falls, smack. Who do you think you are to speak to us in such a manner? Azzy, standing nearby, could not tolerate the man's insolence and swiftly delivered a slap to his face. Azzy is a headstrong and willful individual, her heart filled with admiration for Su Qianli. In this moment, someone dared to offend her idol, and this fool was simply courting disaster. Who are you to poison me? The man, also a martial artist of third-tier strength, sought revenge for the humiliation that he was horrified to find he could not summon his inner strength. His inquiry had been impulsive, without any genuine hope. Primarily because Su Qianli appeared far too young. Such a youth could hardly possess knowledge of the Shimu Wangding or the Biming divine art. One would think that it can be said that any martial artist present, if they had knowledge of the Shimu Wangding and the Biming divine art, would never blabber about it. Instead, they would swiftly take the treasure and flee to a distant land where no one knew them, waiting until their skills were perfected before re-emerging. Yet now, someone foolishly revealed that the coveted Shimu Wangding and Biming divine art were right here in Sand City, within the Sand City Gang's grasp. It is no exaggeration to say that for those martial artists entering Sand City, eliminating the leader of the Sand City Gang would be as effortless as squashing an ant. While that statement may carry a hint of hyperbole, it is undeniable that dismantling the Sand City Gang would demand little effort. The Sand City Gang holds a position akin to a local tyrant in Sand City. An ancient saying comes to mind: a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Moreover, another adage states, only the fierce dragon dares cross the river. Sand City is merely a small border town, and the leader of the Sand City Gang is a post-heavenly martial artist with several hundred disciples under his command. Considered one of the paramount forces within the Wind and Sand City, the presence of martial arts masters in this locale has become overwhelmingly abundant. Among these skilled warriors, not only are there practitioners of the acquired realm, but a few possess the innate prowess of the congenital realm. Furthermore, there are even martial arts grandmasters who transcend the congenital level, with such a multitude of adept individuals congregated in Wind and Sand City. The leader of the Sand City Gang finds himself wholly unqualified to provoke these martial artists. Even if they possessed the audacity, they would not dare to covet the divine wood royal cauldron or the northern underworld divine art. While these treasures are undeniably enticing, they resemble a hot potato. Possessing them could potentially catapult the Sand City Gang to unrivaled heights, establishing them as a premier force not only within Wind and Sand City, but across the entire martial realm. However, a saying rings true: a common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure brings guilt. Those unworthy of such greatness, lacking the fortitude to wield it, are destined to invite calamity upon themselves. It is evident that the assembled warriors do not believe that a third-rate faction like the Sand City Gang could have obtained the divine wood royal cauldron and the coveted northern underworld divine art. The fierce and haughty Azzy swiftly quelled the restless ambitions of several eager individuals with her intimidating presence. Should you doubt this, I encourage you to observe the Sand City Gang for yourselves. Their strength is far from the simplistic notion you might hold. Su Qianli witnessed the rising ire of his adversaries. He merely smiled, having already divulged the whereabouts of the divine wood royal cauldron. Now, all that remained was to await the unfolding events. He was keen to see whether the members of the Sand City Gang would engage in conflict with these martial practitioners upon their departure from Wind and Sand City. Su Qianli understood that, while the Sand City Gang's power was mediocre within Wind and Sand City, they were bolstered by a formidable backing: the imperial court. Generally, martial artists would not easily entangle themselves with the court or engage in dealings with its representatives. Yet, the Sand City Gang enjoyed the support of the Song dynasty's court. Any faction with such affiliations would naturally feel emboldened, unperturbed by lesser powers or insignificant figures. This is precisely why Su Qianli was willing to deliver the divine wood royal cauldron to the Sand City Gang. He aimed to reap further benefits before his departure. Currently, There were no masters above the congenital realm in Wind and Sand City, making the incitement of conflict a cumbersome and impractical endeavor. Hence, Su Qianli sought out the Sand City gang. Are you aware of the current situation of the Sand City gang? At that moment, someone could no longer suppress their frown. What predicament does the Sand City gang find itself in? Another inquired casually. Presently, the Sand City gang was on high alert, exhibiting a demeanor as if facing formidable adversaries. Why would they act this way without sufficient cause? There were clearly deeper implications at play. Some individuals, having discerned the peculiar behavior of the Sand City gang, immediately recalled the diviner's ominous predictions. The actions of the Sand City gang suggested a guilty conscience. If they had nothing to hide, why act so furtively? If they had not acquired the divine wood royal cauldron, why their current behavior? Through subtle clues, the onlookers could assert with absolute certainty that the divine wood royal cauldron was indeed within the Sand City gang's possession. Leader, what should we do next? We cannot possibly safeguard the divine wood royal cauldron with our current strength. The deputy leader of the Sand City gang, gazing at the newly acquired divine wood royal cauldron, expressed his confusion. Initially, they had deemed their sudden acquisition of the cauldron a stroke of fortune. However, following the deputy leader's insights, they recognized that it was no blessing but rather a calamity, although the divine wood royal cauldron was magnificent. Their inadequate strength left them ill-equipped to defend against those with ulterior motives. Failure to manage this situation could very well result in the Sand City gang's obliteration. The immediate priority was to relinquish this treasure. The Sand City gang must not entangle itself in this affair. The deputy leader furrowed his brow, aware that today marked a critical juncture for the Sand City gang's survival. That said, should we obtain the divine wood royal cauldron, what benefits might accrue? I believe everyone present is more cognizant than I. Securing the divine wood royal cauldron and mastering the northern underworld divine art together would elevate us to the apex of martial prowess. In that eventuality, the Sand City gang would emerge as the foremost power, no longer beholden to others. The elders of the Sand City gang, each harboring their own ambitions, were naturally reluctant to relinquish such a boon. I have already informed the court. Their experts will soon arrive to oversee this matter. As for the divine wood royal cauldron, cast aside your hopes of claiming it. I refuse to perish in Wind and Sand City. The leader of the Sand City gang, a man of decisive action, would not foolishly indulge these individuals in their folly. While the martial arts scriptures were indeed valuable, one must possess the means to enjoy them. Hand over the divine wood royal cauldron, and you shall be spared that moment. A commanding voice rang out as the Sand City gang found itself encircled by numerous martial artists, originally a scattered group. The martial artists had once again united, surrounding the Sand City gang. Should the divine wood royal cauldron reveal itself, a cataclysmic battle would erupt within the confines of the gang. The Sand City gang, besieged by so many, was akin to facing a catastrophic storm. Chapter 81. The Army Takes Action, the Training Method of the Snow Dragon Cavalry. What divine wood royal cauldron are you speaking of? We are unaware of such matters, the leader of the Sand City gang stated, his countenance betraying no sign of distress. Observing the fierce martial artist before him, he recognized that the moment of life and death for the Sand City gang had arrived. Should this situation escalate poorly, the gang could vanish from existence. The notion that possessing the divine wood royal cauldron would confer dominion over the world was nothing short of absurd. Leader, do not feign ignorance. Do you take us for fools? One individual could no longer contain a derisive laugh. I will count to 3. If you do not surrender the divine wood royal cauldron, the Sand City gang shall cease to exist. A martial artist of the acquired realm fixed a cold glare upon the leader of the Sand City gang. Noticing the overwhelming aura emanating from this individual, the members of the gang were visibly shaken. This person was on par with their leader in terms of strength. Should this individual choose to act, even first-rate masters would find themselves unable to contend. The only options available were twofold. First, to devise a means to stall for time while awaiting the arrival of the court's forces, and second, to simply hand over the newly acquired divine wood royal cauldron. Surrendering the cauldron could act as a means to redirect the impending disaster. Yet the thought of relinquishing it so soon after acquiring it left many members of the Sand City gang feeling discontented. If you desire the divine wood royal cauldron, you should seek out General Wang of the court. The leader of the Sand City gang ultimately resolved to gamble. Having already reported to the court, should they now surrender the divine wood royal cauldron, they might quell the fury of the martial artists. But the court's wrath would fall squarely upon them. The Sand City gang possessed considerable strength, yet when compared to the imperial court, they were akin to ants attempting to shake a tree. What did you say? You reported this matter to the court. As anticipated, upon hearing the leader's revelation, several martial artists immediately reconsidered their course of action. The power of the court far surpassed that of any martial faction. In the Song dynasty, the Beggars Sect was renowned as the foremost gang, yet the most powerful faction was undoubtedly the imperial court. The court, with its vast resources, could consolidate all martial resources within the realm, thereby nurturing more martial experts. Typically, the court preferred not to engage in conflict with these martial factions, as their relationship was mutually beneficial. However, in matters of grave significance, the court could delineate right from wrong. The martial artists were not to be underestimated. They held their own merits. Particularly, some of the most elite cultivation techniques did not belong to the court, but rather to various martial factions. These supreme techniques were often disseminated through oral tradition, known only to a select few. Now, in a border town like Wind and Sand City, the whispers of the divine wood royal cauldron and the northern underworld divine art had ignited interest not only among martial artists, but also within the imperial court of the Song dynasty. Whoever could master the northern underworld divine art would ascend to the ranks of top experts. If the northern underworld divine art were to be disseminated throughout the Song dynasty, it would grant the nation a decisive advantage in warfare against foreign powers. Little did Su Qianli realize that his capricious actions had set off ripples throughout both the martial world and the court. As Su Qianli observed the unfolding drama at the Sand City gang's headquarters. In the distance, a cavalry of several thousand iron riders surged forth, forming an unyielding tide of steel as they advanced on Wind and Sand City. Brother-in-law, what course of action should we take next? The leader of the Sand City gang has invoked the court as a shield. Look, these martial artists are clearly retreating. Will they still engage in battle? Aji is utterly in awe of Su Qianli, practically worshipping him. Now, Aji has come to understand that the watching the show Su Qianli speaks of is precisely this, viewing the world as a chessboard and its inhabitants as mere pawns, all for the spectacle of their mutual conflict. The actions Aji previously undertook pale in comparison to the current Su Qianli, resembling a mere novice beside a master. Who says we can't fight? Aji declares that in front of me, the diviner, there is no such thing as an impossible conflict. Su Qianli simply smiles. As he speaks, he transforms into a masked figure clad in black, launching an attack on the leader of the Sand City gang. Heavenly treasures belong to the virtuous. With the completion of Su Qianli's words, the leader of the Sand City gang collapses into a pool of blood. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, not only the disciples of the Sand City gang, but also the assembled martial artists are left utterly dumbfounded. The divine wood King Ding is mine. Die. The divine wood King Ding belongs to me. Su Qianli realizes that the ventriloquism he acquired from Duan Yanqing has come to fruition at this moment. He plays multiple roles, inciting the martial artists and the gang members to battle amongst themselves. What does it mean to be the first bird to take flight? Once the first person attacks the Sand City gang, others will inevitably follow suit. Regardless of their identity or faction, they are all opportunists keen to exploit the chaos. Now, the Sand City gang is in utter disarray. Did they not seize the divine wood King Ding amidst the turmoil? Brother-in-law, the fight has begun. These people are tearing each other apart. Aji watches with a grin as the martial artists and the Sand City gang engage in a fierce brawl. Meanwhile, Su Qianli remains unfazed, calmly observing the unfolding drama. After a brief moment, he hears a violent tremor emanating from the ground. His astonishment. The army stationed at the border has appeared within Wind Sand City to by order of the general. Surrender the divine wood King Ding and the Biming divine skill, or face death. A commanding voice booms from within a torrent of steel. Damn it, the imperial army has been alerted. The martial artists embroiled in the chaos within the city. Upon hearing the herald shout, widen their eyes in disbelief. The speed at which the imperial army has arrived is astonishing. They had only just begun their skirmish when the imperial troops stormed in. Their actions are akin to walking into the line of fire. Regardless of the nation, The court always harbors suspicion towards unruly martial artists. Should large-scale unrest occur in the martial world, troops are dispatched to suppress it. Run! Everyone disperse and escape! A shout arises from the crowd. Faced with the armored steel torrent, these martial artists are no match for the soldiers. Even if one possesses superior strength, they may ultimately meet a tragic end. Ding! Congratulations! Host has observed military operations and comprehended the training method of the Snow Dragon Cavalry. I could see that moment. An unusual system notification rings in Su Qianli's mind. The training method of the Snow Dragon Cavalry. Su Qianli furrows his brow. Today's system rewards are rather peculiar. Does this mean he's being urged to vie for supremacy over the realm? Chapter 82. The Blue-Winged Bat King Wei Yixiao. Without formidable martial artists, the gains this time are minimal. Observing the imperial troops suppressing the martial artists, Su Qianli notes that few warriors engage in battle, resulting in limited rewards for him. Nonetheless, this has allowed him to witness the might of the imperial army. Any formidable martial artist appears inconsequential before the imperial forces, and no matter how high one's individual combat prowess may be, in the face of such a formidable army, they are akin to mere chaff. What is happening? Did you not acquire the divine Wood King Ding and news of the Beiming divine skill? Where is the divine Wood King Ding? The leading general angrily demands that why Lord, we, the Sand City Gang, indeed obtain the divine Wood King Ding, stammers the gang leader, struggling to find the words. How could he admit that the divine Wood King Ding has vanished into thin air? If he were to speak such a truth, his head would surely roll. With no substantial gain, Su Qianli departs with Ozzy, unwilling to linger in Wind Sand City any longer. With the imperial army making an appearance, it is unlikely that significant unrest will arise at the border. Brother-in-law, what exactly are you trying to achieve by doing this? Ozzy, following closely beside Su Qianli, is thoroughly perplexed by his actions. What do you mean? I'm merely here to watch the spectacle. What are your thoughts on this grand performance? Su Qianli smiles. Even if these martial artists possess great strength, they are no match for the imperial army, he adds. Ozzy, hearing Su Qianli's words, offers a token acknowledgement. Indeed, the imperial army is powerful, and no matter how extraordinary a martial artist's personal strength, they will only meet slaughter in the face of such a formidable force. As Su Qianli smiles once more, sister-in-law, you haven't yet said what your intentions are. If these martial artists discover our involvement, we will become public enemies of the martial world. Ozzy is not entirely satisfied with Su Qianli's explanation that I actually want to become the public enemy of the martial realm. Are you afraid? Su Qianli looks at her with a grin. Upon hearing this, Ozzy is momentarily silenced. She is half convinced by Su Qianli's words that brother-in-law, as long as I'm with you, even if it means becoming the public enemy of the martial realm, I am willing to, I would even lay down my life for you. That as she speaks, Ozzy gazes at Su Qianli with deep affection. Listening to her heartfelt declaration, Su Qianli chuckles. Ozzy, are you certain you have feelings for me? Su Qianli looks at her with a smile, not genuinely believing that Ozzy truly harbors affection for him. Her. He is akin to a beloved toy, originally belonging to Azur, but due to jealousy, Ozzy employs a few tricks to attempt to claim this cherished possession for herself. That Ozzy's willingness to stay by Su Qianli's side stems solely from her belief that being with him is lively and entertaining. Brother-in-law, what I say is true. Why don't you believe my words? Ozzy thinks her passionate confession might sway Su Qianli's heart, but to her dismay, he appears utterly unyielding, ignoring her declaration entirely. Wow, what a delightful little girl. Since this fellow doesn't fancy you, why not come with me instead? At that moment, a sinister voice echoes, and a shadow flits away. Suddenly, Ozzy vanishes from Su Qianli's sight. Upon seeing her disappear, Su Qianli immediately activates his Lingbo Weibo, swiftly pursuing the shadow. Who is this person? How can he move so swiftly? The shadow belongs to Wei Yixiao, the protector of the Mingjiao. His lightness skill is exceptional. He has abducted Ozzy upon hearing of the divine Wood King Ding and the Beiming divine skill's emergence in Wind Sand City. Su Qianli's plot, while a spectacle for him to behold, has also drawn the attention of another. Wei Yixiao, the protector of the Mingjiao, has yet to reveal himself. Realizing that the divine Wood King Ding is with Ozzy, Wei Yixiao seizes the opportunity to capture her, but he believes he has struck a significant windfall, stealthily acquiring the divine would King Dinged I in particular. If he masters the Beiming divine skill contained within, he wonders if it could resolve the cold poison afflicting him. Wei Yixiao, having encountered a mishap during his cultivation, must consume human blood to suppress the internal cold poison. Each outbreak renders him a prisoner in his own body. The Beiming divine skill absorbs inner strength. He thinks, if he can master it, could it dissolve the foreign energy within him? Previously, he had heard of the Beiming divine skill, a unique technique belonging to the Xiaoyao school. The Xiaoyao school's might is comparable to that of the Mingjiao. However, only the leader of the Xiaoyao school can cultivate this skill, and the Mingjiao would never risk offending the Xiaoyao school for his sake. Upon hearing of the divine would King Ding's connection to the Beiming divine skill, he decided to take a chance. The divine would King Ding is in the possession of young Aji, and he has firmly set his sights on it. Now he merely needs to find a secluded spot to claim the divine would King Ding. However, the diviner accompanying Aji possesses remarkable agility, akin to a tenacious parasite, and he has yet to shake off Su Qianli. Kid, that little girl has caught my I doubt if you know what's good for you, scram now, or if my cold poison flares up, I will drain her blood. Wei Yixiao shouts at Su Qianli. Su Qianli's pursuit is relentless, making it impossible for Wei Yixiao to evade him. But if the cold poison within him continues to spread, it will. Su Qianli was taken aback by the words of the other party. He never expected to encounter the protector of the Ming sect, Wei Yixiao, in such a remote border area. The fact that the cold poison within Wei Yixiao had not been dispelled indicated that, in the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Wuji had yet to ascend to the position of the sect leader of the Ming sect. Wei Yixiao, tell me, have the 6 major sects launched an assault on the bright summit of your Ming sect's headquarters? Su Qianli inquired, suddenly remembering something that in the realm of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The battle at the bright summit was what Su Qianli most eagerly anticipated. It was during this conflict that Zhang Wuji emerged, thwarting Zhao Min's grand scheme. While Zhang Wuji's adventures were noteworthy, what truly captivated Su Qianli was the convergence of numerous experts from the 6 major sects attacking the Ming sect's champions. If he could witness the gathering of martial artists at the Bright Summit, observing their prowess, his own cultivation would undoubtedly surge. The thought of attending the martial arts conference at Shaolin Temple held little allure for him anymore, as it was still over 10 months away, far too long for him to wait. If he could visit the Bright Summit and witness the spectacle of the 6 sects besieging it, it would be exhilarating. Chapter 83. Aziz Emotion, offering oneself as bait. Who exactly are you, and how do you know the 6 major sects are about to attack the Bright Summit? Wei Yixiao, the Winged Bat King, halted upon hearing Su Qianli's words. It is important to note that they were not in the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, but rather in the realm of demigods and semi-devils. The Great Yuan Kingdom was quite distant from the Song Dynasty. How could someone as young as Su Qianli possibly know about the impending assault by the 6 major sects? Wei Yixiao, if you lead us to the Ming sect's headquarters at the Bright Summit, I can assist you in dispelling your poison, Su Qianli remarked, instantly piquing his interest. As Su Qianli clearly recalled that it was due to the Winged Bat King Wei Yixiao that Zhang Wuji was brought to the Ming sect headquarters at the Bright Summit by the monk who could not be spoken of. Now that he had encountered Wei Yixiao, he wondered if he could seize this opportunity to reach the Bright Summit before Zhang Wuji. There would undoubtedly be a fierce battle within the Bright Summit. And had it not been for Cheng Kuan's interference, the Ming sect's experts would have easily withstood the onslaught of the 6 major sects. Little brat, do you even know what you are saying? You believe you can cure this king's cold poison? Wei Yixiao was utterly skeptical that Su Qianli could heal him. Even the renowned healer Hu Qingniu from the Ming sect had expressed uncertainty in treating this ailment. What qualifications did Su Qianli possess to claim he could heal him? You kidnapped a Z merely to obtain the Shenmu Wang Ding, having heard it possesses the top-tier martial arts of the Xinxia sect. The Beiming divine skill, Su Qianli deduced, piercing through Wei Yixiao's scheme in an instant. Wei Yixiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Su Qianli with astonishment, but he was certain this was their first meeting. Yet how could Su Qianli discern his identity and the motive behind his abduction of a Z? Wei Yixiao, I shall ask you one question. Do you believe me? If you do, I will assist you in treating your cold poison. If not, then there is nothing more to discuss. Furthermore, I have heard that the winged bat king possesses remarkable agility. Is that true? Su Qianli stated calmly. Wei Yixiao dared not doubt Su Qianli's words, for he had first-hand experience of Su Qianli's swift movements. Although he held the advantage in internal strength, Su Qianli's speed was relentless, akin to a sticky plaster that could not be shaken off. Tell me, what exactly is your ulterior motive? Wei Yixiao pondered, uncertain of Su Qianli's intentions. Haven't I made myself clear? I simply wish to accompany you to the bright summit to witness the spectacle. Su Qianli replied with a smile that if you want me to release this young girl, it is not impossible. Just hand over the Shenmu Wang Ding, and I shall set her free. Wei Yixiao contemplated for a moment, deciding it best to secure the Shenmu Wang Ding first, as Su Qianli was too enigmatic for him to decipher. The fact that Su Qianli had so easily unraveled his secret left him feeling quite unsettled. Su Qianli understood that whether in the world of demigods and semi-devils, or the heaven sword and dragon saber, the storyline remained largely unchanged as long as he ventured into the latter realm. He would reap rewards. Ascending the bright summit without a guide was unthinkable. Zhang Wuji had only succeeded due to the monk who could not be mentioned, and while Su Qianli's agility might allow him to reach the summit, he would merely be an observer. Gaining entry to the Ming sect's headquarters was not something one could accomplish uninvited. That moment, as Z spoke up, the Shenmu Wang Ding belongs to me. It is what I use for my training. I can assure you that it does not contain the Beiming divine skill. Little girl, are you seeking death? Wei Yixiao's eyes flashed with menace. Try to lay a finger on her, and you'll regret it. Su Qianli interjected coldly. The winged bat king was nothing but a fool, unwavering and single-minded. I can provide you with the Shenmu Wang Ding, but only if you release her. I will serve as your hostage instead. Su Qianli proposed, considering a compromise. Likewise, Su Qianli did not wish for a Z to accompany him. The IT was not that he could not bring a Z along, but the journey to the bright summit was fraught with dangers, and he would not be able to protect her with his current strength amidst the multitude of powerful foes from the 6 major sects. Upon hearing Su Qianli's words, a Z was deeply moved. Previously, when she had confessed her feelings to him, he had been as dense as a block of wood, rejecting her advances. Yet now, he was willing to become a hostage for her sake. You think I would regard you as a hostage? You surely do not wish to accompany this king to the bright summit, do you? Wei Yixiao was no fool. He did not trust Su Qianli's words for a moment. You may think that way, but I can also reveal to you the secrets of the Beiming divine skill, and I know who can cure your cold poison. Su Qianli replied with a grin. His assertion was not a mere bluff. He genuinely believed that he could assist Wei Yixiao. Although he could not guarantee that his own skills would suffice, he was confident in identifying the individual capable of curing Wei Yixiao's ailment, Zhang Wuji, who had mastered the 9-yang divine skill, that if Su Qianli could observe Zhang Wuji in battle, he would grasp the intricacies of the 9-yang divine skill, and with his own abilities, he could surely heal Wei Yixiao's cold poison. Seal your internal energy, and I shall consider your word sincere. Wei Yixiao contemplated, deciding to take a chance. Whether the Shenmu Wang Ding contained the Beiming divine skill remained uncertain, and he was somewhat hopeful that Su Qianli could indeed cure his cold poison, that he could see that a Z was deeply infatuated with Su Qianli, and by taking him hostage, he would undoubtedly uncover the secrets of the Shenmu Wang Ding. Without hesitation, Su Qianli activated several acupoints on his body, sealing his internal pathways. His actions immediately alleviated Wei Yixiao's concerns. What a fool, Wei Yixiao thought, a mocking smile creeping across his lips as he reached out and seized Su Qianli. Thus, Wei Yixiao whisked both Su Qianli and a Z away at breakneck speed. He was anxious that lingering too long would alert the forces of the Song dynasty to their presence, prompting them to dispatch troops in pursuit. Seeing Su Qianli ensnared by Wei Yixiao's scheme, a Z felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Yes, she was held aloft by Wei Yixiao. Her gaze lingered affectionately on Su Qianli. Her little eyes seemed to communicate unspoken words, as if to say, you claim not to care for me, yet you are willing to offer yourself as bait. Chapter 84. Arrival at the Bright Summit. Do not look at me with such eyes. I truly did not do this for you. I simply wished to follow him to the Bright Summit to witness the spectacle. Su Qianli could no longer endure Aziz's flirtatious gaze and hastily clarified. The exchange between Su Qianli and Aziz sounded like a pair of young lovers teasing each other in Wei Xiao's ears. I am utterly exhausted. It will take us more than half a month to reach the bright summit from here. Wei Xiao sensed that Su Qianli bore no fear of him, the infamous demon of the Ming sect. Not only Su Qianli, but even the young girl appeared unperturbed. If he continued to carry them both, it would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of internal energy, prolonging their journey to the bright summit. The most prudent course of action would be to control them and seek a swift steed to expedite their travel to the Ming sect's headquarters. Rest assured, as long as you bring us to the Ming sect's bright summit headquarters, I will divulge the secrets of the Shenmu Wangding to you. Su Qianli reiterated his stance. As long as Wei Yixiao guided them to the bright summit, he would divulge the secrets contained within the Shenmu Wangding. Wei Yixiao had acquired the Shenmu Wangding from Aziz, and for those who practice poison techniques, it was a valuable asset. However, for other martial artists, the Shenmu Wangding was akin to a useless trinket. Even Wei Yixiao, the notorious leader of the Ming sect, regarded it with disdain. Were it not for the information regarding the Beiming divine skill, he would not have intervened. Upon obtaining the Shenmu Wangding, he contemplated silencing any witnesses, as every additional person aware of its possession increased his risk. The Ming sect faced dire threats, with the 6 major sects rallying the martial heroes of the realm to besiege them. The Ming sect had already accumulated numerous formidable enemies, and offending the old devil Ding Chunxiu of the Song, Guixingxiu sect would undoubtedly bring adverse repercussions. After observing for 2 days, Wei Yixiao concluded that the Shenmu Wangding could only attract certain poisonous ants and insects on the night of a full moon. Since he did not practice poison techniques, the Shenmu Wangding was merely a useless artifact to him. Of course, his understanding of the Shenmu Wangding was limited, as he had only just acquired it. Whether it contained the Beiming divine skill remained an enigma. It was clear that Aziz and Su Qianli held the answers to the mysteries of the Shenmu Wangding. Wei Yixiao considered employing threats and inducements to coerce the two into submission. Yet to his astonishment, his intimidation tactics were received as mere jest. Not only did they not fear his threats, but they also began negotiating terms with him. Reluctantly, Wei Yixiao conceded to accompany them to the bright summit. Su Qianli, having received Wei Yixiao's promise, had no intentions of fleeing. Instead, he engaged in conversation with him. In truth, Su Qianli sought to glean information about the progression of the plot within the world of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. While he may not have been intimately familiar with the narrative, he was certainly aware of its general trajectory. Securing the Heaven Sword would enable him to command the world. As they set off for the bright summit, Su Qianli concocted a plan. Upon entering the world of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, he should endeavor to seize both the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, not necessarily to obtain their secrets, but rather to instigate conflict through these two legendary weapons. That he believed the martial experts within that realm would not overlook such powerful artifacts. After more than half a month of travel, Su Qianli and his companions finally arrived at the foot of the bright summit, where the 6 major sects and various wandering martial artists had gathered, called forth by the 6 sects to eliminate the demonic sect. You all wait here. The bright summit is now surrounded by the 6 major sects. Reach it. We must break through their blockade. After spending considerable time together, Su Qianli and Wei Yixiao had developed a degree of familiarity, yet Wei Yixiao remained perplexed by Su Qianli's actions. Su Qianli, the Ming sect is now a place fraught with peril. Why do you insist on ascending the bright summit? Brother-in-law, all the righteous martial artists of the 6 sects are attacking the Ming sect. What are we doing here? If those righteous martial artists see us, we will be accused of colluding with the demonic sect. Aziz too was curious, unsure of Su Qianli's motives. If Su Qianli did not leave, Aziz would naturally remain as well. Many were apprehensive about wading into such murky waters. Having witnessed the 6 major sects' efforts to confront the Ming sect, Su Qianli, you must see the current situation at the bright summit. It is exceedingly dangerous. If you reveal the secrets of the Beiming divine skill, you may take this young lady and depart. Wei Yixiao, the Qingyi Bat King, clearly harbored a desire to protect Su Qianli from this treacherous venture. Do you not wish to rid yourself of the cold poison within you? I previously mentioned that, While I cannot cure it immediately, I know someone who can. This person is at the Bright Summit, Su Qianli argued vehemently. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Having arrived at the foot of the Bright Summit and witnessing the formidable stance of the six sects, he felt a mixture of trepidation and inevitability. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Su Qianli understood that the six-sect siege on the Bright Summit was orchestrated by the shadowy figure Jianghu, with the involvement of the imperial court. Thus, he found himself trapped, unable to retreat. Moments ago, Wei Yixiao's cold poison had acted up, prompting him to hunt for sustenance. Although the plot of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber had deviated slightly, the overall narrative remained largely unchanged. At the very least, the battle at the Bright Summit was still imminent. If Zhang Wuji were still a child, Su Qianli's presence at the Bright Summit would hold little significance. Now, they would directly bypass the earlier events and confront the battle at the Bright Summit. Wei Yixiao's prey was not ordinary folk, but disciples of the Beggars Sect. The deaths of Beggars disciples at the foot of the Bright Summit would be a direct affront to the sect's leader, the Master of Extinction, who would undoubtedly order a search of the mountain. The Beggars disciples had already deduced that their fallen comrade had perished from having their blood completely drained by Wei Yixiao. His blood-sucking methods were even more gruesome than they had imagined, leaving behind mere husks, a harrowing and bloody sight. Many of the Ming sect's negative reputations stemmed from Wei Yixiao's actions. Master, we have located the trail of the demon Wei Yixiao. He is at the foot of the mountain. Upon receiving the report from her disciples, the Master of Extinction gazed into the distance. There, halfway up the mountain, flickering flames signaled Wei Yixiao's presence. Chapter 85. Taking Zhou Zhuo hostage? Su Qianli's heart raced as he realized the Beggars Sect was stationed at the foot of the mountain. His intentions for accompanying Wei Yixiao to the Bright Summit were far from simple. He aimed to seize the opportunity to incite further turmoil. The conflict between the six sects and these martial experts needed to be intensified, especially since Wei Yixiao had provoked the Master of Extinction. He must not be allowed to breach their blockade at the Bright Summit without a fight. Moreover, Su Qianli noted that the battle at the Bright Summit was proving to be even more brutal than he had anticipated. With countless participants, should he remain, he would witness the clash of these martial experts firsthand. Notably, the elite of the Ming sect's 5 Elements flag were positioned at the foot of the mountain, ready to ambush the advancing foes. Wei Yixiao, possessing unparalleled agility, needed to inform his brethren within the sect about the situation. The onslaught from the six sects was fierce and unrelenting. Earlier, while hunting, Wei Yixiao observed that the Master of Extinction was particularly ruthless, wielding the Heaven Sword with deadly precision, having slain numerous disciples of the 5 Elements flag. Given such circumstances, the disciples of the 5 Elements flag alone could not withstand the assault from the 6 sections. Thus, Wei Yixiao ventured forth against the Beggars Sect, hoping to hold them at bay with his singular strength, especially against the Master of Extinction. Su Qianli was well aware of the likely outcome of the siege on the Bright Summit. Ultimately, the 6 sects would emerge victorious, leaving both them and the Ming sect severely weakened. This entire scheme had been orchestrated by the Princess Zhao Min of the Riyang Prince's estate, Bat King. Why not steal the Master of Extinction's Heaven Sword? That way, we could prevent significant casualties among the Ming sect disciples, as Su Qianli suggested with a smile, directed at Wei Yixiao. That sounds simple enough. But the Master of Extinction is a master-level expert who never parts with her sword. Even with my extraordinary agility, I could not snatch the Heaven Sword from her grasp, Wei Yixiao replied with a chuckle. You must be joking. As the 6 sects assault the Bright Summit, do you really believe they will abide by any rules? Are you seriously considering a direct theft? Su Qianli retorted, rolling his eyes. Are you suggesting I go and steal it? Wei Yixiao frowned. He understood all too well that the current siege on the Bright Summit spelled doom for the Ming sect, with Yang Shao at the helm. Conflict had erupted with the white-browed Eagle King and others. The Ming sect was now a disorganized assemblage, while the 6 sects and various martial artists united in a common cause, their morale soaring. If the Ming sect failed to unite, they would indeed face annihilation, just as Su Qianli had indicated during their journey. Especially as they ascended the mountain, he had received news of the 5 Elements flag disciples suffering severe losses at the hands of the Beggars Sect. Indeed, with your skills, stealing the Heaven Sword is hardly a daunting task, Su Qianli remarked with a smile. Very well. In these extraordinary times, I shall attempt something extraordinary. Wei Yixiao felt a stirring in his heart. While the formidable strength of the Master of Extinction was undeniable, it was entirely reliant on the Sword of Destiny, which was exceedingly sharp and one of the few weapons capable of contending with others. Ding! Congratulations. The host has observed Wei Yixiao's lightness skill, resulting in an enhancement of your proficiency in the Lingbo Weibu technique and a boost in your overall strength. Stealthily, Wei Yixiao infiltrated the Beggars Sect's camp, closely followed by Su Qianli. Suddenly, a chilling system alert echoed in his mind. Thief, do not flee. Furious shouts erupted from the Beggars Sect's camp. Everyone be on guard. It is the demonic sect scoundrel, the Blue-Winged Bat King. Wei Yixiao, brother-in-law, wait for me. Aziz, realizing that both Su Qianli and the Blue-Winged Bat King had departed, grew anxious. However, Aziz could not catch sight of Su Qianli, the lightness skill of the Blue-Winged Bat King. Wei Yixiao was far superior, leaving Su Qianli's Lingbo Weibu technique still in its nascent stage, trailing far behind. Su Qianli knew that merely observing these masters in combat would allow him to enhance his own strength. He vividly recalled that in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Wei Yixiao launched an attack during the battle atop the Bright Summit, abducting Amei disciples in the presence of the Master of Extinction and draining their blood. The Master of Extinction had repeatedly attempted to subdue Wei Yixiao, but had been thwarted by his lightness skill, returning empty-handed. Now, incited by Su Qianli, Wei Yixiao sought not to abduct Amei disciples, but to steal the Sword of Destiny from the Master of Extinction. Ever vigilant, the Master of Extinction never let her sword out of her reach. Wei Yixiao failed to seize the Sword of Destiny and was instead met with a flurry of strikes from the Master of Extinction wielding the sword. Just as the Master of Extinction pursued Wei Yixiao with relentless fervor, Su Qianli made his move that he executed the One Yang finger, sealing the acupoint of a beautiful young girl, abducting her with ease. This girl was Zhou Zhuo of the Beggars Sect. Consumed by love turned to hatred, she had become utterly darkened, cultivating the Nining Manual and opposing Jianghu this moment, seizing the opportunity while Wei Yixiao and the Master of Extinction were entangled. Su Qianli abducted Zhou Zhuo. Junior sister, scoundrel, release our junior sister at once. The voices of the Amei disciples rang out, filled with rage and alarm. Who are you? What do you want? Zhou Zhuo, enveloped in a faint, delicate fragrance, remained calm despite being under Su Qianli's control. She astutely sensed no intent to kill emanating from him if he wished her harm. With his evident strength, he could have easily dispatched her in an instant. My dear little beauty, what do you think I desire? Su Qianli inquired with a mischievous grin. What little beauty? You still haven't fully matured, Zhou Zhuo retorted, rolling her eyes at his words. Su Qianli's demeanor struck her as youthful, especially as his arm encircled her slender waist. This was her first experience of such intimate contact with a man, aside from her childhood interactions with Zhang Wuji. Equally, she found herself intrigued by Su Qianli. What audacity he possessed to offend their Beggars Sect and abduct her. Although Zhou was a junior sister of the Beggars Sect, her status was unparalleled within its ranks. The Master of Extinction had regarded her as a successor worthy of cultivation. Furthermore, was Su Qianli allied with the demonic sect? If her master, the Master of Extinction, learned of her abduction, she would surely erupt with fury, possibly wielding the Sword of Destiny to storm the Bright Summit. I advise you to release me promptly. Otherwise, when my master arrives, your fate will be sealed. Zhou Zhuo coldly threatened Su Qianli. Slap. Without hesitation, Su Qianli delivered a sharp slap to Zhou Zhuo's pert posterior. On the brink of death, you still dare to threaten me. Have you not comprehended your current predicament? The novel can be downloaded via the Xingshu open source Freestar string downloader. If you obtain this novel file through alternative means and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request a refund and report the merchant.author's email. XingYVOutlook.com Authors QQ 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group 149050832 Official TG Group https t.me/fqtool Chapter 86 The Shocked Master of Extinction. Zhou Zhuo, suddenly attacked by Su Qianli, felt an unusual sensation radiate from her backside, her face turning a deep crimson. What do you mean by that? Do you believe I would devour you right now? Su Qianli smirked at the blushing Zhou Zhuo, his tone menacing. Are all of you from the demonic sect so despicable, shameless, and lewd? Zhou Zhuo's anger boiled as she glared at Su Qianli's actions. Her teeth gritted in fury. Demonic sect? Despicable, shameless, lewd? When did I ever claim to be one of the Ming sect? Su Qianli retorted, rolling his eyes at her accusation. If you are not from the Ming sect, then who are you? Zhou Zhuo inquired. Her curiosity piqued. This moment atop the bright summit. Only members of the 6 great sects or the Ming sect were present. If Su Qianli claimed not to belong to the Ming sect, was he from one of the 6 great sects? Those from the 6 great sect were allies of Amei and would never strike against them. Could it be that he was one of those opportunistic villains? Zhou Zhuo pondered fruitlessly, unable to discern Su Qianli's true identity. However, it seemed implausible. The Amei sect was no small force or minor sect. During the siege of the Ming sect at the Bright Summit, the Amei sect had been a principal force. What manner of person would dare to offend the Amei sect at such a critical juncture? Zhou Zhuo's eyes widened in realization. She considered the possibility that this young man might be a hired aide of the demonic sect. You are one of the white-browed Eagle King's people, she deduced, recalling the white-browed Eagle King's separation from the Ming sect. However, that too seemed unlikely if I were to tell you that I am merely a bystander who enjoys watching the commotion. Would you believe me? Su Qianli chuckled. That is utterly impossible. Whom do you think you are fooling? Now, reveal your true identity and intentions, Zhou Zhuo demanded, her tone firm. Slap. In response, Su Qianli delivered yet another sharp smack to her rear. Zhou Zhuo puffed out her cheeks, glaring at Su Qianli in indignation. What do you mean by that? Are you enjoying this? Su Qianli grinned mischievously at her. Do not look at me with such eyes. I fear I may lose control. Meanwhile, as the Master of Extinction pursued Wei Yixiao, she recognized the challenge he posed. Unskilled in lightness techniques, she found it impossible to apprehend the blue-winged Bat King, who excelled in such skills. Before Wei Yixiao could evade the Master of Extinction, she heard her disciples exclaim in alarm. Another Amei disciple has been abducted. The Master of Extinction realized this was likely a ploy to divert her attention. Wielding the Sword of Destiny, she found it a simple task to deal with the Ming sect disciples, akin to slicing through vegetables. Without her to restrain the disciples of the 5 Elements flag, the Amei disciples would struggle to overcome the Ming sect's members. Master, trouble is at hand. Our junior sister has been captured by the demonic sect's villain. As the Master of Extinction arrived, her disciples rushed to report the situation. What? Zhuo has been captured by a demonic villain. How could this happen? What kind of senior sisters are you, that you fail to protect Zhuo? The Master of Extinction seethed with rage. Such a critical moment. Zhou Zhuo had been abducted. Which expert from the demonic sect seized her? Master, they are just ahead. This scoundrel is so audacious, having abducted junior sister Zhuo and not yet escaped. At that moment, a disciple of Amei reported they had discovered Su Qianli and Zhou Zhuo's trail. Come, let us see who this bold rogue is that dares to oppose the Amei sect. The Master of Extinction commanded angrily, leading her disciples forward. Master, it is this villain. Silence. My eyes are not blind. I can see clearly. Upon seeing the fair-faced, beardless youth who had abducted Zhou Zhuo, the Master of Extinction's fury ignited. How incompetent were the Amei disciples that, with so many present, a mere youth could abduct their heir. Young man, I grant you one chance. Release my disciple, and I shall spare your life. The Master of Extinction's aura intensified, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings as she coldly fixed her gaze upon Su Qianli. What is this situation? What does this young man intend to do? The revered Master Mieju chose not to pursue the blue-winged Bat King, Wei Yixiao, who had vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing Su Qianli abducting disciples of the Amei sect and confronting Master Mieju, he was filled with astonishment. Previously, Wei Yixiao had harbored suspicions about Su Qianli's intentions, believing that their journey to the Bright Summit was fraught with ulterior motives. Yet, at this moment, observing Su Qianli's actions, he realized that the individual before him was an ally of their Mingjiao rather than an adversary. Similarly, Wei Yixiao found himself perplexed. What on earth was Su Qianli attempting to achieve? Though Su Qianli possessed considerable strength, capable of preserving his life against Master Mieju, facing the entire Mei sect was an insurmountable challenge. Master Mieju, I have heard that you intend to pass the leadership of the Mei sect to this young lady. Upon hearing Master Mieju's inquiry, Su Qianli fixed her with a mischievous grin. What was this fellow truly insinuating? The disciples of Mei, upon hearing Su Qianli's words, exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with confusion. This moment, Master Mieju, in the prime of her life and at the pinnacle of her martial prowess, was expected to lead the Mei sect towards greater glory. What did Su Qianli mean by his statement? Even the hidden blue wing Bat King found it curious. What was Su Qianli's intention? Particularly after Master Mieju expressed shock at his words. She had indeed intended to cultivate Zhou Zhuo as the next leader of the Mei sect. However, there were other disciples with greater seniority and superior skills than Zhou Zhuo. Even if she sought a successor, it would certainly not be this inexperienced girl. Yet, Master Mieju held Zhou Zhuo's potential in high regard, believing her to possess exceptional cultivation talent and a far superior disposition compared to her peers. Thus, if she were to choose a successor, it would undoubtedly be Zhou Zhuo. Although she had never disclosed this intention to anyone now, however, someone had uttered her innermost thoughts before her. She was genuinely taken aback. If you wish to keep your precious disciple alive, then surrender the heavenly sword you hold, Su Qianli remarked, perceiving the astonished gaze of Master Mieju. What? You desire my heavenly sword? Master Mieju's eyes widened in disbelief at Su Qianli's boldness. Indeed, he was audacious to covet her heavenly sword at such a critical juncture. Correct. If you do not wish for your disciple to perish, then obediently hand over the heavenly sword. Yes, Yu Qianli maintained his composure, coldly gazing at Master Mieju. Having entered the world of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, Su Qianli's objective was to seize both the Heavenly Sword and the Dragon Saber. For only by wielding these legendary weapons could he instigate chaos within the great Yuan dynasty. Chapter 87. Is this even possible? This young man is quite clever. How did I not think of that? Wei Yixiao's eyes widened as he listened to Su Qianli's words. Indeed, this was a clever maneuver. Master Mieju's true strength did not lie solely in her Mei techniques, but rather in her heavenly sword. Without this divine weapon, her combat ability would diminish significantly. Now, Wei Yixiao began to suspect that Su Qianli's true aim had always been the heavenly sword in Master Mieju's possession. Master Mieju, which holds more significance for you, the heavenly sword or your designated successor? Su Qianli asked, observing the conflicted and furious expression on Master Mieju's face. Instantly, the disciples of Mei looked towards their master, eager to discern what choice she would make. The heavenly sword was indeed a legendary weapon that it was said that whoever possessed both the heavenly sword and the dragon saber would rule the world. Moreover, Master Mieju harbored a significant secret regarding these weapons. The Mei sect also had a mission: to locate the dragon saber and unravel the mysteries surrounding it. Now, with Su Qianli, this nefarious figure, aiming for the heavenly sword, she felt both astonished and enraged. If the heavenly sword were merely a common weapon, she would dismiss it entirely. Could a mere sword be compared to her chosen successor? The implications surrounding the heavenly sword were far too complex for Master Mieju to disregard. Observing her expression, Su Qianli found it somewhat amusing. Master Mieju was known for her ruthlessness, treating the lives of her enemies with utter disdain. Yet now, due to Zhou Zhuo, she hesitated. Regardless of the reason, the disciples of Mei certainly held biases against Zhou Zhuo, their junior. Why was this so? The position of the sect leader was highly coveted, with many disciples more capable than Zhou Zhuo. Now, seeing their master's expression, they understood that Master Mieju intended to pass the leadership to her. What merit did Zhou Zhuo possess? She joined the sect later than others and was not the strongest in martial arts. What qualifications did she have to lead the Mei sect? Behold, this is your master, known as Master Mieju. In her eyes, is your life worth less than a mere sword? Su Qianli remarked, his tone laced with mockery. Silence! Do not speak such nonsense, or I shall tear you limb from limb. Master Mieju's fury was palpable, her glare fixed on Su Qianli. Had her gaze the power to kill, he would have perished countless times over. Why should I fear? Su Qianli replied, positioning himself quite close to Zhou, a lecherous expression gracing his face. His words were no jest. He was indeed making unwarranted advances. Zhou blushed deeply, wishing for a chasm in the earth to swallow her whole. The embarrassment was overwhelming. How could Su Qianli dare to act so brazenly before her master and fellow disciples? Master Mieju, will you surrender the heavenly sword or not? Su Qianli suddenly glared menacingly at Master Mieju. Of course, if you are unwilling to part with the heavenly sword, that is acceptable too. Simply perform a task for me, and I shall release your disciple. What task? Master Mieju found herself in a precarious situation, instinctively questioning Su Qianli upon hearing the shift in his demands. Quite a simple affair. You need only engage in a contest with the 7 heroes of Wudong, Su Qianli replied with a smile. What did you say? Engage in a contest with the 7 heroes of Wudong. What do you mean by that? Master Mieju's expression turned bewildered upon hearing Su Qianli's proposition. What kind of condition was this? Not only Master Mieju, but even the hidden blue-winged Bat King shared her confusion. What scheme was Su Qianli concocting? The 6 major sects were set to assault the Bright Summit, with Amei and Wudong as the principal forces. Although Wudong sent the fewest members, their strength was unparalleled. Now, Su Qianli was suggesting that Master Mieju compete against the 7 heroes of Wudong, leading Wei Yixiao to suspect that Su Qianli aimed to incite conflict between the 2 sections. Upon realizing this, Wei Yixiao slapped his thigh in realization. How had he not conceived of such a strategy? Although he could not seize the heavenly sword from Master Mieju, Su Qianli's approach provided him with significant inspiration. The siege of the Bright Summit by the 6 major sects was inevitable. Yet to defuse the crisis facing Mingjiao, one required not only formidable martial prowess, but also another method, much like Su Qianli's current tactic. Encouraging the 6 major sects to turn against one another would allow Mingjiao to navigate this crisis with ease. Master Mieju, do you have hearing difficulties, or are you simply dim-witted? I have made myself abundantly clear. Do you still not comprehend? Su Qianli rolled his eyes in exasperation. His message was straightforward. If the other party complied, all would be well. Master Mieju, taken aback by Su Qianli's scornful remarks, felt a mix of shock and anger. To be mocked by a younger individual was utterly unexpected. Even a figure made of clay would exhibit some indignation. How much more so for her, a revered master and the leader of the Beggars Sect? Where then could she save face? Listening to Su Qianli's furious rebuke, Master Mieju, gripping her heaven-slaying sword, was consumed with a desire to rush forward and rend Su Qianli to pieces. However, before she could take any further action, Su Qianli swiftly seized Zhou by the throat, presenting a clear threat. Should he perceive any sign of resistance, he would snap her neck without hesitation. Witnessing Zhou's agonized expression, Master Mieju took a step forward, only to restrain herself deeply once more. This despicable madman, driven by insanity, truly baffled her. How could he lay hands on such a delicate and beautiful maiden? Master Mieju, you have 2 choices. First, surrender the heaven-slaying sword. Second, engage in a contest with the 7 heroes of Wudong, Su Qianli stated coldly, observing the murderous intent radiating from Master Mieju. Does a man of honor not stand by his word? Su Qianli added with a faint smile. The situation was far from what they imagined. His interest was not solely in the sword. Of course, acquiring the heaven-slaying sword would present an entirely different scenario. For now, his objective was to incite chaos. As Su Qianli calculated that Master Mieju would never relinquish the heaven-slaying sword, it concealed immense secrets. And unless Master Mieju were to perish, she would never hand it over. Thus, the second option remained, a confrontation with the 7 heroes of Wudong. This contest would not entail a life-or-death struggle or the intent to kill one of the Wudong heroes. That would be quite straightforward. If Master Mieju were to follow Su Qianli's lead and engage in combat with the Wudong heroes while he held Zhou captive, the Beggars Sect would collaborate with Wudong to subdue this malevolent figure. Remember your words. Should you go back on your word, I shall ensure your body is shattered into 1,000 pieces. After weighing her options, Master Mieju ultimately chose to compromise. Ding Minjun, Go notify the Wudong sect that I have urgent matters to discuss with them. Swiftly, Ding Minjun sped towards the Wudong camp. What did you say? Someone has taken Zhou Zhuhua hostage. Upon learning that Zhou Zhuhua was in Su Qianli's clutches, Song Qingshu was the first to confront Ding Minjun with questions. Father, we must hurry to rescue Junior's sister Zhuhua. Song Yuanxiao observed his son's impatience with a furrowed brow. Could Master Mieju, with her formidable strength, truly be unable to extricate her from the grasp of a mere disciple of the demonic sect? He intended to send disciples to observe a while longer. Master Mieju was notoriously proud and would not easily seek assistance. What did you say? This scoundrel of a demonic sect seeks to incite a conflict between our Mei and Wudong sects. What is the meaning of this? Under Song Yuanxiao's pressing inquiries, Ding Minjun had no choice but to recount the events. Realization dawned on Song Yuanxiao. This was indeed an enemy's scheme designed to sow discord between Wudong and Mei. Father, regardless of the enemy's intentions, we must thwart them. We cannot allow their plot to succeed, Song Qingshu insisted, urgency palpable in his voice, while he might remain indifferent to other Mei disciples being captured. This time, it was his beloved Zhou Zhuhua at stake, and he would not stand idly by. He implored his father, Song Yuanxiao, and several uncles to act swiftly, fearing for Zhou Zhua's safety at the hands of the demon. Soon, Song Yuanxiao and his companions made haste towards the Mei sect's stronghold. Upon the arrival of the Wudong heroes at Mei's encampment, Song Qingshu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he beheld Su Qianli holding Zhou Zhuhua hostage. This detestable fiend dared to desecrate his goddess, especially as Su Qianli held Zhou Zhuhua in a position that exuded a troubling intimacy. He had never experienced such closeness with his goddess. How dare this demon? Demon, release Junior Sister Zhuhua at once, or I, Song Qingshu, shall see you torn asunder. He glared fiercely at Su Qianli, poised to erupt into violence at any moment. Song Qingshu displayed his true nature as a devoted admirer. Ah! A pained cry escaped Zhou Zhuhua as Su Qianli tightened his grip, her face turning a shade of desperation. Demon, what do you intend to do? Song Qingshu's anxiety surged, mirrored by Master Mieju's knitted brow. Master Mieju, this Song Qingshu provokes my ire. Should my hand slip and harm your beloved disciple, it would be quite the predicament, Su Qianli threatened coldly. And what do you propose? Master Mieju seethed. Her teeth clenched. Simply to teach this presumptuous young fool a lesson, Su Qianli replied with a sly smile. Master Mieju's frown deepened, shared by the arriving Wudong heroes, who sensed the brewing storm. I will count to 3. If you do not discipline this sycophant, I shall seek my recompense from your enchanting disciple, Su Qianli warned, keenly aware of Master Mieju's hesitation. He extended his other hand, gradually sliding it towards Zhou Zhuhua's delicate form, a blatant provocation. Song Qingshu's fury reached its zenith. Even the slights hurled at him had never roused such wrath. The true offense lay in Su Qianli's brazen disrespect towards the goddess he adored. I will kill you! Unable to contain his rage any longer, Song Qingshu roared and charged at Su Qianli. Before he could take another step, Song Yuanxiao seized him. What are you doing? This is the demon's provocation. Senior brother Song, this is indeed the demon's scheme. I hope you can cooperate and put on a performance for him. Master Mieju conveyed to Song Yuanxiao telepathically. Confusion clouded Song Yuanxiao's expression as he processed her words. Without waiting for his response, Master Mieju swung her heaven-slaying sword towards him. Senior brother Song, comply with the demon's demand and spar with the 7 heroes of Wudong. With Master Mieju's sudden aggression, Song Yuanxiao had no choice but to defend himself, feeling utterly bewildered by her unpredictable nature. Ding, a cold system notification echoed in Su Qianli's mind. Congratulations, host, for observing the battle between Master Mieju and Song Yuanxiao. You have gained insight into Wudong swordsmanship, enhancing your strength. Ding, another notification followed. Congratulations, host, for witnessing the conflict. You have acquired 10 years of martial arts experience, thus elevating your prowess. I end this encounter. Su Qianli attained yet another decade's worth of martial arts cultivation. He felt he was on the verge of breaking through to the master realm. Once he achieved that, his strength would undergo a monumental transformation. Master Mieju, you are indeed superior. I, Song Yuanxiao, humbly accept defeat. He conceded, stepping back from the fray. Demon, I have fulfilled your request. Now, release my disciple, Master Mieju demanded of Su Qianli. The 7 heroes of Wudong have only sent 5, including that sycophant Song Qingshu. If you engage with these 5, I shall release your disciple, Su Qianli replied with a smile.